Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 209 to Chapter 270. Not only the soldiers, but the moment the Dionia army appeared, Myron's mind also went blank. His body trembled and his face turned pale. He knew that he had been deceived. He had been deceived by the cunning Dionia soldiers. He thought that the enemy was too small, but he rashly allowed his army to cross the river in front of the enemy's equally large army. To any qualified general, this was an extremely wrong military action. However, it was too late to retreat now. Retreating in front of the enemy and having to turn back to cross the river was a great taboo for the citizen soldiers of a city that did not have much training. It would mean a great defeat without a battle. The Dionia soldiers could easily attack and turn the seemingly gentle Trionto River into the graveyard of the Crotone militia. Myron did not expect that the battle between the Crotone and Dionia would suddenly start at this place. However, in the face of this decisive battle that would determine the fate of the city, he forced himself to calm down. He threw his guilt and fear to the back of his mind and focused on the battle in front of him. Sound all the bugles. Sound all the war drums. Let the soldiers charge forward. Bravely cross the river. Only then will we have the hope of winning. He anxiously raised his arms and shouted. The messengers immediately leaped into the river and shouted. The sudden increase in the sound of the bugles and war drums urged the army to move forward. The officers in the formation also knew that the situation was dangerous, so they took the lead and moved forward. The Crotone army began to speed up, but the Dionysian army reorganized their formation quickly and closed in on them. Due to the cobblestones all over the ground, both sides did not charge forward like the heavy infantry battles in the past. Instead, they approached each other steadily. When the distance between the two sides was only about 20 meters, Corbu saw the enemies on the opposite side suddenly stop moving forward when the officer shouted. The enemies in the front row slightly crouched down, while the enemies in the back row glowed with cold light. He immediately knew what was going to happen when he saw the movements of the enemy. He did not even have the time to say the word javelin before he hastily crouched down. Whoosh! 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 The continuous whistling sounds were like a sudden gust of wind, accompanied by the rising and falling screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, the entire front row of Crotone's army collapsed. Not only did it stop the advance of Crotone's soldiers, but it also caused their formation to become somewhat fragmented. However, the Dionia did not stop there. Another round of javelins was thrown. At such a close distance, the lethality of the heavy javelin was quite astonishing. Just as the Crotone soldiers were busy dodging the javelins and rescuing their comrades, causing their formation to fall into disarray, the Dionia soldiers took the opportunity to advance. They rammed their shields into the terrified Crotone soldiers, while 2 or 3 javelins stabbed at the enemies who had just survived the javelins. If it wasn't for the backline filling in the gaps in time, Crotone's front line would have collapsed. However, because of this, Crotone's troops were blocked by the river bank. Myron's meticulously prepared battle formation of more than 20 rows became a problem at the moment. In most sections of the river, half of them were on the river bank, while the other half were in the river. In a battle between heavy infantry, other than face-to-face combat, they could also use the thickness of their formation to push the opponent in a way similar to a tug-of-war to achieve a breakthrough. This was another effective way to attack. However, not only could the Crotone soldiers not form an effective united force, but they were also slowly retreating under the powerful push of the opponent. When the javelins that covered the sky flew into the Crotone formation, Myron felt that his heart was about to stop beating. The heavy infantry of Dionia could actually throw javelins. At this moment, Myron regretted being too careless. He did not understand the tactical characteristics of the Dionysian army in more detail. Looking at their light infantry and heavy infantry, this was obviously a well-trained unit with unique tactics. Just as Myron was grieving over the casualties of his soldiers and regretting his negligence, his subordinate stared at the battle on the other side of the river and shouted anxiously, "Damn it, Dionia have so many heavy infantry. It must be because the reinforcements of Nudum and Laos have arrived." Indeed, according to the reports from the messengers on the left and right, the Dionia's formation was almost the same length, and they were able to force their formation to retreat. Although they had the advantage of the terrain, the thickness of their formation was probably not much thinner than their formation. Could it be that the current Dionia also had about 20,000 men? Listening to his subordinate's scolding, it was like a bolt of lightning flashed across Myron's mind. Bent on revenge, he had always carefully studied the secret reports sent back by Turin, so he had some understanding of the Daionia alliance. He remembered that the secret report said that it would take at least 3 days for Turin to reach Nidam, and the same time to reach Laos. So even if the mobilization order of the cavalry was sent to Nidam and Laos, it would still take 6 days to reach Turin and back. After all, the construction of Turin, Nidam and Laos had only just begun, and it had only been 4 days since the declaration of war, unless Daionia had mobilized its troops in advance. However, 3 days ago, before the mercenaries attacked Kermissa, he had tortured several captives, including Criano and Talikos. They all admitted that they had concealed their intentions from the Devers and decided to capture Kermissa on their own. Therefore, the reinforcements of Nidam and Laos should still be on their way to Turin. So where did so many Daionia heavy infantry come from? There were not so many citizens of Turin and Amendola. Myron was sure of this. He suddenly remembered something: freedmen? The so-called registered freedmen of Daionia. Myron suddenly remembered that the previous secret report also mentioned that Daionia frequently organized their freedmen to undergo military training. Myron also remembered that many members of the Crotone assembly mocked Daionia for being so desperate that they turned the uncouth freedmen into citizens of the city. It was simply ridiculous. But everything before him proved that Daionia's method was effective. The armor and spears that these poor freedmen were wearing were probably from the Crotone army that died or were captured in the last battle. Despite his anger, Myron clearly realized that Turin had sent these freedmen to the battlefield. They had probably used everything they had. Did they have any extra troops? Myron looked at the battlefield in front of him, and his spirit was lifted. Euthydemus. What's the matter, General? The subordinate who was yelling just now replied. Immediately lead these 2,000 soldiers to the east and hand them over to Philadelphus. What? Didn't you want this unit to reinforce the middle? Euthydemus asked in confusion. Carry out the order. Myron's eyes widened. His good friend's son was really hard-working, but he was too active. Tell General Philadelphus that there won't be too many enemies on the other side. Tell him to cross the river as soon as possible, regardless of the casualties. After defeating the enemy, he will rush over to attack Daionia's army. The victory or defeat of this battle depends on his actions. Myron said solemnly. Understood. Euthydemus saw the chance of victory after Myron's reminder. He rushed to carry out the order excitedly. Myron jumped off his horse. With a spear and shield in hand, he led the guards into the river and joined the battle formation. He kept yelling for the soldiers to fight bravely. Since most of the Daionia's heavy infantry was made up of preparatory citizens, he did not believe that these novices, who were still freedmen half a year ago and had no experience in heavy infantry combat, could master the essence of heavy infantry combat in half a year. This was where his confidence came from. He firmly believed that even if the Crotone soldiers were in danger, they would still be able to hold on until Philadelphus's army arrived. A large flag was erected high in the middle of the Daionia's army. The statue of Pluto Hades was also inlaid at the top, but it was obviously larger than the army flag of the Legion. The flag was also larger, and only the large golden letters Devers were embroidered on it. There were currently 3 legions in the Daionia alliance. Devers, of course, had to step down and return to his original position. According to the old tradition, the consul was originally the commander of the city's army. Therefore, the highest position of the Devers in the alliance army was the commander-in-chief of the Daionia alliance army. At this moment, the Devers were also paying attention to the movements of the enemy on the other side of the river. Lord Commander, the enemy's troops have gone downstream. Aristocrates were minded loudly. As a talent that the Devers had taken a fancy to, the Devers intended to train him comprehensively like the assists. Therefore, they allowed him to follow them during the battle. However, after all, he was still a freedman, so he could only temporarily be given the title of a clerk. The Devers had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tormid. Lord Commander, please give the order. Tomamidza's reply came from the bottom of his heart. Originally, the Crotone's rapid advance was far beyond the expectations of the generals. In the case that the troops of Nudam and Laos could not arrive in time, the difference in strength between the two sides was a little big. During the military meeting, many people proposed to give up on reinforcing Castellan and hold on to Turin until the reinforcements arrived before the decisive battle. However, the Devers stood their ground and insisted on pushing the front line to Castellan. Due to the prestige that they had built over a long period of time, everyone was finally persuaded by him. Just as the Devers had predicted, the Crotones' army crossed the river at this point, and the Dionysian army, who had been lying in ambush, was waiting for them. The Dionysian army, with a large number of new recruits, had the geographical advantage, and used novel tactics to inflict significant damage to the Greek army of Crotone, who were famous for their bravery, and gained the upper hand for a while. The Devers were known for their ability to annihilate the enemy when they were in Persia, using clever tactics, and having few casualties. However, at that time, Tormid was the commander of the entire army, and he was also responsible for the coordination of the entire mercenary army. The Devers' barracks had always been under the strictest management, so he could only see bits and pieces of their military capabilities. When he arrived in Turin, he heard of the Devers' many military successes, and he was already itching to do so. This time, Tormid, as the commander of the Devers, because he was still a freeman, participated in the entire military operation. He witnessed the Devers stand up for the others, and came up with military plans that he had never seen before. He also commanded all the departments of the alliance to work around this plan. He had the elderly and women wear armor and walk around the port to confuse the enemy's fleet. He had meticulous arrangements during the night march, and even new recruits and freedmen who had never had any experience before could successfully reach Castellan. The army enforced strict discipline and sealed off the city of Castellan to prevent any news from leaking out. He sent Wyzam's mountain scouts across the river to scout the enemy's movements, and at the same time, sent out cavalry to intercept the enemy's scouts, so that the enemy would not know what was happening on the other side of the Trionte River. Before the sun rose, he led his army to the place quietly, and set up bait, referring to the 4,000 soldiers, on the riverbank in front, and at the same time, hid the traces of the main army. He deliberately stationed more than 1,000 men between the Trionte River and the downstream riverbank, so that the Crotone would not dare to take the risk of casualties, and so they chose to take the safer middle section of the river. Throughout the entire military operation, the Devers' strategy was fully displayed: deception, rapid marching, reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, ambush, bait. The perfect combination, and finally successfully mobilized the enemy, achieved their goal, and also broadened Tormid's horizons. In this era, most of the wars between city-states were fought in a place that both sides could accept. Or when one side was strong, the other side would defend tenaciously until reinforcements arrived. The generals of both sides would focus on the tactical application of the battle, which was what Sparta was best at. Unlike the Devers, who made a plan based on the situation at the beginning and made a series of complicated and delicate actions around the plan to achieve their own goals, it was as if the bloody battle was carved into a delicate and beautiful piece of art similar to the pottery vases of Athens. Just like the Devers themselves said, war is related to the survival of the city-state. We must be careful and think carefully before we take action. This was why the Devers were able to become the archons of a powerful alliance, while Timicin died in a small city. Tormid's imagination ran wild. Tormid, go to the east and inform Xanthoparis, Epitines, Xpit, and Leds that the enemy will soon cross the river. Tell them to get ready and act according to the plan, the Devers ordered. Yes, sir. Tormid mounted his horse and rode east. Although the tactics adopted in the east would be even more unimaginable, he already had confidence in the Devers. Philadelphus was shocked when he heard from Euthydemus that Myron had led his army to cross the river, encountered the army of Dionia, and was in a bitter battle. The fact that Dionia had ambushed nearly 20,000 soldiers on the opposite bank of the Trionte River was completely beyond his expectations. Would there be an ambush here as well? He looked at the more than 1,000 light infantry of Dionia stationed on the opposite bank and could not help but think. He had hoped that Myron would come to help him after crossing the river to drive away the enemy on the other side and reduce the number of casualties. But now, he had to lead his troops to help Myron. The situation was critical and he did not have time to think too much. The stretch of the river here could not accommodate more than 6,000 soldiers crossing the river at the same time. He quickly divided his troops into 3 parts, the front, the middle, and the back. More than 3,000 heavy infantry were at the front. With their strong defense, they could successfully reach the opposite bank and disperse the enemy's arrows and javelins while reducing the number of casualties. They were followed by 500 cavalrymen who could chase after the enemy's light infantry and defeat them. Finally, there were nearly 3,000 light infantry. After withstanding the long-range attacks of Dionia and suffering some casualties, the Crotone heavy infantry climbed the river bank. There was no need for them to chase after the light infantry of Dionia, who had long escaped. Philadelphus led his army across the river smoothly. "General, do you want to chase after them?" Arisosus, the captain of the cavalrymen, asked. Philadelphus shook his head and said cautiously, "Now we have to rush to help Myron. Your cavalrymen just need to guard the periphery of the column. Do not attack rashly." Philadelphus had just led his troops to turn around and march westward. Not long after, a loud bugle came from the north. Philadelphus' heart tightened. There was indeed an ambush. At this time, Arisosus also quickly rushed over and said with a slightly strange expression on his face, "General, there is an enemy force coming towards us from the north. There are about 6,000 to 7,000 of them, all archers, slingers, and light shield soldiers. There are also a few hundred cavalrymen." Philadelphus was stunned. "No heavy infantry?" "No." Arisosus nodded with certainty. Although Philadelphus was a little confused, he was obviously relieved. He decisively gave the order, "All troops, form up to the north." Since the incoming Dionysian army did not have heavy infantry and lacked the ability to fight head-on, Philadelphus did not mind defeating them first to reduce the harassment. "Arisosus, how many cavalrymen does the enemy have?" "More than 400 cavalrymen. Fortunately, we have twice as many cavalrymen as they do." Philadelphus was even more relaxed. He said, "Arisosus, when fighting with light infantry, your cavalrymen are especially important. I need you to lead the cavalrymen to defeat the enemy's cavalrymen. Try not to pursue them, but to attack the enemy's flank, understand?" "Understood." Arisosus turned his horse and left. The Dionia army was moving very fast. Not long after, they appeared in Philadelphus' field of vision. When he roughly saw the enemy's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. The enemy's light infantry was too light. Whether it was the archers or the javelin soldiers, all of them were wearing thin linen clothes. Even the cavalry was wearing armor, while the rest were wearing thin clothes. It was extremely shabby. "Are these all free people recruited from the port of Turin?" Philadelphus could not help but smile. Myron's guess was right. Dionia's citizens were scarce, and they were short of soldiers. "I only need to use light armor and cavalrymen to defeat them." The Dionia army stopped about 500 meters away and began to regroup. "I think the people of Crotone will be very surprised to see us. They must think that we are only here to attack them, but they will never think that we let them cross the river with the intention of annihilating them here," Tormid said with a sigh. "This battle will prove to the Greeks that light infantry is just as important as heavy infantry. With the right strategy, light infantry can easily defeat heavy infantry." Epicthenes said confidently. "The key is whether Ledes and Xanthoparis can annihilate the enemy's cavalry first." Tormid was still a little worried. "Don't worry, that is the meticulously designed plan of our Lord Devers, the chosen of Hades." "He is the chosen of Hades." Xpid had a look of admiration on his face. "Even you and I did not expect this, let alone the enemy. They will definitely fall for it." While he was talking, Epicthenes had already jumped off his horse and walked into the formation. He ordered the soldiers to widen the gap between them, making the formation more loose, making it easier for them to throw and run. Xpid also rushed to the right and gave the same order. On the left, Ledes' cavalry formation was also loose. Just like that, the left, middle, and right formations of the entire Dionia army were like fermented bread. The area they occupied, both horizontally and vertically, had almost doubled. For Philadelphus, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He hesitated for a while, and finally decided to make his formation thinner. However, the arrangement between the soldiers was still as dense as usual. He felt that although heavy infantry and light infantry had no projectile ability, as close-range troops with strong impact and combat power, a dense formation was their magic weapon to defeat the enemy. At this moment, Philadelphus' mind was frozen by traditional inertia. As a result, the length of the entire Crotone formation was only the same as the length of the Daionia army on the opposite side. This caused the Daionia army to vaguely surround the Crotone army in a semicircle. However, Philadelphus was not worried. He knew that the difference in numbers between the two sides was not big. As long as the Crotone soldiers came into contact with the enemy, victory would come. His biggest guarantee of confidence came from the fact that he had twice as many cavalry as the enemy. Because the opponent's formation was too long, to make it easier to face them, he ordered Alisos's cavalry to separate from the middle and directly face the enemy cavalry. On the Daionia side, the middle and the right flank each had 3,000 light infantrymen, including archers, catapults, and javelin throwers. Most of them were freedmen from the port of Turin. Hundreds of veterans from the 1st and 2nd legions served as the team officers. The 400-odd cavalrymen on the left flank had always been a bystander. According to the plan, they had become the key to the victory of the battle. No wonder Leds, who had always been calm, was a little impatient. He repeatedly reminded the captains of the cavalrymen to pay attention to the details of the battle. "I say, Captain, we are very clear." "Don't worry," Sirico said. The large group of coachmen supported by Kristoya's bank loan not only increased the alliance's tax revenue, but all of them were also good riders and had enough horses. That was why they became the main targets of recruitment for the cavalry. As citizens, they were duty-bound to go out to battle. Sirico's age was just above the upper limit of the recruitment age. He was very active. Being an infantryman at the age of 50 was definitely not enough, but he believed that with his experience in the cavalry, he was more than qualified to be a captain. "Well, then get ready for battle." Leds nodded. "We are clear, but what about the people behind us? Don't mess it up when the time comes." A young captain of the cavalry interjected. Leds looked back at him with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Cuccio. They have fought more battles than you have eaten salt. They faced more cavalry in Persia." The young cavalry captain was not convinced and wanted to say more. At this time, someone shouted, "Look, our catapults are attacking." There was no bugle call, and there was no shouting. The catapults quietly left the formation under the leadership of the veterans and quickly ran to the front of the enemy. They began to swing their catapults at a distance of more than 200 meters. The Crotone soldiers who were still in formation were immediately baptized by the stone rain. Many soldiers did not have time to raise their shields to protect themselves, and many of them were hit in the head and bleeding. "Shameless Daionia. Cunning Daionia people. Apollo will punish you." Philadelphus did not expect the enemy to do this. He was caught off guard and immediately cursed. "Attack! Attack! Attack now," he shouted angrily. "Woo! Woo!" A loud bugle horn sounded. Alsosis, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately pointed his spear forward. "Cavalry, advance!" The 800 Crotone cavalrymen formed an inverted fan formation. They clamped their legs around their horses' abdomens and shook the reins. The war horse began to trot forward. Leds's cavalry formed a loose wedge formation, with 2 experienced cavalrymen at the top, each holding a red flag that fluttered in the wind. Seeing that the enemy had begun to move, Leds took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He gently patted the neck of his beloved horse and stared at the enemy until they were a certain distance away before shouting, "Advance! Go! Hiya!" Everyone shouted as they urged the war horse forward. Unlike the Crotone cavalrymen, who held the reins in their left hand and held the spear in their right hand, the Daionia cavalrymen held the reins with both hands, their spears still hanging on the hooks. From a trot to a sprint, the cavalrymen controlled the speed of the horses, not daring to let them run too fast. Otherwise, they would easily fall off their horses before they came into contact with the enemy. The spring sun at noon was not hot, but the war horse was spurting like a cloud, galloping forward, grass and mud splashing everywhere, and dust flying in the air. The distance of 500 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. When they were only 50 or 60 meters away, Leds, who was behind the flag-bearers, shouted, "Turn right." Siricos, who was riding on his left, immediately shouted, "Turn left." The 2 flag-bearers in front quickly split to the left and right. In a cavalry battle, due to the speed, the cavalrymen at the back might be separated from the formation if they were not careful. The characteristic of the wedge-shaped formation was that it was small at the head and large at the tail, so the cavalrymen at the back could see the direction of the advance of the cavalrymen at the front of the formation. With the addition of the two red flags fluttering in the wind, even on the dusty battlefield, the Daionia cavalrymen were basically able to move in unison. They successfully divided the wedge-shaped formation into two groups, and then went around the enemy from the front and the outside. The Crotone cavalrymen at the front did not expect that the Daionia cavalrymen would make such a move. They were completely dumbfounded, but they did not dare to stop. Without prior planning and coordination, any rash action would not only disrupt the formation, but also cause them to be knocked down and trampled into meat paste by the cavalrymen at the back. They could only sprint to the end and turn back. But after crossing paths with the Dionysian cavalry and moving forward, they were shocked to see countless sharp spears protruding from the morning mist, glaring at them with a sinister, cold glint. Heavy infantry. There's heavy, the Crotone cavalrymen exclaimed. They wanted to rein their horses, but the strong inertia caused them to crash straight into the spears. In an instant, people screamed, horses neighed, spears broke, and blood splattered. Some of the heavy infantry were directly knocked away by the strong impact, but the other soldiers did not seem to see it. They held on to the spears at the end of their legs, motionless. In front of them, dozens of horses and men were lying in a mess, struggling in a pool of blood. In this era, there was no real heavy cavalry. Not only the Greek cavalry, but any cavalry from the Mediterranean countries had never dared to charge in the face of a dense formation of spears. The cavalrymen at the back tried to control their war horses to prevent them from crashing into the spears, but the sensitive and timid war horses were one step ahead of them. They neighed and suddenly came to a halt. The cavalrymen on the horses were pushed away by the inertia, crashed into the forest of spears, and were pierced through. Ali Solis, who was in the middle of the cavalrymen, finally managed to stop his war horse. But he saw that his comrades around him were either falling, spinning on the ground, or refusing to move no matter how much he shouted at them. Screams, and neighs intertwined, and the whole cavalrymen were in a mess. Ali Solis knew that he had fallen into the Daionia cavalrymen's trap. The situation was critical, and he did not have time to think. Turn left. Turn left. Go out from the side. He shouted loudly, and the guards around him followed suit. The chaotic Crotone cavalrymen soon regained their backbone and order. Just as they were about to turn their horses around and go around the spear formation in front of them, the two groups of cavalrymen that Daionia had gone around earlier suddenly closed in on them like two human arms. Shouts and screams rang out all around Ali Solis. He suddenly realized that his cavalrymen were surrounded. His cavalrymen were surrounded by infantry and cavalrymen. It was impossible, but it was happening. Charge to the left. Let's kill our way out. Alisosis shouted in exasperation. But a louder voice from the front drowned out his shouts. The horn of the heavy infantry was blown. Brothers, kill all these Crotone cavalrymen. Avenge Timocin and the rest. Xanthoparis took off his helmet and charged forward with his spear. More than 1,000 mercenaries roared and charged forward with him. The soldiers that were knocked down struggled to get up, drew their swords, and charged forward. The sturdy spear wall turned into a flowing water that quickly seeped into the chaotic Crotone cavalrymen. Killing the stationary cavalrymen was a piece of cake for these battle-hardened mercenaries. Most of them even let go of the valuable horses, and used the method of 2 mercenaries against 1 cavalryman at the same time. One was responsible for distracting the cavalryman, while the other took the opportunity to quickly approach from the side and thrust his spear upwards. The tip of the spear would pierce through the gap of the armor below the ribs and into the lungs, straight to the heart, killing in one shot. If the cavalryman dodged the stab, the mercenary would sweep his spear downwards, knocking the cavalryman off his horse. Before he could get up, he would receive a heavy kick to the head, and his neck would be broken. The mercenaries were very efficient in killing. Even the Daionia cavalrymen subconsciously stayed away from these ferocious creatures. The battle ended quickly. Other than a few dozen Crotone cavalrymen who escaped, more than 100 cavalrymen surrendered, the rest were all dead. Even Ali Solis was not among them. Daionia also obtained more than 400 war horses, and only lost more than 50 cavalrymen and 20 mercenaries. It was a complete victory. The tactics invented by the Devers had succeeded. Leds listened to his men's report with a smile on his face, but he knew that the battle was not over yet. He separated 70 cavalrymen to continue chasing the remaining enemies, and urged the rest to rush to the nearby city of Castellan. "Hurry back and get the javelins. Leds, we'll go with you." Xanthoparis and many mercenaries rushed over on captured war horses. "You." Leds instinctively wanted to refuse, but the mercenaries played a decisive role in this battle, so it was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. Xanthoparis read his mind and said, "You don't have many cavalrymen under you now. Although our horsemanship is not as good, our javelin throwing is better than yours. With more people, we can put more pressure on the Crotone. The sooner we end the battle here, the sooner we can reinforce the Devers." Xanthoparis' words reminded Leds. He no longer cared about whether they were cavalrymen or not. "I hope you can keep up with our speed. I won't stop to wait for you." "Don't worry." Xanthoparis smiled. Philadelphus still did not know that his cavalry was almost completely wiped out. Now, the light armor soldiers in the middle of the road that he led were in trouble. When the horn to attack was blown, the light armor soldiers rushed forward. The enemy's stone throwers hurriedly retreated. They rushed forward again, followed by a rain of arrows, followed by javelins. After some casualties, the light armor soldiers were very close to the enemy. At this moment, the enemy's light armor soldiers in the middle all retreated. Although the light armor soldiers were in light armor, they still had armor, and they also had shields and spears in their hands. How could they possibly catch up to the enemies who were only wearing thin clothing? But once they stopped, the enemy's long-range attacks would begin. What was more worrying was that the enemies in the middle gradually divided into 3 groups while the light armor soldiers were advancing. One group would lead the light armor soldiers in the middle of the formation, and the other 2 groups would circle to the sides of the light armor soldiers. When the light armor soldiers advanced, their flanks were attacked by the enemy. They couldn't protect the front, and they couldn't protect the front. Crotone's troops were charging around like wild boars. In the end, not only were they unable to harm a single hair on their enemies, but their casualties were also increasing. "Where's the cavalry? Why isn't the cavalry here yet? What is Alisosis doing?" Seeing the soldiers fall one by one, Philadelphus became impatient, and he couldn't help but curse. This was the first time that he had experienced how uncomfortable it was to fight against an enemy that was made up entirely of light infantry. They couldn't hit them, and they couldn't catch up. Instead, they became the enemy's live targets. "Retreat to the left! Retreat to the left!" he shouted, and the guards followed him. If it had been during the previous chase, the excited soldiers would not have been able to hear what he was shouting. But now, everyone was huddled together, carefully dodging the arrows and stones. They were starting to feel a little scared and tired. Philadelphus's order was exactly what they had been hoping for. The light-armored soldiers hurriedly retreated. Who knew that the Dionians' light infantry would chase after them like maggots on a bone? Philadelphus's original intention was to retreat to the left and meet up with the heavy infantry on the left. With their presence, they could protect the light armor soldiers' flank and reduce casualties before the cavalry returned victorious. At this moment, Philadelphus still believed that the Crotone cavalry would win. However, he was in the middle of the formation, and he didn't know that the heavy infantry on the left, which he thought would be behind him on the left, had actually been led astray by the enemy's light infantry on the right. They deliberately retreated to the northwest, causing the slow-moving heavy infantry to unknowingly move from the north to the northwest. As a result, the distance between Crotone's middle and left became wider and wider. The light-armored soldiers quickly retreated for a distance. Not only did they not regroup with the left flank, but they were also unable to do better defense during their retreat, which led to a rapid increase in casualties. Now, they were forced to turn around again and use their leather shields to protect themselves. They slowly retreated to avoid the arrows that were shot at them. Seeing more and more of their fallen comrades getting their throats slit by the enemy, the morale of the light-armored soldiers was shaken. At that moment, they heard the clopping of hooves behind them. Because they had to dodge the arrows, they could not look back, but they all heaved a sigh of relief. Cavalry! Our cavalry is finally here. Philadelphus was confused. Why did Arasosis's cavalry go to the back? Didn't they tell him to lead the cavalry to attack the enemy on the other side after defeating the enemy's left wing? Not even a little bit of ability. Just as he was getting angry, someone shouted, "Javelin! Watch out for the javelins! They're enemies!" Along with this cry of alarm, hundreds of javelins whistled from behind. Philadelphus was at the back of the formation, and he was wearing a colorful general's helmet. Of course, he was the main target of the attack, and he was immediately hit by 3 javelins. When Philadelphus fell, he still could not understand, why did the Crotone cavalry, who had the advantage in numbers, lose? The cavalry that they had high hopes for was the enemy. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. They lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions. The light infantry and cavalry of Dionia took advantage of the situation and gave chase. The light armored soldiers could not outrun these poorly equipped light infantry, not to mention the cavalry's speed. After being caught up, most of the soldiers chose to surrender. After taking care of the Crotone's right-wing cavalry and the light armored soldiers in the middle, the Dionia soldiers concentrated on dealing with the most difficult heavy infantry. When more than 3,000 Crotone heavy infantry were surrounded by more than 7,000 Dionia light infantry and cavalry, these heavy infantry understood that their middle and left wing were most likely doomed, especially when Lead's cavalry raised Philadelphus's severed head and went around the heavy infantry formation, shouting for them to surrender. One could imagine the impact on the hearts of these Crotone soldiers. The commander of this heavy infantry was Fellows of Crotone, and his deputy was General Pausanias of Cyrodian. Faced with such a terrible situation, both of them had a dispute. Fellows believed that the light infantry could not cause too much damage to them. As long as they could persist and reach the river crossing point of the main force, they could assist the main force in defeating the Dionia army. The final victory would still belong to the Crotone. On the other hand, Pausanias believed that the morale of the soldiers was very low under the circumstances of being completely surrounded and attacked. The destination was at least 6 to 7 miles away, and with the soldiers' current condition, it was almost impossible for them to persist until they reached the river crossing point in the west. Neither side could convince the other, and in the end they parted ways. Pausanias led the Cyrodian soldiers and some Trine soldiers, a total of 1,700 men, and began to retreat back to the south bank of the Trevento River. Fellows led the 1,400 Crotone heavy infantry and began to accelerate westward. Crotone's sudden division of troops caused trouble for the generals of Dionia. Leeds and Xpip believed that they should surround the heavy infantry westward and use a small number of troops to drive the retreating enemy away. Epiphanes objected. He believed that since the enemy retreated, it meant that they were not fighting. As long as they continued to pursue and attack, they would definitely surrender. After that, they could surround the remaining heavy infantry and annihilate the enemy. The next step of the plan would be easier to carry out. His opinion was supported by Xanthoparis. The situation was urgent and there was no time to argue. Dionia's troops were also divided into 2. Epiphanes and Xanthoparis led their troops in pursuit of the retreating heavy infantry. The Cyrodian and Trine people were indeed not fighting. They were not Crotone and did not have much of a conflict of interest with Dionia. Although the Cyrodian citizens had suffered many casualties in Dionia's attack half a year ago, they had participated in the war mainly because of the alliance and to reap some benefits. Avenging the dead was only secondary. But when the situation worsened and their lives were in danger, they would not fight recklessly. They welcomed the division of troops. They thought that the Dionia light infantry would focus their attention on the Crotone advancing westward, but they did not expect that the Dionia army would still be in hot pursuit of them. The panicked Cyrodian soldiers had just reached the river crossing point when they remembered that they had paid a heavy price to cross the river. Now that there were more enemies and the attack would be even fiercer, their hearts sank to the bottom of their hearts. The Trine soldiers were the first to surrender, followed by Pausanias and the Cyrodian soldiers. Crotone's heavy infantry were said to speed up their advance, but their speed was not much faster than before. Although the heavy infantry were well protected, it did not mean that they were not afraid of arrows, javelins, and stones from a distance. The impact of stones on their helmets would make them dizzy. Their legs, toes, and hands were exposed and they had to be careful of arrows. Their linen breastplates could not completely block a close-range blow from a javelin. Of course, the large round shields they held with a diameter of 1 meter and covered in copper could completely block a frontal attack. But the enemy was not only in front, but also from the sides and the rear. How could they defend themselves? They were less than 6 miles away from the Crotone army. Normally, they would have been able to reach it in an hour's march. But now, after half an hour, they had only advanced less than a mile. Arrows and javelins continued to fall. They were like giant beasts that were constantly being bitten and bled by agile wolves. They grew weaker and more tired. There was no hope in front of them, but the enemy's arrows and javelins were always abundant. The Devers had asked the Castellan soldiers to offer up all the arrows and javelins that they had accumulated over the years and transported them to the rear of the battlefield by pack animals. Therefore, when Epiphanes and Xanthoparis returned with the captured Ciridean and Trine flags to the Crotone heavy infantry, the morale of the Crotone soldiers, who were surrounded and constantly defending against long-range attacks, was finally shattered. When they surrendered, there were less than 1,000 soldiers who were unharmed. Arsines, who was still a recruit half a year ago, was now a squad leader of the 1st Legion. He was in charge of 9 soldiers, 6 of whom were probationary citizens. The rapid expansion of the Dionysian army in the past 6 months was imaginable. Of course, it also brought many problems, especially in such a fierce battle. The quality of the heavy infantry on both sides gradually became apparent over time. Heavy infantrymen didn't just need to wear armor, use a shield, and use a spear to become a qualified heavy infantryman. In a battle, the most important thing for heavy infantrymen was trust and tacit understanding. In a tight formation, a heavy infantryman held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. The heavy copper round shield made him lean to the left, and the round shield naturally protected his left chest and the right chest of his comrade on the left. His right chest was protected by the shield of his comrade on the right. This way, the shield was connected in a line and blocked the enemy's stab. He had to move the round shield back and forth, which was physically exhausting and could easily disrupt the formation. He only needed to focus on 2 actions: constantly stab with his right hand and push forward. Therefore, trusting your comrade and trusting that he would protect you was the key to the successful operation of a heavy infantry formation. The freedmen of Dionia were different. They came from all over the world and worked hard to make a living, so they had developed a habit of self-interest. Even before becoming a probationary citizen of Dionia, most of them had never received heavy infantry training, nor had they been on the battlefield. More than half a year of intensive training could not completely eliminate the habits that they had developed over a long period of time. When the enemy's stinger stabbed at the right side of his chest, he should have asked his teammate to defend while he fought back with his stinger to force the enemy to defend and reduce the pressure on his own side. However, out of instinct, he retracted his shield and blocked the stinger. As a result, half of his teammate's body was exposed to the enemy's stinger. Such a vicious cycle caused everyone to have to fend for themselves, so the line of defense was no longer tight. Not only could they not advance effectively, but the Crotone people also squeezed in through the gaps and used their individual abilities to further disrupt Dionia's line of defense. The 1st Legion of Dionia was originally the legion with the most veterans and the strongest combat force. It originally had 4 battalions of veterans, but a large number of veterans were transferred to serve as team officers of the 3 legions. Moreover, the Devers had transferred another 300 veterans as reserves, so they had to replenish a large number of recruits, resulting in a sharp decline in combat effectiveness. Occupying a favorable terrain and having the upper hand at the beginning of the battle, not only did no one take the opportunity to drive all the enemies on the opposite side into the river, but after a long stalemate, they began to slowly retreat under the crazy counterattack of the Crotone people. Arsenis's squad was in the 2nd row of the line. Several of the soldiers in the front had fallen. He shouted loudly and commanded his men to work together to drive the enemy out and fill the gap. The long battle made his arms sore and swollen, and commanding these ignorant recruits made him even more mentally and physically exhausted. However, the ferocious gazes shot out from the enemy's helmets constantly reminded him, "Fight! Fight! Otherwise, only failure and death awaited him. Lead your soldiers to fight bravely and win. It is the responsibility of a captain." This was the advice given to him by his former squad leader, Septimus, who was now a platoon leader, when he congratulated him on becoming a squad leader. He had always kept it in mind. He shouted the names of each soldier loudly, using his brave but flexible fighting style to remind and teach his men how to apply the skills learned in the training ground to life and death battles. During the most difficult moments of the battle, these low-ranking officers of Dionia played an important role as the mainstay. In the battle between the heavy infantry, Dionia was at a disadvantage. In the battle between the light infantry, Dionia had the upper hand. Not only did the number of light infantrymen increase by 1,000, but more than half of them were veterans from Asia Minor. The 3 light infantrymen, stone throwers, archers, and light shieldmen were all from the famous light infantrymen of the Mediterranean Sea, Rhodes, Crete, and Thrace. How could Crotone, who did not value the use of light infantrymen, be able to resist them? Even with the heavy infantries of both sides in between, Crotone's light infantries were still injured by the arrows and stones that were accurately thrown at them. They were forced to retreat. Once the light infantry's protection was weakened, the rear of Crotone's heavy infantry would be attacked by Dionia's light infantry. Logically speaking, these soldiers at the back of the phalanx had not participated in the battle, so they should be full of energy. On the contrary, most of them had been soaking in the river for a long time. The chilly water of early spring had taken away most of the heat from their bodies, leaving them hungry and exhausted. Therefore, in the face of the enemy's long-range attacks, their reactions had become sluggish. If not for the protection of the heavy infantrymen, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Because both sides had their own difficulties and advantages, they were in a stalemate and fell into a bitter battle. Myron was not anxious in the face of this situation. He had achieved his goal by being able to hold on. The key to Crotone's victory came from the 7,000 soldiers who were circling around the lower reaches of the Trevento River. He firmly believed that the final victory would belong to Crotone. Dives, the consul of Dionia, had the same thought. However, he had already received news from Led's cavalry. Crotone's troops at the lower reaches of the Trevento River had either been annihilated or had surrendered. They no longer existed. After a short rest, Leds and Epitines would cross the Trevento River and attack Crotone's army from behind. Devers was completely relieved. Looking at Mataurus scratching his head in frustration, he could not help but joke, "Mataurus, is your scalp itching?" "Commander." Mataurus complained loudly, "When we took Nudum the last time, we didn't get to fight and missed the victory. This time, I've been caught by you to be the reserve captain. We're about to win, but I'm still idling here. This is too unfair." Devers smiled, "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." As he spoke, he gave an order, "Blow the signal to change the formation. Have the frontline soldiers fall back and the second-line soldiers take the lead." "Commander, we're about to win. Why do we have to change the formation again? Most of them are new soldiers. If something goes wrong, the entire formation will." Mataurus was eager to fight, but he did not want to see the alliance fail. "We've trained this formation for so long, but we've never used it in a real battle. Now that we're about to win, if we don't accumulate experience now, when will we?" Devers said seriously, "Moreover, if we retreat, we'll lure the enemy to the riverbank. It'll be even harder for them to escape. Mataurus, you've been an instructor for new soldiers. You must have confidence in the results of your soldiers' training and in your command. You're the commander, you call the shots. Isn't it our turn to fight now?" Mataurus did not dwell on the problem and volunteered to fight. "Bring your men to the right flank of the formation. It's where the 2nd Legion and the 3 reserve brigades meet. If the enemy's sudden advance confuses them, you'll need to rush up in time to block the enemy's attack and buy time for the soldiers to regroup." "Understood, I'll go now." "Brothers." Mataurus roused himself and began to shout loudly. The soldiers led by Arsines were still fighting the enemy. At this time, the bugle sounded from the rear, making him perk up. When it sounded for the second time, he recognized it. It was the bugle for change of formation. "Brothers, hang in there. We'll be able to rest soon." Like Arsines, the frontline officers reminded the soldiers loudly. At this time, the second line of the formation quickly divided the company into units. If one company did not move, the neighboring companies would have to retreat. After a while, the entire square formation changed from the originally dense long snake formation to a checkerboard formation, or fish scale formation, formed by the small square formations of the companies. Without the support of the soldiers in the rear, under the pressure of the enemy and the command of the company drums and military flags, some of the soldiers in the front line began to retreat. Finally, they quickly retreated through the gaps in the checkerboard formation at the rear. Before the drums of Arsene's company sounded, he knew that his company wasn't very lucky. The company behind them didn't retreat first, so they couldn't retreat for the time being. At this time, Captain Curtis shouted, "Brothers, protect our flank." As the neighboring companies retreated, the enemy took advantage of the situation and rushed in. As the front line of the Dionia formation did not retreat as a whole, Crotone's offensive formation became uneven, and the lines of the two sides formed a crisscross. Arsene's company was under the pressure of being surrounded on three sides, but the enemy who rushed in through the gap was also in the same situation. However, the Dionia troops retreated prepared. Every small square that fought the enemy was under the strong control of the company commander. On the contrary, Crotone was unprepared and disorderly. As a result, although Dionia was retreating, Crotone did not seize this opportunity to cause more casualties and chaos to Dionia. At this time, the company drums sounded, and the 20 by 10 square formation formed by the four teams began to retreat slowly as the central military flag began to wave rhythmically to the rear. Arsenes and his company defended against the enemy's attack with shields and spears while following the retreat of the companies in the rear. Their companies also began to retreat in an orderly manner. When the companies in the rear stopped moving, Arsenes and his company were able to withdraw from the gaps between the scattered companies' phalanxes. After several rounds of retreating, the soldiers in the front line had successfully retreated to the rear, while the soldiers in the second line rearranged themselves into a dense formation and became the forefront of the entire phalanx. The reason why the change of formation was so smooth and there was no major chaos, which prevented the Devers' worries from becoming a reality, was that Crotone had never seen an army dare to make such a bold and strange change of formation in a fierce battle, so they failed to take effective countermeasures in time. Secondly, when fighting in a dense formation, the Crotone army was stronger than the Dionia army, which had more recruits. However, once the formation was changed, the dense formation of both sides was split into small squares, and the targeted training that Dionia had carried out for a long time with detachments and companies as tactical units came into play. Their command was more efficient and their actions more flexible. On the other hand, Crotone's combat and training mainly focused on large phalanxes. The command system was rough to begin with. After the soldiers rushed into the gaps, they lost effective command and fell into chaos. They could only fight for themselves and were at a disadvantage. Did they break through? Did Philadelphus and the others arrive? Myron, who could not wait to go ashore with the soldiers, was excited. But after a while, the troops stopped moving forward, and were forced to retreat bit by bit. "Hang in there, soldiers. Put in a little more effort, the enemy is about to die." Myron, who did not know what was going on, thought that the troops' attack was weak. He knew that his shouts would not have much effect, but he could not help but shout, trying to rouse their fighting spirit. But the Crotone troops could not move forward. The Dionysian army, who had completed their formation change, was led by the original second-line soldiers. They were still full of energy, making up for the lack of experience of the heavy infantry. The Crotone soldiers were exhausted after fighting for more than 3 hours. They could not even protect themselves, let alone attack. Just as they were struggling to hold on, the Crotone light infantry behind them, who had retreated to the other side of the Trionte River, suddenly shouted in panic, "Enemy! The enemy is coming!" Although Myron, who was in the middle of the rear of the phalanx, could not hear what they were shouting, but the sound of panic made him turn his head subconsciously. What he saw shocked him. Hundreds of cavalrymen had appeared on the riverbank behind him, and they were pouncing on the fleeing Crotone light infantry like wolves and tigers. Behind the cavalrymen were countless unarmored soldiers. They quickly spread out in formation, nocked arrows, and held javelins, aiming in his direction. Where did so many enemies come from? Where are Philadelphus troops? At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through his terrified mind, and finally, there was only one sentence in his heart: "We lost." In fact, he was not the only one who saw the scene on the riverbank behind him. Many of the Crotone soldiers saw it too, and the Dionia scouts standing on the high ground on the other side of the river also saw it. Just as Myron was panicking and the Crotone soldiers' morale was wavering, the Devers gave the order with great enthusiasm, "All troops, attack." The bugle of the attack was blown, and the same bugle sounded on the other side of the river. Just as the Daionia heavy infantry began to attack, nearly 6,000 Free Daionia light infantry fired the first round of arrows, stones, and javelins at the rear of the Crotone right flank. The exhausted Crotone soldiers could no longer hold on. First, the right flank collapsed, followed by the middle, and then the left flank. The Crotone front line that was more than 2 miles long and more than a dozen rows thick collapsed like an avalanche. The soldiers scrambled to the south bank. The non-stop long-range firepower of the free citizens accelerated their retreat. The Daionia heavy infantry took advantage of the situation and launched a charge, which made the large-scale retreat even more chaotic. Nearly 20,000 people were attacked from both sides, crossing the river and retreating. What kind of tragic scene was that? Xantiparis, who witnessed the whole process from the south bank, could not bear to look back when he talked about the Crotone's defeat to Ansitanos, who wrote the history of Magna Graecia. He recalled, "The Crotone people were shouting in horror, 'Run for your lives! We've lost!' The volume even drowned out the sound of our bugles. They ran for their lives towards the south bank, pushing and shoving each other. The Crotone who were left behind and chased by our warriors knocked down the people in front of them with their shields and spears in order to escape." Sigh. The Trionte River is not deep, but those who fell into the river did not get up again. Because once they fell, not only did no one help them up, but they also drowned because of the heavy equipment they were wearing. In fact, neither the heavy infantry's pursuit nor the long-range attacks of our light infantry could make up for the damage the river caused to the Crotone people. That must be the wrath of Poseidon. I can't help but recall the scene when the expeditionary army fought against the Persia at the Kentret River. Sigh. After the battle, when I returned, I saw the Trionte River was filled with Crotone corpses. It was as if the river had been blocked. That was really creepy. It was said that there were more than 3,500 corpses that were fished out, and that did not include those that had drifted into the sea. The Crotone soldiers who fled back to the south bank did not even have time to catch their breath. Even though the Daionia heavy infantry were exhausted, they continued to attack under the Devers' urging, continuing to put psychological pressure on the routed soldiers. The large number of light infantry who were not burdened by the heavy armor were the main force of the pursuit. They pounced on the Crotone's flank and almost surrounded the entire right flank. The demoralized Crotone soldiers surrendered under the barricade in front and pursuit from behind. After the light infantry handed the captives to the heavy infantry, they continued their pursuit. At this time, the cavalry became the main force of the pursuit. Nearly 300 cavalrymen spread out under the leadership of Leds, crushing the routed soldiers back and forth. The Crotone soldiers were either knocked down by the galloping war horses and could not get up, or forced to change their escape route. In the end, the light infantry caught up to them and captured them. The fleeing Crotone soldiers were apprehensive along the way. In the end, many of them collapsed on the road due to exhaustion, or like the soldiers who had been captured once like Tratus, when they saw that there was no hope of escape, they simply squatted down and surrendered. In the end, all the light infantry of Daionia took up the task of escorting the captives. In the end, the Crotone soldiers fled into the swamp area. Many of them rushed into the dangerous area in panic. The Daionia cavalry followed them into the swamp, but because they were unfamiliar with the terrain, many horses got stuck in the mud, and because the sky was getting dark, they had to give up the pursuit. The battle that decided the fate of Daionia and Crotone came to an end. The Crotone side invested about 27,000 soldiers, but in the end, 7,000 were killed or wounded. Because it was a defeat, it was almost impossible for the injured soldiers to escape. About 12,000 were captured, and 8,000 fled the battlefield. Only less than 5,000 managed to escape back to Cremissa. More than 3,000 were lost in the forest and swamp. Some managed to escape after a few days, while others never made it out. Under the protection of his guards, Myron was lucky enough to escape back to Cremissa. The Daionia side also invested about 24,000 soldiers, but in the end, they only suffered more than 4,000 casualties. It was a glorious victory. On this day, the chief general of the city of Castellan, Amicles, had been watching the development of the entire battle anxiously. In order to ensure that the Daionia light infantry had sufficient firepower, the Devers had asked the city of Castellan to provide enough arrows and javelins. Therefore, Amicles was also responsible for organizing and transporting the army to the battlefield. When the Crotone troops were annihilated downstream, he received the news even earlier than the Devers. At that time, he excitedly told the members of the Council of Castellan that Dionia's victory was set in stone. After all, Crotone had been tyrannical in Greece for many years, and the city-states were deeply afraid of it. In addition, its main force was still intact, who knew if it would try to turn the tables. It was not until an hour later that countless bodies floated down the Trionta River, attracting the attention of the people of the city at the port. After the guards checked them one by one, they confirmed that they were Crotone soldiers. When the news spread, the uneasy hearts of the people of Castellan finally calmed down. There was no doubt that the Dionia alliance had won. The Dionia alliance had won. When the cheers resounded throughout the city, the shadow that Crotone's threat had cast in the hearts of the people of Castellan was finally removed. The general and the members of the council looked at each other with gratified smiles on their faces. Their decision to endure the threat of Crotone and take the risk to support Dionia was indeed the right decision. When the Devers led the army back to Castellan, the whole city was illuminated by candles. Amicles led the members of the council and the people out of the city to welcome them. The Devers were somewhat surprised by the grandeur of the scene. He hurriedly dismounted from his horse and walked on foot. Victory! The Dionia alliance! The crowd burst into deafening cheers like a tsunami. Congratulations, Lord Devers! It's unbelievable! You've achieved a glorious victory! Amicles congratulated the Devers from the bottom of his heart. It's all thanks to the blessing of the Hades. And all of you, the people of Castellan, did your best to help me. The Devers replied humbly. After this defeat, I'm afraid that Crotone will not be able to attack again. Amicles wanted to know what the Devers' next move was. The Devers, of course, understood the hidden meaning in his words. He smiled and said, if we don't take the opportunity to kill the injured lion, are we going to wait for it to recover before taking revenge? Tomorrow, we'll attack Cremissa, take it down, and go straight for Crotone. Amicles heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He then reminded the Devers, I think Crotone will ask for peace talks like the last time in exchange for the release of these captives. Peace talks? The Devers sneered as he looked at the 12,000 captives being escorted past him. Initially, he wanted to force these captives to be the vanguard tomorrow to attack Cremissa or even Crotone. He thought that the people of Crotone would definitely be cautious when faced with the attack of their own people. This would allow Dionia to easily take over these two cities. This was one of the common tactics used by the Mongols and Jurchens to conquer the world. During the War of Peloponnesus, Athens sent an army to Sicily. In the end, they were defeated by the allied forces of Syracuse and Sparta, and more than 6,000 people were captured. At that time, Sparta was faced with the difficult situation of being attacked passively at sea and being unable to break through the long wall of Athens on land. They also did not have the 6,000 captives to attack the city of Athens. If the Devers did so, he would be considered to have set a precedent. He was afraid that the words sinister and cruel would become his label. Not only would it make the city-states of Great Greece secretly vigilant, even the citizens of Dionia who originally respected him would gradually alienate him. This would undoubtedly be a major blow to the reputation of the Devers. Therefore, with a grand goal in mind, of course, he would not make this kind of mistake of throwing away watermelons and picking up sesame seeds. Since victory was already in his grasp, he did not mind taking Cremissa a little later. Therefore, as soon as the battle ended, he ordered a reserve brigade and more than 5,000 freedmen to escort the captives back to Turin, leaving only 2 legions and 2 reserve brigades to be stationed in Castellan. Compared to the previous night, the citizens of Castellan who were happy about the victory were more than willing to vacate their rooms. They even prepared a sumptuous dinner and invited the soldiers of Dionia to stay. Compared to the legions who entered Castellan, the soldiers and freedmen who were equally tired and hungry, and had to escort the captives and walk for another hour or two at night back to Turin were much more miserable. However, this was the first time they participated in a battle, and it was such a large-scale battle. As participants, they were all proud to be able to achieve victory. Not only did they walk with their heads held high, but even their scolding of the captives was sonorous and powerful. They wished they could immediately return to the city and find an acquaintance to boast about their heroic deeds. As captives, the Crotone people were in the most miserable state. In order to prevent them from escaping, all of their armor and clothes were stripped off. They hurried through the night naked. When a gust of sea breeze blew, they, who had long exhausted their body heat, could not stop trembling like a pendulum. Once they slowed down, the spears of the soldiers escorting them would lash at their bodies like whips, and the pain was unbearable. Krebs was also one of the captives. Even though he was lamenting his bad fate after becoming a captive once again, he was still glad that he was still alive compared to his comrades who had either died in battle or drowned. Hence, he comforted his fellow captives and said, "Even though the people of Dionia are despicable, they are trustworthy. As long as we do as they ask, we will definitely be able to return to Crotone alive." Even at night, the people of Turin still came out to greet the victorious troops. After a day of uneasy waiting, they saw the returning soldiers and Crotone prisoners, and they understood that the Dionysian army had won the battle. Unlike Castellan, most of the Turin people were shouting the name Devers to celebrate this hard-earned victory. This was because they knew that it was His Excellency the Consul who stood against the majority in the Senate and triggered this battle ahead of time. That was how they obtained the final victory. The senators heaved a sigh of relief, especially Felicius. As the chief military officer appointed by the Devers to guard Turin, he did not have a single soldier under him. He was constantly worried that the fleet of Crotone would see through their disguise and land at the port. Now, with the return of the 3 reserve brigades and the freedmen, he finally had some confidence. Furthermore, with this crushing defeat, the Crotone might not even be able to protect themselves. How would they dare to land and fight in Dionia's territory? Cunigurata and some of the Turin senators asked the soldiers about the entire battle. As Turin, the Dionia alliance's defeat of the Crotone gave them a sense of pride and satisfaction. That night, all those who participated in the battle, be it the reserve citizens or the freedmen, were regarded as heroes by the people of Dionia. They enjoyed warm cheers and lavish rewards. While they felt proud of themselves, they also strengthened their confidence to become citizens of Dionia. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, was sleeping soundly at home when he was woken up urgently. When he heard the news of the Crotone army's defeat, he could not believe his ears. Yesterday, he saw with his own eyes the huge fleet of Crotone at the port. There were nearly 40,000 troops. He included the freedmen and slaves who were transporting the supplies. It was an army that Greece had never seen before. They should have swept the Dionia alliance. How did Crotone lose in just one day? How could Dionia have more soldiers than Crotone? Did Tarentum join the battle? Antares, who had countless doubts in his mind, quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the north gate. Eurycbus, Predes, and the others were already waiting there. Under the illumination of the fire, the Crotone people were seen running from the north like stray dogs. Their footsteps were weak, and they were in a trance. Their faces were filled with panic and exhaustion. Their helmets were gone, their breastplates were thrown away, and their shields and spears were nowhere to be seen. They stumbled into the city gate and lay down on the ground. They shouted weakly, "Is there anything to eat? Is there anything to eat?" Seeing the pitiful state of the Crotone people, Antares and the others were instantly worried. Finally, they saw Myron, who had retreated. Although he was also in a sorry state, he was in good spirits. "General Myron, what should we do next?" Antares asked anxiously. This was the question that the Cremissa people were most concerned about at the moment. Myron did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving to death." When Antares and the others saw Myron and the escaping soldiers wolfing down the dry and cold bread, they more or less felt a little disdain in their hearts. Myron was not in the mood to observe what the Cremissa people were thinking. He ate while thinking about how to appease the Cremissa people. After trekking through the swamp, without the enemy chasing after them, he gradually regained his composure. On the way back, while regretting the series of mistakes he made before the battle due to underestimating the enemy, which led to the defeat of the battle, he had been thinking about how to deal with the attack of the victorious Dionia. Coromisa was undoubtedly the most important link to turn the situation around. He wiped the bread crumbs from his mouth with his hand, stood up and took in the expressions of the people around him. "Everyone. I'm sorry, we fell into the ambush of the Dionia. In the battle with them, we suffered a defeat. Although I don't know how many people we lost, it's definitely not less. Countless soldiers struggling in the water appeared in Myron's mind. He clenched his fists in pain, letting his nails dig into his palms until they bled. And the casualties of the Dionia soldiers are much less than ours, what? Everyone was shocked. An army of tens of thousands only caused little damage to the Dionysian army, while they suffered heavy losses. It was unbelievable. How did they fight this battle? Could it be that the Daonians have sent out more soldiers than we have? Or did Tarantum also join the battle? Antares asked anxiously. Myron smiled bitterly. He did not want to tell the truth, but even if he did not, when the Dionia arrived, the Cremissa people would soon find out. By then, they would be even more dissatisfied with the Crotone. It was better to be honest and let the Cremissa prepare early so that both sides could work together. So, he told the truth. The Dionia should have sent out about the same number of soldiers as us. Tarantum did not join the battle. Are you Crotone people made of flour? Why are you always so easily defeated by the Dionia? Predes roared angrily. He roared out the thoughts of the Cremissa leaders. The last failure put Cremissa in a difficult position. The Cremissa emissary finally made a promise: they would no longer be enemies with Cremissa, and only then did they rescue the captives. This time, Cremissa broke his promise and helped the Crotone attack Dionia, who had once spared Cremissa. If they failed again, what would Cremissa do? Myron opened his eyes wide and stared at him angrily. When he was young, he was a champion of the Olympia many times. Later, he served as the chief general of the Crotone for a long time. The power that he carried made Predes a little afraid. He avoided Myron's sharp gaze and boldly said, "If it wasn't for you Crotone people waging war against Dionia, saying that we will definitely teach Dionia a painful lesson. We Cremissa trusted our allies." The last agreement between Crotone and Dionia stipulated that Cremissa existed as a neutral city-state. But Cremissa was deeply influenced by Crotone and thought of itself as an ally of Crotone. That was why they declared war against Dionia. Now you have lost, and lost so miserably. What will Cremissa do now? That's right. If it wasn't for your coercion, how would we dare to provoke Dionia? Someone in the crowd echoed loudly. What coercion? You Crimeans still want to follow the Crotone and gain some benefits from Dionia. Myron sneered in his heart, but he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, it would only intensify the conflict. So what do you want? To negotiate with Dionia? Myron looked around at the crowd and solemnly said, now that Dionia has the upper hand, they will only want more. Will the Devers slaughter the people of Cremissa after they take down the city of Cremissa to avenge their mercenary comrades? Will they turn Cremissa into a city-state controlled by them like Nudum? After Myron finished, the faces of the people of Cremissa, including Adalos, turned ugly. Although Crotone has lost the battle, we can at least organize another 10,000 to 20,000 militia. If Dionia wants to attack the city, we will definitely give them a heavy blow. At that time, Dionia will not be able to attack for a long time and can only ask for peace talks. By then, we will have the upper hand. Maybe during the defense of Cremissa, we can find some opportunities to attack and defeat Dionia. After Myron finished, everyone fell into deep thought. Euripus said, so, Cremissa will become a battlefield again. This sentence reminded the leaders of Cremissa, but Myron quickly continued, yes, Castellan is the key to the next war, but it will be the Crotone soldiers who will defend it. If the people of Castellan feel that it is dangerous here, they can take a boat to Crotone to take shelter. We will provide them with good living conditions until the war is over. If there is any damage to houses and property in the city, Crotone will also pay compensation. Myron's thought was very thorough, leaving everyone speechless. His words also hinted at these people that Castellan was full of Crotone soldiers. Even if they wanted to negotiate with Dionia in private, they had to ask the spears and shields of the Crotone soldiers if they agreed. If they angered Crotone, the situation would only get worse. General Myron, Cremissa will fully support you in fighting against Dionia here. Antares quickly made a clear statement on behalf of the council. The next morning, the Devers and 2 legions and 2 reserve battalions, totaling about 16,000 people, this referred to the number of combat soldiers, not including the engineering battalion, medical battalion, supply battalion, cavalry, trumpeters, and drummers, marched to Kremissa. In the morning, the Dionysian army arrived at the swamp area. Devers left an engineering battalion behind to inspect the geography of the swamp, fill it up as soon as possible, build roads, and build bridges over the Rakuli River so that future convoys could pass through smoothly. At the same time, they also had to take into account the construction of the Castellan, Kremissa Avenue. In order to prevent the Crotone from attacking, he left 2 reserve troops to build a camp here. Apart from protecting the construction camp and the citizens of Castellan who were involved in the construction, they also had to protect the transport line. Then, the Devers took the lead and crossed the swamp area with the soldiers. In the afternoon, the Dionysian army entered Kremissa territory. At this time, the 5,000 Crotone soldiers on the city wall of Kremissa were already waiting. The Devers rode to the city of Kremissa. After observing for a while, they gave up the idea of attacking immediately and ordered to set up camp. The leader of the siege battalion immediately came to ask the Devers about the requirements of the camp. The Devers pointed at the city of Kremissa and said, "Surround it from the north first." The leader of the engineering battalion understood and immediately led the engineers to inspect the terrain, water sources, calculate the area of the camp according to the number of soldiers, and so on, and choose a location for the camp. Not long after, he and his subordinates began to insert a thin wooden pole every 20 meters from the city walls. Under the orders of the 2 commanders, Capus and Drax, other than the 2 troops in charge of guarding and Led's cavalry, the rest of the soldiers immediately became construction workers. Some were responsible for cutting wood, some for digging trenches, and some for building mud walls. The entire army started working in an orderly manner. Even the Devers picked up their pickaxes and joined in the digging. Myron noticed that the Dionysian army did not attack the city immediately. He was disappointed but also a little relieved. However, the scene of the Dionysian army building camp was so lively and spectacular, and the camp being so close to the city was beyond his expectations. He could not help but have an idea: sneak out of the city to attack. However, the 2 heavily armed heavy infantry of Dionia and the cavalry patrolling under the city made him give up the idea. He did not think that the Crotone soldiers, who had just experienced a defeat, would have the courage to leave the city and fight with the large number of Dionia in the field. He could see that the Dionia wanted to surround Castellan, but as long as they could buy time, he would agree with the other party's plan. The Dionia were very efficient in building their camp. By dusk, they had dug a trench that was 3 miles long and built mud walls, encircling the east, west, and north sides of Castellan. Now, some soldiers set up deer abatis in front of the trench, while others built tents inside the mud walls. Originally, the engineering battalion's pack carts had wood that could be quickly disassembled and assembled, allowing them to quickly build camp gates, sentry towers, and fences. This was the modular suggestion proposed by the Devers to the engineering battalion, and the result of repeated experiments by the engineers and carpenters. However, because the pack carts would easily sink into the mud in the swamp area, they could not be transported to Kremissa in time. Even so, Myron was amazed. Of course, he did not know that the military training program of Dionia specifically included building a camp. Seeing that the soldiers were even more nervous and uneasy, he finally made up his mind. Late at night, he decided to send 500 soldiers to attack the camp and create chaos while the Dionia were asleep from the long march and the tiredness of building the camp. Even if it was just a small setback, it would boost the low morale of the enemy. According to the observation of the warships at sea during the day, the north side of the Dionia camp was also dug a trench. Myron was afraid of landing on the coast to the north of the Dionia camp. If he was discovered, he would not be able to return, so he chose the south side of the camp near the sea. The 500 Crotone soldiers quietly approached the Dionia camp. When they were carefully passing through the area of the deer abatis, they were discovered by the hidden sentries hiding behind the mud walls with the light of the torches inserted in the mud walls. He quickly sneaked back to the tent and quietly woke up the platoon leader, and then the others in the tent one by one. "Laris, you've done well. Now, take my nameplate and rush to the rear camp. Inform the cavalry that there's an enemy attack here." The platoon leader, Septimus, praised the recruit who was still a probationary citizen. At the same time, he handed him an egg-sized iron statue of a three-headed dog engraved with the legion, company, and division numbers. "Yes, sir." Laris turned and ran out. Septimus ordered his men to continue to inform the other divisions and the company leader, Tertyrus, while he led a few soldiers to the bottom of the barricade to check the situation. When he found that there were not many enemies, he had an idea. The Crotone soldiers passed through the Dear Abattis area, climbed over the trenches, and climbed over the barricade. When they saw that there was still no movement in the enemy camp, they could not help but become excited. They began to light the kindling they carried with them. There was still some distance between the enemy's tent and the barricade, so they continued to move forward cautiously. Suddenly, the sawls of the soldiers walking in front suddenly sank. The sunken sawls were immediately pierced by sharp objects, and they could not help but scream. It turned out that behind the barricade, the Dionia soldiers had also set up obstacle belts. When the enemy broke through the camp walls, they could slow down the enemy's speed so that they could rearrange their defenses and counterattack. Taking advantage of the enemy's panic, the Dionia soldiers ran out from the back of the tent and threw a dense barrage of javelins at the Crotone soldiers. Many of them screamed and fell. The rest of the soldiers no longer had the courage to fight. They turned and fled in horror. The Dionia soldiers continued their pursuit through the safe passage of the obstacle belt. In the silence of the night, the sound of fighting was exceptionally clear. The Devers were woken up by the noise. They quickly put on their clothes and went out of the tent. Just then, the captain of the guards, Marcius, rushed to report. "Report, Lord Commander, the Crotone soldiers launched a sneak attack and were repelled by the 2nd Legion's 3rd Brigade. Lead's cavalry has already launched an attack. I believe the enemy will not be able to escape." The Devers nodded. Immediately, a map of the distribution of the various legions, brigades, and companies in the camp appeared in his mind. "The 2nd Legion's 3rd Brigade is Georges' brigade, right? I remember that his brigade is located at the easternmost side of the camp, near the estuary." "Yes, Lord Commander." Georges' brigade performed well. They strictly implemented the sentry duty system of the military law. After discovering the enemy, they responded quickly. They should be rewarded. The sentries who discovered the enemy in time should be rewarded. The Devers turned to the clerk, Aristocratic, who had just arrived. Aristocratic quickly recorded it down and reported it to the military judge the next day. "How are the other brigades doing?" the Devers asked again. All the brigades were notified in time. "They didn't cause any big movements," Marcius replied. The Devers was very satisfied with the smooth and orderly communication between the troops in the dark. Their strict daily training had played a role. He smiled and said, "Crotone wants to learn from us and carry out sneak attacks. Unfortunately, we are not Crotone. Everyone, go to sleep and rest well. We still have work to do tomorrow." With that, he turned around and entered the tent. Soon, he fell asleep. Marcius said a few words to the guards guarding the tent and then left. Only Aristocratic, who was new to the battlefield, could not calm down. He stared at the blazing brazier in front of the tent and spaced out for a while. It was stipulated in the military law of Dionia that a brazier should be erected in front of the tent of the supreme commander of the camp at night. According to the Devers' explanation, first, it was for the convenience of reporting the situation at night. Second, it was for the soldiers who were in chaos to be able to find the location of the commander at a glance when there were accidents such as night attacks or howls in the camp. This would help to stabilize their morale and reorganize the troops. In short, the commander was the source of the morale and hope of the entire army. Being able to see the commander's tent anytime and anywhere in the dark helped to eliminate their fear of the dark. Listening to the soft snoring of the Devers in the tent and feeling the heat from the brazier, the anxiety in Aristocratic's heart quickly dissipated. Out of the 500 men who left the city, only a few dozen managed to escape the encirclement of the Dionia cavalry and escaped back to the city. After Myron found out, he was stunned for a long time. The seemingly simple and incomplete camp of the Dionia was so heavily guarded that it was beyond his expectations. This lesson finally made him throw away his last hope and admit from the bottom of his heart that the troops of Dionia were well trained. Just as the Dionysian army arrived at the city of Cremissa, the news that the Crotone army had lost the battle and suffered heavy casualties Only 5,000 of them managed to escape back to Cremisa reached Ciudad Crotone, shocking the entire city. The first defeat was due to Melanchus' carelessness and the shameless sneak attack of the Amadorians. This time, Crotone had built a much stronger army than the last, and they had Chief General Myron, whom they trusted and was equally experienced and reliable, as the commander-in-chief. They thought they could redeem themselves, but the news that came back was even more depressing. The Crotone army suffered another crushing defeat, and more than 20,000 of them did not escape. Did they die in battle? Or were they captured? So far, there was no news. This time, every citizen's family in Crotone was worried about the life and death of their loved ones. At the same time, their pent-up anger erupted under the guidance of Dionia's spies. The citizens gathered and protested at the city hall, urging for an immediate citizens' meeting. Faced with the angry citizens who barged into the hall, the council was forced to respond to the citizens' demands, and the citizens' meeting was hastily held. At the meeting, the citizens angrily criticized the incompetence of the council's generals and councillors, which caused the Crotone army to lose again and again, putting the city in danger. They proposed to remove Chief General Myron from his position and bring him back to the city for trial. At the same time, they immediately started peace talks with Dionia and ransomed the captured public militia. The proposal was passed with the support of the majority of citizens. At this time, a messenger sent by Myron rushed back to Crotone, bringing a request that Dionia's army has surrounded Crimea. Myron requests reinforcements. This news immediately sent the citizens' meeting into a panic. As long as one was not an idiot, everyone understood that once Dionia seized Cremisa, they could smoothly enter the Crotone plains, destroy their farmlands, burn their villages, and advance directly to Ciudad Crotone. If the battle were to turn out this way, it would mean that the Crotone plains would be invaded by enemies from the north after the invasion of Sybaris 100 years ago. The peaceful lives of the people of Crotone plains for the past 100 years would be broken. This was unacceptable to the people. Reinforce Cremisa and defend the city of Cremisa became the consensus of Crotone's citizens, but all of the young citizens in the city had basically been transferred away. If they wanted to send more soldiers, they could only relax the military service age of 18 to 50 and recruit free citizens at the same time. Fortunately, they were only defending the city. As long as they knew how to shoot arrows and throw javelins, it would be fine. This was precisely what the free people and sailors were good at, so it was not a problem to gather a considerable number of reinforcements. But the generals were a problem, because all the citizens who could fight were in Myron's army, including Myron himself. The citizens debated for a long time and finally reached an agreement. They elected a few candidates, but the ones who were chosen refused to take up their posts. When the people criticized them, they argued, even people like Myron and Philadelphus, who are good at fighting, have failed. How can people like us, who rarely go to the battlefield, command an army that lacks citizen soldiers to resist the attack of the Dionia? It's not that we don't want to take responsibility and fulfill our obligations as citizens, but we are worried that we can't be competent for this important position and let our city suffer another disaster. After they finished speaking, the citizens' assembly of thousands of people suddenly fell into a dead silence. The people of Crotone, who were good at fighting, were in a predicament where they had no generals to use. At this time, Lucius stood up and said in a deep voice, "Citizens, you all know that Myron and I often have disputes because of some issues, and our relationship is not good. But I also have to respect Myron's contribution to the city. He has led the army to repel the invasion of the Alliance by the Brudi many times, and twice forced Rockley to withdraw from the territory of Coruña. This is also an important reason why you have elected him as the chief general so many times. To be honest, his military talent has always made me very jealous. But now he has failed. Myron, who has always won more than he lost, and is steady in doing things, has actually suffered a crushing defeat in the battle that decides the fate of the city. Do you believe that he was careless and treated this important battle as a game?" Nicias' words made the impatient citizens fall into deep thought. Of course not, this can only mean that the military talent of the consul Devers of Dionia is stronger. Yes, at this point, this is a fact that any person of Crotone has to admit and face bravely. Nicias sighed and said loudly again, "After the defeat half a year ago, I think you all should understand this person, the Devers. Since he led the mercenaries to Turiai, he has won all the battles that he personally commanded, and several times, he won with fewer troops. That's why there is today's Dionia alliance. Now, is there a citizen of Crotone who is more capable than Myron, who is more capable of fighting against the consul Devers of Dionia? Although the pale citizens whispered to each other, no one stood up to recommend themselves. If there isn't, why not let Myron continue to lead the army? I believe that Myron, who has already suffered a defeat, will definitely learn from this, and for the sake of Crotone, and for himself, defend Cremissa with all his might. Citizens, Crotone is facing its biggest crisis in 100 years. I hope that you can put aside your likes and dislikes for others, and out of the public will, elect the right person to defend our city. Nicias shouted. His words were obviously effective. In a new round of elections in the Citizen Assembly, Myron became the commander-in-chief with a small majority of votes, but his position as chief general was stripped, and he would have to be interrogated after the war ended. Having obtained a satisfactory result, Nicias' expression was not relaxed, because he knew that he would soon meet with the Devers again as an emissary. In just a few days, the whole situation had been reversed. Nicias still remembered what the Devers had said when he left Turiai, and now it had come true. Early the next morning, the Dionysian army did not attack, but continued to improve the camp. Not only did they set up traps in front of the camp, but some soldiers had also begun to build wooden bridges over the Umbria River to protect the construction camp. Myron witnessed all this from the city wall, and he was surprised. The Devers who had been cunning with their troops could actually calm down and continue to build the camp. Were they really going to besiege him? He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he did not dare to send the few troops he had to attack. In the afternoon, Myron was finally relieved. The 5,000 reinforcements of Crotone were transported to the city of Cremissa through the fleet, making the number of troops in the city more than 10,000. At the port, he also saw Nicias disembarking with the soldiers, and his expression changed. The council really sent you for peace talks? No, Myron. Nicias' negative answer made Myron breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately said, "The Citizens' Assembly sent me for peace talks." At the mention of the Citizens' Assembly, Myron's expression became even uglier. He said solemnly, "I don't think the people of Dionia, who have the upper hand, will agree to a truce and peace talks at this time. Even if they agree, the conditions they put forward must be very harsh." "You're right, but the people of Crotone are eager to know the safety of their loved ones. I have no choice but to come. However, it is also necessary to try to understand the demands of the people of Dionia first." Nicias shrugged helplessly. Hearing Nicias' words, Myron's face twitched. He coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "I heard that at the Citizens' Assembly. It was your speech that saved me from being escorted back to my country now. In fact, like the other people, I can't wait for you to be put on trial and vent the anger of those who died in this battle. But Crotone urgently needs you now, for the sake of the city, and for your own sake. I hope you can win a few battles in the next battle and lay a good foundation for future peace talks." Nicias' sincere words made Myron feel ashamed. He did not speak but just clenched his fists. Then Nicias, accompanied by Myron, went to the top of the city wall. He held the battlements and looked forward. Not far below the city was the camp of Dionia. From east to west, there was a continuous line of tents. Not only were they neatly arranged, one camp after another, but there were also trenches, mud walls, fences, sentry towers, and so on. Even Nicias, who did not know much about military affairs, could feel the tight security of the Dionia camp from the top of the city wall. Myron saw that Nicias' expression was solemn, so he said, "I think these Dionia people are really not like the Greeks. We Greeks like to fight, but we don't like to do these dirty and tiring jobs after the battle." But as soon as the Dionia people arrived here, they kept digging holes and building nests like rats. It only took them a little more than a day to build this big camp. They even caused me to suffer when I sent hundreds of soldiers to attack them last night. Now they are still building a bridge over the river. They must want to build a camp on the south bank as well to completely besiege Cremissa. Myron paused for a moment and said loudly, "Now that we have this batch of reinforcements, I want to teach the arrogant Dionia a lesson." The troops who were ordered to cross the river to the south bank to protect the construction camp and build the bridge were the 2nd and 3rd Brigades of the 1st Legion. The commander was Martones. This was Martones's active request to the Devers. In the last battle, he was the commander of the reserve team and almost did not get to fight. This time, he wanted to perform well. Martones cursed the cowardly Crotone soldiers and helplessly allowed some of the soldiers to participate in the construction of the bridge. The Umbria River was neither too wide nor too deep, and with sufficient manpower, the soldiers on both sides of the river were about to finish building a wooden bridge under the direction of the engineers according to the steps in the military law. However, Martones received a report from the cavalry scouts. About 8,000 Crotone light infantry were attacking him. His listless face was suddenly filled with vigor. "Brothers, get up, there's a war coming." The kind of person led the kind of soldiers. The soldiers who had been lying on the ground and resting immediately stood up, put on their equipment, and quickly approached the earthen rampart, looking out excitedly. The soldiers who were building the bridge also heard the news and quickly rushed back. Not long after, they saw the figures of the Crotone soldiers. After Myron fled back to Cremissa, he specifically asked the few surviving soldiers under Philadelphus and came to a shocking conclusion: Philadelphus' army was defeated by the light infantry of Dionia. Now, he had the advantage of having fewer heavy infantry and more light infantry, which was why he decided to learn the enemy's tactics. He even let some of the sailors from the fleet docked at the port of Cremissa join the expedition. 8,000 men came ashore from the south bank of the Umbria River. Under his leadership, they marched along the Umbria River and attacked the garrison on the south bank of Dionia. Seeing the trenches and earthen walls built by the Dionia soldiers, Myron laughed. The Dionia soldiers had tied their hands and feet, which was more conducive to the light infantry's attack. 200 meters away from the Dionia soldiers, he spread out his troops and surrounded the temporary defensive camp of Dionia, which had its back to the Umbria River and was in a semicircular shape. At his command, the archers advanced to within 100 meters and began to throw arrows. For the Dionia heavy infantry who were protected by the mud wall, the rain of arrows did not cause much damage to them. They only needed to place their round shields on the wall to cover their heads. The Dionia soldiers even joked, "The Crotone must know that we're running out of arrows in the last battle, so they're kind enough to send us arrows." However, the Dionia heavy infantry's relaxed mood soon disappeared. The Crotone light infantry continued to advance. At a distance of about 50 meters, the accuracy of their arrows greatly increased. Of course, the heavy infantry of Aurea, who had round shields and mud walls to protect them, did not suffer much damage. However, when Crotone's javelin throwers continued to advance 20 to 30 meters forward, the Dionia heavy infantry began to feel the pressure. Of course, crouching behind the mud wall would not cause them any damage. In any case, the enemy was light infantry and would not dare to fight them head-on. However, being a coward was not Martones's style. Moreover, once they hid behind the mud wall, they would not be able to understand the enemy's movements at all. What if the enemy bypassed the defense line and went down the river to burn down the wooden bridge that was under construction? Martones was now the commander of the South Coast troops. He knew what his responsibility was. "Javelin!" He roared and stood up from behind the mud wall. He quickly put down his round shield and leaned back. Without a running start, he threw the javelin in his hand more than 20 meters away, piercing through the chest of a Crotone javelin thrower. He then immediately crouched down. The Dionia soldiers who had been suppressed by the archers immediately began to fight back when they received Martones's order. Countless javelins flew over the mud wall and the trenches, piercing into the Crotone formation and splattering blood everywhere. The arrows and javelins of Crotone also rained down on the Dionia heavy infantry. The casualties on both sides began to increase. Myron stood in front of the archers and observed the development of the battle. He began to understand the benefits of using a large number of light infantry to attack the heavy infantry. Unfortunately, the Dionia heavy infantry were not the traditional Greek heavy infantry. The javelins they threw caused great damage to the Crotone's javelin throwers, who had weak defense. There was a large difference in the casualty ratio between the two sides. However, Myron believed that it was worth it to trade a few light infantry for a heavy infantry. The Crotone did not lack free sailors, but they lacked citizens who could serve as heavy infantry. "Captain Epitines, the enemy on the south coast is attacking fiercely. Captain Martones hopes for reinforcements." The messenger brought Martones's message. Got it. Epictetus frowned and replied. He thought for a moment and said, Apialex. Yes, sir. I want you to lead the catapults and cross the river immediately to support Matones. Epictetus looked at his captain and ordered, remember. Do not enter Matones' camp. The narrow camp will make it impossible for you to avoid the attack of Crotone's large number of light infantry. You have to go around the enemy's perimeter and attack them with the long range of the catapults. Understood, Captain. Apialex quickly gathered his men. The structure of the light infantry brigade in the Legion of Dionysia, the 7th Brigade, was different from that of the heavy infantry. According to the military law, the heavy infantry brigade had 5 companies under its jurisdiction. Each company had 200 people, for a total of 1,000 people. As for the light infantry brigade, although it also had 1,000 people, there were only 3 companies. They were the Stone Throwers Company, the Archers Company, and the Javelin Soldiers Company. The number of people under each company was not fixed. This was because light infantry was more skilled than heavy infantry. Javelin throwers were better, but archers and catapults would not be able to become light infantry without long-term training. Therefore, the composition of the light infantry brigade in the Legion of Dionysia was based on the actual situation of the area it was in. For example, the light infantry brigade in the 1st Legion had about the same number of people, but its javelin throwers were actually Thracian light shieldsmen. The 2nd Legion was mainly made up of Thurii citizens. Most of them were freedmen and sailors, so they had more archers and some light shieldsmen. The Legio III was mainly made up of Lucarians, so they had more javelin throwers. Since the formation of the light infantry was loose and flexible, and they rarely came into direct contact with the enemy, it did not affect the commander too much. Captain, Apialex took the catapults with him. Will the Crotone warships that are anchored in the river see that our numbers have dwindled, and seize the opportunity to go up the river and destroy the wooden bridge we just built? Xanaris said worriedly. I really hope they come. Even if we have fewer soldiers, I'm confident we can destroy them. We can't attack or retreat like we are now. We can't go and help our comrades on the other side of the river. Epictetus said angrily. Since they won't come, we can just attack them. One of Epictetus' bodyguards, a handsome young man, interrupted. Epictetus gently slapped him on the back of the head and laughed, Idiot, the place where the enemy's warships are anchored is low on the river bank. If we attack those warships there, it'll be like attacking the enemy on the city wall. We'll suffer great losses while the enemy suffers little. Why would I fight when I know I'll be at a disadvantage? We're on high ground, and there's a barricade on the river. Would the enemy do something so stupid when they know they'll be attacked if they row here? The handsome bodyguard retorted. Epictetus was speechless for a moment. He then nudged the bodyguard and laughed, Not bad, you've improved a lot. Then, he sighed helplessly. It seems like we're stuck with the enemy's warships. I thought it would be a simple task for the commander to ask us to protect the wooden bridge, but now it seems like it's really troublesome. While Myron and Martones were fighting, the Devers had already received the news. Although they were surprised that Myron dared to attack with only light infantry, they were not worried. Inform Leds that his cavalry will temporarily be under the command of the 1st Legion. I believe that Capus will be able to force the enemy to retreat soon. Capus, the commander of the 1st Legion, who had received the Devers' permission, immediately mobilized 3 heavy infantry battalions and a cavalry unit to cross the river quickly. He wanted to circle to the rear of the Crotone and cut off their retreat. However, when Myron learned that Dionia's reinforcements were about to arrive, he decisively ordered a retreat since he had the upper hand. The battle ended hastily. Of the 2,000 heavy infantry led by Martones, 500 were killed or wounded, most of them were injured. More than 700 of Myron's 8,000 men were killed or wounded. But Martones thought that he had suffered a loss, while Myron thought that Crotone had won a small victory because they had dealt a blow to the arrogance of the Dionia, which would definitely slow down their progress in building their camp and besieging Cremissa. But when Myron returned to the city, he immediately received bad news. A large army was coming from the north and was entering the Dionia camp. They must be the reinforcements from Nidum. Myron immediately became nervous. In fact, not only did 5,000 soldiers from Nidum enter the Dionia camp, but there were also 3,000 soldiers from Laus's alliance, which brought the frontline strength of Dionia to 22,000. The Dionia camp, which was already in high morale, was now filled with cheers. The Devers went out of the camp to welcome Laos's consul, Avenogis, as well as the Legio III's 1st Brigade Captain Bagul, adjutant assists, 2nd Brigade Captain Lazaru, and many other senior officers. "Lord Commander, we're late." Assists bowed respectfully and said apologetically, "Sir Commander, don't worry and leave the rest of the battle to us. Our brothers of Legio III have long been eager to participate in the battle and make contributions." Bagul patted his chest and said loudly, don't worry, there are plenty of battles for you to participate in." The Devers said jokingly, "You should report to your Legion commander first. He, the Legion commander who is short of soldiers, misses you so much that he's calling your names in his dreams." Everyone laughed, even the usually expressionless Hieronymus grinned at this time. "Sir Avenogis, thank you for your full support for Dionia. You personally led the army to participate in the battle." The Devers stepped forward and saluted Avenogis to express their sincere gratitude. "It's my, Laos, responsibility as a member of the Dionia Alliance to send troops to participate in the battle." Avenogis hurriedly returned the salute and said, "In Turin, I heard that Sir Devers once again defeated the Crotone army's brilliant record. This is another miracle of winning with fewer troops. Sir Devers's military talent amazes me. I believe that the warriors of Laos will follow Dionia to obtain more victories. As long as we, the Dionia Alliance, are united as one, there will be no lack of victories." The Devers replied passionately, "You're right, Sir Devers." Avenogis immediately nodded in agreement. At this time, assists interrupted, "Sir Commander, I almost forgot one thing. When we led the army through the swamp area, the engineering battalion was almost done repairing the road through the swamp area. They will be able to transport the supplies here tomorrow." "That's great," the Devers said happily. Following the Devers into the big tent were 1st Legion Commander Capus, 2nd Legion Commander Drax, Legio III Commander Hieronymus, Legio III 1st Battalion Commander Bagul, 3rd Legion Commander Adjutant Assists, and Lars Consul Avenogis. In the middle of the big tent was an unusually smooth wooden table with a large map of southern Greece drawn on it. "Capus, please introduce the latest battle situation to the newly arrived comrades," said the Devers. "Yes, sir." Capus came to the wooden table and found the Cremissa mark on the map. He pointed at it and said, "After the Crotone army was defeated in the battle, according to the information obtained from the interrogation of the captured soldiers, it is estimated that about 7,000 people escaped from the battlefield. They probably escaped back here." Capus glanced at the people who were listening to him carefully and continued, "After that, our 1st and 2nd legions, a total of 14,000 people, rushed outside the city of Cremissa, built camps, and surrounded Cremissa from the east, west, and north. Today, when we were building a bridge over the Umbria River, the troops on the south bank were attacked by nearly 7,000 light infantry, which means that Cremissa received reinforcements from Crotone within a day. The number of troops in the city may have reached 14,000. And your arrival has brought the total number of our soldiers to 22,000. Avenogis and the rest gathered around the wooden table, listening to Capus while staring at the map. "I'm afraid it will be difficult for 22,000 people to take down a city defended by 14,000 soldiers," Avenogis said based on his past experience. "We don't have to take down Cremissa." Capus's words stunned the newcomers. "If we don't take down Cremissa, how are we going to attack Crotone?" Bagul asked in surprise. "Surround it." Capus pressed his right hand on Cremissa on the map and drew a circle. "If we attack Cremissa, with Crotone's 14,000 soldiers defending it, not only will we suffer heavy casualties, but if we can't defend Cremissa, Crotone might escape back to Ciudad Crotone by boat and hide in the city, which will make it more difficult for us to attack next. Let them stay and let Cremissa scatter Crotone's troops, and we can split our forces." Capus's finger slid to the south of Cremissa, which was the northern plains of Crotone. Avenogis, Bagul, Assists, and Lazaru stared at the map with their eyes wide open, deep in thought. "What if Crotone finds out that we have fewer people and attacks the camp?" Avenogis asked worriedly. The others laughed at the same time. "We welcome them to come out and have a taste of our Dionia's defenses," Drax said confidently. "If we don't attack Cremissa, Crotone might notice our intentions. What if they retreat to Crotone to defend?" Assists raised his own question. Who says we won't attack? We will put pressure on Cremissa with appropriate attacks. By the time they realize something is wrong, the troops we sent out will have already messed up Crotone's territory. When they retreat to Crotone, we can easily take down Cremissa. In short, according to the commander, we have to actively mobilize Crotone's troops to run back and forth, so they can't concentrate their forces to fight us. Capus explained. That's great. I think this must be the plan that Master Devers came up with. This is the first time I've seen such an ingenious military plan. We don't have to fight to the death, and we can easily achieve our goal. Avanogus praised half sincerely. His words were unanimously agreed upon by everyone. The Devers smiled and said in a serious tone, Now I'm most worried about one thing, our food supply? The taciturn Hieronymus interjected. For the past 2 days, he had been staying with the army's supply camp alone, so he had some understanding of the situation. That's right. The Devers looked at him with admiration and said with a serious expression, The rations the soldiers brought are almost finished. Next, we have to rely on the food from the rear. To meet the needs of 22,000 people, we will need a huge amount of food. The distance between Turiae and Cremissa is nearly 100 miles. We can't protect such a long transportation line. If Crotone realizes this, their warships will be able to land on any coast and attack our supply convoys. They might even destroy our villages and slaughter our citizens. It will be a huge problem for us. So we have to complete our plan as soon as possible so that Crotone can't cope. Hieronymus. Yes. Immediately lead Legio III to build a camp on the south bank and besiege Cremissa. Yes. Drax. Yes, sir. Take out 3 brigades from the 2nd Legion and assist Master Avanogus' troops to build a camp on the south bank. I want you to build a preliminary camp by tonight and completely besiege Cremissa. Yes, sir. That afternoon, more than 10,000 Ionia soldiers crossed the wooden bridge and began to take turns to build a camp on the south bank of the Umbria River. Myron did not rashly send out troops to attack. In the evening, the camp on the south bank was initially built. At this point, the Dionia camp was in a huge semicircle, surrounding the city of Cremissa. Except for the port, which faced the sea and could not be surrounded, the rest was surrounded by the Dionia camp. By the next morning, the Dionia soldiers continued to improve their camp facilities, while the Crotone envoy, Lucius, arrived at the north camp of Dionia. He was masked and brought into the tent of the Devers. Master Lucius, I'm very sorry. You and I are at war, so we have to use this method. The Devers apologized, but there was no trace of apology on his face. Instead, like a hound that saw fresh meat, he showed an excited look. I remember we just met 4 days ago. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Don't tell me you brought some harsh conditions to threaten Dionia again? Of course, Lucius heard the strong sarcasm in the Devers' words, but he pretended not to hear it and said directly, Master Devers, I'm here to negotiate peace. Crotone is willing to sign a truce agreement with Dionia and compensate Dionia for their losses in the war. I only hope that the war between Crotone and Dionia can be quelled so that peace and tranquility can be restored to Greece. The Devers laughed, You Crotone people can start a war whenever you want and stop a war whenever you want. Do you think this is a war game for children? Lucius asked calmly, So what conditions are there for Dionia to accept a truce? Conditions? The Devers snorted coldly, dispelling the impulsiveness on his face. He paced back and forth a few steps, and when he looked at Lucius again, his bright eyes had regained their usual shrewdness. Do you remember what I said when you left last time? My conditions are the same as the conditions you mentioned in the Great Hall of the Senate of Turiae. It's very simple. Hearing this, Lucius' heart skipped a beat. First, Crotone must compensate Dionia 5,000 talent silver in a lump sum. Second, the Crotone alliance must be dissolved, and Crotone must not ally with any other city-states in the future. Third, Cremissa must be incorporated into the Dionia alliance. After listening to each condition, Lucius' face turned uglier. In the end, he shook his head decisively, Your conditions are too harsh. The Crotone alliance will not accept them. It's better if they don't accept them. The soldiers of Dionia still want to win more victories to get more rewards from the alliance. The Devers looked indifferent, but his words contained more threats. "We'll just have to wait and see," Divers said with a relaxed smile. He did not take Lysias' threat seriously at all. "But I have to remind you that the next time you come, the conditions I propose won't be as good as the ones I'm proposing now. Also, I want to remind you that Crotone's enemies are not just Dionia alone. If the war continues, who knows what will happen." Lucius was shocked when he heard this. At noon, the first batch of food caravans arrived at the barracks. The Devers breathed a sigh of relief and brought a letter written by Cunegurata. The letter mentioned that the emissary of Rockley had arrived in Turiai and proposed to the Senate that Rockley and Dionia form an alliance against Crotone. The Senate did not reply for the time being, citing the absence of the consul. The emissary was tired from the journey and fell ill with a high fever. He was being treated in the hospital and could not go south to find the Devers in a short time. Cunegurata put forward his opinion at the end of the letter: "Regardless of whether the consul has the competence to deal with Crotone independently or not, please take into account that the strength of Rockley's city-state is second only to Crotone. It has the strong support of Syracuse. Destroying or severely weakening Crotone will allow Rockley to take the opportunity to annex Crotone's allies. This will create a stronger enemy for Dionia." The Devers read it several times and then picked up another letter. This was a confidential letter from Aristides and was delivered to the Devers through a special channel. The letter mainly mentioned some of the things that happened in Turiai over the past few days, including the arrival of Rockley's emissary. In addition, it also mentioned what happened around Dionia. For example, after Consul Diomyrus of Tarentum led his army to take down Manduria, he let Archital lead his army to attack Brindisi and continued to fight fiercely with the Messapi. Potentia was gathering the surrounding tribes and seemed to be preparing to attack the Grimentum south. The last piece of news attracted the Devers' great attention. General Dionysius of Syracuse led 80,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 400 warships to fight Carthage. Including the war between Dionia and Crotone, the entire Greek world of the western Mediterranean was at war at the beginning of the year. 80,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, 400 warships? The Devers' eyes widened as he carefully confirmed the numbers on the letter. Although he knew that Syracuse was the most powerful Greek state in the western Mediterranean, the powerful strength it showed at the moment still made the Devers' heart jump. After all, Syracuse was located on Sicily, but it was not far from Turiai. It could be reached in 2 or 3 days by boat. When Thyaron, the brother of the dictator Dylan, who created the glory of Syracuse, succeeded as the tyrant, there was a precedent of interfering in the internal affairs of other Greek city-states. The Devers could not help but be vigilant. He picked up Cunegurata's letter again, read it carefully again, and then pondered for a long time. After Lysias returned to Cremissa, he naturally talked to Myron about his talks with the consul Devers of Dionia. Myron was angry that the people of Dionia dared to put forward such harsh conditions for peace talks to Crotone. At the same time, he felt extremely guilty. For the whole morning, Myron observed the situation of the Dionia barracks on the city wall, thinking about ways to defeat the enemy. Whether it was on the south coast or the north coast, the soldiers of Dionia continued to build camps and continued to move the defensive line forward. Trenches, antlers, traps, and so on were laid at intervals, giving people the feeling that it was not them who wanted to attack Cremissa, but the people of Crotone who wanted to attack them. Myron sometimes lamented, what means did the commander of the Dionysian army use to make such brave, ruthless, and opinionated militia willingly continue to do such hard and dirty work? If it were the soldiers of Crotone, they would have quit long ago and caused trouble. At noon, the commander of Crotone's fleet, Escamas, arrived at the port of Cremissa. Myron finally got excited because Escamas, one of the 10 generals of Crotone, was also a good friend of Myron and the representative of the radicals. Myron believed that he would agree to his plan and help him. After sending off Escamas and receiving his affirmative reply, Myron could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lie down and rest for a while, a guard came in to report that the enemy outside the north gate was moving. Before this, the soldiers of Dionia had been working a few hundred meters away from the north gate, but now they had advanced to within 100 meters. They were just outside the shooting range of the Crotone light infantry on the city wall. They began to flatten the ground, tamp down the soil, and tidy up a large piece of flat land. At the same time, there were heavily armed light infantry on both sides of them to prevent the defenders from sneaking out of the city. There were no catapults in this era. At such a distance, with the moat and the city wall as a barrier, it was impossible for them to cause any harm to the city of Crimea. Therefore, the soldiers of Crotone watched curiously from the city wall without much nervousness. Myron was also watching all this. He was already a little tired, and he also wanted to know what the Dionia people were trying to do. The soldiers of Dionia began to carry tree trunks that were 4 or 5 meters long and placed them on the edge of the flat land. They drove the tree trunks into the soil at intervals, then connected and fixed them with ropes. Soon, a wooden frame about 30 meters long and 5 meters wide was made. Are the Dionia people trying to build houses here? Aren't they afraid that we'll burn them down? A soldier of Crotone joked, immediately causing a burst of laughter. The soldiers of Dionia carried heavy sacks on their backs and placed them one by one on the edge of the wooden frame. The sacks were stacked neatly, ha ha ha. I think the people of Dionia not only want to build houses, they also want to make bread, because those are sacks used to carry grain flour. Another soldier of Crotone made a witty remark, causing another burst of laughter. As there were thousands of soldiers of Dionia involved in the work, they built a wall with sacks in the blink of an eye. The height of the wall quickly reached the same height as the city wall of Crimea, and it was still growing. Seeing this, Myron's expression changed drastically. His adjutant next to him shouted, "Oh no, the enemy is building a high wall to attack us." Seeing the scene in front of them, the soldiers of Crotone, who were watching the scene before them, understood what was going on. They began to panic. There were many powerful catapults in the light infantry of Dionia, and their shooting range was already relatively long. Now, the people of Dionia had used a clever method to quickly build a platform that was nearly 2 meters higher than the 4-meter-high city wall of Crimea. This meant that their light infantry could scale the high wall and use the height to attack the soldiers on the wall of Crimea with arrows and stones. Once the enemy attacked the city, their catapults and archers could stand on the high platform and attack the defending soldiers on the wall. This would cause the defenders on the wall to be busy dodging the attacks and have no time to defend the wall. At this moment, Myron was sweating profusely. This platform must be destroyed, but he also knew that the enemy would defend it to the death, so he decided to launch the raid in the evening. Soon, he saw the people of Dionia began to dig trenches around the high platform and used the excavated soil to fill the gaps in the middle of the platform. Myron was a little mad. The people of Dionia were simply rats, always thinking about digging holes to save their lives. At dusk, the people of Dionia built a small camp around the high wall. Myron finally gave up on the decision to launch a sneak attack. He did not want to waste the lives of his soldiers on this hopeless operation. In his heart, he already had a trace of intention to leave. Early the next morning, the bugle of the north camp of Dionia sounded. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion carried ladders and formed small phalanxes, forming a fish-scale formation 100 meters away from the city wall. Devers stepped on the slope made of soil and stood on the high platform for the first time. He subconsciously stomped his feet twice and felt that it was relatively stable. When he first saw the city of Crimea, he had the idea of building a high platform. The 3-meter-high city wall was indeed too short. But it was not easy to build a wall with soil that was higher than the city wall because it was prone to collapse. Fortunately, the engineers came up with a good idea. They used tree trunks and ropes as a framework, used sacks of soil as support, and then filled it with soil. It was fast and sturdy. Devers looked down from above and could see the situation on the northern wall of Crimea. Seeing that the opposite wall was full of soldiers, Dave said to Epitines, who was next to him, "Can our archers hit the enemy?" "Commander, there's no problem at all," Epitines said confidently. Devers nodded. "Then let's attack." "Fire!" Epitines ordered, and the archers on the high platform began to shoot the first round of arrows. The catapults at the rear, next to the archers, also began to swing the catapults in their hands. The siege had finally begun. Myron, who was standing on the north wall, was full of fighting spirit. Facing the arrows and flying stones flying towards him, he shouted, "Defend!" On this section of the city wall facing the high platform, he deliberately arranged for heavy infantry to defend the city wall. They all raised their round shields to protect their heads. There was a newly built village on the southern bank of the Krati River in the Sabari Plain. Augilus was the village chief. This was the lowest official in the current administrative system of Dionia. According to the newly promulgated law, the village chief was elected by the citizens of the village for a term of 1 year. As a result, in this new village, which was made up of dozens of families who were mostly probationary citizens, Augilus was elected without a doubt. This was because he was one of the mercenaries who followed the Devers to Turin. During the battle against the Lucania coalition, his left leg was seriously injured, and he became a cripple after he recovered. After the Tua alliance was established, when the Devers came to visit the wounded soldiers, he made a request. He wanted to change the land assigned to him in Amendola to the south bank of the Krati River. Initially, he just wanted to be as far away from his lively comrades as possible, so as not to be reminded of the past. With the influx of people, the farmland on the Zubari Plain was developed, and new villages sprang up quickly on the flat and fertile plain like bamboo shoots after a rain. Originally, in the eyes of the dozens of new families, Augilus was a serious and unapproachable person. However, under the supervision of a notary sent by the Senate, Augilus was easily elected as the village chief. Only then did everyone know that he was a veteran mercenary who followed Hades, a benevolent consul, and an undefeated General Devers. They immediately looked at him in awe. Augilus was a serious person. Since he had become the chief of the village, he had to fulfill his duties, maintaining order in the village, resolving disputes between the villagers, educating the villagers on morals and customs, checking the farming in the village, reminding the villagers to participate in military training on time, supervising their military service, paying taxes, recording the population growth, and guarding against epidemics. He was in charge of everything. Every morning, he got up early, walked to every corner of the village with a cane, and sometimes even dragged his injured leg, jumping into the mud with the villagers to repair the canals. After a few months, the entire village praised his performance. When they saw him, they all looked at him with sincere respect, which made him rediscover the meaning of his life and struggle. After the war between Crotone and Ionia, all the adult males in the village went to war. Spring was the planting season, so there was obviously a shortage of labor. Although every family had slaves, agriculture was different from industry. There were not many fields, and the output was not high. Having too many slaves would only waste money and food. When labor was really tight, they could rent slaves to get through the busiest period. Therefore, every family only had 1 or 2 household slaves. Augilus went to the Turin Senate, registered, and brought back 30 city-state slaves to help the village with farm work. In the whole village, except for Augilus, the disabled man, the women, the elderly, and the children, the rest were all slaves, mostly strong male slaves. But Augilus was not worried that these slaves would cause trouble, because the law of the League stipulated that every year, on the celebration day of the founding of the League of the Cities of Dionia, October 30th, a group of city-state slaves who worked hard and performed well would be granted freedom in front of the Temple of Hades. This was a reward for their obedience, and it also showed the mercy of the Hades. Since the law was promulgated, the city-state slaves became more enthusiastic about their work, and their efficiency doubled. For the household slaves in the countryside, it was not easy for farmers to have a slave, and they relied heavily on the slave, so they naturally cherished the slave very much. They often treated the slave like family. The longer the time, the closer the bond between the two parties would be, and the greater the freedom the slave would have. As long as the master was wealthy and could pay the ransom required by the League, many of the slaves would be freed before their master passed away. After being freed, these slaves would often return to their master's house and continue to help with the household chores as servants. With the help of the slaves, the spring plowing of the entire village was done well. Of course, when he was free, Augilus would comfort the women and the elderly in the village who were worried about their loved ones who were going to war. One day, because the water wheel in the village was broken, Augilus rushed to the city of Turin early in the morning to find someone to fix it. After making an appointment with a skilled carpenter, he hurried home. As soon as he opened the door, the female slave at home immediately came up to him and told him, "Madam is sleeping now. She didn't vomit today." Only then did Augilus relax. He had fought on the battlefield for most of his life, and he thought he would die in the wilderness or be alone for the rest of his life. He did not expect that after coming to Greece with the Devers, he would become a citizen of the city, get a share of the land, marry a wife, start a family, and now have children. This was really a blessing from the Hades. When he heard the news from the doctor, he was so happy that he danced with joy. He even used his savings to buy a female slave to take care of his pregnant wife. "Master, please drink some water." The female slave obediently held a wooden cup of water. Augilus, who felt thirsty, did not drink it immediately. He asked, "Is it boiled?" In the past, Greeks were used to drinking unboiled water, but the skilled Dr. Helpus had repeatedly urged citizens to drink boiled water, insisting that this would reduce the number of illnesses. Augilus was no stranger to this. When he was marching in Persia, the Devers had been strict with their mercenaries like this. For the sake of his unborn child, he needed to take care of his body. The female slave nodded, and he drank it without worry. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open with a loud sound, and a young boy rushed in. Augilus stared at him and was about to scold him. The boy said breathlessly, "Uncle Augilus, I was collecting seashells by the sea. I saw a big ship stop on the beach, and many people got off. They were all armed. Enemies." Augilus was immediately alerted. He turned around and said to the female slave, "Go to the field and call Pomes back. Then help my wife go north and wait for me at the square of Turii." "Yes, master." The female slave ran out of the yard. Child. Augilus remembered that the boy was called Patroclus. He was naughty and often got beaten by his father, a strong Sassotion. "When you saw those people, was there anyone else on the beach?" "Just me." Augilus thought for a while and asked, "Can you ride a mule?" "I've ridden other people's cows and mules many times." The clever boy obviously realized the urgency of the situation and told his secret without fear of being scolded. "Do you know the village in the south that's very close to us?" "Yes, I even fought with the children in that village." "Uncle wants you to ride my mule and immediately go there to inform them. Tell them that the enemy is coming and tell them to evacuate." "Can you do that?" "Yes." The boy nodded vigorously. "Good boy." Augilus patted the boy's head with praise. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out the village chief's seal issued by the governor of Turii and stuffed it into the boy's hand. "If they don't believe me, show them this." "Okay." The boy nodded again. Augilus immediately led the young mule out from the pen in the yard. The boy easily jumped onto the mule's back. "Child, remember, after you deliver the message, go to the wooden bridge by the Crete River and wait for us." Augilus said. "Yes, uncle." The boy shook the reins and the young mule ran out of the yard. Seeing the boy's skillful movements, Augilus was half relieved. As an old mercenary, he and most of his comrades had similar thoughts. This alliance was built by them with blood and sweat, and they had the responsibility to protect it, not just their own village. Augilus looked at the house reluctantly, then strode out and limped to the village square to ring the bronze bell and call the villagers to evacuate immediately. Not long after Augilus led the slaves out of the village with the old and the young, thick smoke rose behind them. The women screamed and cried bitterly for the burning village. Augilus could still remain calm. Based on his previous plundering experience, he judged that the enemy would not immediately leave the village to chase after them, so he urged the villagers to hurry up, but he clenched his fists tightly. His first new home in the alliance was destroyed just like that. This morning, 3 villages in Turii were destroyed and 15 people were killed, but we did not catch a single enemy. Felicius, you have to think of a way. If this continues, the victory square will be filled with people who lost their homes, and then the entire alliance will fall into panic. Will the citizen soldiers still have the mood to fight? Cunegurata said anxiously. As the chief executive of Tulii, he couldn't just watch his Tulii, which had just recovered its prosperity, suffer another calamity. Don't worry, Master Cunegurata, sit down and discuss this slowly. Cornelis comforted him and explained on behalf of Felicius, to be honest, the Crotone are very cunning. They used small warships to land on the coasts of Turii and Castellan. There were dozens of sailors with bows and javelins on them. The young citizens of our villages have all gone to fight, or else they would not have been so easily ambushed. When these sailors found out that our troops had arrived, they immediately fled back to their ships. We could not catch up even if we wanted to. There are only 3 brigades in the city, and we do not have enough manpower to defend the port of Turiai and take care of Amendola. But the problem must be solved as soon as possible. Hinagarata snorted and said, if we do not have enough manpower, we can consider using the freedmen. The freedmen ran out of food? Hinagarata asked in shock. The war broke out too suddenly. Many freedmen didn't stock up on food beforehand. By the time they wanted to buy it, the market was already sold out. Felicius looked at the two of them. Wasn't the alliance the culprit? Then use food as payment and let the freedmen continue to fight for the alliance. Don't always shorten the citizenship period as a reward and make the alliance's citizenship less valuable. Felicius, the freedmen were able to make great contributions under the consul's leadership and defeat the Crotone's regular army. Even without the consul's leadership, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the invasion of the ordinary sailors of the Crotone fleet, right? Hinagarata asked Felicius stiffly. Felicius didn't mind and said seriously, of course not. My plan is to have the freedmen form teams of 100 and patrol all the coastlines that can be landed on continuously. At the same time, send a company to the Turiai, Castellan Avenue and station a company every 5 miles. The patrols and heavy infantry companies will be contacted by scouts. If they encounter a small group of enemies, the patrols should be able to repel them. If they encounter a large number of enemies, the patrols will first stop the enemy's surprise attack. The scouts will inform the nearest heavy infantry company and then rush over to attack the enemy. Hinagarata's expression softened a little. That's a good idea. But I'm afraid our grain supply will be tight again. We'll have to use the treasury's money to buy grain from Heraclea again. Mercies will blame us again, Cornelis said helplessly. How can there be no war without spending money? As long as the consul can obtain the final victory, there will be money. Ever since the victory at the Trevento River, Hinagarata, who was afraid of war, had more confidence in the Devers. Myron originally thought that the Daionia army would take the opportunity to attack the city with the help of the platform, but the Daionia army and the Crotone soldiers on top of the city wall faced off for an entire morning. Other than the light infantry on the platform throwing arrows and stones at the city wall, there was no other movement. In the end, even the light infantry stopped attacking because their hands were numb. Such a strange calmness puzzled Myron. Of course, he would not know that the 5,000 Daionia Legio III and the 3,000 Laos soldiers had entered the northern plains of Crotone and began to destroy the farmlands and villages. They were doing the same thing as the sailors of Crotone who landed on land, except that the Devers had a military order in advance. They were not allowed to kill the people of Crotone. Therefore, the soldiers only threatened and drove them away. As early as after the defeat, the Crotone Council had advised the people of the villages in the northern plains to temporarily escape into the city to avoid the flames of war. Because of the spring sowing and the absence of the enemy for 2 to 3 days, the people of Crotone thought that Myron had blocked the Daionia in Cremissa, so most of the people did not evacuate. Now, a large group of Daionia soldiers suddenly appeared in front of them, and the people of Crotone panicked and fled south. In southern Italy, the Crotone plain was comparable to the Sabari plain because of 2 rivers. One was the Neto River, which originated in the mountains of the southern Apennines and flowed from west to east into the Gulf of Taranto. Due to the confluence of many tributaries, the width, depth, and flow of the river were finally greater than the Kratai River on the Sabari plain. The other was the Takanati River, which also originated in the mountains of the southern Apennines but flowed from north to south into the sea. The 2 rivers, one east and one south, irrigated the Crotone plain and at the same time cut the Crotone plain into a nearly square area. On the site of this core area near the sea was the famous and powerful state of Greece, Crotone. Because Crotone was close to the Gulf of Taranto, it had one of the few deep-water harbors in the Apennines Peninsula. Crotone had fertile plains and excellent harbors. The fundamental reason for the war between Sybaris and Crotone 100 years ago was that Sybaris wanted to destroy its potential rival, while Crotone wanted to dominate the trade in southern Italy. Therefore, a small number of Sybaris people fled to Crotone because of the dispute, which was only the fuse of the war. The strange thing was that the 2 rivers were very close to each other after they flowed out of the mountains. Between them, between the mountains and the plains, there was a city called Asprustum, which was founded by the Bruti. To the west of the northern plains of Crotone was the continuous Apennines mountain range, which was difficult to pass through. However, following the natural valley formed by the Arvo River, a tributary of the Neto River, and trekking northwest, one could reach the only plateau in southern Italy, the Cosenza Plateau. The Briti people who lived there originally started from the upper reaches of the Arvo River, followed the valley all the way down to Esprustum. However, when Crotone became powerful, it would not allow a city of a different race, only about 20 miles northwest of it, to control the upper reaches of the two rivers, to control the northern plains of Crotone, to walk to the south without passing through the Neto River, and to threaten the safety of the Crotone people. Therefore, 100 years ago, Crotone launched an army to attack the city of Esprustum. After several battles, they finally occupied the city and chased the Briti people back to the Cosenza Plateau. Now, Esprustum had completely become a city of the Greeks. As the colonial city of Crotone, it was completely under the control of Crotone. It and Crotone worked together to protect the safety of Ciudad Crotone. The bad news of Dionia invading the Crotone plains reached Ciudad Crotone, and the people were panicking. Especially Lau's 3,000 soldiers, who were advancing like crazy, were about to reach the northern shore of the Neto River. The guards on the southern shore panicked. In order to prevent the enemy from crossing the pontoon bridges and killing their way to Ciudad Crotone, they set a few pontoon bridges on the river on fire. This caused many fleeing people to stay on the northern shore of the Neto River. While Crotone was ferrying them on boats, Lau's army had already reached the Neto River. The people of Crotone cried and were forced to flee northwest along the Neto River in a panic. When the Greeks first came to the plains, the Neto River and its many tributaries, as well as the abundant rainfall, had caused swamps here. However, the Greeks had developed draining techniques, and after hundreds of years of management, there were basically no swamps left. However, the escape of the Crotone people was still full of danger, because Laos had sent a few groups of soldiers to chase after them. The people of Crotone were frightened and tired. Fortunately, some young people had joined the group. They enthusiastically helped the women carry the heavy things, carried the children, and supported the elderly, so that not a single person was left behind. In the end, Laos's soldiers stopped chasing, and the city of Asplustum appeared in front of the fleeing people. General Phagris of Asplustum, who was born as a citizen of Crotone, opened the city gate without hesitation. Nearly 900 fleeing people covered in dust and panic were led into the city. At this moment, an urgent report came from the spy. 5,000 Dionia soldiers were attacking the city of Asplustum. When Phagris heard this, he immediately panicked. In the two wars with Dionia, more than 6,000 people were transferred from Asplustum to join the battle. It was almost like throwing meat buns at a dog, and they never returned. There were only about 700 citizens in the city who could fight. How could they stop the 5,000 Dionia soldiers who defeated the Crotone army in the battle? Phagris, who lacked actual combat experience, had no confidence. When his gaze fell on the panicked fleeing people in the city, he instantly changed his original plan of immediately escorting them out of the city to reward them and win the favor of the Crotone council. People of Crotone! People of Crotone! He stood on the stone stairs of the city wall and shouted loudly. However, it was chaotic below, and only a few people paid attention to him. So, the soldiers also began to shout. Finally, the fleeing people quieted down and looked up at the general of Asplustum. People of Crotone, 5,000 people of Dionia are attacking this city. As soon as Phagris said this, the people below became restless. What? The people of Dionia are here. Open the south gate and let us get out of here. The people shouted loudly. Phagris and the soldiers finally calmed them down. Of course you can go. But you have to know that because the Crotone launched 2 wars against the tourists, most of the citizens of Asplustum followed the Crotone army and didn't come back. As a result, there are not many citizen soldiers in the city now. I'm afraid they can't stop the large number of people of Dionia. Asplustum is the northern barrier of the Crotone. Once the people of Dionia occupy it, they can smoothly go south, easily cross the Taconati River, and enter the central plains of the Crotone. That will be a disaster. I beg you men who can pick up a shield and spear to join our ranks and defend Asplustum. It is to defend the Crotone. Phagris's words were sincere because his home was originally outside the Ciudad Crotone. Asplustum was more like a special demo, from the administrative division of Athens, several villages combined, equivalent to a town. Although it had its own council, there was only one general in charge of the city. He was selected from the 10 generals elected by the Crotone every year. Therefore, in an emergency, Phagris, who was also the general of the Crotone, had the right to order the people of Crotone. After a while, a young man holding a child handed the child to a woman beside him and stood up. The woman pulled him back and whispered with concern, "Be careful." The young man felt guilty and avoided the woman's gaze. He whispered back, "You too." With that, he strode out of the crowd. Under his lead, many people also said goodbye to the people beside them and walked out. Phagris patted the young man's shoulder and asked in a comforting tone, "Young man, what's your name?" "Prentos." Phagris glanced at the woman holding the child and comforted him. "Don't worry. When the enemy is defeated, you'll be able to reunite with your wife soon." He thought that the two were husband and wife. The young man nodded with a solemn expression. The 5,000 soldiers of Legio III led by Hieronymus were charging towards Esprestum. It wasn't because they had to carry the siege equipment made last night, so their speed was much slower than Laus's troops attacking the north bank of the Neto River. Instead, they deliberately set up such a time difference so that the plan could proceed smoothly. At this time, Hieronymus followed the troops and spoke to Xianxia. "Are you sure your soldiers have entered Esprestum?" "Of course. I saw them go in with my own eyes. If it weren't for the fact that I look different from the Greeks, I would have gone in with my brothers. Commander, I hope you can attack the city as soon as possible. I'm afraid they'll be discovered if it takes too long." Xianxia pleaded. "I understand," Hieronymus promised immediately. At the same time, he asked, "How many people have gone in?" 56 soldiers, Xianxia blurted out. He knew his team like the back of his hand. The alliance was expanding, the legion was expanding, and his mountain reconnaissance team was also expanding. Now, it had the establishment of a company. Hieronymus was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many soldiers to sneak into the city. This made him more confident in taking down Esprestum. He told the bugler to urge the troops to speed up. In fact, even without Hieronymus's urging, the soldiers' marching speed was constantly increasing. These 5,000 soldiers were all from Nidum. They had missed the previous battle and were eager to fight and make contributions. The upper reaches of the Neto were neither deep nor wide, but the banks were high. Hieronymus was the first to reach the north bank. Seeing that there were many enemies on the other side of the river, he immediately ordered, 7th Brigade, attack. The light infantry of Legio III quickly formed into a long, single-file line, scrambled down the bank, and crossed the river with great strides, fearlessly braving the arrows that shot at them. After paying a small price, they climbed to the other side of the river. The enemy had already run far away. The heavy infantry who followed behind carried ladders and wooden rafts made of wood and easily crossed the Neto River. The city of Esprestum was not far ahead. It was located on high ground, so it was actually climbing the slope all the way. It was easy for the Lucanian soldiers who lived in the mountains. Finally, they stopped in front of the city of Esprestum and began to line up under the orders of the team officers. The soldiers of Esprestum looked nervously at the black mass of enemies below the city walls. Behind them were the newly joined civilians, who were even more nervous. General Phagris saw an old man trembling and the round shield in his hand falling to the ground several times. He hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, the enemy can't attack. Ever since this city belonged to the Crotone, it has never been breached by the enemy. Decades ago, we suffered a defeat in the south, referring to the war between Rockley and Ligium against the Crotone. The Brudi wanted to take the opportunity to retake the city. There were more people than the Dionia under the city now, and they were defeated." His words made the soldiers feel slightly more at ease. When Phagris walked along the walkway of the battlements and surveyed the entire defense situation from west to east, he saw that there were enough soldiers at each of the battlements, and his own confidence was boosted. Although Esprestum was a small city like Castellan and Cremissa, due to its important geographical location, the Crotone had expanded and reinforced it many times. Therefore, it had a 7-meter-high wall, a 4-meter-wide wall trench, and water from a tributary of the Neto River to form a wider moat. Moreover, it faced steep mountains to the west, and another large tributary of the Neto River to the east, which was also steep, wide, and deep. Therefore, it only had two gates, north and south, which were easy to defend. Xianxia carefully observed the enemy on the wall. Suddenly, his face lit up. He ran to Hieronymus and shouted excitedly in a low voice, "Commander, my brothers are on the wall. They are on the wall." Hieronymus, who had always been serious, could not help but be moved at this moment. He asked eagerly, "Where?" Although Xianxia was excited, he still remained cautious. He did not point, but said in a low voice, "On the leftmost side of the wall." Hieronymus immediately looked at the leftmost side of the wall. It was noon, and the sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, shining on the heavily armed soldiers on the wall. There was a dazzling light everywhere, but there was one place where the light was particularly bright. The dazzling round shields were neatly lined up, and the light reflected from them flickered in a very regular pattern. It was obvious that these people were flipping the round shields in their hands at the same time. Who would do such a boring and exhausting thing before a big battle? Hieronymus smiled. "Xianxia, if we take down Asprustum, your team will be the first." "Thank you, Commander." Xianxia was overjoyed. With the mountain ridge scouts as spies, Hieronymus quickly decided on a plan to attack the rightmost side of the wall to attract the attention of the defenders, and attack the leftmost side secretly. When the horn sounded, the soldiers were like starving wolves in the mountains. They let out deafening howls and rushed towards Asprustum like a tidal wave. Bagul, Assists, Lizum, Kelsima, Eurasia, and the other captains also took the lead and personally led the charge. The Crotone soldiers began to shoot arrows at the enemies that entered their firing range. For the heavily armored Daionia heavy infantry, there were very few casualties. The Third Army of Tolucania, whose wild nature was stimulated by the horn, even broke the arrows that hit their arms and thighs, and continued to advance with injuries. They quickly reached the side of the moat. According to the drill, the soldiers running at the front quickly put the 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide raft on the moat. Then, the soldiers carrying ladders stepped on the raft, crossed the moat, and went straight to the bottom of the city wall. Following behind them were the soldiers holding round shields and sabers. At this time, the attacks on the wall began to become fierce. Arrows, javelins, and stones rained down, and the casualties of the Daionia soldiers suddenly increased. Lucius did not expect the situation to become so bad as soon as he returned to Crotone. The people who escaped into the city spread the news that the Daionia army was coming, and panic spread in the city. Many people in the council were also very flustered. They thought that the Crotone army was defeated again, and the city of Cremissa was captured, which allowed the Daionia army to smoothly advance south. So, they threatened angrily, "If Myron dares to escape back, we must punish him." Lucius retorted, "I just came back from Cremissa. When I left, the city of Cremissa was still in the hands of Myron. It's impossible that the enemy captured the city of Cremissa just a few hours later. And they even attacked the north bank of the Neto River. Looking at the time, this is impossible, so the Daionia people must have bypassed Cremissa. I have to admit that the Daionia people are too bold. They don't have boats, so it's impossible for them to cross the wide Neto River. As long as Myron is still defending Cremissa, the Daionia people who invaded the Crotone plains are like rootless duckweed, and they will eventually have to retreat. The Daionia people can't cross the Neto River, but they can attack Asprustum." Someone said worriedly. "Asprustum is not that easy to capture. How many times have the Brudi people failed in the past? I hope that the Daionia people attack it, so that they can use it to deal a heavy blow to the Daionia people." Someone retorted. "What good will it do us if we continue fighting like this? Crotone has suffered huge losses. Farmland has been destroyed, houses have been burned, prices are rising, and the treasury is being depleted. Due to the lack of labor, trade has also been greatly affected, and a large number of our people have been captured. The people are already dissatisfied with us, so it's better to negotiate with the Daionia people." Someone said pessimistically. "Negotiate? Didn't you hear what Lucius said about Daonia's conditions for the negotiation? That damn consul of Daionia wants us to disband the alliance. How can we agree to it? Once Asprustum becomes independent, Corunna, Silatina, and Trine will no longer be our allies. Then, Rockley and the Brudi people might destroy them tomorrow, and they will come to Ciudad Crotone." Someone rebuked. "Negotiating is like buying and selling things. If Daionia puts forward conditions, we can continue to negotiate with them and lower their demands. We can negotiate, but it must be after we defeat the Daionia people's attack. Only then can we stand up straight and speak loudly to the Daionia people. Before the messenger of Crotone arrived, Myron had already received the news from the warships patrolling along the coast of Kermissa. The Daionia had invaded the Croton plain. Myron was shocked and thought to himself, I've been tricked by the Daionia. No wonder they never attacked the city. It turns out that they were just trying to attract my attention. The Daionia in the southern camp have already gone south. However, he was a little hesitant to attack the southern camp of Daionia. After all, the Daionia army was just below the city. Once he mobilized the army, they could see it clearly from the high platform. If he took the opportunity to attack and lost Kermissa, it would be even more troublesome. The siege of Asprustum was in full swing. Phagris did not expect the Daionia to attack so fiercely and fearlessly. The ladder was knocked over by the push-pull and was quickly put up again. The soldiers climbed up the ladder one by one. When the first one was smashed down, the second one did not hesitate to speed up. The light infantry brigade approached the city. Unafraid of arrows, they also threw javelins and arrows at the defenders on the city wall. The fierce offensive of the Daionia quickly achieved results. The defense of the city wall was breached many times. When the Daionia soldiers went up to the top of the city wall, the defenders found that these Daionia soldiers in Greek-style armor were tall and strong, with long hair draped over their shoulders and a strange roar. They were obviously not Greeks. They fought fiercely and had great strength. To kill or drive away one of them, the defenders had to sacrifice the lives of several soldiers. Phagris had to send reserves many times to help the frontline defenders drive the enemies down the city wall, especially the rightmost section of the city wall, where the Daionia attacked the most fiercely. General Phagris, who had some experience in defending a city, knew that the Daionia could not maintain such a fierce offensive momentum all the time. As long as they could hold on for a while, the Daionia would be powerless. Therefore, he sent all the reserves up while shouting at the soldiers to encourage them to fight bravely. However, he did not know that at the most critical moment of the battle, Hieronymus, the commander of the Third Army, gave an order. His personal guards lined up in a row and collectively waved their round shields at the left side of the city wall. The leftmost garrison on the city wall was focused on defending against the enemy's attack. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, "Attack!" The Crotone people that they saw as comrades stabbed at them with their swords and spears, easily taking care of the defenders. Before the Legio III soldiers could come up, the dozens of scouts immediately attacked the defenders nearby. When Phagris, who was still commanding the battle on the right side of the city wall, received the news, the Daionia soldiers had already captured the left side of the city wall. A large number of soldiers quickly climbed the battlements, jumped into the walkway, and aggressively charged toward the middle section. The morale of the Crotone soldiers was low to begin with. They immediately threw down their shields and spears and ran for their lives into the city. This run immediately triggered a domino effect. Under the fierce attack of the Daionia soldiers in front and on the sides, the defenders finally collapsed. They scrambled to escape from the city wall, but the walkway to the lower city was blocked. The panicked defenders jumped directly from the 7-meter-high city wall into the city, breaking their legs and heads. All of them lay on the ground and wailed. The people in the city were equally terrified. They shouted in horror, "The enemy is attacking the city! The enemy is attacking!" They carried the old and the young, hurriedly trying to escape from the south gate and escape to Crotone. Halfway through the journey, the Crotone reinforcements happened to run into the people who were fleeing in a hurry. When they learned that the city of Asprustum had fallen, they were shocked and did not dare to move forward. They immediately turned around and ran back. The Crotone messengers rushed to Kermissa and brought the order to attack from the council. Myron, who was no longer the chief general but a sinner, finally ended his hesitation. He sent 7,000 soldiers, including more than 2,000 heavy infantry, to attack the Daionia camp on the south bank of the Umbria River. The Devers, who observed the enemy's movements from the high platform, immediately ordered the 1st Battalion commander of the 2nd Legion, Xianxia, to lead 2,000 heavy infantry and 500 light infantry across the river to reinforce the 3rd Legion. The 1st Legion commander, Martones, who was stationed at the south camp, led the 2,000 soldiers. With a strong camp and the north camp ready to reinforce, Martones was confident that he could repel the invading enemy. However, the Crotone attack was loud but small. After suffering some losses from traps such as spikes and meat hooks in front of the camp, they immediately retreated back to the city. Of course, Myron would not use the only fighting force of the Crotone to attack the heavily guarded camp of Dionia. The soldiers also lacked the courage to attack. As soon as they found out that the camp was heavily guarded, he blew the bugle to retreat. The messengers of the Crotone were angry at the easy retreat of the troops and forced Myron to continue the attack. Otherwise, they would threaten to dismiss Myron from his position as commander. However, the soldiers expressed their support for Myron. The messengers were alone and had no choice but to leave Cremissa and return to the Crotone council to complain. However, the Crotone council was in a mess at this time. The shocking news of Dionia had seized Esplustum was like a bolt from the blue. And all the council members were stunned. Outside the council hall, the people gathered in the square, clamoring for the council to quickly come up with a solution to the crisis. This time, the call for peace talks was far louder than before. Some even said that they could accept Dionia's conditions, as long as peace was restored to the northern plains of Crotone. While the council was still debating about the peace talks, 2 consecutive events finally made them come to a decision. First, when the 500 soldiers of the Dionia Legio III crossed the Taconati River and entered the core area of the Crotone Plains, they once approached Ciudad Crotone, although they soon retreated to the city of Esplustum. However, this shocking scene still shocked the guards and people in the city. Just when the whole city was in panic, a passenger ship from Carena entered the port of Crotone, and the messengers of Carena disembarked from the ship brought an even worse news. Rockley had declared war on Carena. Their army was already marching towards Carena, and the messengers were here to ask for help from Crotone. The thing that the Council of Crotone was most worried about had finally happened. Their mortal enemy, Rockley, took advantage of the fact that Crotone was in a quagmire of war to attack Crotone's allies. As the leader of the alliance, Crotone was duty-bound to send reinforcements. However, at this moment, the people of Crotone were already unable to deal with Dionia's attack, and they did not have any extra troops to help Carena. Without the support of Crotone, Carena would not be able to stop the attack of Rockley's allies. This meant that Crotone would face the worst situation of war, where they would be attacked from both sides, and Crotone would be in danger of being destroyed. All the members of the council immediately stopped quarreling and quickly reached a consensus. To reach peace talks with Dionia as soon as possible, Lucius had no choice but to set off to the north again. In order to prevent his attitude from being too forceful and causing the negotiations to fail, he was accompanied by another messenger, the member of the council, Sesprotus. He was the one who said that no matter what condition Dionia proposed, as long as it could restore peace to the Crotone Plains, they should agree to it. At this moment, in the main tent of Dionia's camp, there was a joyous atmosphere. The news that Legio III has captured Esplustum excited every general. Lord Commander, we should take advantage of the fact that Esplustum and Crotone are in a panic to launch an attack on Cremissa. We will definitely be able to take it down smoothly. Drax said eagerly. As the commander of the 2nd Legion, his army's achievements could not fall behind Legio III's. Esplustum is already ours. There's not much meaning for Crotone to hold on to Cremissa anymore. I'm afraid they will soon give up on Cremissa. We can easily take it, there's no need to sacrifice the lives of our soldiers to attack it, Capus said cautiously. But letting these 10,000 Crotone retreat will only make it more difficult for us to attack Ciudad Crotone. Drax retorted loudly. Capus was speechless for a moment. Indeed, Crotone was a big city. Not only was the city vast, but it also had a large population. The city walls were 10 meters high and the moat was 6 meters wide. According to the conventional strategy, it was destined to be a long siege battle. However, the sea was not under Dionia's control. They could not completely seal off Crotone, so they could only attack. But against such a strong city, how many lives would they have to sacrifice? Could they take it down? Almost all the generals' hearts were beating like drums. If the forces defending the city were strengthened, then the chances of winning would be even slimmer. Daves, on the other hand, looked calm. He turned his head and asked, Lord of Energes, what do you think we should do next? After entering the military tent, other than congratulating the Devers on their victory again. Avinagis, who had been observing silently, faced the gazes of Dracos and Capys. He did not refuse and said directly, "Why must we attack Ciudad Crotone? Since we have such a big advantage now, why can't we force the Crotone to negotiate with us? The Crotone are already dying. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to negotiate with them?" Drax immediately objected. Capys fell into deep thought. A smile appeared on the Devers' lips. The perspective of a consul was still different from a simple general. Just as he was about to speak, the guard captain, Marcius, entered and brought 2 letters. He looked at the other 3 and said, "I've received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" "The bad news first," Drax said first. This morning, not long after the grain transport team returned to Tilii left the swamp, they were attacked by Crotone's 300 sailors. The freedmen who were escorting the supplies were caught off guard, resulting in 50 casualties and a large number of pack beasts being lost. Before our soldiers arrived, the enemy had already escaped to their ships anchored by the shore. The Devers read aloud, 300? The number of Crotone's people participating in the attack is increasing. They are getting bolder. I remember we have a garrison near the swamp. Capys said in surprise. Perhaps that's why the guards let their guard down. The Devers said with a serious expression, "We must learn from this lesson and make sure it doesn't happen again." Capys and Dracos clenched their fists and nodded firmly. "What's worse is that we don't have a fleet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let the Crotone attack our villages and kill our people so easily," Drax said angrily. Everyone was helpless about this. Dionia was a new alliance after all. It had only been established for less than a year. The navy was not like the army. As long as they had people, weapons, and strict training, they could be deployed to the battlefield in a few months. It would take at least 3 months to build a warship for the navy, especially the main warship, the triple-oared warship. Even if it was sped up, it would still need nearly 200 sailors, an experienced helmsman, and so on. After training, breaking in, and then familiarizing themselves with the warship, it would still take a few more months for the warship to have combat effectiveness. Therefore, the navy was an expensive force that consumed time, money, and manpower. A small city-state could not afford it. With the current strength of the Dionia alliance, money and manpower were not a big problem. What they lacked the most was time. After the war with Crotone, the Devers had secretly listed the establishment of the navy as the most important development of the alliance. "Master Devers, what's the good news?" Avinagis asked. Devers smiled. "Locke has sent troops to attack Coruña. Just like what you've said, under these circumstances, Crotone might consider negotiating with us again. If it still doesn't move," the Devers' voice suddenly became as cold as the wind. "I will order Hieronymus to send troops across the Takanati River and destroy all the farmlands, villages, canals, and other facilities outside Ciudad Crotone. I will force the people of Crotone to negotiate." On the morning of the following day, Lysias and Sesprotes entered the main tent of the army of Dionia. Devers looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Master Lysias, I said that we would meet again. I didn't expect it to come true so soon." Lysias ignored the Devers' ridicule and said with a serious expression, "Master Devers, the Crotone Council has agreed to give up Cremissa and hand him over to Dionia to deal with. They are also willing to pay a certain amount of money to promote peace. As for disbanding the Crotone alliance," Lysias paused, considering how to use words to better persuade the Devers. However, Sesprotes continued, "The council has agreed to disband the alliance in principle, but now Locke is attacking Coruña. Based on the century-long friendship between Coruña and Crotone, Crotone must provide assistance to Coruña. With the identity of the leader of the alliance, it will be beneficial for Crotone to gather citizens, form an army, reinforce Coruña, and defeat Locke. After defeating them, we will disband." Sesprotes suddenly choked with sobs and could not continue. Crotone's century-long hegemony in Greece was established by the ancestors of Crotone through many bloody battles. Now, it was going to be in vain. How could he not be emotional? Lysias, who was originally complaining that Sesprotes had revealed all his trump cards to the enemy as soon as they met and that it was completely stupid, was now filled with sadness. Crotone does not need to disband the alliance. The first sentence that the Devers said was beyond their expectations. Looking at the surprised expressions of the two, the Devers continued, in fact, Dionia can immediately release the tens of thousands of Crotone citizens. Lysias and Sesprotus looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. But I have a condition. The Devers slowly said, Dionia does not have the habit of returning what they have obtained. Lysias reacted quickly, you mean Asprustum? The Devers smiled, not only this. He walked to the map, stretched out his finger, and pointed to a place. Our Dionia army has already started to build camp here. Lysias stepped forward to take a look and could not help but gasp, you still want the land on the north bank of the Neto River? It's not that I want it, but this is a condition that must be met in order for Dionia to negotiate peace. The Devers said seriously, Crotone is aggressive by nature. They launched 2 wars against Turiae and the Dionia alliance, burning Turiae, plundering wealth, and wantonly slaughtering the people of Dionia. Driven by the goddess of vengeance, we fought back bravely. With Hades' blessing, we were able to obtain victory after victory without a hitch. The people of Dionia are very confident. They want Crotone to suffer the pain of being burned once again. If there are no rich spoils of war, our people will never agree to negotiate with you. Many people have suggested sending these 10,000 captives to mining, just like how Syracuse dealt with the captives of Athens. The Devers' tone made Sesprotus' hair stand on end. Of course, he knew what happened to the captives of Athens. He said with a trembling voice, Asprustum and the land on the north bank of the Neto River are almost one of the 3 territories of Crotone. If they are all given to Dionia, what will happen to the people of Crotone who originally lived on these lands? The council will never agree to it. The 2 wars have caused Crotone and Asprustum to lose at least 20,000 lives. Most of the land should have been abandoned. Moving the people to Ciudad Crotone, replenishing the manpower, and redistributing the land that lacks labor force. I think this is a good way to reorganize Crotone. At the same time, we can reach peace with Dionia. We can also let the returning people of Crotone form an army again to help Carena and defeat Rockley. This is a good thing. The Devers said in a deep voice. His words seemed to have some kind of temptation, causing Sesprotus to nod involuntarily. He subconsciously looked at Lysias, and Lysias shook his head slightly. Sesprotus opened his mouth, but no words came out. Then, he fell into silence. Of course, you can go back and discuss it slowly. I'm not in a hurry at all. Perhaps, in a few days, the one standing in front of me will not be you, but Rockley. As long as we can cooperate with Dionia, I don't think Rockley will care about how much land of Crotone is divided. The Devers said slowly, with an indifferent expression. Lucius and Sesprotus felt cold all over. Sesprotus hurriedly said, Honorable Devers, giving all the land on the north bank of the Neto River to Dionia is indeed difficult for the council to agree, but part of the land. I think it can be given to you. As for the specific amount, we can discuss it later. As for Asprustum, hearing this, the Devers interrupted him rudely, Asprustum must be controlled by Dionia. This is not negotiable. This is to prevent Crotone from going back on their word again, tearing up the agreement and starting a war. Sesprotus stood awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Lucius let out a long sigh in his heart. Sesprotus's easy compromise, incompetence, and weakness made him speechless, but this was the council's choice. In fact, Lucius also understood that Crotone had been completely passive since the start of the war. Even if he was confident that Dionia's army would not be able to break through Ciudad Crotone, and could even force Dionia to retreat in the end, so what? Farmland, villages, and town facilities were all destroyed, and there was a lack of young citizens. It would be a long process for Crotone to return to its previous prosperity. But the grim situation did not allow Crotone to have the luxury of time, and the panicked people did not have the determination to fight to the end. Therefore, compromising in exchange for peace and reducing losses for the future revival was the council's best choice. After thinking this through, Lucius no longer hesitated, Asprustum is the northern barrier of Crotone. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it will only make the people of Crotone more uneasy. I think even if the council agrees, the citizens' assembly will oppose it. In that case, you have rejected Dionia's conditions for the peace talks. The Devers looked at Lucius stiffly. Sesprotus anxiously tugged at Lucius' clothes. Lucius said calmly, the people of Crotone oppose the enemy's possession of Asprustum, but they will not necessarily oppose it being occupied by an ally. Ally? The Devers, who had been calm and steady in controlling the pace of the negotiation, was also a little surprised. Xiaprotus stood there with his mouth wide open. The Devers rubbed his chin, which had only a little beard, and fell into deep thought. Becoming an alliance was indeed a good move. The biggest obstacle to getting the Crotone people to agree to cede Asprustum and the land on the north bank of the Neto River was the security of Crotone. Becoming an alliance would remove this obstacle. Because the people of Great Greece now knew that the Archon of Dionia had always been known for keeping his promises. The weakened Crotone after the war could instead rely on the protection of Dionia. So, did Dionia need this alliance? Of course. With so much new land, just the immigration, administrative management, and the formation of new defense forces would take a relatively long time. The most worrying problem was that the immigrants would clash with the Crotone people near the border, or even start a war again. With this alliance, the people of Dionia could rest assured to slowly annex, assimilate, and stabilize this piece of land. Therefore, an alliance was the best choice for both sides. The Devers looked at Lucius carefully with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, his own city is being bullied, and in the face of the enemy he hates, he can actually come up with a clever proposal to form an alliance with the enemy. It is difficult to do this without a strong determination to keep calm and rational. Seeing that the Devers did not speak and kept looking at him, Lucius was a little flustered, so he urged, "Does Lord Devers agree to this proposal?" The Devers came back to his senses and kept his face calm. What kind of alliance? The Dionia alliance and Crotone will form a separate offensive and defensive alliance, Lucius said in a deep voice. The Devers pondered for a moment and understood that Lucius was playing a trick. He did not want the forces of Dionia to enter the Crotone alliance and affect the allies of Silatina, Trine, Corunna, and other Crotone states. The Devers did not care about this. He firmly believed that as long as they were strong enough, there would naturally be city-states that would come to them. The Dionia alliance can only form a defensive alliance with Crotone. The Devers responded calmly. It was not a problem for the Dionia alliance to protect Crotone, but to help Crotone expand, such as, in the future when Crotone attacks Rockley, Dionia would also have to follow the alliance agreement and lead troops to participate. Of course, the Devers would not do such a stupid thing, and Lucius, who was in a weak position, could only agree. The negotiations lasted until the afternoon, and a preliminary draft was reached. First, the Dionia alliance and Crotone would form a defensive alliance. Putting this in the first place was to appease the people of Crotone. Second, Dionia would release all the soldiers of the Crotone alliance unconditionally and let them return to Crotone. Third, Crotone would transfer the city of Asprustum and half of the land in the northern plains of the Neto River, mainly the land near Cremissa, to the Dionia alliance. Fourth, Crotone would pay a one-time payment of 500 talent to help the people of Dionia smoothly migrate to Asprustum. The alliance agreement was finally set to be valid for 5 years. The Devers initially requested for the alliance agreement to be valid for 2 years, but it was Lucius who strongly requested for it to be increased to 5 years. Compared to the situation when the agreement was reached half a year ago, it showed that the positions of power between the two sides had changed. The agreement did not mention Cremissa. The Devers believed that Cremissa was a neutral city-state and did not belong to the Crotone alliance, so Crotone did not have the right to discuss it. On the other hand, Lucius considered that to minimize the impact of the agreement on the people of Crotone, he even changed the compensation to aid. Of course, it was best not to mention Cremissa if possible. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the city of Asprustum and half of the land in the northern plains of the Neto River belonged to Dionia, and Cremissa was already surrounded by Dionia. It had no other choice. Lucius and Xiaprotus returned to Cremissa. Myron immediately asked Lucius about the negotiations. Lucius was afraid of causing more trouble, so he said that the negotiations had just begun and that some of the conditions proposed by the people of Dionia needed to be discussed by the council before they could decide. Then, he hurriedly boarded the ship and left Cremissa. Myron felt uneasy. With the fall of Asprustum and the declaration of war by Rockley, Crotone did not have much choice now. It all depended on how harsh the conditions of Dionia were. Even more uneasy were the people of Cremissa. Although they were trapped in the city, what happened in the outside world could not escape their ears and eyes through the port. Lucius appeared in the city many times. What was he doing here? They also knew in their hearts that a small city-state was struggling to survive in the middle of a large city-state, so they were quite sensitive to the situation. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, had taken the initiative to look for Lucius once. Lucius avoided the topic and did not have an in-depth discussion about the fate of Cremissa. Myron had also been avoiding him recently, intentionally or unintentionally. All these made Antares feel that the peace talks this time were very unfavorable for Cremissa. Cremissa fully supported Crotone, but in the end, it might be abandoned by Crotone. Antares felt his heart ache at the thought of this. Therefore, after secretly discussing with Eurypus, Predes, and the others, he decided not to sit still and wait for death. Instead, he took the initiative to contact Dionia and find a way out for Cremissa. Although the defense of the whole city was handed over to the people of Crotone, Cremissa was the local tyrant here after all. They sent someone to sneak out of the city in the middle of the night, pass through the blockade, and arrive at Dionia's camp. After he expressed his intention, the guards brought him to the Devers. Cremissa wants to surrender? The Devers had a mocking smile. Your whole city is controlled by the people of Crotone. What benefits will your surrender bring me? The person was speechless for a moment. Seeing that the Devers did not seem to care, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, We, Cremissa, still have more than 300 citizens who can fight. When you attack the city, we are willing to attack the people of Crotone from the back and help you take over the city of Cremissa. Then, when the war is over, the people of Cremissa will continue to maintain their neutrality. The Devers looked at him and said playfully. No. No. The person shook his head hurriedly. By then, Cremissa would have already offended Crotone. How could he still maintain his neutrality? Cremissa is willing to join the Dionia alliance. It's too late. The Devers said with a serious expression, We don't need you to do anything risky, and we don't need Cremissa to join the Dionia alliance either. There is only one way to deal with the Cremissa. The Devers' tone became heavier and said firmly, Become a part of the Dionia alliance. The people of Cremissa will become citizens of the Dionia alliance. Then the land and property of the people of Cremissa will be protected. The generals and councillors of Crimea will also be elected by the Dionia Senate, and some of them will become members of the Senate. When Lucius and Thesprotus read out the draft of the covenant in the Crotone Council, they thought that it would incite anger and debate among the people, but in fact, there were not many objections. This was because just before Lucius returned, the army of Dionia once again appeared in the core area of Crotone. They showed off their might and destroyed a village outside the city. The members of the council witnessed everything from above the city. At the request of the people, they hastily gathered a few thousand people out of the city to stop them. In the end, they were easily defeated and fled back to the city. Fortunately, the soldiers of Dionia did not take advantage of the victory to attack the city. Instead, they took the initiative to retreat. One could imagine the frustration in the hearts of the people of Crotone. In addition, on the surface, this was not a truce agreement for the defeated, but an alliance agreement to help each other. Although part of the land had been transferred, most of the people of Crotone felt lucky to be able to successfully welcome back the captive citizens of Crotone and form an alliance with Dionia. The Archon Devers of Dionia, who had defeated Crotone twice, had deeply frightened them. Some people even believed the rumor that the Devers were descendants of the gods and were blessed by Hades. Now that they could no longer be enemies of Dionia, which had the Devers, but had become allies, everyone was relieved. Some people even suggested that since the alliance agreement had been signed, could they invite Dionia to send troops to the south with the army of Crotone to repel Locri. At the end of January 398 BC, the Archon Devers of Dionia and the general of Crotone, Lysias, formally signed the alliance agreement after sacrificing a lamb to Apollo outside the city of Cremissa. The Second Crotone War had come to an end. After the news of the end of the war spread, many of the soldiers of Crotone in the city of Cremissa cheered. During this period of time when they fought against Dionia, they had always dominated Greece, but they had never won. This huge blow had greatly reduced their morale. One could imagine how depressed they were. Now, they could finally remove the boulder that had been pressing down on their hearts. See, this is the voice of the citizens. They are tired of fighting against Dionia. This scene made Lysias sigh. It was also in response to Myron's previous complaints about him compromising too much during the talks. Through the window, Myron looked at the soldiers on the street as they threw away their shields and spears in relief and ran to restaurants to drink wine. It was as if they had won the war. He was speechless for a long time. At this time, a guard came in. "General, Antaeus is asking when we will leave." "Myron, the people of Cremissa are now citizens of the Dionia Alliance." Lysias sighed. Myron's roar stopped abruptly. Breathing heavily, he kicked over the wooden chair by the window and strode out of the room. News of Myron's anger quickly reached Antares' ears, but he did not care at all. Previously, when the people they sent to contact Dionia brought back the Devor's request, the generals of Cremissa were hesitant to join the Dionia alliance. It was the resolute Antares who insisted and finally convinced everyone to agree to the Devor's request. "Euripus, take 100 citizen soldiers to guard the temple and prevent the soldiers of Crotone from robbing our treasury when they retreat. Predes, you too, take 100 citizen soldiers to guard the granary. I'll go with the others to find Lysias and see if we can get some of the supplies that the Crotone have piled up at the port. After staying in Cremissa for so long, the people of Crotone have to pay for their accommodation." Antares said fiercely. "What about the people? The soldiers of Crotone might also go to their homes to cause trouble." Someone asked anxiously. "Didn't the Devors already announce that Cremissa will be merged into Dionia? Let every family engrave the words 'I am now a citizen of Dionia' on their wooden door. Let's see which Crotone person dares to risk starting another war and rob the citizens of Dionia." After Antares finished speaking, the people around him looked awkward and fell into silence. Cremissa, which had been independent for decades, was going to be merged into the Dionia alliance. Dionia would govern the city of Cremissa in a direct manner. This meant that most of the original members of the Cremissa Council would lose their power. If not for the situation, they would not be willing to do so. In fact, some of the Cremissa people had already responded to Lucia's call and were willing to retreat to Crotone with the army. However, due to the promise made by the Devors and the rapid rise of Turii and Amendola after their fall, most of the citizens of Cremissa who had been oppressed by the larger states were no longer willing to live such a life. Instead, they chose the winner of the war, the Dionia alliance. "Everyone, please buck up and work hard to do these things well." Seeing this, Antares loudly encouraged them. "We are not doing this for others, but for ourselves. As long as we can smoothly hand over a complete and resource-rich city of Cremissa to the Dionia alliance, and let them fully understand our sincerity and ability, more people may be selected to enter the Senate of Dionia, and fight for more benefits for Cremissa in the future." In the afternoon, the first batch of ships filled with Crotone soldiers began to leave the port of Cremissa. Compared to the somewhat excited soldiers, Myron's expression was gloomy. When the city of Cremissa disappeared from his sight, he turned back and said to Lucius, "The covenant you signed is to hand over the position of the overlord of Greece to Dionia with your own hands. From now on, Crotone will have to act according to Dionia's will." Lucius was silent for a moment, then said, "Then who caused all this?" The corner of Myron's mouth twitched, his expression bitter. "You'd better think about how to deal with the questioning of the council when you return," Lucius sighed. At the same time that the army of Crotone left Cremissa by ship, the Devors led the army into the city of Cremissa. Originally, he only wanted to bring a few people in symbolically, but he was opposed by his generals. For safety's sake, he was asked to bring half of the legion. Antares, Euripus, Pledes, and the rest of the people left behind by the Cremissa Council were all waiting outside the city to welcome them. The Dionia camp sounded a lively melody played by bugles and military drums. When the people of Cremissa were attracted by this music that they had never heard before, the soldiers of Dionia, dressed in neat military uniforms, marched in a neat manner to the rhythm of the melody, forming a long line of 4 columns, marching unhurriedly towards the city of Cremissa. At the forefront of the line was the captain of the Devors' guard, Marcius. He held up the military flag that represented the supreme commander of the army of Dionia. The statue of Pluto Hades was glittering and dazzling. Then came the band composed of the buglers and drummers of the army, followed by the thousands of outstanding soldiers selected from the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, and the Legio III. The flags of the legion, the squad, and the company were held high in the air at intervals, causing the long line of flags to flutter and shine. The soldiers were all smiling and had an imposing appearance, giving the people of Dionia the feeling that the people of Dionia were not here to show off and declare sovereignty, but to marry. Otherwise, the music would not be so cheerful and the colors would not be so gorgeous. The people of Cremissa even noticed that the soldiers of Dionia did not carry shields and spears. This surprised them, but they were also a little touched, because this was the trust that the people of Dionia had in Cremissa. The Devers and the other commanders, as well as Avanogus, did not ride horses. They walked in the middle of the line, surrounded by guards with red capes on their shoulders, so they were more eye-catching. The line stopped in front of the gate of the city of Cremissa. Antares and the others came to greet them, while the Devers also walked out of the line under the protection of the soldiers. Antares walked straight to the Devers, not because he had seen the Devers before, but because the news that the consul of Dionia was young had long spread throughout Greece, and it was obvious who was the youngest among the high-ranking commanders. Lord Devers, former chief general of Cremissa, Antares, and former members of the council of Cremissa welcome your arrival. After saying that, he bowed respectfully. Some people behind him followed suit, while others stood silently. The Devers immediately returned the bow and said, "Thank you for your trust and support in the alliance of Dionia. The facts will prove that your choice is absolutely correct." "Oh, is that so? Then what will we gain by fully supporting Cremissa to join Dionia?" Someone interrupted. "Of course." The Devers ignored the strange tone of his voice, and said loudly in a serious tone, "Become a citizen of Dionia, no matter where you go in Greece, you will be respected. Any act that dares to violate your rights, the alliance will seek justice for you, no matter if you are a noble or a commoner. You are brave and good at fighting, and you can constantly obtain land with your military achievements. You are outstanding, and you can finally become a senator in the Dionia Senate with your achievements. Even if you are an ordinary citizen, you will enjoy the convenience of life provided by the Alliance of Dionia. The cheap and highly skilled hospitals provide health insurance for the citizens, the smooth roads and bridges provide convenience for the citizens to travel and trade, the agricultural officers provide technical assistance to the citizens in farming, the commercial officers can apply for low-interest loans for your business, and we also have the well-trained public militia to ensure the safety of the territory. So, when you are familiar with the life in Dionia, and understand the system and laws of Dionia, you will know how different it is from other city-states, and you will be proud to be a citizen of Dionia." At this moment, the Devers were obviously boasting and proud. The eyes of Antares, Euripus, and the others were sparkling, and they seemed to be very moved, while some were thinking, "Oh, since Dionia is so good, then do we have a chance to become consul in the future?" At this time, someone said. As soon as this remark came out, Capys, Dracos, Hieronymus, and even Avanogus all widened their eyes. They all felt that the person who spoke had bad intentions, and was obviously criticizing the Devers. Most of Cremissa's people also changed their expressions, for fear that if they angered the Devers, they would do something bad to Cremissa. The Devers, on the other hand, looked calm. This was undoubtedly the most criticized thing about Dionia by other Greek city-states. He knew very well that Cremissa was, after all, different from Amendalara and Turin. These two cities were saved by the Devers when they were on the verge of destruction, and the people were grateful to them. At the same time, they needed strong protection, so there was not much objection to the Devers becoming lifelong consul of the alliance. In addition, the Devers had always been law-abiding, and they often discussed everything with the members of the Senate, and rarely acted arbitrarily. The only time they monopolized power was not long ago, when they stood out from the masses and strongly advocated the Battle of Crotone, and they eventually won. So, over time, the people also accepted it. There was no need to mention Nudum. The Lucanians had always believed in power, so they had no objections. Only when Cremissa, who was once an enemy of Dionia, was conquered by the power of Dionia, there would always be people who would be indignant and open their eyes to find faults with Dionia. So, of course, the Devers would not be polite. Dionia was able to develop into a powerful state in Greece in a short period of time, and even defeat Crotone, because we have a political system different from other Greek city-states. I heard that some Cremissa people have left with the Crotone people. If there are people who don't like Dionia, you are still free to leave now. But in the future, if you want to stay and become a citizen of Dionia, please adapt to Dionia's system as soon as possible and abide by Dionia's laws. The hidden sharpness in the Dever's words made some of the Cremissa people who still wanted to object tactfully shut up. Look, this is Dionia's, the person who spoke just now wanted to criticize Dionia again, but his mouth was covered by 2 guards sent by Antares. Master Devers, it's our fault for making the soldiers of Dionia wait here for so long. Please enter the city together. Antares said apologetically. After sending off Crotone's people, Dionia's army arrived. The citizens of Cremissa were stunned by this eye-catching army that entered the city. However, the Dionysian army disbanded immediately after they reached the square along the street. Under the leadership of their officers, the soldiers used the tools they brought along with them to clean up the streets full of rubbish, flatten the damaged roads, and even help the citizens to repair their houses. They worked hard to clean up the devastated city after the war. The citizens of Cremissa were surprised at first, then slowly tried to talk to these conquerors. Finally, infected by the soldiers' passion for labor, they guiltily joined in the ranks of rebuilding their homes. The women brought food and water to express their sympathy to the soldiers, and at the same time told them about the difficulties in their homes, hoping to get help from them. The soldiers were, of course, happy to contribute their physical strength and enthusiasm. In just one afternoon, Cremissa, the city that had experienced war and was somewhat lifeless, became full of life. The members of the former council of Cremissa were surprised to see this scene. They whispered to each other and discussed non-stop. As the former chief general of Cremissa, Antares admitted that he had been to many places and had seen many things, but he had never seen or heard of a city's militia helping the conquered citizens to restore their homes after the war after conquering another city. Like the others, the surprise and excitement in his heart made him speechless. Sir Devers, this is really, from today onwards, the people of Cremissa are citizens of the Dionia Alliance. We are all family. We are all family, of course we should help each other, right? Devers said with a smile. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people around him, he was very satisfied with the results of this operation. Before he came, he did order the soldiers to be cleaners, but orders alone could not make the soldiers work willingly. At the same time, he also told them that because of the victory of the war, based on the soldiers' heroic performance, the citizen observation period of the freedmen who participated in the war would be greatly shortened, and it was even possible for the soldiers who performed well on the battlefield to become official citizens. And with the victory of this war, Dionia would obtain a large amount of land. All the soldiers who participated in the war would be rewarded with land for their achievements, and the land that would be distributed in the future would mainly be near Crimea. Therefore, Cremissa would become the new home of some of the soldiers. And because of the frequent wars in Cremissa within half a year, a large number of male citizens were killed or injured. Now, there were more women than men. Devers encouraged the single soldiers to use their actions to win the favor of the women of Cremissa. It was because of these reasons that the soldiers did not have the arrogance of victors, but used practical actions to win the favor of the people of Cremissa, their future neighbors. And you, Devers continued, protected the treasury, the granaries, very well. You were not robbed by the defeated Crotone soldiers, and handed them over to the alliance. Isn't it because you have acknowledged the alliance of Dionia and see yourselves as citizens of Dionia? That's why you are so considerate. I believe that the Senate of Dionia will recognize your efforts. Everyone thought that they had received a hint from Devers, and their faces lit up. Devers saw it and smiled as well, but he knew very well that although the number of members of the Senate of Dionia was still far from being full, this time the Senate would definitely be cautious. They would send people to investigate secretly, to find out who had high prestige and influence among the people of Crimea. Among these people, only those who were truly willing to become citizens of Dionia and worked hard would be specially recruited into the Senate. The so-called voting and election was all a pretense. As a territory that had just been incorporated into the alliance, he and the Senate naturally had to keep a tight grip on Cremissa to prevent any accidents. Sir Devers, please follow me to the port to count the supplies we intercepted from Crotone. It was rare that the former chief general of Cremissa could still remain calm. This made Devers look at Antares with some admiration. And said, very well. After inspecting the city of Cremissa, Devers immediately ordered that a portion of the food and supplies they obtained be distributed to the people of Kremissa to compensate them for the losses they suffered during the war. This generous act won the favor of the people. At the same time, he also ordered Capys to lead 2,000 soldiers of the 1st Legion to station in the city. On one hand, they maintained and stabilized the order in the city, and on the other hand, they continued to help the people repair the damaged facilities. The rest of the army continued to station in the camp outside the city, and began to fill in the traps, pull out the iron spikes, and so on, to restore the environment around the camp to normal. On the other hand, Devers politely declined Antares' invitation to a banquet, and led Led's cavalry, accompanied by Hieronymus, to Asprustum. Galloping on the slightly undulating and vast Croton plains, all that came into view were farms, villages, and crisscrossing canals. Even though there were no signs of human activity, some of the villages were even emitting thick smoke. Aside from the occasional hounds that had lost their homes, casting hateful glances at them and barking incessantly, everything was eerily quiet. This did not affect the mood of the Devers and the others. They walked with great interest as they looked at the newly acquired land of Dionia. Led said excitedly, although the terrain is not as flat as the Zubari Plains, it doesn't feel any less fertile than the Zubari Plains. Looks like you want to trade your land here, said the Devers jokingly. Sir, I don't plan to do that. The people of Crotone are right next to us, and I feel a little uncomfortable doing anything. Led shook his head. Such fertile land, and you're still being picky. The rich really don't know the pain of the poor. The Devers continued to tease him. The cavalry also took the opportunity to make fun of their captain. At this time, Hieronymus said, no matter how good the land is, you can't protect it without power. The Devers was stunned for a moment, and said, that's right, we can't learn from Crotone. We need to continue training and protect our home. Especially your cavalry. You've made a great contribution this time, but you can't be too proud. Continue to improve your horsemanship with your captain, and learn new cavalry tactics. I hope you can become an important attacking force in the Dionysian army, and decide the outcome of the battle. Are you confident? Yes. The cavalry raised their spears and shouted excitedly. Standing on top of the city wall of Asprustum, one could see the endless mountains covered in snow to the west, and the rushing torrents, steep cliffs, and the green and fertile fields of the Crotone plains to the east. On a good day, one could even look southeast, and vaguely see the bustling traffic outside Ciudad Crotone. This is a great place. I can't believe the people of Crotone gave it to us, exclaimed the Devers as they caressed the thick battlements. Of course, it's not that the people of Crotone wanted to give it to us, but they simply can't take it back. Bagul said confidently, Asprustum has a good terrain, and the city is high and deep. I only need 2,000 men to stop the attack of the enemy of 20,000. The Devers, who had already carefully inspected the city's defenses, nodded in agreement. Xianxia's mountain reconnaissance team has been a great help in taking down this city. Hieronymus' words reminded the Devers, and he found the young Dukian among the accompanying troops. Xianxia, this time your company has made a great contribution. All the soldiers who participated in the capture of the city will be recorded at least once. I thank the commander on behalf of our brothers. Xianxia said excitedly, and he said, Sir, my reconnaissance team can still play a greater role, as long as you can expand it to 1,000 men. Hieronymus and the assists looked at each other. This Dukian's request was so direct. The Devers did not mind, and he smiled. The role of the mountain reconnaissance team is to investigate, disturb and destroy the enemy, not to fight the enemy head-on. With so many men, it's not convenient for you to command, and it's easy for the enemy to find out. The Devers did not immediately refuse, and instead seriously thought about it, and said, It's not impossible to expand the team, but I want to see you first come up with an expansion and training plan, how to organize and train the expanded mountain reconnaissance team, so that the new team can adapt faster and strengthen its special role in battle. If your plan is feasible, I can discuss with Felicius to expand the mountain reconnaissance team, and appoint you as the captain. That's great, thank you, sir. Xianxia shouted with undisguised joy. So you want to be a captain, why didn't you say so earlier? The assists took the opportunity to ridicule him. You've all become a captain, of course I can't fall behind, Xianxia said confidently. Everyone burst into laughter. Had the original residents of the city left? The Devers turned around and looked down at the city, and asked. The Crotone people came to the city, and they read the newly signed treaty to the people, and strongly urged them to leave. They cried and made a fuss, but in the end they all left, and no one stayed. We also allowed them to take their belongings, but they also wanted to take the public property, and we refused. Those are our spoils of war. The assists said. That's Dionia's spoils of war. It has nothing to do with Laos and Castellan. Butler immediately expressed his objection. Bagul, don't be hasty. Do you know the rules of the Dionia alliance? The Devers asked patiently. Bagul shook his head. He had only been a citizen of Dionia for half a year. He had not even fully understood the laws of the alliance, let alone these treaties. When the Dionia alliance goes to war, all allies have to send troops to participate in the war, and the spoils of war will be distributed fairly. Assists said. That's right, fair distribution. The Devers emphasized loudly, as an ally of Dionia, when Laos learned that we declared war with Crotone, he immediately sent 3,000 men, and they were personally led by Governor Avanogus. On the other hand, Castellan not only rejected Crotone's enticement, but also gave us great help in the war. These two allies have given their all to help Dionia in the war. Do you think that Dionia is so stingy that we are not even willing to give them a share of the spoils of war? If that's the case, which city-state would be willing to go to war with us in the future? In my opinion, it doesn't matter even if we give them all the spoils of war, because we still have something more precious. The Devers faced Hieronymus, Bagul, and assists, and slowly uttered a word, land. The three of them immediately understood that the spoils of war could be shared, but the land won in the war belonged to Dionia alone. It was actually quite a good deal for Dionia to use the soldiers of their allies to expand their territory. Lord Commander, speaking of land. There's a situation that I need to report to you. Assists interjected. Many Lucarian soldiers of Legio III felt that the mountains around Espuzdum were suitable for grazing, and the grazing environment was even better than Nidum. They asked me for a piece of land here. Are you saying that they're asking for land for themselves? The Devers reacted quickly and immediately understood what assists meant. Yes. The assists said awkwardly, because their tribe has already been assigned a settlement in Nidum, so I don't know if they can get any more land. Devers did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Bagul and asked, do you know about this? I know. Bagula answered truthfully, the assists discussed it with me. Most of these warriors who are asking for land for themselves are from the various tribes in Nidum. They see that the Greek soldiers can have their own land, but they have to share it with the tribe, so they made the request to leave the tribe and live alone. Devers stared at him and continued to ask, do you think their request is reasonable? I think it's very reasonable. Bagul answered without hesitation, not considering how Devers would feel after hearing it, which made the assists a little worried. The land that the warriors fought with their lives for should belong to them, and independence will be more conducive for them to integrate into the Dionia alliance. A smile appeared on the Devers' face. You can think of it that way. I'm very happy. But what will the leaders of the Lucanian tribe think? I don't think they will object. Bagul had obviously thought about this issue as well. He said, in the past, the Lucanian tribes absorbed people to survive and strengthen themselves. Now that they are under the protection of the Dionia alliance, they are no longer in danger of survival. On the contrary, the departure of these soldiers will make the tribe's land richer, which is a good thing. I agree to share it with these Lucanian warriors who are asking for independence. Devers' words made Bagul and the assists look happy, but Devers paced back and forth as he pondered. He was happy to see these Lucanian tribes broken up and eventually integrated into the alliance, but he was worried that excessive action would arouse the resentment of these small tribal leaders, which would be detrimental to the future infiltration of the Dionia into the northern Lucania municipality, so he had to be cautious. But before that, after returning to Turii, I will first let your father and Hegemon go to Nidum to test the attitude of the tribal leaders and try to persuade them. Therefore, the distribution of the land of these soldiers may be delayed. Bagul and the assists agreed. If some of the soldiers of the Legio III also settle here, the training and assembly of the entire legion in the future will be very troublesome. At this time, Hieronymus raised an objection. Devers laughed and said, not only Legio III, but I'm afraid many soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions will also settle in Asprostum and Cremissa. Who told us to obtain so much land so quickly? If we don't distribute these lands to the citizens who have made contributions to the Legion, probationary citizens, and registered freedmen, are we going to let the land lie idle for the enemy to attack? When the distribution of land is completed, I'm afraid there will be more than 3 legions. As for the specific personnel arrangement and organization, I will gather with Felicius, military officer, Raphias, census officer, Buccos, agriculture officer, you, Capus, Drax, and the captains to discuss a suitable plan. Hieronymus helplessly expressed his agreement, while Bagul and the assists were a little excited. The expansion of the legion meant that they also had the opportunity to become legion commanders. At this moment, the Devers also realized that in less than a year since they came to Turii, they had already experienced 4 wars. Under the circumstances of consecutive victories, be it the land, population, or army, they had all expanded rapidly. Perhaps it was time to stop and properly integrate the internal structure of the alliance. Hey, isn't that aristocrat? Izama suddenly said loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked down the city, and indeed, they saw Aristocrat riding a horse to the moat, and was about to beckon to the gate. It was almost dark, and Aristocrat still came looking for them. There must be something important. Thinking of this, the Devers hurried down the city. Just as they arrived at the city gate, Aristocrati had already entered the city. When he saw Davos, although he was tired, he still had a smile on his face. Sir Davos, there is good news in the letter from Talii today. Congratulations, your wife gave birth to a son for you yesterday morning. The Devers was overjoyed. He immediately took a deep breath, but his excitement did not diminish in the slightest. Child. I have a child. My child. The Devers suddenly hammered Hieronymus beside him, and shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Lord. This is Hera's blessing. Hieronymus, Bagul, the assists, and the rest, as well as the surrounding soldiers who knew the news, all congratulated the Devers. The Devers could not stop smiling, and hugged them warmly to express the joy in his heart. At the same time, he also joked that they should speed up their cultivation, and not fall too far behind him. Next, he planned to rush back to Cremissa with his guards, quickly arranging everything, and then rush back to Turii under the cover of the night. However, he was strongly obstructed by Hieronymus and the rest, and even went against the wishes of the Devers, forcing him to stay in the city of Asplustum for the night. Because the sky was already dark, they would have to go down the mountain road, and there were many rivers, and the war had just ended. If there were any accidents, they would not be able to explain it to the people of Dionia. The next afternoon, after feeding the child, Christoia fell into a deep sleep. Asuna held the child in the courtyard for a while in the sun, and found that the child had diarrhea. She had to go back to the outer room of the bedroom, wipe it with warm water, change it into a new diaper, and order the other female slaves to wash the dirty clothes. Then, she put the child back in the small bed, lay on the edge of the bed, and sang to the child. Gradually, the child closed his eyes, and Asuna also took advantage of the free time to lie on the edge of the bed for a nap. In a daze, she felt someone pat her on the shoulder. Asuna. She immediately woke up, looked back, and could not believe her eyes. Master, you are back. The Devers made a silent gesture. How is Christoia's health? He asked in a low voice. Lord Help said that she and the child are very healthy, but the madam still needs to recuperate for a while. She is now asleep in the bedroom. Asuna whispered and moved aside. Master, come and see the little master, he is very cute. The Devers tiptoed forward, looking at his child with excitement and curiosity. In fact, the child was only a few days old, and his skin was red, wrinkled, and not good-looking. However, the Devers was so fascinated that he could not help but reach out a finger and gently touch the child's red, tender face. The child, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel itchy and scratched his face with his little hand. The Devers was very interested and touched him again. As the child reached out to scratch his face, he opened his big and bright blue eyes. The father and son looked at each other closely, and then the child pouted and began to cry. Whether in his previous life or this life, it was the Devers' first time as a father. He had no experience at all and was at a loss. Asuna calmly picked up the child and began to coax him softly. Asuna, is the baby hungry again? Kristoya's soft voice came from the bedroom. No, Master is back. Asuna said excitedly. Ah. Kristoya shouted in surprise. The Devers quickly walked into the bedroom and saw Kristoya lying on the bed, slightly tired, but still looking good. You are back. Her eyes shone with joy. I am back. The Devers sat on the edge of the bed, leaned over, and kissed his wife. You have worked hard, he said softly. Yes, he's beautiful, just like you. I haven't named the child yet. I'm waiting for you to come back and name him. As for the child's name, Devers had thought about it on the way back. He put one hand on his wife's shoulder and the other hand under his chin. He said thoughtfully, I remember the first time I learned that you were pregnant, it was when we had just defeated Crotone. And this time, when he was born, we defeated Crotone again. The war with Crotone had just ended. This child is so fated with Crotone. This is the wish of Hades. I think it's better to name our child Crotocatax, what do you think? Crotocatax. Crotocatax. Kristoya whispered a few times. She looked up at her husband worriedly, isn't this name too flamboyant? Catax means conquest, and Crotocatax means Crotone's conqueror. Devers smiled, my child has this name. When he grows up, the people of Dionia will call his name. They will remember the hardships of the founding of the country and his father's contribution to this alliance, and they will be more tolerant of him. At the same time, if my child has ambition, he will create his own glory under the inspiration of this name. Kristoya, who was not very satisfied with the name, thought for a while and finally nodded, okay, let's call him Crotocatax. As soon as she said that, the crying of the child outside the room stopped abruptly. Kristoya covered her mouth and looked at Devers in surprise, oh my god, this name has been blessed by Hera. The child himself has accepted it. At this time, Asuna came in with the child in her arms. Kristoya took the child and said softly, little baby, this is your father. Call him daddy. The child laughed and danced with joy. Look, he's calling you. Kristoya smiled gently, then carefully placed the child in front of Devers. Devers carefully put him in his arms, for fear that he would hurt the little guy if he used too much strength. This time, the child did not cry. He opened his bright eyes and looked at Diva's curiously. His two chubby little hands scratched Diva's face. Devers let him play. At this moment, he felt the surge of blood connection in his heart. He said excitedly, Kristoya, I want my name to be the family name and pass it on to my children, and then they will pass it on to their descendants. I believe that the Devers family will become the most dazzling family in the Mediterranean Sea. Devers's words made Kristoya's eyes light up. Most Greeks only had first names, not surnames. In order to distinguish between duplicate names, they often added a place of origin or other annotations in front of the name to distinguish it. For example, Socrates of Athens, Socrates son of Acidatus, and so on. However, the aristocrats of the large eastern country of Persia had names. As a native of Miletus in Asia Minor, Kristoya, of course, knew that. From Devers's words, she heard her husband's ambition. She repeated her son's future name with great interest, Devers Crotocatax. At this time, Devers saw a little head popping out of the bedroom door. Cynthia, come in. He waved and said. 7-year-old Cynthia held the hand of almost 5-year-old Adoris and hesitantly came to the bed. Come and see your brother. Devers said happily to the siblings. You have a child. Do you still want us? Cynthia asked timidly. Devers was stunned. He did not expect his adopted daughter to be so sensitive. He immediately handed the baby to Kristoya and hugged them in front of his chest. He said loudly, you will always be my children, Devers. How can I not want you? Kristoya also said softly, and Mommy also hopes that when you grow up, you can take good care of and protect your brother. The two children were comforted by the husband and wife. They immediately lost their melancholy and looked curiously at the baby in Kristoya's arms. Can I touch him? Cynthia asked softly. Of course you can. Kristoya smiled gently. Cynthia carefully touched the baby's little face. What's his name? Crotocatax. His nickname is, Crow. He's so small. Adoris also held the baby's little hand curiously and said like a little adult, "Little brother, I will protect you." "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" Krobus, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by someone. He opened his sleepy eyes, but he still felt sleepy. He turned over and prepared to continue his sweet dreams. Immediately, the wet whip lashed at his body, burning with pain. He immediately jumped up in pain, and the supervisor's demonic voice rang in his ears, "Go to the quarry immediately, Lord Lysimines wants to lecture you." Krebs had long been afraid of being whipped by the supervisor. He dragged his sore legs and endured his hunger as he staggered out of the cave. He accidentally knocked into his companion beside him and subconsciously reached out to pull him up. As a result, he, who had no strength left in his body, was dragged to the ground as well. He struggled for a while before he could get up. In the process, he was kicked by the supervisor several times. The Crotone captives staggered out of the various quarry caves like ants and gathered in the circular quarry square. There were piles of freshly excavated marble materials everywhere. On the sentry tower at the entrance, Lysimines, the person in charge of the Turii stone mine, looked down impatiently at the scene below. "They're too slow. Go and urge the Crotone cowards to hurry up," he ordered his subordinates. Hence, the Crotone captives were herded to the sentry tower by the supervisors with sticks and whips like lambs. A similar scene happened at the Turii copper mine and the construction site of the Temple of Hades. "Crotone people, just based on the crimes you've committed against the Turii, I can't wait to lock you up here for 100 years. I'll turn your filthy flesh and blood into dirty water and turn your fragile bones into powder." Lysimines cursed them viciously. However, the great Hades has shown mercy and allowed the Dionia alliance to sign a truce with the damned Crotone. "We've become allies. Now, you can go home." After Lysimines finished his words reluctantly, the place suddenly fell into a dead silence. The captives could not believe their ears. What did he say?" his companion beside him asked with a trembling voice. He said we can go home," Columbus mumbled. Then, he seemed to have reacted to the situation. He grabbed his companion's shoulder and said, "Did you hear that? We can go home. We're free." After confirming that the news was true, countless people shed tears of excitement. They hugged each other, cheered, kissed the ground beneath their feet, and closed their eyes to enjoy the warm sunlight. For the past few days, they had been digging in the dark caves like slaves. They had to endure the beatings of the supervisors. They did not have enough to eat, and they could not sleep well. These pampered citizens of Crotone almost broke down. They had never felt that freedom was so precious. Lysimines snorted coldly. He did not want to watch any more. "Bring the bread and cheese over. Let them have their fill. What if they resist when they're full? We can't deal with so many captives," his subordinate said hesitantly. "Isn't that perfect?" Lysimines sneered. "They broke the contract that we just signed. We can eliminate them all." "Understood. After they're done eating, let them take a bath in the river and change their clothes. Otherwise, the people from Crotone will say that we're abusing the captives." "That's not abuse," his subordinate cursed in his heart. With the arrival of the Crotone messengers, the captives completely believed the truth that Dionia and Crotone had formed an alliance and that they wanted to go home. Under the protection of the heavily armed Dionia soldiers, they lined up and walked to the port of Turii. Why did they protect them? Because they were afraid that the radical Turii would harm these defenseless and weak Crotone captives. Colbus had experienced this situation once half a year ago. However, this time, the Turii did not cause any trouble for the large troop that was returning to Crotone. Even when they arrived at the port, they saw very few Turii. Where did the Turii people go? This thought only flashed in Colobus' mind for a moment. Now, he was filled with joy. They could go home successfully. The captives were finally relieved when the troop ship left the port of Turii. "I'll never come back to this place again," a captive shouted to vent his anger. Most of the soldiers, including Colbus, nodded in agreement. 2 wars, 2 captives, especially the second time, were nightmarish days that they did not even want to recall. Every single one of them was more or less afraid of the Dionia alliance. In fact, during the Second Crotone War, Dionia treated the Crotone captives this way because they had no other choice. After all, it was difficult to manage tens of thousands of captives, and most of the male citizens of Dionia were fighting outside. At the same time, the Crotone fleet would occasionally raid the coast of Turii. If the captives were to riot, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was why the Senate decided to imprison them like slaves in the mountainous mining area far away from the coast. They would be crushed by the harsh environment, starvation, and heavy labor. The people of Dionia were not in the mood to care about the Crotone captives who left Turii because their hero was about to return. In Castellan, after the army stayed for one night, the Devers hurried over to join the soldiers. The next morning, the whole army was dressed in new clothes. The soldiers looked imposing as they marched forward according to the predetermined order of entering the city. After crossing the bridge, thousands of freedmen who had participated in the battle and the Greek mercenaries led by Xanthoparis also joined the parade. The Devers also changed to 4-horse chariots. Capys, Drax, Hieronymus, and Laus consul Avenogus also rode in 2-horse chariots and followed closely behind. The army marched majestically towards the city of Turii not far away. The freedmen and the families of some probationary citizens who had been waiting outside the city immediately burst into cheers when they saw the soldiers from afar. Arsines never dreamed that he would be the flag-bearer in a triumphant manner. At that time all the legions had reported their candidates, and it was the Devers who named Arsines. He believed that in the battle that would determine the victory of the Second Crotone War, Arsines, as the captain of the legion, led a team of recruits and fought on the front line. In the face of the enemy's fierce offensive, not only did he take the lead, but he also commanded the recruits well and responded calmly. And in the case of more than half of the team's casualties, he still did not lose his fighting spirit and fought back bravely. He should be the representative of the whole army in this battle. When Arsines heard the Devers praise for him, he, who already admired the Devers, was even more grateful to the consul. At this moment, he held up the flag that represented the commander of the whole army. Facing the cheers and the thousands of waving arms, he proudly puffed out his chest. In the face of such a spectacular scene, even Tormid, who had been through many hardships and battles for a long time, could not remain calm. He said excitedly to Xanthoparis, who was next to him, "After so many years, I have participated in so many battles, but this is the first time I have experienced the pride of being a soldier. The Devers are amazing." Xanthoparis stared straight ahead and said, "Don't look around, march properly, don't embarrass us mercenaries." Tormid hurriedly puffed out his chest and raised his head, but he joked, "You're even more serious than me, old man. Participating in the triumph parade is nothing. In the future, we will be like Hieronymus, sitting on the chariot and accepting the cheers of the people." Xanthoparis' old face was flushed with excitement. "That's right." Tormid's enthusiasm rose. "I heard from the Devers that because of this battle, the observation period of our Union citizens will be greatly shortened. After a few more battles like this, we will soon become official citizens of Dionia. At that time, Cragines. Hey, that's Cragines. Stop shouting. He can't hear you. He's an alliance hero now." "Hero? With that thin body of his, I can knock him down with one hand. If it wasn't for the fact that his archery is better than mine, I would be the one receiving cheers from the troops now. That's right, this guy blessed by the goddess of luck. Looks like we need to practice archery in our spare time. The next time the recruitment officer comes, we must be selected." "You're right." When the freedmen entered the sight of the people, they received even more enthusiastic cheers. After all, most of the people outside the city were freedmen. Seeing their former comrades become heroes of the Dionia alliance, while they were envious, it also stimulated their desire to go into battle and kill the enemy. There were more than 20,000 soldiers participating in the triumph parade, forming a column that was 6 to 7 miles long. The freedmen at the back had just entered the welcoming area outside the city, and the military flag at the front had already passed the triumph arch inside the city. Soberkos looked up at the relief on the triumph arch and said to Leds emotionally, "Last time, I was a spectator watching the triumph parade, but now I've become a soldier participating in it." Leds laughed and said, "How do you feel?" "Very good. Very good. In the past, our cavalry was too weak to be of any use in battle. From now on, we, the Dionia cavalrymen, will become the heroes of the triumph parade every time." Led said with great ambition. His gaze was fixed on another tall flag beside the cavalry flag. Although he couldn't see the content of the flag from the back, he knew that it was written by the Devers, defeat the Croton cavalrymen and determine the victory of the battle. It was because of this achievement that the Devers placed their cavalrymen behind the flag-bearers of the army. As there were too many soldiers participating in the triumph parade, the Victory Plaza couldn't accommodate them all, and accidents could easily occur. Thus, the triumph parade this time had a rule: after the parade arrived at the plaza, they weren't allowed to stop. They had to circle around the plaza and leave the city through another street. On the west side of the plaza, on the platform in front of the Senate Hall, the senators solemnly looked at the soldiers passing through the plaza. Amicals, who was invited to the ceremony, saw the valiant and spirited troops marching past the platform in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that we would actually defeat the arrogant Crotone. This is a great victory. He was glad that he made the right choice before the war started. Castellan was firmly on Dioria's side. His words were approved by most of the senators, but Scombros expressed his disagreement. The Devers are the guarantee of victory. With him as the commander, I never doubted that the war would belong to our alliance. However, I think that we should have taken advantage of the moment when the Crotone was weak to completely crush them. His words were approved by a few Tourist senators. Polixus even said, on this issue, the Devers did not consider the feelings of the tourists and let the Crotone off. This is really wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Scombros glared at him fiercely. Lord Devers did the right thing. Cunegurata said with a straight face, to be able to lead the citizen soldiers to victory, he is a great general. To be able to use victory to gain enough benefits for the alliance is a true leader. If the war had continued, I'm afraid that Dionia would have suffered great losses. I'm very glad that Dionia has such a great governor like the Devers. Lord Cunegurata is right. Cornelis agreed. In this war, Lord Devers not only won a lot of fertile land for Dionia, but also allowed Dionia's influence to reach the southern end of Greece. Next, we'll have to invest a lot of time to discuss and solve how to manage and distribute these new lands. Tritobmos said with a smile. This is really a sweet but annoying thing. Everyone smiled knowingly. The senators of the Senate were noble and had a lot of work to do, but they didn't get paid. In order to increase their enthusiasm, and at the same time to win their favor, and to excite their interest in expansion, the Act of War proposed and passed by Divers stipulated that, in addition to the allotment of land to the new citizens and the land awarded to the militia who had rendered meritorious service, every member of the Senate who had worked hard would also be awarded land, but the amount of land awarded could not exceed the average amount of land awarded to the soldiers who had taken part in the battle. Although the amount of land awarded was not too much, according to the current speed of Dionia's expansion, it would not be a small number. While the senators were happily talking about the newly obtained territory, Polixus' eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about something, while Amicals had a look of envy on his face. Look, our great hero is here. Please Inla's shout drew everyone's attention back to the square. The Devers, dressed in military attire, appeared in the Victory Square on a war chariot. He smiled and waved to the people around him, pushing the triumphant celebration to its climax. The people shouted and jumped in excitement, waving their arms and shouting the Devers' name. They even ignored the guards by the side of the road and rushed into the parade in violation of the rules. They surrounded the Devers in the center and stretched out their arms, wanting to touch the protector of the Dionia, the Devers of Hades, who had saved Turin, defeated the strong enemy Crotone twice, and brought glory to the people of Dionia. The guards were highly nervous, afraid that something unexpected would happen. The Devers, on the other hand, was calm. He even got off the chariot and greeted the people gently, asking if they had suffered any losses in this war, if they needed help from the alliance, and so on. The people loved their governor even more. They surrounded the Devers and escorted him to the platform before reluctantly leaving. The senators stepped forward to welcome him. Cunegurata was the first to criticize, Sir Devers, the situation just now was too dangerous. You should have stayed in the chariot and waited for the guards to escort you here. What's so dangerous about it? The Devers smiled and said, the senators and the people are like a father and his child. As a father, he will naturally love his child, and the child will naturally love and respect his father. Why would he hurt his own family, right? Father and his child? The senators repeatedly thought about this sentence and were more or less shocked. Later, this sentence spread and moved the people greatly. Therefore, the senators of the Senate also had another title, Father. Metlos Phoenix believed that the Senate of Dionia was deliberately delaying time and fooling him. In fact, they had already prepared for the peace talks with Crotone. He had wasted all his efforts to rush to Turiae. The newly established alliance of Dionia actually dared to fool and despise Rockley, therefore, he dragged his sickly body to participate in the triumphal ceremony. Because he was the messenger of Rockley, the Senate arranged for him to stay in a hotel not far from the Senate's hall. Since he lived in the city and was a VIP, he was naturally allowed to watch the triumphal ceremony. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to meet the consul of Dionia to vent his dissatisfaction. At the same time, he represented Rockley to express an appropriate threat to Dionia, which had just allied with Crotone, and force them to make some changes that were beneficial to Rockley. However, after watching the magnificent and lively triumphal ceremony that he had never seen before, he was shocked by the huge military strength, high morale, and the fanatical atmosphere of the people of Dionia. He realized that this was an alliance that worshipped heroes from the elders to the commoners. They were warlike and could not be ignored. He was afraid that they would not compromise easily, so he decided to retreat. After sending off the last contingent of freedmen, the people poured into the square. The speech of the Devers drew a perfect end to the triumphal ceremony. People of the Dionia alliance, I thank you on behalf of the Senate. When the enemy invaded, you were not afraid, you did not retreat, but worked together and fought bravely. The soldiers fought bravely at the front, not afraid of sacrifice, and fought to be heroes, while you worked tirelessly to transport supplies and evade the enemy's ambush. You endured the pain of losing your loved ones and supported us in the battle. Today, we won. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the citizens of the Dionia Alliance, prospective citizens, freedmen, and their families. We will use this victory to comfort the warriors who died on the battlefield, and hope that their souls can reach the Elysium of Hades smoothly. I, Consul Daves, will also use this victory to tell you that the days of the Dionia Alliance being bullied are over, and you will have a better tomorrow. Victory to the Dionia Alliance. Victory to the Dionia Alliance. Victory to the Senate of Dionia. Long live the Devers Consul. Victory to the Devers. At that moment, the square was filled with cheers, and the whole city of Turin became a sea of joy. After the holy day of sacrifice for the Sparta king Archas, after a period of preparation, the Sparta Council of Elders finally decided to elect a new king of Sparta to prevent the throne from being vacant for too long, which would lead to political instability in the country. On this day, the 29 elders of the council hall in Sparta entered the hall early. There were also 2 candidates for the throne. They were the son of the former Sparta king Arches, Leotychides, and the brother of Arches, Agesilaus. The chairman in charge, Creostida, announced, the Sacred King Selection Conference has begun. First, the candidates will state the reasons why they should be the king. The young and energetic Creostida stood up first and said loudly to his uncle, Agesilaus, the ancient law clearly states, the first to inherit the throne should be the king's son, not his brother. If the king happens to have no children, then his brother may inherit the throne. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, leave as soon as possible. Agesilaus did not face his nephew, but the crowd. His attitude was respectful, and his tone was low, but it was certain, respected elders, the one to inherit the throne should be me, the only brother of Arches, Agesilaus. Leotychides jumped and roared, interrupting his uncle's words, Agesilaus, don't think that you can play dumb just because you're a cripple. Listen, the sacred Sparta law has already stipulated that as the only son of Arches, I should naturally become the king. Stop fooling around. Agesilaus turned his head and looked at the flustered Leotychides. A hint of contempt appeared on his face. That's right, that's what the law says, but the prerequisite is that you're indeed the son of Arches. But I've heard the person you call father say more than once, you're not his biological son. Nonsense. Since he was young, there had always been similar rumors that reached Leotychides' ears. It became a nightmare that troubled him, and it also became his reverse scale when he grew up. At this moment, his face instantly turned red. He jumped up from his seat, rushed over, and grabbed Agesilaus. He shouted angrily, damn cripple. Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my uncle. He tried his best to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth. Listen, my mother knows the truth better than my father. Until today, she still says, I'm the son of the king. I'm the son of Archies. Silence. Silence. The meeting hall is a sacred place. No fighting is allowed, or you'll be banished. Chairman Cleostida warned. Agesilaus pushed his nephew's hand away, and his expression became calmer. He said solemnly, Respected elders, perhaps you still remember that year when there was an earthquake in Sparta. Archies left his wife and led the guards to provide disaster relief. He was gone for almost a year. Poseidon's anger filled the people of Sparta with reverence. At the same time, this god was the most convincing witness that Leotychides was not the son of Archies. Because of time. Leotychides was only born 10 months after Archies left his wife. As soon as he said this, the elders seemed to be deep in thought. Some of their expressions also became solemn. Nonsense. Leotychides flew into a rage again. He was stopped by the guards who were already prepared, so he could only roar angrily. All right, that's the end of the candidates' statements. Chairman Cleostida quickly said, Elders, do you have anything to say? Diopetus stood up and said, Everyone, as you know, before this meeting, I had already received Pausanias's authorization to represent the Elder Council to go to Delphi and seek an oracle from Apollo. He warned us, the people of Sparta should beware of the king becoming a cripple. Therefore, I believe that Apollo has already given us a warning. If Agesilaus becomes king, it will definitely bring danger to Sparta. He then passed the parchment in his hand to everyone. Some of the elders nodded as they read. Diopetus glanced proudly at Lysander, who was sitting in front of him, and then made a placating gesture to Leotychides. Agesilaus tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but his hands were clenched tightly behind his back. He saw the elders glancing at his feet from time to time, and he subconsciously moved his left foot back. At this time, Lysander stood up. His influence was great, and he immediately gathered everyone's attention. As we all know, the oracle of Apollo in Delphi has always been profound and difficult to understand. If we only understand it literally, we will often come to a wrong conclusion. Lysander looked around at everyone and said loudly, Back then, the king of Lydia received the oracle of a great kingdom will perish and thought that Persia would be defeated. In the end, it was his kingdom that perished. If the people of Athens had really built a wooden wall according to the literal meaning before Persia invaded, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Persia in the naval battle. Therefore, we should understand this oracle more deeply. If the king we elect isn't of the true bloodline of Agis, then wouldn't the system of 2 kings that we are so proud of, the divine bloodline inherited from Hercules, be missing a leg? It should be said that Lysander's words were thought-provoking. Coupled with his influence, it caused the elders to whisper and discuss nonstop. Leotychides glared at Lysander angrily, but he didn't dare to scold him like he did to Agesilaus. Although his power was intentionally weakened by the Council of Elders a few years after the end of the Peloponnesus War, he was still the hero of the people of Sparta. His rallying power was amazing, and he wasn't someone that an heir to the throne could humiliate. The other king of Sparta, Pausanias, didn't have any obvious bias towards the 2 heirs to the throne of Agis, but he was very hostile and wary of Lysander, who once wanted to shake the system of 2 kings. Therefore, he would often oppose anything that Lysander supported. However, in the meeting to elect a new king, according to tradition, the other king could attend but didn't have the right to make suggestions or vote. This was because the reason why Sparta was a system of 2 kings was to achieve mutual checks and balances, so the king had to avoid arousing suspicion. Pausanias could only signal to one of his trusted elders, Helipidas. The elder had to stand up in a hurry and said with a stutter, Sparta is now the overlord of Greece, but if the king of Sparta is, a person with a disability, it will only cause the other city-states to secretly ridicule Sparta, thus reducing their respect for Sparta. Moreover, we, Sparta, have never had a king with a disability. Never. As soon as he finished speaking, Lysander immediately continued, That's right, Agesilaus is a cripple. However, he is brave in battle, upright, and has always been respected by our elders and people. He is a traditional and pure warrior of Sparta, and he didn't bring shame to the reputation of the royal family. But please take a closer look at Leotychides. Who do you think he looks like? Leotychides was strong and handsome, and his appearance was more inherited from his mother. However, under the guidance of Lysander's words and the influence of the rumors, the more the elders looked at him, the more they felt that he looked like the handsome and romantic man of Athens, Alcibiade. "Diabetes, are you really from Sparta?" Lysander sneered. "Don't forget about Demaratos." The elders were in an uproar. Demaratos was the eternal shame of Sparta. Although the Sparta warriors worshipped killing and despised pleasure, they still liked beautiful women. The best way to judge a future wife was to see if she could bear children easily. The beauty of a Sparta woman was also the best way to judge if she could be the mother of a future child. Training with men from a young age gave the women of Sparta their own unique beauty. They had long blonde hair, strong bodies, and elegant legs. Giving birth to an ugly daughter would make the parents depressed, but there was still a chance to change. That was to go to an ancient sanctuary next to Helen's tomb and pray to the bronze statue of Helen. It was said that the child would grow up to be beautiful. 100 years ago, a pair of Sparta parents prayed to Helen for their ugly daughter. The ugly priestess in charge of the sanctuary grabbed the long hair of the child. After looking at the child's face, she made a prophecy: she would become the cutest woman in Rastman. As time passed, the girl became a famous beauty. Her charm made the king of Sparta fall head over heels for her. He used his royal power to take her away from her husband. Only 7 months later, the new queen gave birth to a son. Was the father of the child the king or the commoner? The people of Sparta did not investigate further. The child grew up and eventually became the king. He was Demaratos. When Demaratos succeeded to the throne, another king of Sparta, Cleomenes, had been on the throne for 5 years. It was much more difficult for him to succeed to the throne because his father could not get his wife pregnant. The elders of the Law Enforcement Council asked him to divorce his wife and remarry. He hesitated for a long time and chose to marry again. Not long after his second wife gave birth to 3 sons, his first wife gave birth to Cleomenes. But the king was already deeply in love with his second wife, and naturally preferred her children. Cleomenes was not favored by his father, and his half-brother, Dorius, was given special training by the king, and was appointed as the legitimate heir. People also thought that Dorius was the best of his generation. However, after the king suddenly died in battle, the conservative people of Sparta believed that Cleomenes, who was the son of the king's first wife, had the right to inherit the throne. Cleomenes, who succeeded to the throne, banished his brothers with the excuse of sending Dorius to colonize the western Mediterranean. Cleomenes was quick-witted, decisive, ambitious, and had a strong desire for power. Demaratos, who had just succeeded to the throne, was no match for him. Soon, he was overthrown by Cleomenes. Cleomenes ruled Sparta for more than 20 years. He defeated Agos, controlled Arcadia, meddled in Delphi, and interfered with the political situation in Athens. Sparta's power expanded to northern Greece. At this time, the king of Persia, Xerxes, was preparing to invade Greece again. Learning from Darius, he sent a large number of spies to divide and alienate the city-states. Ina, an island city-state not far from the east of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, offered land and water to Persia. Cleomenes angrily denounced this treachery and decided to punish Ina. The people of Ina hurriedly asked another king of Sparta, Demaratos, for help. Demaratos was happy to create trouble for his political enemy, so he secretly joined forces with the elders in the council who were not willing to go to war with Persia and actively provided support. This infuriated Cleomenes, and he finally decided to get rid of this intolerable collaborator once and for all. So in the council of elders that he initiated, he questioned the origin of Demaratos. Not only did he win over Demaratos's clansmen and most of the elders, but he also bribed the priest of Delphi, so that the oracle he sought was also unfavorable to Demaratos. As a result, Demaratos, who had been on the throne for 24 years, was deposed from the throne and defected to Xerxes, becoming a traitor who led the way. However, the victorious Cleomenes was not happy for long. His bribery of Delphi was leaked, and the people of Sparta were furious. He was convicted and fled Sparta. Later, he returned but was removed from power. From then on, he drank, beat people, and cursed. Everyone said he was crazy. His 2 half-brothers, Leonidas and Cleombrotes, declared him insane and locked him in the temple. The next day, he was found dead. His flesh had been cut off piece by piece, and a knife was beside his hand. This caused a great sensation. Everyone said that this was the punishment for Cleomenes's blasphemy, and it was widely accepted by the public: suicide. Soon, Leonidas became king. However, privately, there were rumors that Cleomenes died in the hands of his two brothers. The reason why Leonidas led 300 king's guards to Hot Spring Gate to defend against the army of Persia was because of the situation. At the same time, he also wanted to prove his innocence to the people of Sparta. It was a treacherous history for the people of Sparta, and it could even be said to be the shame of Sparta. The meeting hall fell into silence for a while. Chancellor Cleostetus simply announced, "Let the election of a new king begin." Whether it was Agesilaus or Leotychides, these two candidates both had their flaws, and they both had their fans. Therefore, the debate between the two was mainly about fighting for the position of the neutral elders, and the final result of the vote was, Agesilaus won. With tears of humiliation in his eyes, Leotychides looked at the elders who congratulated Agesilaus with hatred, and then quietly left. Chancellor Cleostetus asked the guards to welcome the 5 censors who had been waiting outside the meeting hall, and announced the result of the election to them. Thus, the censors came before Agesilaus, and Agesilaus stood solemnly, listening to them read out loud, "By the great Zeus, according to the results of the election by the Council of Elders, we declare that Agesilaus, the bloodline of the holy Hercules, is the king of Sparta." Agesilaus could no longer maintain his calm expression, and his voice trembled as he swore, "I swear in the name of Zeus, I, Agesilaus, will govern and rule Sparta according to the existing laws of the city." The censors responded at the same time, "As long as you abide by your oath, we will ensure that your royal power is eternal." In February of 398 BC, Agesilaus became the king of Sparta. At the southeast end of Sicily, Dionysius led Syracuse's 80,000 infantrymen, 3,000 cavalrymen, and more than 400 warships on the sea, marching westward along the southern coast of Sicily. When he easily liberated the city-state of Camalina, which was forced to pay tribute to Carthage, Dionysius received the news that Dionia defeated Crotone. He was silent for a while, then said to the attendant beside him, "Write a letter to Philistos immediately. Tell him that I've agreed to Rockley's request to send reinforcements as soon as possible." Then, he asked the messenger to urge the army, which was preparing to rest for a day, to continue marching westward. Crotone has asked for peace with Dionia. After receiving the news from Crotone, the governor of Tarentum, Eutychus, said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that a year ago, Dionia was still a small city-state that needed our protection to survive. Now, it has rapidly developed into a powerful alliance with Greece." The former governor and current senator of the Senate, Decidimus, sighed and said, "Fortunately, we are in an alliance with Dionia. The safety of Tarentum cannot rely on the promises of others." Eutychus shook his head and said firmly, "We should speed up the conquest of the Messapi people and strengthen the power of Tarentum as soon as possible. Only then will we have the confidence to speak when facing Dionia. The capture of Manduria has already caused many casualties among our citizens. But you still want to attack Brindisi. That will cause more Tarentum citizens to be sacrificed. How can the Senate agree to such a radical approach?" Decidimus criticized angrily. Eutychus looked at Decidimus with a trace of contempt in his eyes. "Decidimus, my good friend, haven't you figured it out yet? This is not only the wish of the majority of the senators in the Senate, but also the wish of the people. Stimulated by the rapid rise of Dionia, the people are tired of the inaction of the Senate for decades. They hate the fact that they have to endure the attacks of the Messapi every year. They are asking us to make changes. Although there have been casualties among our citizens, we have taken control of Manduria. It will be much more difficult for the Messapi to invade our territory. Now, Sir Diomyrus is about to return to Tarentum, and Archita will continue to lead the army to attack Brindisi. I believe that after Archita learns that Crotone has been forced to ask for peace with Dionia, he will increase his attack on Brindisi without our urging." Decidimus fell into silence. After a moment, he said hesitantly, "I am a little worried that such a large-scale attack will stimulate the Puccetti people in the north. They are from the same race as the Messapi, will they not hate us if we don't attack?" Eutychus retorted, "As long as we capture Brindisi, not only can we cut off the communication between the Messapi people and the north, but we can also connect to the trade with the Adriatic Sea. There are many benefits to doing this. If we really encounter the Puchetti people that you mentioned, see that our city is empty and take the opportunity to attack, then we can still. Eutychus looked at Desidemus. Desidemus understood what he meant and sighed, ask for help from our ally, Dionia. Following that, the General Assembly held an election, and Lucius, who brought peace to Crotone, became the chief general. Although his act of ceding territory was criticized by many, the more than 10,000 citizen soldiers who returned to their homeland thanked him for saving them from hell and time, so most of them voted for him. At the same time, Sesprotes, who participated in the peace talks with Lucius, also became a general. For a time, the conservative faction in the General Executive Committee of Crotone clearly had the upper hand. However, the most urgent task was to defeat Locke and rescue the alliance. The newly formed cabinet of 10 generals in Crotone was very clear about this. After careful consideration, they decided to appoint the 3 experienced captains who were once captured by Dionia as generals. Therefore, the soldiers who had just returned to Crotone had no choice but to go out again. 15,000 soldiers, including 10,000 heavy infantry, in addition to the recruitment of 4,000 freedmen, after preparing their rations, they immediately set off for Coruña. Some people in the council objected and requested that more citizens be left behind to protect the empty Ciudad Crotone. Although conservative, Lucius was not a coward. Not only did he not agree, he even sent an envoy to Esprausturm, telling the garrison of Dionia that Crotone was now empty and hoped to receive help from the alliance if necessary. At the same time, when they received a clear response from assists, the Crotone fleet, led by the navy commander Escamas, sailed together with more than 60 warships of various sizes towards Coruña. Just as Crotone and Locke were about to fight, the Senate of Dionia voted to select 5 candidates for Cremissa to enter the Senate. Antares, Euripus, and Pretes were all selected. This matter was just the appetizer of the long Senate meeting today. What followed next was the reward for the soldiers who participated in the War of Crotone. Due to the large number of people who participated in the war, Felicius, the military officer, and Raphias, the census officer, only decided on a rough number during the meeting. About 7,000 official citizens would receive 1 to 3 acres of land based on their contributions. The senators, led by the Devers, suggested that as much land as possible be allocated to the citizens in the cities where they lived. Of course, if they were willing to swap, it should be accommodated. About 15,000 registered freedmen participated in the war. According to the law, more than half of them would directly enter the probationary period of official citizens. As the war had obtained a large amount of land in 2 cities, a large number of people were urgently needed to occupy these lands and guard the new cities. Therefore, even though the official citizens' probationary period had not yet ended, the Senate still decided to grant them 5 acres of land in Cremissa, Esprausturm, and northern plains of Crotone. Because they had not become official citizens yet, during this probationary period, they still had to pay 10% of land income. Until official citizens became official citizens, the probationary period would Senate. For nearly 6,000 freedmen who participated in the war, the probationary period for them to become probationary citizens would be halved. At the same time, they would be given the priority to rent land in the city-state. Of course, the 20% tax burden would not change. For the soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the war, regardless of whether they were citizens or freedmen, as long as their relatives were still alive, the Senate would reward them according to the normal soldiers' rewards. At the same time, generous compensation would be given, mainly from the spoils of war. The entire matter of reward and distribution would be handled by the agriculture officer, Burks, and the census officer, Raphias, with the assistance of the 3 army commanders, Capus, Dracos, and Hieronymus. The citizens of Dionia will respond to the call, fulfill their duties, and fight bravely for the alliance. As the helm of the great ship that is the alliance, the Senate must also give them the corresponding rewards and care fairly. We cannot let our warriors shed tears while they bleed. Only in this way can more people contribute to the prosperity and strength of the alliance. Finally, the Devers used a passionate speech to remind Burks and the others who were about to go to work. Next, the discussion was about the candidates for the chief executive of Cremissa and Esprausturm. There were many senators who signed up to run for Cremissa, because it was a seaport city with favorable conditions, and the residents were all Greeks. Although it was adjacent to Crotone, they had already become allies, and with Esprostem at the forefront, the governing environment was relatively safer. The final result of the voting was that Scombros received the highest number of votes, which surprised some people. But after thinking about it carefully, although Scombros had a bad temper, he was a straightforward person who would correct his mistakes. He was not too scheming, and he was willing to help the younger generation. Therefore, many people were willing to associate with him. According to the law of Dionia, the Devers had the final right to veto any proposal in the Senate, but as long as the proposal was reasonable, he rarely used this right. Just like now, he thought that the candidate for the chief executive of Crimea was not bad. Scombros's straightforward personality might win the favor of the Crimeans who were still hostile to the people of Dionia. So, he was the first to congratulate Scombros. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely let the people of Crimea recognize the alliance of Dionia as soon as possible, and at the same time, coordinate the relationship between the local people and the new immigrants." Scombros promised the Devers in high spirits. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Before the 50-year-old Scombros took office, he had already grasped the two major problems he needed to solve after becoming the chief executive of Crimea. So, the Devers smiled and said, "With you in Crimea, the Senate has nothing to worry about." As for the candidate for the chief executive of Esprostem, because the Devers had said in advance that Esprostem was different from Crimea, it was located in the middle and upper reaches of the Neto River, and from time to time, it would be harassed by the Briti who swam from the southwest. In the south, it was necessary to be vigilant and deter other Greek city-states from coveting the northern plains of Croton, and at the same time, to coordinate the relationship with the people of Crotone. In addition, the Devers also told the senators that many Lucanian warriors were willing to move to Esprostem. In this way, apart from the Lucaria region, including Nudum, of course, Esprostem had the highest proportion of Lucanian residents among the cities of Dionia. Therefore, the requirements for the chief executive of Esprostem were higher. First of all, he must have strong military skills, a certain amount of administrative experience, and a strong ability to coordinate. At the same time, he must be able to make the Lucanians, who had just joined Dionia and were still somewhat undisciplined, obedient. For senators like Amendolara and Turiai who had suffered from the war, there was always an indelible fear in their hearts when they were asked to deal with the war independently. Vespa and Hegemon loved to take the initiative to give suggestions when it came to Lucania, but when it came to the affairs of the Greek city-states, they would always watch calmly from the sidelines and act as the voting machine. Most of the mercenary senators were either unwilling to deal with administrative affairs, or they were not competent enough. Those who were more competent in administrative affairs, such as Antonios and Alexis, held important public positions and could not leave. Therefore, when the rotating chairman, Cornelis, announced that the people who were willing to be the chief executive of Esprostem would raise their hands, for a moment, no one responded. When the Devers saw this, he was a little surprised. A name appeared in his mind, Assists. However, Assists was not a member of the Senate, and according to the regulations, he could not take the position of the chief executive of the city. Only then did he realize that before the Dionia Alliance Public Service Law was promulgated, it was difficult for the former mercenaries who did not become a member of the Senate to enter the Senate and become a senator. For these guys, most of whom only wanted to fight, it was undoubtedly impossible for them to re-engage in administrative affairs and rise through the ranks. It seemed that there was a need to add a few provisions in the Public Service Law specifically for the senior generals of the Legion to enter the Senate. As the Devers pondered, he saw someone in the crowd raise his hand, Helos. It turned out to be Helos, the former captain of the Devers and their most capable confidant, Helos. Some time ago, the Devers were busy with administrative affairs, and Helos was serving as the captain of the Amendolara patrol. Other than meeting in the Senate, the two did not have many opportunities to meet. However, the Devers still understood Helos's performance. With the prosperity of the warehouses, accommodation, and food in Amendolara, there was a large influx of foreigners, but there had been no major conflicts. Helos's performance was the greatest credit. His ability to deal with emergencies and his fairness in resolving conflicts between the residents and foreigners were praised by the people of Amendolara and the chief executive, Cornelis. As for his military ability, the Devers' evaluation was that he was good at using troops, which was just right for Esprostem, which was located in a special geographical location. They believed that with his rich mercenary experience, it would not be a big problem to convince the Lucanians. As for his administrative experience, the Devers thought about it. They could let the assist stay in Esprestum for a while and help Helos deal with administrative affairs. They believed that with Helos's serious attitude and learning, he would soon be able to govern independently. After waiting for a while, there was still only Helos. Cornelis had no choice but to announce that the candidate for the chief executive of Esprestum was Helos. I agree with Helos as the chief executive of Esprestum. He is the most suitable candidate. The Devers were the first to express their support. Helos thanked Cornelis for his compliment. I'll ask Amendalara to recommend a suitable patrol captain, the Devers said. Cornelis immediately perked up. Go ahead, Sir Consul. Epiphanes. He'll make an excellent patrol captain, the Devers said confidently, pointing to the back row. Huh? Epiphanes, who was talking to Xpid in a low voice, did not expect to be called. Why me? He asked in surprise. So that you can focus more on the administration of the alliance and be a good role model for your soldiers instead of wasting your time on the youngsters of Dionia, the Devers said half-jokingly. The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Epiphanes liked handsome young men. Many elders had the same hobby, but Epiphanes was more obvious about it. It was not only a fashion, but also a tradition, for the Greeks to like young men and guide them. Although the Devers did not like it, they still showed their respect and did not want to force the change. Apart from that, what the Devers admired the most about Epiphanes was his ability to think calmly on the battlefield and react flexibly in complex situations. He always completed the tasks given to him, and even exceeded expectations. Under the pressure of Divers and the repeated pleas of Cornelis, Epiphanes had no choice but to agree. Epiphanes' helpless expression made Amyntas and the rest burst into laughter again. It was already past noon when the meeting went on. Cornelis announced a half-hour recess. The slaves who had been waiting outside the Senate immediately came in and gave their masters food and water to fill their stomachs. The Devers did not have any free time even after the half-hour recess. He munched on his bread while discussing with Scombres and Helos about the problems they needed to solve after taking office, as well as how the two cities could cooperate and strengthen communication to deal with any situation that might arise in the south. Then, Cunegurata found him to discuss the arrangement of the 5 new Senate elders. As an elder of the Senate, his family should naturally be settled in Turin so that it would be convenient for him to perform his duties. Even if he became the governor of another city, he would not move away from his mansion in Turin. After all, the governor only served for 2 years, while the elders served for life. There was still a lot of unused public land in Turin that was under the control of the Senate and would not be given away easily. Allocating a small piece of land for the new elder to build a house was naturally not free of charge. The Land of Dionysia Act clearly stipulated that even if Divers wanted to buy the land, he would still have to pay the market price. Due to the influx of people over the past year, the price of residential land in Turin had risen again. The price would rise even more after Dionia defeated Crotone. Cunegurata hoped that the Senate would sell the land to the new elders at the original price in order to show the sincerity of the Senate of Dionia and appease the newcomers. The Devers agreed. He also considered that if any of the 5 new Cremissa elders could not afford the money, the national treasury could pay for it first and repay it later. The half-hour break was over and the Senate meeting continued. The Devers stood up and said his first proposal. Although Dionia won the war against Crotone this time, some problems were exposed. The most important and urgent one is the navy. As soon as the Devers' voice fell, it immediately resonated with the elders. The consul is right. In this war, the biggest loss that the Crotone caused us was their fleet's continuous onshore raids. They burned many Turin villages and killed many of our people. Until now, the civil servants of Turin are still having a headache trying to resettle the people and rebuild their homes. Cunegurata complained. If Dionia had a navy as strong as our army, Crotone would have surrendered when we won the war. There would be no need to surround Cremissa. Amyntas emphasized. The trade of the Dionia alliance is getting more and more prosperous. Dionia's territory is expanding rapidly. We need a strong fleet to protect our trade, to prevent our long coastline from being ambushed by enemy fleets and our ports from being blockaded by enemy warships. Marigi reminded loudly. That's right. We need a strong navy to protect the safety of the Dionia alliance. The others agreed. Since we've reached a consensus, my suggestion is. The Devers looked at the others and said, other than speeding up the completion of the three-tiered or warships that are under construction, we'll build 7 more this year. I've asked Inanilos, and Turin's shipyards don't have enough docks to fulfill such a large order. Kremissa also has a larger shipyard that can build 3-tiered or warships. We can give them a small portion of the order to fulfill. In the future, we'll build 10 3-tiered or warships every year until we have 50 3-tiered or warships in 5 years. At the same time, we'll be equipped with 20 medium-sized warships, 100-man warships, and 10 small warships, 50-man warships. That way, we'll have a relatively strong Dionian navy with 80 warships. The others agreed that the plan was feasible. Only Mercis objected, no. No. This way, the alliance will have to spend more than 100 talent every year. That's too much. Although it's a little too much, I think our treasury will be able to handle it. Last year, the treasury received more than 200 talent just from the land tax, rent tax, and trade tax. This year, Mariki's lowest estimate is that the treasury's revenue will at least double. When the Devers said this, many of the elders were shocked. Unknowingly, Dionia's treasury's revenue was almost equal to that of Tarentum and Crotone. Taking out a small portion of the money to build a fleet should be more than enough. Everyone, Lord Mercis, actually, building 10 3-tiered or warships every year won't cost more than 100 talent. Mariki stood up and reminded everyone, the cost of building a warship is mainly divided into 2 parts. One is the wood, and the other is the manufacturing cost. In the mountains of our alliance's territory, especially in Lucania, there are countless high-quality cedar trees that are most suitable for building 3-tiered or warships. I heard that Athens had a special agreement with Turris. Every year, Turris had to provide Athens with a certain amount of shipbuilding wood. There was indeed such an agreement. Turris had to provide Athens with at least 1,000 pieces of shipbuilding wood every year, and if necessary, the number could be doubled, Inanilos said. Back then, in order to complete this agreement, the Turris had cut down a lot of trees for decades. Although they earned some money from the wood, the older cedar trees in the mountains around Turris became fewer and fewer. Moreover, there were more than a dozen large shipyards in Athens, so there was no need for them to build ships in Turris. Inanilos's family had always complained about this. Later, because of excessive logging, many barren hills appeared around Turris. Only then did the people discover this drawback. They began to buy wood from other Greek city-states and resell it to Athens, earning a little bit of the difference. In the later stages of the war between Athens and Sparta, we were forced to cancel this agreement after the Sparta navy gained the upper hand, Cunigurata added. Devers nodded. After becoming the alliance consul, he understood this agreement. He even believed that when General Pericles of Athens agreed to build Turris and called for the establishment of a great pan-Hellenic city-state, one of the real strategic purposes was for wood. Athens had 2 natural flaws. First, it didn't produce a lot of food, and it had to rely on imports to maintain the huge population of the city-state. Therefore, along the coast of Greece to the Black Sea, it built many colonies or controlled city-states in key locations, such as Byzantium, to ensure the smooth transportation of food from the Black Sea. It needed a powerful navy, and the people of Athens were ambitious to establish a powerful Mediterranean Greek city-state alliance, so they needed a powerful navy even more. However, the second flaw of Athens was that it didn't have a lot of forests, and it didn't have trees that could make high-quality warships. Also, with the size of Athens' navy and merchant ships, the amount of wood they needed was massive. Therefore, finding wood for ships became a strategic issue that determined whether Athens could maintain its strength or not. Egypt didn't have forests. Persia had wood, but they wouldn't sell it to the enemy, Athens. Northern Greece and Thrace had forests, but they were inland, and it was difficult to cut and transport the wood. Therefore, Greece, which was surrounded by the Apennines Mountains, became an important place for Athens to buy wood, and Turris, which was built by the people of Athens, was the main source of wood. Therefore, I asked the Senate to discuss a plan to allow the slaves of the alliance to cut a certain number of cedars every year to make wood for the warships. It doesn't cost a single opal. As for the production fee, Marigi looked at Inanalis and jokingly said, I think Mr. Inanalis will not charge too much. Inanalis smiled helplessly. Everyone felt that Marigi's words made sense, and the worry about the cost dissipated a lot. But have you considered the maintenance of these warships after they are built? It's also not a small cost. Merja said, unconvinced. Inanalis and I have discussed this issue before, Devers said. Inanalis nodded to show that it was true. When there is no war, of course, we won't leave the warships idle at the docks. Other than a small number of them patrolling the coast of the Alliance, and some of them in the docks for maintenance, the rest can be used as guards for merchant ships, especially on the route from the Adriatic Sea to the mainland of Greece, where pirate attacks are frequent. They can also temporarily serve as large cargo ships to transport goods to friendly city-states. You see, not only can we earn maintenance fees for our navy, but we can also train the crew's sailing skills at the same time. Isn't that good? After Devers said his thoughts, Merja stopped talking. The senators looked at each other and did not speak for a while. The former mercenary senators were proficient in land battles, but not in naval ones. The Lucaria senators knew how to fight in the mountains, but were fearful of the sea. Amendola had no ports or warships, so the senators naturally had no experience in naval battles. The only ones left were the Turris senators. Cunagurata looked at the others and said, I recommend Inanalis, he was originally a general of the Turris navy. The other Turris senators also expressed their agreement. The Devers also recognized Inanalis's talent in this area, or they would not have discussed with him about the establishment of the navy. The only worry was that Inanalis's family owned a shipyard, and the Devers were worried that he would use it for his own personal gain. But on second thought, the shrewd and stingy Mursas was not easy to fool. Compared to the talented army, there were too few people who knew how to fight on the sea. Devers sighed in his heart. In the end, Inanalis successfully became the commander of the navy of Dionia. He said with an excited expression, we, Dionia, have strong heavy infantry. I no longer have to worry about our warships being burnt to the ground before they even leave the port. It seemed that when Turris was captured by Crotone, he was still brooding over the fact that Turris warships were either destroyed or captured. The army of Dionia has already made a name for itself. What I can do is to lead this new navy to actively cooperate with the army, and create a greater victory for the alliance of Dionia. After Inanalis finished speaking, all the senators, including Amintas, smiled and applauded Inanalis's inauguration. Polixus stared at Inanalis's back, a hint of a smile on his face. The second proposal of the Devers was about the construction of the road from Castellan to Cremissa to Espusdum. As soon as this proposal was made, it was unanimously approved by all the senators. The Dionia alliance had already enjoyed the benefits of building the avenue. Even if the Devers did not mention it, the other elders would have made similar proposals. By this time the people of Dionia had developed quite a difference of opinion from the rest of the Greeks. They no longer believed that a city only needed to be well connected by sea, and did not need to think much about roads. Not only did they care about sea routes, but they also believed that building good roads was an essential infrastructure for the development of a city. However, the Devers' second proposal did not end there. He continued, when we besieged Cremissa, the messengers sent messages between Thurii and Cremissa every day. They traveled more than 100 miles back and forth, and the horses were exhausted. Sometimes, important messages could not be delivered in time. As the territory of the Dionia alliance expands, the cities at the border will only get further away from Thurii. How can we keep abreast of the situation in the other cities of Dionia so that the Senate can respond to any sudden incidents in time? The Devers' question caused everyone to ponder. We have merchant ships that come and go frequently, so we can keep abreast of the situation in the other cities. We can set up a special kind of boat to deliver letters. It's fast and doesn't consume horses, Marigi suggested. There are several problems with using the sea route to deliver letters. First, ships can't sail during storms, especially in winter. Second, this is only suitable for port cities. Inland cities like Nidum and Espusdum can't deliver letters. Third, during war, it's easy to be intercepted because the sea is too big to be completely defended. Moreover, the army can't always march along the coastline. So how can urgent orders and letters be delivered from the ship to the commander in time? The Devers pointed out the drawbacks of using ships to deliver messages. Marigi was speechless. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, I haven't thought about it yet. It seems that we still have to go by land. We are now building roads to connect all the cities of Dionia. This way, it should be faster and more convenient to use mules and horses to deliver letters," Cornelis said. "You're right. We should prioritize the land route and supplement it with the sea route. I think what we should do now is to arrange for specialized public officials to be responsible for the delivery of letters and make it a daily affair of the city-state. So, I suggest that the Alliance set up a post office," the Devers said confidently. "A post office?" When everyone heard the Devers say this word, they found it strange. It was obviously coined by the Devers themselves. The main function of the post office is to receive letters and parcels from the people of Dionia, and then deliver these things to the recipients. The Devers gestured with his hands and explained patiently, "We will set up a post office in every city with public officials. They will receive and deliver letters every day. At the same time, we will set up courier stations every 40 to 50 miles on the main roads, and they will also be staffed with public officials. There will be simple hotels in the courier stations, and horses will be kept. When the messengers arrive at the courier stations, they can rest and drink water before continuing on their journey. In this way, while the post office serves the people during normal times, news from other cities will be gathered through it to the Senate every day so that we can understand what is happening in the territory of Dionia, and during wartime, the messengers of the army can use our main road system to go to various courier stations to replenish food and water, change horses, and quickly convey the orders of the army. This is a wonderful idea. As expected of the favored. Hunigarada could not help but praise, if the post office is established, not only will it be convenient for the army and the people, but it will also strengthen the relationship between the people of various cities. The cities of the Alliance of Dionia will become closer. I think, in the future, we can also set up a post office in our alliance to strengthen our communication with them." As an experienced former consul, Hunigarada could see the bright future that the establishment of a post office would bring to the Alliance of Dionia at a glance. "I hope the post office can be established as soon as possible. When I reach Kermissa, I won't have to worry too much about my children," Scombros said happily. "I heard that you always scold they don't listen to you and you don't want to live with them, right?" Strompoli asked, pretending to be curious. Scombros raised his head. "You don't have children, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense." His words almost caused Strompoli to quarrel with him. Everyone laughed and tried to calm them down. Mirza stood up with a bitter expression. "Consul, we have to build a post office and relay station. How much will the cost of these buildings, the salaries of the civil servants, and the cost of rearing the horses be spent on the national treasury?" Without the need for the Devers to explain, Marigi spoke first. "Mercies, do you still not understand? Does the post office need to pay for delivering letters and parcels to the people? There are hotels and the courier stations. Do people need to pay to stay there? I really don't know how you became a financial officer." Marigi seized the opportunity to make a run at Mercies. Mercies didn't mind. Instead, he asked the Devers anxiously, "Do we need to pay for delivering a letter? How much?" The Devers nodded. "The main purpose of setting up a post office is to deliver messages and make it convenient for the people, so it can't be too expensive. I think 1 letter for 1 opal is enough. As for the delivery of parcels, the price depends on their size and weight. Let Marigi and the person in charge of the post office discuss this. 1 letter for 1 opal. I think the people will be happy to accept this price. I'm afraid the post office will be very busy in the future." Cornelis smiled. "Because after we distribute the land this time, many of the citizens' land will be distributed to different cities. We need this post office to deliver messages and strengthen the management of the land." Cornelis's words resonated with many of the elders. Not just the ordinary citizens, but also the land they were distributing. Therefore, they all agreed with the Devers' proposal. Mercies was still calculating the income of the post office. When he realized that the income was considerable, he immediately asked, "Will the income of the post office be handed over to the national treasury?" After deducting the salaries of civil servants and various costs, the remaining income will naturally be handed over to the national treasury. The Devers' words made Mercies smile. "In addition, I propose to set up a road bureau. It will be responsible for the planning, construction, maintenance of all the roads in the alliance, as well as the management of roadside facilities. The Devers' proposal received the approval of the elders. They enjoyed the benefits of the road, but at the same time, they knew that after a road was built, it needed long-term professional maintenance. Otherwise, it would become dilapidated in a few years. In the future, there will be a fee for using the road, right? Mercedes looked at the Devers hopefully. For free, Diver spat out 2 words. Building a road between cities will cost at least 30 talent. This does not include the cost of the land, because the land used for the road was planned before the land was distributed to the citizens. It belongs to the alliance, so there is no need to spend money. Otherwise, including the price of buying the land, the cost would be many times higher. The subsequent maintenance costs are also being spent at any time. Can't we charge a little money? Mercedes pleaded. Roads are different from the post office. If we charge a fee, most of the citizens can choose not to use the road we built. This will not affect their travel. On the contrary, it will cause the road we worked so hard to build to serve the citizens, but in the end, only a few people use it. This goes against the original purpose of building the road, the Devers explained seriously. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. Athens might be the wealthiest, but it could not provide so many benefits to its citizens. As a city-state with a long history, there were too many vested interest groups, deep-rooted legal systems, and traditional ideologies. It could not do all that the emerging city-state alliance of Dionia could do. Even though it was considered to be very considerate of its citizens among the Greek city-states. Can the powerful Persia of the Mediterranean do all this? Plesinas asked loudly again. Everyone shook their heads. Persia was a dictatorship where the nobles oppressed the civilians, and the Persia oppressed the other races. Then, Dionia is the Elysium of the Greek city-states. I believe that after the Greeks know the rights that our citizens enjoy, they will definitely pour into Dionia more actively. Plesinas said with certainty. Plesinas's guess should be right. Before the war with Crotone, the number of free citizens in the port of Turin had been increasing. And after the war, we fulfilled our promise and even distributed land to the preparatory citizens. There will definitely be more immigrants pouring into Dionia. We need to make preparations to settle them down. Cunagurata took over the conversation and reminded everyone in advance. Everyone was both happy and worried when they heard that. Now, please allow me to add one more right for the citizens of Dionia. Devers continued, I noticed that when everyone heard Cunagurata say that more immigrants will come to Dionia, they all seemed a little worried. Worried about what? I think it's more that they are worried that the Dionia alliance will not be able to maintain good order in the city. They are worried that with so many immigrants, most of them are civilians without education. When they all become citizens of Dionia, the overall quality of our citizens will decline. It will decline rapidly. Lord Devers is right. Turin Senator Massasakus immediately stood up and loudly criticized, now there are already such signs in Turin, especially in the port. The new immigrants with all kinds of accents are rude and uneducated. They curse and fight at the drop of a hat. I heard that the port patrol has to deal with dozens of conflicts a day. Isn't that right, Cunagurata? Cunagurata shook his head and said seriously, it's not that serious. If a free citizen wants to smoothly become a citizen of the alliance, they don't dare to break the law. According to statistics, there are no more than 5 cases a day, and most of them settle themselves before the patrols arrive. Massasakus asked for a snub and muttered, 3 or 4 conflicts a day, that's not a small number. Polixus looked at Massasakus, his eyes flashing. Devers smiled and said, because of these problems, my next proposal is to set up a school in Turii. All the citizens of Dionia can send their children to the school to learn literacy, arithmetic, drawing, music, and sports after paying a small fee. School? Everyone pondered over this new term. At this time, the Athens school had not yet been established. The Greeks' method of education mainly relied on wealthy nobles and the rich to hire private tutors and buy learned slaves to educate their children. Or famous scholars opened private schools, charged exorbitant tuition fees, and recruited disciples. It was still unheard of for the city-state to fund the construction of a school to collectively educate the children of its citizens. But the senators were very interested, and most of them felt that this could really help solve the problem of the low literacy of the citizens of Dionia, so they all stood up and asked questions. Devers was very familiar with schools. Combining the experience of his previous life with the reality of this life, he easily answered their questions. For example, Amyntas asked, "What if the citizens also want to study in the school?" Devers answered, "Set up a special class in the school to educate adults. Its curriculum and education methods are different from children's, so it is convenient to quickly eliminate illiteracy." For example, Cunagurata asked, "The children are of different ages and have different levels of education. How can they benefit and improve in the school?" Devers answered, "Set up 3 levels of education: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Children who have never learned anything will enter the beginner class and begin to learn how to read, count, and read articles. For those who are already literate and have a certain foundation in arithmetic, they will enter the intermediate class and learn how to use words to form sentences, write articles, and do complex calculations. The advanced class will mainly master rhetoric, speech, debate, and calculate a large number of complex data. This is to prepare for the cultivation of high-level talents such as lawyers, accountants, and intermediate officials." The senators were satisfied with the detailed answers of Devers. Even Cunagurata, who rarely praised others in public, could not help but exclaim, "Senor Consul, I now really think that you have the blessing of the gods. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to come up with so many wonderful ideas and a complete implementation plan." Cunagurata's words were approved by the senators. Devers smiled and continued, "I propose that Ansitanos be the person in charge of this school." Agreed. The elders all expressed their agreement. The most knowledgeable person in the Senate was undoubtedly Ansitanos, who was once a disciple of Herodotus. Of course, there were also people who thought that the Devers, who was rumored to be illiterate but had always been mysterious because of Pluto's revelation, had unfathomable knowledge. Ah? I. Ansitanos, who was sitting in the back row, was awakened and hurriedly shook his head and refused, I don't have time. The history of the Peloponnesus War written by Thucydides of Athens has been completed, and it is said that it has been very well received by the people of Athens, but I haven't even started writing my history of Great Greece." Under the repeated requests of the senators, Devers even promised everyone that all the senators would do their best to contribute materials for his creation, and if he wanted to interview someone, they would do their best to cooperate. Ansitanos reluctantly accepted, but he immediately began to complain, "Sirs, it's not that I don't want to manage the school just now, but you have to know that there are thousands of children in the Dionia Alliance, including the city of Thurii. And you just said that you want them to learn Greek words, arithmetic, drawing, music, and so on. How many teachers do you need? The Dionia Alliance can't find so many teachers to teach the children." After hearing what he said, everyone immediately realized that this was indeed a problem. But Devers had obviously thought about it long ago, and he said unhurriedly, "The Dionia Alliance doesn't have enough teachers, but the other city-states do. We are in urgent need of rosin, and we can reduce the tariff for it to encourage the merchants of Cyrenaica to ship it into the port of Thurii in large quantities to sell. We lack teachers, so of course, we can make a preferential bill for them to encourage outstanding foreign scholars to come to Dionia. Am I right?" The senators were deep in thought, and Ansitanos asked anxiously, "What kind of bill?" "My proposal is that all foreigners who come to Dionia to become teachers, even if they are slaves, will immediately be granted citizenship in Dionia. But the premise is that they first have to pass the assessment of a specialized agency of the Senate to determine that they have the ability to be teachers." "Well, Ansitanos, you can take the lead in this assessment. But once they have citizenship and become teachers of the Alliance, they must devote their lives to teaching children. If they change professions halfway, their citizenship will be revoked immediately and they will be expelled. In addition, the citizenship of the Alliance only applies to the teachers themselves, and their children cannot inherit it. Unless they also become teachers." Everyone was moved by the Devers proposal. Ansitanos, who did not care about being the school administrator at first, said with some excitement at this moment, "Since Lord Plesinas and Cunagurata think that the Greeks are envious of the citizens of Dionia and want to become citizens of Dionia, then I think the situation of the lack of teachers in Dionia will soon change. I remember that there was an alliance bill specially made for doctors, and now there is a bill for teachers that is beneficial to them. My lords, doctors and teachers are the two sacred professions besides the priests of the gods. One heals the body, and the other improves the mind. I thank the governor for your vision. I also hope to get your support. The Senate of Dionia has fully demonstrated its respect for knowledge. It will make our alliance not only prosperous in trade, strong in military, but also glorious in culture. The alliance of Dionia will become a great city-state alliance. The meeting went on until dusk, and there were still 2 people who had proposals to make. The senators had to let the guards light the candles and continue the meeting. The first to speak was Xianxia. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry for delaying your dinner time. I've just consulted Lord Devers, Capus, and Hieronymus in detail. I learned that there is a large swamp north of Cremissa. Especially in spring, when the rain floods, the swamp will expand outwards, affecting the road traffic and encroaching on the farmland. I'm wondering if we can invest a lot of labor to fill up the swamp and build a dam for the Lakili River. This will ensure the safety of the territory, prevent the outbreak of diseases, and add a large area of fertile land. You've just been elected as the governor of Cremissa. You haven't even taken office, but you've already begun to implement your management of Cremissa." Protesilaus joked with a smile. Protesilaus shrugged and did not speak. The technology of draining and filling swamps, depressions, and tidal flats is a mature technology that is often used by us Greeks. The tourists used to build dams on the banks of the upper reaches of the Cosini River during the rainy season. We can do what Sir Xianxia suggested. Hunigarata asked seriously, but to fill such a large swamp area into farmland, we will need to invest a lot of manpower and resources. Have you considered all these? Didn't you just say that there will be a large influx of free people in Dionia in the future? We can recruit a large number of them to work on this project. For these free people who have made great contributions to the Dionia alliance, not only should we shorten their citizen probation period as an incentive, we can also consider giving them land in the swamp area to encourage them to work harder. Also, we have to consider the breeding grounds of mosquitoes. I hope that Herpes can send doctors to help the sick at any time to prevent epidemics from happening. Xianxia said incessantly. Although he had never been a governor of a city, he had put his heart and soul into his role as the governor of Cremissa. He used his long life experience to carefully consider the problem, so he was more thoughtful. Of course, that's not a problem, Herpes said immediately. We can provide help at any time. Mercies, don't feel bad about the money. Xianxia turned to the financial officer and said loudly, "As long as the swamp area is successfully transformed, how much farmland can we provide? How much land tax can you collect? And these are available every year. Use your brain and think about it." Mercies raised his hand helplessly. "Sir, don't think about it, I agree. Does anyone have any objections?" Cornelos asked. Everyone, including the Devers, shook their heads. Xianxia had settled this matter by himself. Wespa was the next to stand up. "My lords, I have received news from Nidum. Potentia's army is approaching the Grimentum. Xianxia may be worried about the tribes of the Grimentum that he annexed by force, so he did not come out to fight. He defended the city of Grimentum and sent people to Nidum, hoping to ally with us against Potentia. Xianxia has a good idea." Devers smiled faintly. "What do you think of this?" Wespa hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't think there's a need to form an alliance with Picassus. The previous events have already proven that Xianxia is completely untrustworthy. Moreover, no matter who wins the battle between Potentia and Picassus, the strength of both sides will be weakened, which is very beneficial to Dionia." Devers was happy to see that Wespa could think this way. It meant that he was used to life in the alliance, which was why he would consider the interests of the alliance. Thus, he said, "Lord Wespa is right. Of course, we will not forcefully reject him. We will just say that Dionia has just gone through a war and needs to rest and reorganize, so we cannot start another war." Wespa nodded in understanding. At this time, Hegemon said, "Not only Xianxia has expressed goodwill to us, but the tribes of the Grimentum have also secretly sent people to contact us, hoping to get our help in driving away the Pixie and Potentia people." "What are they prepared to pay?" Devers asked. "They said, we are willing to let the Grimentum become a subsidiary of Dionia," Hegemon replied. "This condition seems to be worth considering," Protesilaus said, a little tempted. Devers looked at him, then at the other senators who expressed their agreement, then sneered and said, "These tribes once betrayed their great leader, Luzhou, and later had a conflict with Pixie. The Grimentum wants to use this statement to make Dionia start a war with the two major forces of Lucaria, Potentia, and Pixie. Is this even possible? Now that Cremissa and Espustum need a large number of citizens and prospective citizens to settle down, the army of Dionia will need to reorganize and divide up the areas for a period of time, so there is no way they can send enough soldiers to Lucaria. Besides, Bagul, how effective do you think our heavy infantry can be in the Lucaria mountains?" Bagul thought for a moment, then said frankly, "We were able to seize Nudum because of a sneak attack, not a direct confrontation with the Lucanian warriors. However, if the heavy infantry were to fight with the Lucanian warriors in the mountains, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Just walking on the mountain roads will consume a lot of the soldiers' energy, not to mention that we are not familiar with the terrain. On the narrow mountain roads, the enemy does not need to fight us head-on at all. They only need to push a few stones to make us suffer heavy losses, not to mention the difficulty of transporting food." Bagul is right. When we had to pass through the mountains to Armenia in Persia, we often encountered similar difficulties. No matter how brave the heavy infantry is, they would not be able to play a role at all. Alexis immediately said, and then the former mercenary senators also expressed their agreement with Bagul's words. Even the elders with the most combat experience were not optimistic about fighting in the mountains, which made Protesilaus feel a little ashamed. However, he was able to recognize his mistake and said embarrassedly, "It seems that the consecutive victories recently have made me a little proud." The senators who agreed to accept the Grimentum tribe's conditions also lowered their heads in shame. In the past, in Turiai and Amendola, war was a painful thing. However, ever since the Devers came, it seemed that victory was easy, giving everyone the illusion that the soldiers of Dionia were invincible. Thus, everyone began to become a little arrogant. However, the Devers did not lose their vigilance. He clearly remembered that when Rome began to conquer the Italian mainland, the biggest obstacle they encountered was not the coastal Greek city-states, nor was it the tough Gaul tribes in the north, but the Simonians in the central mountains. When the Roman heavy infantry, who dominated the plains, attacked the Simonians in the mountains, it was almost impossible for them to advance. The battle lasted for decades, during which the Roman people suffered several defeats and were forced to beg for peace and humiliation. Of course, the Devers did not want to repeat the mistakes of Rome. "Are we not going to attack Lucania? Your Excellency Consul, don't forget that you promised us to occupy Lucania municipality." At this time, someone stood up and questioned the Devers. It was Polixus. Cunigurata, Bucos, and the others all frowned. Capus, Amintas, and the others were even more hesitant, but the Devers looked calm. "We are not attacking Lucania municipality, but it does not mean that we will give it up. The war between Potentia and Pixie will undoubtedly affect the small tribes scattered in the land near the Grimentum and the ordinary people in the city. Hegemon told me that the Lucanians who escaped to Nudum said that Pixie and Potentia are plundering their cattle, sheep, and belongings, and forcibly recruiting them as vanguards." "Yes, Your Excellency Consul." When these people arrived in Nudum and saw that the Lucanians who had become citizens of Dionia were living a prosperous life, they were very envious. Now, they all hope that peace can be restored in the Grimentum, so that they can continue to live a quiet life under the protection of a powerful force. Hegemon said solemnly, "And the only one who can help them realize this beautiful wish is us, Dionia. So, please send more people around the Grimentum. It would be best if they can sneak into the city, so that these Lucanians who have been hurt by the war can understand this." The Devers instructed. Hegemon nodded in agreement. "Bagul, after you go back, tell Sesta to gather all the young Lucanians in Nudum, and you will train them according to the original Lucanian way of fighting. However, it is best to follow the current way of organizing the troops, because it will be more disciplined. Also, make sure to keep it a secret, don't let the enemy in the north know." The Devers' words made Bagul excited, and he asked, "When do we attack?" "Wait for the right time." The Devers spat out a sentence, then looked around at everyone, and said in a firm tone, "I would rather let Potentia and Galaguso become Dionia's vassals than let the Grimentum be out of our control. The location of the Grimentum city is very important. It controls the land routes to the north, east, and west of Italy, so it must be controlled by Daionia personally. The Crotone troops had just arrived at Silatina, and after meeting up with a small number of reinforcements sent by Trine and Silatina, they continued south. The Crotone fleet had been sailing south, and had long passed Silatina, and was about to reach the sea near Corunna. At this time, the scout ship at the front sent back a message. Locklei's fleet was spotted in the sea ahead, about 40 ships. The commander of the Crotone navy, Escamas, immediately ordered the fleet to slow down, lower the sails, line up, and prepare for battle. Soon, the warships that received the order gathered together, forming a formation with the three-tier or warship in the center, and the other warships of different sizes on both sides, sailing as close to the coast as possible. Because it was the east wind, even though the sails were lowered, the sailors could still use the wind to save some energy, so the fleet tried to seize the upper hand. Before the formation was completed, Locklei's fleet had already appeared less than a nautical mile away from them. Escamas decisively ordered, "Speed up and prepare to attack." Although Locklei's fleet had fewer warships, they did not hesitate to launch an attack. The warships of both sides quickly sailed towards each other and intersected with each other. However, Locklei's warships did not stop and continued to advance, which was out of the expectations of Crotone's fleet. Thus, after paying a small price of 1 or 2 warships, they easily broke away from Crotone's fleet. Were the Rockley fleet trying to escape? Escamas was surprised to see the Rockley fleet's performance. However, the Rockley fleet's actions once again surprised him. After putting some distance between them and the Crotone fleet, the Rockley fleet turned around again and assumed an attacking stance. Escamas did not think too much about it. Why did the Rockley fleet do this? His fleet also responded accordingly. The two fleets quickly approached each other again, but this time, the Rockley fleet did not escape. The warships of both sides clashed and collided with each other. Battles at sea were different from those on land. Battles on land were extremely particular about formation. Once the formation was broken, it usually meant defeat. On the other hand, once a battle at sea began, the formation would be broken. It was usually a one-on-one duel between warships. Victory depended on the quality of the warship and the skills of the captain and sailors. Crotone and Rockley had been enemies for decades, so they knew each other very well. Escamas was very clear about the strength of the fleet, the composition of the crew, and even the characteristics of the commanders. He firmly believed that with the 6 extra 3-layered oars in his fleet, which had a total advantage of 10 warships over the Rockley fleet, it was only a matter of time before they won this battle. During the battle, Escamas's warship retreated quickly and skillfully, narrowly avoiding the enemy ship's attack on the middle of the warship. After the danger was averted, the enemy ship landed horizontally in front of the bow of his warship, the bronze ram. This was a great opportunity. How could he let it go? He immediately ordered the sailors to quickly regroup, and the ship quickly moved forward. However, the enemy ship also quickly turned its bow towards Escamas's ship. Although the enemy ship's reaction was fast, the experienced Escamas did not give up. As the warship approached the enemy ship and was about to cross paths, Escamas shouted, "Retract!" The boatswain, who was listening to the order in the lower cabin, immediately relayed it to the sailors. The well-trained sailors immediately pulled back the oars. The enemy ship had just turned the bow and had not yet had the time to pull back the oars. The 20-meter-long 3-story oar ship used the huge inertia of the forward charge to smash most of the wooden oars of the enemy ship that was close to it, causing the enemy ship to fall into a predicament where it could not move forward without oars. Just as the sailors were cheering and Escamas was about to turn his ship around and sink it, a fleet of more than 20 triple hulls suddenly appeared behind Crotone's fleet and immediately launched an attack on Crotone's ships. The Crotone fleet was in danger of being attacked from both the north and the south. In the end, the Crotone fleet suffered a crushing defeat. 15 ships were sunk, 8 were captured, and 10 were severely damaged. Escamas led a few warships out of the enemy's encirclement. On the way to Crotone, Escamas kept thinking in frustration, where did Rockley's extra warships come from? The victory of the naval battle encouraged Rockley's army that was besieging Corunna. The next morning, when Crotone's reinforcements arrived near Corunna, Rockley's army ignored the fatigue of attacking Corunna and immediately launched a battle. Crotone's army did not shy away from the challenge. Therefore, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the suburbs north of Corunna. In terms of military strength, Rockley had the advantage, but because they had to divide part of their forces to besiege Carunia, the two sides had almost the same number of people. However, Rockley's army was mostly made up of heavy infantry and light armor, while Crotone's light infantry, which was made up of 5,000 carefully selected free people, had an obvious advantage. Because Rockley's general was worried about the impact of Crotone's heavy infantry, he thickened the formation. On the other hand, Crotone's army had learned a lot from the bitter battle with the Dionysian army due to their limited resources. After the formation was completed, they immediately sent their light infantry forward to attack. Rockley's light infantry were too few in number and were quickly defeated. Then, Crotone's light infantry began to throw javelins at Rockley's army, and Rockley's light infantry suffered a lot of casualties. Under such circumstances, Rockley's army immediately blew the horn to attack. Faced with the overwhelming charge of the heavy infantry, Crotone's light infantry did not have the strict organization and discipline of Dionia's light infantry, nor did they have experienced veterans to stabilize their morale. They also did not have excellent light infantry generals like Epitines, Xpit, and Alpines to lead them, and they did not have the stimulation of citizenship, land, and other material rewards. Moreover, the dense formation of Crotone's heavy infantry did not have any extra space for them to retreat, so they could only flee from the battlefield in panic. As a result, many of the light infantry did not manage to escape in time and died under the charge of Rockley's heavy infantry. When they finally escaped, under the efforts of their general, the light infantry tried to regroup, but they were immediately ambushed by Rockley's cavalry and dispersed once again. However, the harassment of the light infantry had also exhausted and distracted Rockley's infantry. Now, only infantrymen were left on the battlefield. One side had just escaped from the abyss of suffering in Dionia and had not fully recovered, the other side had continuously attacked Carunia and did not have enough rest. One side had fewer soldiers, but they had the belief to wash away the humiliation and defend their territory. The other side had more soldiers, but they had suffered a blow from the light infantry, and their morale was slightly low. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, Rockley finally could not hold on any longer and retreated from the battlefield. In this battle, Crotone and Rockley suffered similar casualties, about 2,000 people, but most of Crotone's casualties were free citizens. Although Rockley was defeated, its casualties were not serious, and it withdrew from the siege of Carunia. Crotone's reinforcements successfully entered Carunia and were warmly welcomed by the people in the city, but the situation was not in Crotone's favor. Rockley's army retreated to the south of Carunia and set up camp, but they were still eyeing Carunia. Rockley's fleet cruised the sea and blocked Crotone's sea routes. The pain that Dionia had suffered was now being experienced by Crotone. At this time, Ciudad Crotone had already sent out all of its elite soldiers, but Rockley still had some strength left. 2 days later, 1,000 Rockley soldiers landed on the coast between Crotone and Silatina, burning and looting along the way, and invaded Crotone's territory north. After the shock of the naval defeat, the people of Crotone heard the news of Rockley's invasion, and they panicked again. The council, on the other hand, blamed Lucius for his stubbornness, leaving the city empty and unable to send troops to repel the enemy's invasion. Lucius did not refute the council's criticism. He was also shocked by the defeat of the fleet. At this time, he could only propose that the council mobilize the whole city, and at the same time, send messengers to Dionia and Esprustum to ask for help. In this situation, Crotone actually had no other way. It was just that the war with Dionia had just ended, and the whole of Ciudad Crotone's cursing of Dionia had not disappeared. At this moment, they had to beg for help again. Both the councillors and the people were a little embarrassed. Esprustum was not far from Crotone, and Sesprotus spurred on his horse and arrived at the south gate of Esprustum in less than 2 hours. Although Dionia and Crotone had made peace, Esprustum's defense did not relax. Instead, it was even tighter. There were teams of sentries patrolling back and forth on the city wall, and there were guards stationed in front of the city gate. Although there were only a few pedestrians entering and leaving the city gate, they still carried out their duties seriously. This allowed Sesprotus to patiently accept the interrogation of the guards. When the city guard captain appeared in front of him again, he brought with him the order of the governor, Helos. He was allowed to enter. As soon as he entered the city, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The main street under his feet was not very wide, and some people were digging ditches with T-picks on both sides of the street. Some people were using hammers and awls to beat the stones piled up on the roadside, and then laid the cut stones on the dirt road. Some people were demolishing some buildings that blocked the road and building new brick walls, moving soil, stones, garbage. Countless strong men were busy, turning this place into a large construction site. Everyone was working in full swing, and almost no one stopped what they were doing to look at him. "What are they doing?" Sesprotus asked curiously. The city guard captain replied, "Because we will be moving here in the future, so we are building our own home. The roads in this city are too narrow, and the roads are uneven. Garbage and sewage are everywhere." The captain mentioned a lot of the city's shortcomings, and Sesprotus was amused. He often came to Esprustum and felt that it was no different from Tarentum. There were none of the problems mentioned by the people of Dionia. He immediately asked, "You are not Greeks, are you?" "We are Lucarians, but we are citizens of Dionia," the city guard captain said loudly. "You speak Greek well," Sesprotus praised him, and then changed the topic. Then, he changed the topic. "I heard that the Lucania region is full of mountains, barren land, and people often don't have enough to eat. I didn't expect you to care so much about your living environment." The captain continued in a loud voice, "The engineers of the Legion often tell us, building flat roads can make it convenient for us to walk, digging ditches can take away sewage and garbage, keeping the city clean, and elevated water bridges can lead clear streams directly into the city, saving us the trouble of going back and forth to fetch water, so that we can continue to use water." Chief Executive Helos also told us that Lord Devers said, "All the facilities for the convenience of the people in Turin should be built in other cities of Dionia, so that every citizen of Dionia can enjoy a clean and convenient life, whether in Turin or in other cities." The captain's excited voice attracted the attention of some of the working soldiers. Fearing that it might cause some misunderstanding, Sesprotus did not say anything more. The captain also did not want to say anything more to this messenger of Crotone who looked down on the Lucanians. Sesprotus moved forward in silence. He even saw some people who looked like scholars measuring something with instruments at the corner of the street. It was a right-angle measuring instrument, used to measure whether the building was vertical, and some people drew lines on the side of the road with lime powder, telling the soldiers where to dig ditches. Everyone looked very focused, which touched Sesprotus somewhat. The Greeks could build solemn and magnificent temples, large-scale arenas, exquisite and sturdy theaters. They had the most advanced construction technology in the Mediterranean Sea in this era, but they would not apply it to the infrastructure to improve the lives of the people. The people were also used to the simple material life, devoting their energy to the political life, sports, competitions, and drama of the city-state. It seemed that only the people of Dionia invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the infrastructure that other Greek city-states were unwilling to do. Sesprotus had not been to the newly built Turin, but the Avenue of Dionia was quite famous in the whole of southern Italy. It seemed that even the barbarians of the Lucarian mountains yearned for the way of life created by Dionia. There must be something attractive about it, Sesprotus thought to himself. Unknowingly, he arrived at the city hall of Esprustum and saw Helos, who had just taken office for less than 2 days, and assists, the temporary garrison officer. After listening to Sesprotus' request, Helos and the assists were a little surprised. They had just fought a bloody battle with the Crotone, and in the blink of an eye, they had become allies. The Crotone, who were once enemies, were now asking them for help. Even though these two generals had been on the battlefield for a long time, it was still difficult for them to accept it emotionally. Helos said cautiously, "Helping Crotone defend Rockley means that Dionia will declare war on Rockley. This is not a decision we can make. We need the approval of the Dionia Senate." "Of course we understand. Our other emissary has already boarded a speedboat and is rushing to Turii. However, Rockley's army has invaded our land, burning our villages and slaughtering our people. When the order from the Dionia Senate arrives, how many people in Crotone will lose their lives? How many houses will be burned down?" Sesprotus begged bitterly. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Dionia has always kept its promises since its establishment. As an ally of Crotone, are we just going to watch the people of Crotone suffer and do nothing? The two generals, who did not have much political experience, felt a little embarrassed. Assists tried his best to persuade Sesprotus to leave, saying that the matter was of great importance and that they needed to discuss it. Assists forced Sesprotus, who was wiping his tears, to leave. When he returned to the hall, Helos had regained his composure after some thought. Assists, I am ready to agree to the request of the Crotone emissary. I will send troops to the west bank of the Taconati River to prevent the Rockley people from entering the core area of Crotone. What? You are going to start a war with Rockley without the permission of the Senate? Lord Devers will be very angry. Assists recalled how Sesta made a decision on his own in Nudum and caused him to be criticized by the Devers. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Definitely not. Who said that we must start a war with the Rockley people just because we want to stop them? We can do this. Helos carefully stated his considerations. After listening, Assists carefully thought about it and showed some concern. Isn't this too risky? What if Rockley really attacks our troops regardless of everything? What should we do? Assists, you have to know that although the Dionia alliance has only been established for less than a year, our reputation in Greece is very high. Not only because of our military victories, but also because Lord Devers has always led us to adhere to our beliefs. When we were very weak, we still didn't give up on our alliance with the tourists when we were facing the threat of the powerful Crotone. Now, our ally is begging us for help. If we don't help them when we can, then what will be the effect of the Defense Alliance Treaty that we have just signed with Crotone? What will the Crotone people think? When we came here, Lord Devers and the Senate warned us to maintain a peaceful and friendly relationship with Crotone. Can it be done? Will the other Greek city-states still believe that we, Dionia, can keep our promise? I know Lord Devers. In this situation, he will definitely send troops to protect Crotone without hesitation. If Rockley dares to attack, he will not hesitate to launch a counterattack. After Helos finished his speech, the assists were moved. He defended himself in a low voice, it's not that I don't agree to send troops. I just want to get Lord Devers's instructions first. This round trip will take more than a day. By the time the order arrives, the Rockley people might have already crossed the Taconati River and caused great damage to Crotone's outskirts. Since we want to help Crotone, we must appear when they need us the most. Helos's expression was firm and his words were forceful. The assists were moved. All right, I agree to send troops. However, we must send a messenger to Turris urgently to inform them of our decision. That's right. Helos nodded. Sesprotus received a message from Helos. Dionia will fulfill the covenant and send troops to help Crotone defend their territory. He was so excited that he repeatedly thanked Helos and the assists. As soon as Helos made the decision to go to war, the entire assists began to move. 2,500 Legio III soldiers were quickly gathered and led by the assists. They immediately set off to the south. Helos only left 500 soldiers to guard the city. Rockley's 1,000-strong assault team did not encounter any resistance. They successfully approached the Taconati River, leaving behind a trail of ruins. If it was a few hundred years ago in the Archaic era, the war between cities was still considered warm. Both sides would agree on a time and place for the battle. Before the battle, there would even be duels between warriors. The victorious side rarely pursued the enemy. But now, the war between cities was very tragic. Many of the defeated side cities were destroyed. Therefore, when the stronger side attacked, the weaker side could only hide in the city to defend. Therefore, the attacker was unwilling to attack the city by force. Instead, they chose to destroy the farmland, burn the villages, slaughter the people, and other atrocities to force the other side to come out and fight. This was a common thing. For example, during the Peloponnesus War, Sparta attacked Athens by land. Athens knew that they could not compete with Sparta on land, so they let the people hide inside the long walls of Athens, causing the Peloponnesus to trample Attica into a desolate wilderness. These methods could also weaken the enemy's will to fight, just like what the Dionia soldiers did in the northern plains of Crotone and the Crotone soldiers in the Sabari plains. The decades of hatred between Rockley and Crotone gave the Rockley people another purpose when they did these things, to vent their anger. Therefore, they were very thorough in their actions, which slowed down the speed of their march. Hearing that the Takanadi River was not far ahead, Rockley's soldiers could not wait to cross it immediately and rush into the heart of Crotone to burn, kill, and loot. When they excitedly rushed to the west bank of the Takanadi River, they found that there was an army blocking their way. Diapantos was the general leading the Rockley troops. He muttered in his heart, didn't the navy say that Crotone had sent out all their soldiers and the city was empty? Could it be that these are the newly recruited free people? He looked over and saw that the army in front of him was lined up neatly in a phalanx. Each of them was tall and straight, wearing helmets, breastplates, greaves, round shields, and bayonets. They were fully equipped with heavy infantry equipment. The entire phalanx was as silent as a mountain. And the oppressive aura they exuded made the people of Rockley, who had been talking and laughing loudly, fall silent. Look at that flag. Someone pointed at a big red flag in the middle of the square formation and exclaimed. The Rockley soldiers with good eyesight could see that there was a bronze statue of a person with wings and a sword at the top of the flag. It looks like the Grim Reaper, someone said with uncertainty. The Grim Reaper? Diapantos remembered that Metlos, who had just returned to Rockley a few days ago, told the council about what he saw in Dionia. He immediately realized that the unusual army in front of them was not from Crotone, but Dioria, who had forced Crotone to sue for peace not long ago. It was a mysterious city-state alliance that did not exist a year ago, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an influential force in Greece. Diapantos immediately became nervous and hurriedly reorganized the scattered troops. At this time, a small group of cavalry came from the opposite side and stopped about 50 meters away from the Rockley troops. The general in the middle, wearing a purple helmet, spoke loudly while the other cavalrymen acted as voice transmitters. I am Assists, the captain of the Legio III of the Dionia Alliance. Dionia and Crotone have signed an alliance defense treaty. According to the treaty, Dionia is responsible for the safety of Crotone's territory. Rockley people, Dionia has no intention of starting a war with you, but if you continue to stay in Crotone's territory, we will have no choice but to drive you away. There was a commotion in the Rockley troops. Damn it! Diapantos cursed in his heart. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Some of them were already thinking of retreating. They suggested that Crotone was already enough for Rockley to handle. Now that they had an even more powerful ally, Rockley was no match for them at all. They should withdraw their troops immediately. At the same time, there were also many who objected. They thought that this was a rare opportunity to attack Crotone. Moreover, Dionia and Crotone were in a defensive alliance. They probably would not send troops to interfere. Moreover, Dionia had just ended a war. They should have suffered a lot of losses. Their hatred towards Crotone could not be erased immediately. They could not help Crotone wholeheartedly. They should seize this opportunity to attack. Both sides argued until Chief General Demodorkas brought the good news that Syracuse agreed to assist. Only then did the council change their minds and agree to continue the war. When Diapantos was sent to attack Crotone's territory, the councillors of Rockley were still hoping that Dionia would not send troops. Therefore, the council did not even come to a final decision on what to do if Dionia sent troops. Now that Dionia was waiting in front, Diapantos had no idea what to do. Attack? That would mean starting a war with Dionia's alliance. As a member of the council, he understood that Rockley's decision was wishful thinking. They were too eager to defeat Crotone and could not accept the existence of any variables. Dionia was undoubtedly the biggest variable. They could defeat Crotone, which Rockley had been unable to defeat. In addition to the triumphant scene in Thurii that Metlofinus described, Diapantos was a little afraid. If he launched an attack here and caused Dionia to join the war would escalate. Although Rockley's ally Syracuse agreed to assist, it was currently at war with Carthage. Other than providing some naval assistance, it could not provide any more help. Therefore, the councillors would definitely blame him for the final defeat of the war. But what if he did not attack? If he retreated like that, not only would it damage his reputation, but it would also damage Rockley's reputation. He would still be reprimanded when he returned. While Diapantos was hesitating, some of the soldiers started to make a ruckus. People of Dionia, don't think too highly of yourself. If you want us to retreat, we'll retreat? I'm telling you, we're not retreating. You're right. We, the Rockley people, are not to be trifled with. Locke had been in Greece for hundreds of years. What was Dionia? I've never even heard of it. We won't retreat. What can you do to us? The clamor of the soldiers made Diapantos anxious and angry. He only had a little more than 1,000 men under his command, and less than half of them were sailors. Along the way, many soldiers dragged sheep and cows and plundered a lot of resources. Their eyes were blinded by greed and they no longer looked like soldiers. How dare they challenge the people of Dionia? Diapantos wanted to retreat, but before he could give the order, the other side had already started to beat the drums rhythmically. The stationary phalanx began to move, and the sound of footsteps was more uniform. It was like a thick iron wall pressing down on them. The soldiers of Rockley who were shouting just now immediately fell silent. Diapantos sighed and said, "Retreat." As soon as the order was given and before the bugle was blown, the soldiers of Rockley had already turned around and fled. The formation was completely scattered. Diapantos could not stop the soldiers from retreating in such a disorderly manner. It was as if the Grim Reaper was chasing after them. They just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, so they left the loot on the ground. Assists did not expect to force the people of Rockley to retreat so easily. He sent a small number of soldiers to clean up the battlefield and led the army to follow behind the people of Rockley. When he saw the people of Crotone scrambling to board the ships and sail away from the coast, he led the soldiers back and returned all the loot to the people of Crotone who came to express their gratitude. This made the people of Crotone even more grateful and ashamed. Of course, Diapantos was not willing to return to Rockley just like that. After the fleet sailed south for a while, he led the troops to land on the coast of Syrium, which was not yet an ally of Dionia. In the city of Sparta, there was a building that occupied a large area. Simple stone pillars propped up the roof to shelter the building from the wind and rain. 3 sides of the building were ventilated, and one side was the kitchen. The spacious hall was filled with long wooden tables and chairs. This was the canteen of the citizens of Sparta. When it was time to eat, the people of Sparta gathered here from all directions. They queued up to receive their communal meal and then ate in the canteen, which could accommodate 500 people at the same time. On sunny days, the tables were even placed on the grass. Thousands of citizens of Sparta, regardless of age or rank, ate together. Everyone ate roughly the same food. This not only reflected the equality of the citizens of Sparta, but also emphasized their unity. The people of Sparta, who emphasized discipline and obedience, always kept this grand dining scene orderly. This was the communal meal system that Sparta was famous for in Greece. The food they received was not free. Instead, it was produced from the land allocated to the citizens by the city-state. The citizens had to pay to the city-state before they could enjoy the communal meal. Although it was said that the land was the citizens' own, in fact, the citizens themselves did not have the right to use it. The land was managed by the city-state, and the helots worked hard to cultivate it. Once the citizens lost their land and were unable to pay, they would lose the right to participate in the communal meal. Thus, they would become the marginalized people of the city-state, i.e., the Paliasai. Therefore, the communal meal system created by the people of Sparta was not only a dining system, but also an important political activity. It was also the authentication of the identity of the Sparta citizens. Since the Peloponnesus War, it was difficult for the Sparta cafeteria to recreate the spectacular scene of thousands of people eating together. The citizens had been fighting wars for a long time, and they were accompanied by death. The number of people eating here at one time had never exceeded 500. Even after the war was won, the number did not recover. This was because Sparta's fleet was patrolling the Aegean Sea. Some of the cities conquered by Sparta needed the loyalty of the Sparta garrison. Although most of the soldiers were mercenaries, Paliasai, and helots, the authentic citizens of Sparta had to serve as commanders and high-ranking officers. On this day, there were only about 100 Sparta citizens eating in the cafeteria. Phoebidas sat at the dining table, chewing the bread in his hand. He thought back to the ascension of the new king not long ago. Agesilaus became the king, which was unexpected to many people. However, he was happy because Agesilaus had several in-depth contacts with him. He thought that Agesilaus was a kind and wise man, and would be a good king. "Hey, look! There are 2 damn helots over there. A man at the table next to him suddenly shouted. Following the direction of his finger, Phoebidas saw the two men who were eating at the table opposite him. Their expressions immediately became a little unnatural. Although they were also bare-chested, no matter in terms of body shape or skin color, they were different from the real Sparta citizens. Those are the new citizens. To be able to enjoy a communal meal, it means that they have earned enough merits in the war to move the conservative old men in the council. They were granted freedom and citizenship, and they were even given land. This is not easy. We should respect true warriors. The other man said in a gentle tone. Who knows if it was Lysander's doing? During the war, he used the excuse of defeating the Athens war to use his power to turn many Pelosi people and a few Helots into Sparta citizens. The man lowered his voice and said angrily. No matter how brave the people of Sparta are, we can't withstand the casualties caused by frequent battles. Without these new citizens, we couldn't have won the war against the Athens war. But look at how many people here are real Sparta citizens, and a few of my comrades temporarily lost their citizenship because they couldn't pay for their communal meals. They were reduced to low-class people. If this continues, will Sparta still be Sparta? You are right, let me tell you, The man leaned close to his companion and whispered something. The people of Sparta had always been quiet, especially during meals. Not only was the citizen talkative, but he was also whispering to each other. It was difficult not to attract Phoebidas's attention. Just when he turned his head to see who the person was, someone patted his shoulder lightly. Phoebidas, King Agesilaus is asking for you. Okay. Phoebidas immediately stuffed the last bit of bread into his mouth and finished the oatmeal in one gulp. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and followed the guard to the front of the cafeteria. He subconsciously looked back at the man just now. He had already finished his meal and left the cafeteria. He could only see his back view. Phoebidas shook his head and dispelled the trace of doubt in his heart. He walked to the new king of Sparta. The current Agesilaus was different from before. He was calmer and more dignified. Phoebidas bowed respectfully. Sit down, Phoebidas. Agesilaus looked at him with a smile. We are old friends. You don't have to be so polite. Phoebidas listened and no longer acted humble. He sat opposite Agesilaus. Are you full? If it's not enough, I have more here, Agesilaus said as he pushed a plate over. The king of Sparta also had to participate in the communal meal. The food was no different from other citizens. The only privilege was that he could receive 2 portions of the communal meal. It wasn't that the king had to eat more. Instead, the king of Sparta could use the extra portion to invite others to eat with him. It didn't have to be a citizen of Sparta, it could even be a foreigner. The last king, Agis, had entertained Alcibiades in this way. Phoebidas gladly accepted. He happened to be a little hungry, so he picked up another piece of bread, smeared it with honey, and chewed on it. Agesilaus waited patiently for him to finish eating before saying, Can you tell me the details of your last diplomatic mission to Greece? Phoebidas was excited. When he returned and reported to the elder council, the elders were busy with the funeral and electing a new king because King Agis had passed away. They did not care about anything else. Just as Phoebidas briefly described his diplomatic mission to Greece, the new king of Sparta expressed his concern for Dionia. Phoebidas immediately recounted the details of his diplomatic mission to Dionia without any exaggeration. Agesilaus supported his head with one hand and straightened his limping leg. He listened attentively and pondered at the same time. When Phoebidas finished, he said, It seems like Dionia gave you a hard time. You don't have a good impression of them. I'm angry because Dionia lacks due respect for Sparta, but personally. Phoebidas paused for a moment and revealed a strange expression. He said honestly, Actually, I rather admire Dionia. Oh? Agesilaus was a little surprised. Why? Perhaps it's because of the toughness they displayed. Phoebidas recalled the situation at that time and sighed. Although I only stayed in Turiae for a short while in a hurry and did not have deep contact with the citizens of Dionia, I felt that the soldiers of Dionia were also very disciplined. I even heard that the Senate of Dionia even held a celebration ceremony for the generals and soldiers who returned from a victory. The feeling I felt. Phoebidas pondered and suddenly said, Dionia is like Sparta in Greece. Aegisai was taken aback for a moment, then he joked, I can't believe you compared a city-state union ruled by a tyrant to Sparta, where our citizens are equal and free. Although there's only one consul in Dionia, and it's a lifetime appointment, they still have a senate. Based on my experience in the Senate of Dionia, those senators seem to be able to influence the laws of Dionia. The relationship between the consul and the senators in the Senate. How should I put this? Unlike Syracuse, where Dionysius has the final say. Phoebidas said seriously. You don't seem to have a good impression of Syracuse, Agesilaus said, glancing at him. I think anyone who hears that Syracuse is able to mobilize such a huge force to attack Carthage wouldn't be in a good mood. Phoebidas said straightforwardly, the tens of thousands of infantrymen are nothing. The key is that he has thousands of cavalrymen and a huge fleet that isn't any weaker than ours. Dionysius is an ambitious man. Agesilaus looked at him and smiled. Phoebidas, I'm glad that you can see this. We only began to pay attention to the West during the later stages of the war with Athens. It was through the alliance with Syracuse that Sparta was able to intervene in the affairs of the West. Carthage is Persia's ally in the Western Mediterranean. We need an ally in the Western Mediterranean to suppress Carthage and protect the safety of Sparta's rear. This is why we support Syracuse. At the same time, Sparta's influence in the Greek forces in the West has gradually deepened. However, some of Sparta's actions in the past have been allowing Syracuse to expand and swallow the Greek forces in Sicily. I'm afraid that in the end, it will cause trouble for us. We don't want our ally to be too weak, but we can't let it be too strong either. Honorable King. Agesilaus, you're right. But now, Carthage still has the advantage in Sicily while Sparta's forces are all concentrated in Asia Minor. At this time, we should continue to support Syracuse for the time being. Phoebidas understood the hidden meaning behind Agesilaus' words, but he still thought for the sake of the city and spoke frankly. We don't need to do anything. The power to suppress Syracuse's expansion has already appeared. Agesilaus wasn't unhappy. Instead, he smiled at him in relief. It's the Dionia that made you unhappy before. Dionia? Phoebidas was surprised at first, then he shook his head. It can't be compared to Syracuse at all. Syracuse is much stronger in terms of territory, population, trade, and military strength. That's true for now, but Dionia is expanding very quickly. Agesilaus said with a complicated expression, I just received news from Greece. Dionia defeated Crotone and forced Crotone to cede territory and sign an alliance treaty. When did that happen? Phoebidas's eyes widened. Not long after he left Greece, Dionia defeated Crotone again? Phoebidas was in disbelief. Crotone is obviously stronger than Dionia. And this time, Crotone shouldn't make the same mistake as last time. How, 100 years ago, before Sybaris and Crotone fought, many Greek city-states thought so too, but the weak Crotone won in the end. Agesilaus sighed. Calosops was right. Devers is a military genius. Although Sparta regrettably missed out on him, it's not a bad idea to let him lead Dionia against Syracuse. Will Dionia and Syracuse definitely clash? Phoebidas was still thinking about how Dionia defeated Crotone and was a little absent-minded. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to his reply and sounded very doubtful. Agesilaus did not mind and said, now that Syracuse has occupied the eastern part of Sicily, with our support and their accumulated strength, it's not too difficult to chase Carthage's forces out of Sicily. It's even possible to completely drive Carthage out of Sicily. Even if they can't do that, Syracuse will definitely become the leader of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Like you said, Dionysius is an ambitious person. Will he be satisfied with that? As Agesilaus spoke, he dipped his finger into the oatmeal and drew a simple map of Sicily on the table. Phoebidas shook his head. Will he lead troops into Africa? Agesilaus asked. Phoebidas shook his head with all his might. What a joke. That was Carthage's headquarters. It had been in operation for hundreds of years. If Syracuse dared to send troops into Africa, Carthage would definitely not let them return, just like the army led by Dorius, the brother of Sparta who was exiled by King Cleomenes 100 years ago. Then the only place where Syracuse can expand its power is here. Agesilaus drew a rough outline of Sicily. Great Greece. It's only separated from Sicily by a narrow strait, and they're both Greek city-states. Dionysius has always been cruel to his Greek compatriots, you're right. Phoebidas nodded in agreement. He and Agesilaus had never thought about the Greek mainland to the east of Sicily. They thought that no matter how bold Dionysius was, he would not dare to offend the powerful states with a long history in the Greek mainland. Ionia has now subdued Crotone. Further south from Crotone, the only powerful city-states left are Rockley and Lygum. Rockley and Syracuse are allies, and Crotone are arch-enemies. Crotone is now in an alliance with Ionia. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before Ionia and Syracuse come into conflict. Agesilaus analyzed. Phoebidas stared at the table and shook his head. Ionia is still too weak. As long as Dionysius's army sets foot on the land of Great Greece, other than the Rockley alliance and Tarentum, I'm afraid the other city-states will unite around Ionia, Agesilaus said solemnly. We don't want another Syracuse to appear in the western Mediterranean, but as long as Ionia can create enough trouble for Syracuse, I believe that Devers will definitely be able to do it and prevent Dionysius from conquering Great Greece in a short period of time. Then, it's time for us, Sparta, to mediate. Don't forget, there's still Tarentum in Great Greece, which is a friendly state to us, Sparta. Phoebidas recalled his encounter in Tarentum and curled his lips. Tarentum might not necessarily listen to us. When Ionia and Syracuse are strong, they will listen. Agesilaus sneered and extended 3 fingers to support himself on the table. Syracuse, Ionia, and Tarentum are the 3 important city-states that maintain the stability of the western Mediterranean. This is the result that the Elder Council came up with after learning that Syracuse's army attacked western Sicily and Ionia defeated Crotone. So, don't worry about Ionia anymore. Honorable King Agesilaus, I understand. Phoebidas understood that the indifferent old men in the Elder Council would not care about the conflict in a young general's heart, and Agesilaus had specially come to comfort him. Phoebidas was extremely grateful for this. Agesilaus smiled faintly as though it was a piece of cake. He then said, I called you here for another matter. Phoebidas immediately leaned forward with a serious expression. Supervising the implementation of the peace treaty, ceding land, and the resettlement of immigrants in the city of Elis has been temporarily put on hold due to the passing of Arsis. I've recommended you to the council. Are you willing to go? Agesilaus said with a straight face. I'm willing. Phoebidas blurted out. During this period of time, he had nothing to do other than military training and attending the king's funeral. He could not help but feel disappointed as he watched others being sent overseas to carry out important missions one by one. Now, Agesilaus had placed such a lucrative job in front of him. How could he not be moved and grateful? Thank you, King Agesilaus, for your trust in me. You becoming our king is a gift from Zeus to Sparta. Agesilaus smiled when he heard Phoebidas, one of the talented younger generation of Sparta, flattering him. After Agesilaus and Phoebidas left, there were only a few dozen people in the canteen. A young man with a linen draped over his head sneaked out from behind a pillar. He looked at Agesilaus back with hatred. He hurriedly went to get his meal. The chef who distributed the food joked, Leotychides, why are you dressed like this? You look like a woman. A Pyrrhiasian dared to make fun of him. If it was before, Leotychides would have beaten him up or even chopped off his arms and legs. But now, the former king's son did not have the mood to argue. He found a corner, sat down, and munched on his bread. For some reason, tears welled up in his eyes. His failure in the election for the throne had made him a joke in Sparta. His uncle, who usurped the throne, gave half of his father's inheritance to his people who were living in hardship, thus gaining the support of the royal family. While the people praised Agesilaus' benevolence, some people suggested to chase him and his mother out of Sparta. The reason was that he and his mother are not Sparta, but have become a disgrace to Sparta. Although the Elder Council refuted this absurd suggestion, the Sparta people looked at Leotychides with even more contempt. What did I do wrong? Why is the goddess of fate punishing me like this? In order to prove myself, I participated in the agog, the cruel military training that Sparta boys undergo from a young age, which the heirs of kings did not have to participate in. I always performed well in every training. I always fought at the forefront of every battle. My debates always left my peers speechless. my essays were better than theirs. But why? Why? They can't see this, but they always use these rumors to humiliate me and my mother. Damn you, Agesilaus. Damn the Elder Council. Damn it. Archies, if you didn't mistreat mother, how could there be so many rumors? In the end, Leotychides began to blame his dead father. I can't stand such humiliation anymore. I want to take my mother away from this disgusting place. I want to leave Sparta. Leotychides finally made up his mind. His footsteps became vigorous again. When he was about to reach his destination, he saw many people gathered in front of his house. All of them shook their heads and sighed. Their expressions were solemn, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. Leotychides. A clansman who was usually on good terms with him saw him and said sadly, "Your mother committed suicide." Diophanto's army ravaged the Siligardian territory. The Siligardian garrison was forced to leave the city to face the enemy, and the Rockley people retreated early. On the second day, the Rockley people appeared again. When the Siligardian garrison chased them to the coast like yesterday, they found nearly 2,000 Rockley soldiers waiting for them in battle. The disorganized Siligardian garrison quickly retreated. Under the pursuit of the Rockley cavalry, the Siligardians paid the price of a few hundred casualties. They hid in the city and did not come out. They sent people to Carunia's Crotone army for help. As the leader of the alliance, Crotone had no choice but to send 3,000 people to help Siligardian. However, the Rockley people retreated by sea again. Just as the Crotone army was hesitating whether to stay in Siligardian or return to Carunia, the 3,000 Rockley, Medma, and Hihernian army marched along the west coast, crossed the Lala River, and entered Trine territory. The Trine people who had learned their lesson from Siligardian did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they asked for help from Crotone. Not long after the Crotone army left Siligardian and entered Trine, the Rockley people landed on the coast of Siligardian. The Crotone army was mobilized back and forth, but they could not touch a single hair of the Rockley people. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Siligardian and Trine people were also suffering. The newly sown farmlands were destroyed, and the people's war weariness grew. At this time, the Crotone people finally realized that the 20 warships that suddenly appeared at sea were not secretly built by Rockley in the past year. They were Syracuse's help. This news caused the Crotone emissaries to panic. During this period of time, the Devers who returned to Thurii, apart from dealing with the alliance's affairs, stayed at home to accompany their wives, take care of their newborn children, and educate their adopted children. Their days were quite fulfilling and happy. Even when the Crotone emissaries came to Thurii and asked for help from Dionia, they did not cause any anxiety. This was because Helos and assists quickly forced the Rockley people who invaded Crotone's territory to retreat. For this, the Senate elders praised the Devers for choosing the right chief executive of Asplustum. In their letters to Helos and assists, the Devers praised them for their decisiveness in taking the right measures in such a complicated situation. They also encouraged them to act boldly in times of crisis. They did not care too much about their own feelings and wait for the Senate's orders. The outstanding performance of Helos and assists also made the Devers completely relieved. They put more energy into the resettlement work of Asplustum and Cremissa. But at this time, he received the news from Aristyras that the Crotone emissaries, the Cyrodian emissaries, the Trina emissaries, and the Coronese emissaries had come north together. Linking this to the report that Aristyras had given him about the battle between Crotone and Rockley, the purpose of these emissaries coming to Thurii was obvious. The first thought that came to the Devers' mind was that this was a rare opportunity to expand the strength and influence of Dionia. In comparison, fighting with Rockley was not unacceptable. But then he began to hesitate. Thanks to Aristyras from Catanai's special attention on Syracuse, he also knew the truth of Crotone's defeat in the naval battle. Syracuse was a true ally of Rockley, and they had also sent reinforcements in this war. If the Devers fought with Rockley, they would inevitably offend Syracuse. Was it worth it? The Devers had to consider this carefully. In his previous life, he did not know much about the history of Syracuse. He only knew that Archimedes and Syracuse were one of the culprits that triggered the First Carthage War. The people of Rome easily crushed Syracuse as if Syracuse's strength was not worth mentioning. However, it was the people of Rome who used the power of the whole of Italy to attack Syracuse, which was in the period of decline. When the Devers traveled to this era in the Mediterranean world, in Magna Graecia, he felt that the Greek city-states of Italy were in awe of Syracuse, the big city of Sicily. A few decades ago, Syracuse defeated Carthage and dominated Sicily and Magna Graecia. Now, it seemed to have begun to restore its former glory and had a tendency to unify the Greek city-states in Sicily. Although Sicily was just an island, its land was fertile and it was a famous wheat producer in the western Mediterranean, mainly because of volcanic ash. Moreover, the Greeks had colonized a large number of Sicily and developed Sicily very early. In addition, Sicily was located near the center of the Mediterranean Sea and became an important hub for trade and commerce in the eastern and western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, Sicily's commerce and agriculture were relatively developed. Judging by the fact that Syracuse was able to organize such a large army just by occupying the southeastern part of Sicily, one could imagine the huge potential of war. This was not something that Dionia, which was still in its infancy, could compare to. However, the Devers was not a frog in a well. He was so ignorant that he could not see the potential danger. On the contrary, the history of his previous life was filled with countless examples, political, economic, geographical theories. No matter how Dionia tried to hide, once Syracuse defeated Carthage and unified the Greek city-states in Sicily, the rapidly rising Dionia would inevitably attract its attention and become an obstacle to its expansion. It might even become its next target. Therefore, it was better to seize the opportunity when Syracuse was in the quagmire of war with Carthage to strengthen itself so that it would have the strength to fight against Syracuse in the future. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Devers finally made a decision and convinced the Senate. Sesprotus was the envoy of Crotone. Because he had accompanied Lysias to successfully reach a truce with Dionia and sign an alliance treaty, and then he had single-handedly persuaded the garrison of Dionia in Esplugium to send troops to help Crotone and force the Locrians to retreat, almost everyone in the Crotone council, except for Lysias, unanimously elected him to be the envoy of Dionia. This was the first time he was so highly regarded by the Crotone senators. Furthermore, the envoys of the other three city-states had followed his lead along the way. It was inevitable that Sesprotus felt a little complacent. The flat and wide streets, the neatly divided blocks, the neatly arranged houses, all of these made one feel the importance that the people of Dionia placed on cleanliness and order. The tall water bridges that spanned across the city, the gigantic water wheels that slowly turned, the uniquely shaped fountains, and the gurgling water on both sides of the roads, all of these showed that the people of Dionia, as Greeks, had their own unique characteristics and pursuits in the art of architecture and technology. The things that made the emissaries pause the most were the white and towering triumphal arch, the majestic Victory Square, and the majestic Senate Hall. These were obviously displaying the ambitions and pursuits of Dionia. If they saw these things in the past, they might have secretly mocked Dionia for overestimating himself. However, after experiencing the Second Crotone War, they had no choice but to take the city-state alliance seriously. They could clearly see that from the moment this new city was built, it had shown itself to be different from the other Greek city-states, as well as its extraordinary ambitions. Not to mention, just looking at the Temple of Hades that was about to be completed on the hill in the distance, Dionia was the only city in all of Greece that had Hades as the guardian of the city. Just as the emissaries were carefully observing the center of this new city-state alliance while heading west towards the Senate, the people of Turin had left their houses, and were heading east in high spirits. I heard them saying something about distributing land? The emissary of Silatina asked curiously. Yes, I heard it too. The emissary of Telina asked more directly, are you going to distribute the newly occupied land to the citizens? Everyone, the land that Dionia did not forcibly occupy was obtained legally according to the covenant. Plazinas, who came to greet them, immediately corrected them with a serious expression. The emissaries did not refute, but they were cursing in their hearts. According to the military law of Dionia, the citizenship law of Dionia, and the promise made by the Senate before the war, all citizens and prospective citizens who participated in this war will be given land. Plazinas continued without hiding anything, according to the merits of the militia in the war and the actual situation of the land in the northern plains of Esporstum, Crimissa, and Croton. During this time, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Military Affairs under the Senate have done a lot of work. Today is the announcement of the results of land distribution. Not only the people of Talii, but the people of Amandalara and Nudum will also come. Because there are too many people, it can only be held outside the city. If the emissaries are interested, you can go and have a look after the meeting. Let's hurry to the Senate and get things done. The citizens of our city are still waiting for our news. Seeing that the other emissaries were tempted, Sesprotus reminded them loudly, taking the opportunity to hide his embarrassment. After all, the land that Dionia distributed was the land that Crotone was forced to cede. Sesprotus knew that this trip would not be as easy as the previous one, but he did not expect that in the face of the request of the 4 emissaries, all the senators of the Senate of Dionia were adamant in their opposition to sending troops. The war has just ended, and Dionia has suffered great losses. They do not have enough money and food to deal with another war. The citizens of Dionia have just put down their shields and spears, and they have just been allocated land. They are all ready to take a good rest and plant wheat on the newly allocated land before the end of spring. They can still catch up with the harvest, so there is no desire to fight. There is no need for Dionia to become enemies with Rockley, and thus provoke the powerful city of Syracuse. In short, all these words could be summed up in one sentence: Dionia only wanted to rest, and did not want to meddle in other people's business. Therefore, the emissaries of Silatina, Trine, and Corunna expressed their willingness to sign the defense alliance treaty with Dionia, just like Crotone. However, they were strongly opposed by the senators of Dionia. Their reason was simple: with the current strength of Dionia, almost no force in southern Italy dared to provoke them. On the other hand, Corunna, Trine, and Silatina were attacked from time to time by Rockley and Berti. If they signed the treaty, it would be equivalent to these 3 city-states hiring a powerful alliance of city-states for free to protect their safety. This was obviously beneficial to them, but not to Dionia. The negotiations in the Senate reached an impasse. Sesprotus was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, the Trine emissary said eagerly, "What if I request to join the alliance of Dionia?" The Trine emissary did not come on a whim. When they passed by Castellan, Amicals and the others had treated them with great hospitality. During the banquet, the senators of Castellan mentioned the many benefits that Castellan had obtained after joining the alliance of Dionia. At the same time, they had seen the stability and prosperity of the people in Castellan with their own eyes, and this had touched the emissaries. When Sesprotus heard this, he was shocked and subconsciously shouted, "Sesprotus, do you know what you are talking about? To save Trine." The emissary, Sesprotus, said righteously, "We, the people of Trine, have always abided by the covenant in the alliance, responding to the call of Crotone, paying tribute on time every year, and in every war, we have actively sent troops and food. Now, in exchange, the people of Rockley have wantonly destroyed the territory of Trine. Trine is a small city-state, living in the gap between Hibernian, a city-state in the Rockley alliance, south of Trine, and the Berti. If we do not defeat Rockley as soon as possible and the Berti attack, I am afraid that the people of Tarila will starve to death." Sesprotus wanted to say that if Trine ran out of food, Crotone could help. But he immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Crotone had experienced 2 wars with Dionia and suffered heavy losses. Because of the blockade by the fleet of Rockley, the people in the city were also facing a food shortage. This was the main reason why Crotone was so eager to agree to their 3 allies to ask for help from Dionia. He warned loudly, "Don't you know that after joining the alliance of Dionia, you can no longer have any alliance relationship with other city-states? If Trine leaves the alliance of Crotone, then Crotone will immediately retreat the troops of Crotone who are defending Trine. In the future, if the enemy invades, we will not give any help to Trine." Sesprotus' words were not only directed at Trine, but also to the emissaries of Syracuse and Corunna, and even the Senate of Dionia. After all, the main force to resist Rockley in the south was Crotone. If it refused to help, not only would the other city-states be in big trouble, it would also be a hindrance to Dionia's plan. Because of that, the emissaries of Syracuse and Corunna who originally had some thoughts kept their mouths shut. The emissary of Trine, Cypros, was also in a difficult position. Seeing this situation, the Devers said slowly, "Emissaries from the city-states of Crotone, if Dionia agrees to your request and sends troops to repel Rockley, then Rockley, and even Syracuse will most likely focus their anger on Dionia. Any rational citizen of Dionia will not allow us to make such a foolish decision to help you, which is completely detrimental to the interests of our alliance. The emissary's expressions darkened at the words of the Devers. The Devers then changed the topic, but as you have said just now, whether it is Dionia, Crotone, or Syracuse, conflicts of interests, or even wars, are ultimately a matter between the Greek city-states. However, colluding with Syracuse of Sicily and intervening in the war between the Greek city-states like Rockley is undoubtedly attracting a hungry wolf to a flock of sheep, threatening the safety of the entire Greek city-states. We must end the war with Rockley as soon as possible while Syracuse is busy fighting Carthage, not giving Syracuse an excuse to interfere. Therefore, whether to send troops or not, the Senate of Dionia is in a difficult position. The citizens need a good reason to let them, who yearn for stability, feel that they are not fighting a meaningless battle for an outsider. Dionia also does not want to be abandoned after helping you, and face a strong enemy alone in the future. The emissaries fell into silence. The meaning of the Devers' words was already very clear. However, Sesprotus was distraught. He remembered the warning of Lucius before he left: Dionia may not want the large amount of gold, silver, and materials promised by the city-states to force it to send troops, and it may not sign a defense alliance treaty with the city-states. They may want more. At this time, the Devers spoke again in a clear voice: I have a proposal for you to consider. At the moment when he paused, every emissary pricked up their ears. The 5 city-states of Dionia, Crotone, Syracuse, Carena, and Trine shall form an alliance together to resist and attack the enemies who dare to invade us. The alliance shall not invade each other, and if there are any conflicts, they can be resolved through negotiation. Hearing this, the emissaries all looked as if they had expected it, but the expression on Sesprotus' face deepened. The others were obviously a little tempted, especially the Trine emissary, Cypros, who became lively again and rushed to ask, May I ask, Lord Consul, who will be the leader of this alliance? As soon as this question was asked, Sesprotus suddenly became nervous. The Devers smiled slightly: regardless of the size of the alliance shall be equal. When there are problems and it is difficult to reach an agreement, each city-state can vote to solve it. The original Crotone alliance relied on Crotone in both foreign affairs and wars. The other city-states had to pay tribute every year. Of course, Crotone did contribute a lot to the alliance's safety in defending against foreign enemies. However, with Crotone's power, it often made decisions without consulting the alliance, and the other alliances had to provide support for it, just like the declaration of war with Dionia. If they followed the Devers' suggestion, the opinions of the smaller alliances could be valued in the new alliance. This was a good thing for Trine, Carena, and Silatina. I agree with the consul's suggestion. Let's establish such an alliance among our city-states. This way, we can unite the city-states in southern Italy, protect our interests, and prevent our enemies from easily offending us. The Trine envoy, Cypros, expressed his support first. Then, the Silatina envoy agreed with this suggestion. Because their homeland was being protected by the Crotone army, the Carena envoy only expressed his approval in a vague way. Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Sesprotus. Sesprotus was already in a mess. He knew that as long as he nodded, the new alliance would be established, and the Crotone alliance would no longer exist. Crotone's century-old hegemony in southern Italy would also come to an end. In fact, after the Second Crotone War, the power of Crotone had already declined. It was only the Crotone alliance that comforted the people. Sesprotus did not dare to take on such a big responsibility and become the scapegoat of the people's insults. Therefore, he stammered, this matter. I can't make the decision. It has to be discussed and decided by the council. The other envoys were disappointed by his delay, but the Devers said calmly, it's okay, we can wait. Negotiations could wait, but the war would not stop. In the middle of February, Syracuse's army easily occupied Agrigento, which was the second largest Greek city-state in Sicily. A few days later, Rockley's army, which had received a small amount of reinforcements from the kingdom, left the camp and marched toward Corunna city. Even though there were still more than 2,000 Crotone reinforcements left in the Silatin territory, the Crotone army resolutely joined forces with the Corunna army and marched out of the city to meet the enemy. After the battle lasted for an hour, Rockley started to gain the upper hand with the advantage in numbers. If it weren't for the wind that coincidentally blew and prevented the Rockley cavalry from pursuing, the allied army of Crotone and Coruña would have suffered more than a small setback. When Turin was rebuilt, every senator of the Senate was allocated a residence. Cunagurata had purposely chosen a courtyard that was far away from his former residence to avoid being reminded of the past. That night, when he returned home, the living room was still lit by candlelight. His eldest son, Sostatus, came out to welcome him. "Father, you're really late today. Did something troublesome happen in the city again?" Cunagurata glanced at him and took off his sweaty bolton. He stood in the courtyard and asked a male slave to bring water to clean his body. Then he said, "Antares and the others of Cremissa have come to the Senate to report. I'm busy with their household registration, the allocation of residences, and a lot of other things today. You don't need to do these things yourself. Just let your subordinates do it." "What do you know? Considering that Cremissa has just joined the alliance, we need to use actions to show that Dionia values the senators who represent the people of Cremissa and dispel their worries." Sostatus leaned against the pillar and said disapprovingly, "It's another request from the Devers, isn't it? Damn you." Cunagurata grabbed the wet cloth in the slave's hand and threw it at Sostatus. He yelled, "How many times have I told you not to disrespect the Archon? You never listen." "How have I disrespected the Archon?" Sostatus yelled as he picked up the wet cloth and carefully threw it to the slave. "The Devers are my commander. I've always followed military law and listened to orders. However, this is how I speak. I can't change it." Cunagurata looked at his son's lazy expression even when he was seriously rebuking him. He couldn't help but sigh. This son of his really isn't cut out for politics. Thinking of this, he asked, "Why aren't you sleeping and waiting for me here? Are you thinking of borrowing money from me again?" "You're underestimating me, father. The last time I borrowed money from you, I contracted the warehouse and hotel in Amendola. Other than repaying you and paying the rent, guess how much money I earned?" Sostatus asked proudly. Cunagurata ignored him. "1 talent and 20 minas." Sostatus wagged his finger and said proudly, "If it wasn't for the war with Crotone and the blockade of the port of Turiae, I could have earned even more." He paused and said, "Father, I have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead." Cunagurata knew that his father had something to say, so he pretended to be indifferent. Sostatus looked at his father and said carefully, "After this war, the Union will give you and me a total of 4 acres of land in the northern plains of Croton. I want to use it to exchange for land in Amendola." "What? You want to use the fertile land of Croton to exchange for the barren land of Amendola?" Even though Cunagurata didn't care about money, he had to be careful when it came to land. Land was the lifeblood of the Greeks. "Father, listen to me," Sostatus said hurriedly. Cunagurata knew that his son must have a reason for saying that, so he cleaned himself and changed into clean clothes. He sat in the living room and listened to his son carefully. "Father, you are the governor of Turiae. You should know that the port's trade has been increasing since the reconstruction of Turiae last year." Cunagurata snorted at Sostatus' words. How could he not know? He could even tell the number of cargo ships that entered and left Turiae every month and the amount of trade taxes. Marigi had made a detailed plan to revitalize the Union's trade, and he had put in a lot of effort to realize it. "Why can I earn money?" "It's because Turiae's port can't accommodate so many goods and foreigners anymore. That's why the warehouses and hotels under Amendola are so popular. Now that we've defeated Crotone, not only have we expanded our territory again, but we've also become the strongest nation in southern Italy. Merchants and freedmen will flock here, but the Senate has made a law that forbids the use of the fertile land of Sabari Plain for other purposes. Otherwise, the land will be taken back." "Yes, Berks is in charge of this. It's also to protect the arable land of Turiae," Cunagurata interrupted. "I think this is the right thing to do." Sostatus flattered him before saying, "This way, Amendola has become the inevitable choice for these foreign merchants and freedmen. The industrial area that Marigi started last year has been auctioned off. I went to take a look a few days ago. There's already a weapons workshop, a pottery workshop, and a stone carving shop. These are all large-scale workshops that require a lot of labor and slaves. Hence, there's a huge demand for lodging, food, and entertainment. I've discussed it with others before. 4 acres of land in Crotone Plain can be exchanged for 8 acres of land in Amendola near the industrial area. With such a large piece of land, I can build a large number of cheap houses and warehouses. The annual rent alone will not be a small amount. I can also build some small shops and rent them out as bakeries and clothing shops. When I have money in the future, I can even buy many slaves and rent them out for profit. So Status gushed about his dream. Father, no matter how fertile the land is, it'll still suffer heavy losses in a disaster year. According to my plan, as long as the Dionia alliance remains strong, our family's annual income will be much greater than farming. Kunigarata looked at his son's high-spirited face and thought for a long time. He said, "So Status, you'll be in charge of the family's finances from now on. I'll announce this at home tomorrow and have Croisos, Kunigarata's slave butler, listen to your arrangements." Really? So Status could not believe his ears. Of course. Since you have the talent for business, I won't let you bury it. But, Kunigarata said, after I die, you'll have to give half of the assets you earned to your brother. Can you agree to that? Under Kunigarata's gaze, So Status calmed down. He thought about it carefully and said solemnly, ever since our family was chased out of Turiai and my sister Safina left us, it made me feel that I need to cherish my family even more. Dicocortex is my only brother. Father, I'll sign an agreement according to Ni's request. When you go to Elysee, I'll give him half of the family's assets. And my sister, when she remarries, I'll prepare a rich dowry for her. Very good. Very good. Kunigarata was relieved. He felt that he had made the right decision. So Status's words reminded him of another worry. Fortunately, not long after Crotone burned the city and the Devers led the army to recover Turin, Diana returned home. However, she was always depressed. She was now 23 years old. As a father, Kunigarata wanted his children to be happy, so he wanted to find a good husband for her. It had become a worry for him. So Status, what do you think of Helos? Kunigarata suddenly asked. What do you mean? So Status wondered why his father suddenly mentioned him. If he becomes your brother-in-law, you want to choose Helos to be Diana's husband? So Status' eyes widened in shock. When he saw his father nodding seriously, he quickly came up with a joke. He thought carefully and said, although I'm a soldier under his command, he's a captain. I don't have much contact with him. I only know that although he's trained strictly, he's fair and loves us. I heard that he's still single and doesn't have any bad habits. If my sister marries him, she should be well taken care of. But father, why did you choose him? It seems that none of the Turin senators are willing to marry their daughter to a senator who used to be a mercenary. These people are still immersed in the glory of their families. They are still hesitant to accept the change in Turin. Kunigarata sneered and said solemnly, why should I ask you to show respect to His Excellency the Consul? Because he's indeed favored by the gods. He's so young, but he's so capable and resourceful. The people love him, the army supports him, and the Senate is completely under his control. If I don't want the tragedy of my family to repeat itself, becoming a relative of the former mercenary senators who followed him to Persia is undoubtedly the best way. I heard that Helos used to be the captain of His Excellency the Consul in Persia and took good care of him. Although Helos has always kept a low profile in the Senate, I can see that His Excellency the Consul trusts him a lot. Besides, although he used to be a mercenary, I heard from Cornelis that he's humble and steady. He's also good at learning from others. I believe he'll have a stable career in Dionia's politics in the future. Father, don't think too much. Die. Among the former mercenary senators that the consul brought here, Xylos is one of the few who isn't married. He's only in his 30s, and he's a senator. I believe that there are many people who want to marry him in Amandora or Tilii, but he's still single. You can imagine that he might not agree to your request. So Status reminded Kunigarata, who was getting excited. Of course I won't go to him directly. I'll let His Excellency the Consul do it. I believe that the Devers will be happy to do it. Kunigarata stroked his beard and smiled proudly, I've tried asking His Excellency the Consul. He's also very concerned about Helos's marriage. With him as a matchmaker and Diana's beauty, how could Helos not agree? Looks like I'll have to please my sister more from now on, lest she gets upset and asks brother-in-law to place me at the front of the phalanx. So Status also joked. This reminded Kunigarata. He quickly said, so Status, don't go out for the next few days. The first legion you belong to will be heading south to join the war soon. Has the Southern Alliance agreement been signed? Didn't Crotone always oppose it? So Status asked in surprise. With a father who was a senator, he naturally knew more about the politics of the alliance than ordinary citizens. Trine, Surion, and Corunna have all expressed their support. What can Crotone do by opposing it alone? Besides, the current situation is very disadvantageous for them. Even Lysias has come to Turiai. You can see how anxious Crotone is. At this point, Kunigarata was a little excited. Once the alliance is signed and the alliance is established, Dionia will truly become the leader of Greece. I heard that in this new alliance, all the alliances are treated equally, regardless of who's superior or inferior. There's no such thing as a leader. That seems to be the case on the surface, but the strength of the states still determines the weight of their words in this new alliance, especially when it doesn't involve the interests of other states. Kunigarata praised sincerely, His Excellency the Consul is really amazing. By proposing such an alliance, he continuously gained the support of other states, isolated Crotone, and forced them to join. Once the new alliance is established, the old Crotone alliance will be disintegrated, and Dionia will smoothly squeeze into Crotone's original territory, becoming the de facto leader. Isn't this the result of His Excellency making full use of his victory over Crotone? So Status's words were a reminder to Kunigarata that he opposed the war beforehand. Kunigarata was silent for a moment. He did not directly answer his son's question, but sighed and said, I never thought that I would be able to see Turiai become the center of Greece while I'm still alive. Son, just like you said before, Turiai will usher in a great development. On the last day of February 498 BC, Dionia, Crotone, Silatina, Corunna, and Trine finally reached an agreement and signed an alliance, establishing the Southern Alliance. Due to Crotone's insistence, the alliance specifically stipulated that when discussing decisions, Dionia and Crotone each had 2 votes, while the other 3 states each had 1 vote. The headquarters of the alliance was located in Silatina. In the beginning, Crotone requested for the headquarters to be located in its territory, but the other states objected. Later, Devers suggested that it be located in Silatina. The other states agreed, because other than Dionia, Silatina was located in the center of the other states, and it was not too strong, so they were more at ease. Normally, the headquarters of the Southern Alliance would be guarded by the states, handling and negotiating matters between the states. The Crotone Alliance was officially disbanded, and the newly signed military alliance between Dionia and Crotone was nullified. Crotone originally had to pay Dionia 500 talent as war reparations, but only 80 talent was paid, and the rest was nullified. This was also one of the reasons why Crotone finally agreed to join the Southern Alliance, but it made Merces extremely regretful. Up until now, the remaining alliances that Dionia had were the Dionia Alliance, which was an alliance with Dionia as the leader. As Dionia controlled the alliance's foreign relations, meaning it did not allow other states to sign any treaties or agreements with other states, as well as military dominance, the other states had actually become Dionia's vassals. The second was the alliance agreement with Tarentum. Due to Dionia's rapid expansion, the agreement had been amended twice, changing from having Tarentum as the leader to having both parties treat each other as equals and helping each other. Up until now, they only had more trade contacts, but had yet to form a military alliance. Lastly, there was the newly established Southern Alliance. In addition, there was a non-aggression peace agreement with Picassus in the north. Other than the Lochley Alliance, Lygum and a couple of smaller states further south, Dionia and the other states of Greater Greece had formed an alliance to create a peaceful and stable environment for themselves. Of course, at this moment, what Dionia needed to do was to fulfill the alliance agreement and defeat Lochley. The battle this time was different from the past. It would take 3 to 4 days just to reach the battlefield. Relying on the soldiers to carry rations and finish the battle in a few days was no longer feasible. In the previous battle with Crotone, the harassment from Crotone's fleet had already caused Dionia to suffer a lot. This time, the battle with Lochley was even further away, and the food transportation route was even longer. Furthermore, the people of Lochley also controlled the coastline. This would be a huge test for Dionia's logistics. Regarding this, the strategy that the Devers adopted was, first, Mercies would be in charge of quickly building a huge supply team that could carry enough rations for at least 10,000 people for a month. The transport team would set off together with the reinforcements. This would ensure the safety of the supply team and reduce the labor, guards, and unnecessary consumption of rations. Second, to end the battle as soon as possible, the Devers sent out their most elite First Legion for this purpose. Preparing rations, buying pack beasts. These preparations for war naturally cost a lot of gold and silver. This time, Mercies was not stingy and bought a lot, as the cost was shared equally by all the allies. When the rooster crowed for the first time in Amendolara, Georges had already turned over and sat up. His wife, Dania, had also opened her eyes. "Sleep a little longer," Georges said gently. "I'm leaving. I can't sleep. I'm going to send you to Turiai." Although Dania was older than Georges, she liked to act coquettishly. This made her feel younger than Georges, and Georges also enjoyed this feeling. But today, Georges shook his head. "You're pregnant, and you're walking so far. Going back and forth isn't good for the child." "Who said that?" "Help said that pregnant women need to exercise more. Only then will childbirth be smooth, and the child will be healthy," Dania retorted. Georges did not say anything. He trusted Helps quite a bit. He was the disciple of the blessed Devers. Unable to withstand Dania's repeated requests, he could only bring his wife and a male slave to carry his weapons and equipment out of the city. Georges was considered a rich man in Amendolan. Actually, it was his wife's. He owned 10 acres of land in Amendolan, planted with olive trees that were more than 10 years old. He also had his own oil press to produce olive oil. At first, they only had a simple carriage, mainly used to transport the finished olive oil to the port of Turin. Since Dania and Georges got married, she bought a carriage for her husband to ride, considering that Georges frequently traveled between Turin and Amendolan for military training and handling some military affairs. In fact, Georges mostly rode a horse. Although there were not many people on the road at this time, all the carriages set off in order. The road from Amendolan to Turin had been built for almost a year. For the sake of safety and convenience, the people had formed some customary rules under the guidance of the Alliance. Now that the Alliance's road department had been established, Heracles Jr. was successfully elected as the head of the department. According to the news, he was going to work on 2 things immediately. One was to submit a bill to the Senate on the maintenance and use of roads in Dionia. He was going to change the road rules among the people into the official road rules used by the Alliance to improve the efficiency of road use. The second was to propose a new design plan for the road and a plan to renovate the old road to the Consul Devers. The coachman drove the 2 horses to run at a constant speed. The wooden wheels, which were bound tightly by iron sheets, spun rapidly on the flat road with clanging sounds. In the bumpy carriage, Georges listened to his wife's chatter while thinking about some things he heard about the new road department. "I'm going to buy 4 more slaves tomorrow." His wife's words caught his attention. "Don't we have enough slaves at home?" Georges asked doubtfully. "I haven't seen the 3 acres of land you've been given in Cremissa. I heard that it's all good land. According to the regulations of the Alliance's Ministry of Agriculture, it can only be used to grow wheat. You're busy with the Alliance's military affairs, so you don't have time to work in Cremissa." "Of course, I'm going to buy more slaves to take care of the land for us," Dania explained. "It's only 3 acres of land. I don't think we need so many slaves. It'll cost us a lot just to feed them." Georges was used to being poor, so he still kept a good habit of being thrifty. "My dear, you don't know that the average citizen's family in Dionia has at least 2 or 3 slaves. Everyone understands that only by freeing up the adult males in the family for military training will they be able to make contributions in the war, gain glory, and win more land and benefits. The slave market in Turi port was only built half a year ago, and now it has expanded several times. The price of an ordinary slave has increased from 160 drachma to 200 drachma. If I don't buy a few more now, when I want to buy more in the future, I'm afraid the price will have risen to 300 drachma. Besides, the extra slaves can be sent to Cremissa to speed up the cultivation of our land, dig ditches, and plant wheat seedlings. When the farm work is done, a few of them can go back to the oil press in Amendola to help transport the pots and take care of our olive oil shop at the port. When autumn comes, the busiest season, we need more labor to harvest the wheat, harvest the olives, extract the oil, and grind the flour. When the farm work is done, we have enough slaves. There's no need to hire temporary labor, which is a waste of money and inefficient. Dania explained in detail to Georges. Georges didn't know much about these things, but he trusted his wife's ability, so he nodded and said, "If that's the case, we'll do as you say." Dania happily nestled in Georges's arms. The carriage stopped in front of the south gate of Turii. According to the rules, carriages were not allowed to enter the city, so Georges and his wife could only get off the carriage and walk, with the slaves carrying his weapons and equipment behind them. Along the way, many citizens were accompanied by their wives, and even the elderly and children came to see them off. Ever since the example set by Dyphus, who often appeared in public with Christoia, and the assimilation of a large number of Lucanians, the tradition in Dionysia of the wives of citizens of the Greek city-states to stay at home and keep to a minimum. Georges. Georges. Georges heard someone calling him and quickly looked back. It was Oliver's. He rushed over with his Persia wife, Mitra. After the four of them greeted each other, Oliver said excitedly, "I heard that you're back in the First Legion again this time. Because Captain Helos has become the governor of Esprustum, and I'm just here to fill in for him temporarily." Georges still maintained his old habit of calling Helos captain in Persia. "What temporary? Devers will definitely let you stay in the First Legion." Oliver's curled his lips and smiled mysteriously. "Why?" Georges asked doubtfully. "Because as a captain in the First Legion, it's easier to be the head of the other legions." Olivers leaned over and whispered, "I heard that yesterday Devers proposed a bill to the Senate and it has been passed. In the future, those who serve as a commander for 5 years and perform well will be elected by the senators to become members of the Senate." Before Georges could say anything, Dania, who was listening with her ears pricked up, said excitedly, "That means my husband will become a senator of the Senate in the future." Olivers glanced at her and said with a smile, "Yes, but after me." To become a senator of the Senate, it's not just about fighting, you also need to have the ability to manage. To be like me, not only do I usually serve as the patrol captain of the Turris, but I also hired a private teacher to teach me how to read, count, and speak. Next year, I'm also going to fight for the position of secondary agricultural officer and commercial officer. Dania looked at her silent husband and secretly made up her mind. In the future, she would also urge him to study harder, engage in more local affairs, and not always train recruits in the Ministry of Military Affairs, and so on. Olivers looked at her again, and he found it very interesting. The honest Georges married a wife who looked smart was very suitable. He carefully looked at Dania, and suddenly showed a strange expression on his face. "You're pregnant?" Dania stroked her belly proudly. "It's been 5 months. My wife is also pregnant." Olivers also announced proudly, and Mitra shyly lowered his head. "Among our comrades in this team, I'm afraid only Captain Helos and Matones are not married, right?" Georges suddenly said. "You're really out of touch with the news. Cunagurata likes Helos and wants him to be his son-in-law, and he also wants the Devers to be the matchmaker. The Devers have already agreed, and with the Devers, that blockhead Helos can't refuse. As for Matones, didn't you notice that he was a little strange when we left Cremissa?" Oliver smiled mischievously. "I asked my men to secretly ask around in his brigade, and it turns out that this big guy has a crush on a girl in Cremissa." "Ha ha ha. Really?" Georges looked surprised. "Of course it's true. But don't ask him, or else he'll beat you up and drag me into it," Olivers reminded. According to the alliance agreement, Dionia not only wanted to defeat Rockley as soon as possible, but it was also a chance to display the might of the alliance in the southern Italian city-states to increase its influence in this region. Therefore, not only did Dionia send out the most elite First Legion, but they could also transfer experienced soldiers from other legions to fill in the gaps of the First Legion due to injuries and illnesses. Even the personnel responsible for the transportation of the supplies were made up of more than 1,000 mercenaries led by Xantaparis. This not only ensured the safety of the supplies, but it also served as a powerful supplement for the combat troops. Of course, Divers, Felicius, and the others also had their own selfish motives. They hoped that these former comrades could make new contributions and become preparatory citizens of Dionia as soon as possible. The First Legion consisted of more than 7,000 people, the supply escort team consisted of 1,500 people, a total of nearly 9,000 people, and countless supply wagons made up of pack beasts. After being inspected by Divers and the Senate in the Victory Square, this huge army set off towards the south in a grandiose manner. The first time Rockley heard of the Dionia alliance, it wasn't called that back then, was during the First Crotone War. The Crotone army was defeated and captured by the much smaller Amendalara army. The people of Rockley were pleasantly surprised and excited. They were happy to see another city-state to the north of Crotone that could cause trouble for the Crotone. Following the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Rockley sent messengers to contact Amendalara, hoping to form an alliance to deal with Crotone together. In the end, Amendalara did not respond. Instead, they signed a truce with the Crotone and returned the thousands of Crotone soldiers to Crotone half a year later. During the negotiations, Rockley even became a bargaining chip for Amendalara to threaten Crotone and reach a truce. As a result, the people of Rockley began to resent Amendalara. When the Locrians heard the news, they were shocked and in awe. For the past few decades, Rockley had never won a single victory against Crotone. On the other hand, the newly formed Dionia alliance was able to defeat Crotone twice in a row. Of course, to Rockley, the most important thing was that Crotone had suffered heavy losses and was in a tough battle with Dionia. This was the perfect opportunity. Rockley could not wait for news from the envoy, Metrophenes, and began to plan an attack on the Crotone alliance. In order to defeat their mortal enemy in one fell swoop, they mobilized the alliance for war. At the same time, the brother of Dionysius's wife, the chief general of Rockley, Demodorcas, sent a request for help from Syracuse. At this time, Syracuse had already started the war against Carthage. The powerful army was taking down towns after towns. Only the navy had not encountered the enemy yet. Other than some warships escorting the army along the coastline, the rest were on standby in Syracuse's port. On one hand, it was out of friendship with Rockley, but on the other hand, it was to prepare for the future. Dionysius sent more than 23 oared warships to aid the Locrians. With Syracuse as his backing, Rockley could not wait to start the war. Unexpectedly, Dionia and Crotone came to an armistice. Not only did they sign a defensive alliance treaty, but they also released all the captives. Metrophenes felt that he had been fooled and returned to his country in anger. The Locrians were furious. Dionia had repeatedly ignored Rockley's good intentions, intentionally or unintentionally obstructing Rockley's plans. It was only because they had to focus on dealing with their mortal enemy, Crotone, that they did not want to complicate matters. They temporarily swallowed their anger and would deal with them in the future. At the same time, Rockley began to be wary of Dionia. Although they suffered a small setback in the battle with Crotone, the naval battle was won by Syracuse's reinforcements. Without the protection of the navy, Crotone's army did not have enough manpower. The Locrians mobilized their forces back and forth, forcing them into a passive position. Just as Rockley saw hope for victory, news came. The envoy of the Crotone alliance had gathered in Thurii and requested reinforcements from Dionia. What the Rocarians feared the most had happened. Due to the unsatisfactory performance of Metamorphophoenix, they immediately sent Panticipace, who was the most eloquent of them all. However, not only did his arrival fail to change Dionia's mind, but it also hastened the establishment of the Southern Alliance. Before Panticipaeus left Thurii, he angrily told the senators of the Dionia Senate, "Apollo can testify that we, the people of Locri, have always respected Dionia, but every time we offered an olive branch, we were met with malicious deceit and mockery from Dionia. From today onwards, Rockley and Dionia were enemies. The next time we come, there will be no more messengers of peace, but the wrath of Ares and a powerful army." The faces of the senators changed slightly. Devers calmly said, "Before the Crotone alliance started the war, their envoy stood where you are now and said something similar. What about now?" Although Devers appeared relaxed, he knew that the people of Locri were now dominating the sea. After Dionia declared war, it was likely that the Crotone fleet would repeat what they did to Dionia. Therefore, he reassembled Led's cavalry and had them patrol along the coastline. At the same time, he reactivated the measures that Felicius had taken to deal with the Crotone fleet's surprise attack. The Senate also suspended the immigration of Asprostum and Cremissa. However, a few days passed and nothing happened. The First Legion arrived at the city of Asprostum. More than 1,000 garrisoned soldiers joined the army, increasing the number of people participating in the battle to more than 10,000. 5 days later, the army arrived at the city of Coruña. The journey was smooth, and there were no accidents. The reason why they arrived 2 days longer than the original plan was that they did not anticipate the harsh conditions of the roads in the south of Great Greece, and when they passed by Silatina, they were warmly welcomed by the people there. After the reinforcements of Dionia arrived on the battlefield, the people of Coruña rejoiced. They were ready to wait for the Dionia army to rest and immediately launch an attack on Rockley's camp in the south of the city. However, they did not expect that before this plan could be implemented, Rockley sent an envoy for peace talks. 100 years ago, Crotone defeated Gobares and quickly became the strongest nation in Great Greece. It had the ambition to dominate the south and launched many attacks to the south. The most serious time under its attack, Rockley and the surrounding city-states' armies were repeatedly defeated. In the end, in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of Gobares, Rockley and Legem joined forces and launched a counterattack when Crotone was careless, heavily damaging the Crotone army. Crotone's strength was greatly damaged, and it was unable to attack the south for a while. In order to prevent Crotone from recovering its strength, Rockley and Legem began a long-term counterattack against Crotone's alliance. They even joined forces with the indigenous Briti people in the north of Crotone's alliance. For decades, Crotone had been trapped by the Briti people in the north, and the threat of Rockley and Legem in the south. They had always been tired of dealing with them, and could never regain their former glory. Therefore, when Athens wanted to build the city of Turiae on the Gobares plain, it could only make concessions and sign an agreement. However, the cooperation between Rockley and Legem was not close. Once the threat of Crotone weakened, the conflict between the two began to show. The biggest conflict was that both city-states were coastal cities, and they were very close to each other, so the competition for port trade was inevitable. Because Legem controlled half of the Strait of Messina, it had the upper hand in sea trade, while Rockley opened up trade routes from Rockley to Medmar and Hyrnion, both cities on the west coast of Greece, so that Greek merchants could reach the west coast through land trade without paying high tariffs through the Strait of Messina. Therefore, they seized a lot of profits from Legem as a transit port for trade in the western Mediterranean. These conflicts accumulated and finally erupted a few years ago. Dionysius, who had just become the general of Syracuse, wanted to remarry because his wife was killed by the angry people in the previous power struggle. At the same time, this was also a kind of political marriage to stabilize his power. Therefore, after he married the daughter of a famous noble in Syracuse who supported him, he wanted to marry another woman. His eyes were set on Legem, which was only one strait away from Sicily. On one hand, Legem's geographical location was too important, and on the other hand, there was a woman in Legem who was famous. However, the people of Legem refused. They were wary of Dionysius, who had become the tyrant of Syracuse. They did not forget that a few decades ago, when the tyrant of Syracuse, Chiron, was in power, they coveted Legem, which forced Legem to form an alliance with Carthage to protect itself. Dionysius had to propose to the people of Rockley, and Rockley agreed. This caused the alliance between Rockley and Legem to completely break down. As for why Dionysius did not look for Crotone and Crotone? This was because during the War of Peloponnesus, Crotone and Turiae were on the side of Athens. They even provided assistance when Athens' army attacked Syracuse. Tarentum was a sub-state of Sparta and had always been close to Sparta. It did not mean much to Dionysius. The departure of Legem made it difficult for Rockley to cause trouble for Crotone. It was not until Dionia severely injured Crotone twice that he rekindled his hope. When Rockley mobilized for war, he also sent messengers to the people of Briti. The people of Briti, who had always been positive about Rockley's invitations, rejected Rockley's request this time. The reason they gave was that the people of Brity attacked Trine alone last year and suffered heavy losses, so they needed to rest and reorganize. However, the messengers of Rockley found that the Brity tribe near Xianxia seemed to be making some kind of change. With the help of the navy of Syracuse, the people of Rockley attacked the people of Crotone. Reality proved that even though Crotone's strength was greatly damaged, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Rockley had the upper hand, he could not win quickly. Now that Dionia had joined the war, the situation had taken a turn for the worse for Rockley. After the diplomatic failure with Dionia, the people of Rockley immediately went to the players of Syracuse. Dionysius received the messengers of Rockley in the newly occupied city of Selinus. After listening to the messenger's request, Dionysius frowned. He thought for a moment and said directly, "The war between Syracuse and Carthage is at a critical moment. I have no reinforcements to send. Sue for peace. Once I've conquered Sicily, I'll make Locke pay for this." The messengers returned to Rockley helplessly. The people of Rockley were not fools. Without reinforcements, they had no chance of winning. Suing for peace was the only way out. In the decades of entanglement with Crotone, it was common for them to stop and stop. Lockley was already used to it. He would not insist on a hopeless battle for the sake of glory. Therefore, the First Legion of Dionia came excitedly, but in the end there was not a single battle. They were passively playing the role of mediator. Fortunately, the Southern Alliance had a good impression of the Dionysian army that appeared in central southern Italy for the first time, especially the people of Kyrenia. They were surprised to find that the soldiers of Dionia who had set up camp outside Kyrenia city had been quietly staying in the camp during the negotiation. They did not disturb the people at all. In this regard, they did even better than the people of Crotone who had been allies of Kyrenia for decades. Cypros gave a detailed and comprehensive review of the Dionysian army at the Trine Council. What impressed me was that the Dionia citizen soldiers had strong discipline and obedience to orders, which was different from the armies of the other allies I had seen, including our own. It was said that the Dionia alliance had formulated a military law to restrain the behavior of the soldiers, and there were strict regulations on military training, marching, camping, and other aspects. There was also a military judge in the army to supervise the implementation of the law. The soldiers did not resist when they violated the military law, but felt ashamed. I learned from the Dionia citizen soldiers that they had to train once every 5 days during the slack season. This was already a number that surprised us Trine people, and they seemed to enjoy the training and did not complain at all about the waste of the farmland because of the training. Therefore, they could skillfully use the shields, spears, bows, and javelins in their hands, and could maintain a complete formation during the march. They were not only serious in building the camp, but also had a clear division of labor and high efficiency. Therefore, they could build a surprisingly well-guarded camp in a short time. In addition, there was another obvious difference between the Dionysian army and the other city-states. Their commanders and officers of all levels were not appointed at the last minute after the war, but had always held positions in the army. Therefore, they not only had rich combat experience, but were also familiar with every soldier under their command. Therefore, when they marched and built the camp, they could command the soldiers very smoothly, and they cooperated well with each other. The superiors and subordinates had clear responsibilities, and when carrying out orders, they rarely shirked responsibility or acted on their own. What surprised me even more was that these soldiers were not afraid of fighting, but eager to fight. This reminded me of the Sparta in Greece. Although I had not seen them in battle, the fact that they defeated Crotone despite being outnumbered was enough to prove the fighting power of the Dionysian army. In short, in my eyes, the Dionysian army was like a well-made, well-operated, and terrible weapon of war. After listening to Cypros, the Trine Council made a decision. Without affecting their own interests, they would give Dionia as much support as possible in the Southern Alliance. After a few days of negotiations, a peace agreement was finally reached. Rockley would compensate Carana, Trine, Silatina, and Crotone with a certain amount of gold and silver, and both sides would agree to a truce. Just as peace was restored in southern Italy, a war broke out in the Lucaria region in the northwest of Dionia in early March. The army of Potentia besieged and attacked the Grimentum for more than 10 days. Picassus's Nanette arrived with his army and attacked the rear of Potentia's army. Meanwhile, Xianxia saw the arrival of reinforcements from the top of the city wall and promptly led his army to attack. Potentia was caught in a pincer attack and quickly retreated. Caucasus and the Grumentum chased after them. The Potentia people lost their camp and fled in panic. Caucasus and the Grumentum people broke into the Potentia camp one after the other. When they saw the herds of cattle and sheep, the piles of food, and the many women and slaves of other tribes that Potentia had captured along the way, they were no longer in the mood to chase after the enemy. Both sides began to fight over the goods and women in the camp. The Grumentum people believed that they had defeated the Potentia army, so the spoils of war should belong to them. On the other hand, the Grumentum people believed that most of the goods were looted by Potentia from the tribes that belonged to the Grumentum outside the city, so they should be returned to the Grumentum. The quarrels and conflicts at the beginning quickly turned into fights, especially between the Grumentum people, who originally had a higher status in the Lucania alliance. During this period of time, not only were many of their leaders killed and under the control of Caucasus's people, but Caucasus's people also looked down on them and ordered them around. This made them feel extremely disappointed and humiliated. Coupled with the fact that the Pixie warriors who followed Xianxia were tyrannical in the Grumentum city, the accumulated resentment in their hearts finally erupted once it was provoked. The Grumentum people gathered and madly attacked the Pixie people in the camp. Both sides began to fight to the death, and the situation was completely out of control. Xianxia could not stop them at all. Finally, when he made up his mind to destroy these capricious Grumentum people, the leader of Potentia, Borit, led some of the reorganized soldiers back. The Caucasus people, who were fighting with the Grumentum people in the camp, were attacked from all sides and finally suffered a crushing defeat. Xianxia and his son took the remaining soldiers and did not even dare to return to the Grumentum city. They directly fled into the mountains, and after a few turns, they finally escaped back to Caucasus. In the end, the Potentia people occupied the Grumentum city. At the same time, after 2 months of siege and bitter battles, Tarentum finally captured the small city of Brindisi, which was located to the east of Tarentum and was close to the Adriatic Sea. This was a major breakthrough in the expansion of Tarentum's territory since its establishment. The people dedicated their praise to the leading generals, Diomyras and Archita. Archita, however, was not happy. This time, the attack on the Masapi people was fully supported by the city-state. Although the original plan discussed by the council was realized, the land route between Tarentum and the Adriatic Sea was opened, and the communication between the Masapi people and the north was cut off, sealing them in the peninsula. The price paid was also very high. The casualties of the Tarentum militia were as high as 4,000 people. The Masapi people were famous for their fierceness in southern Italy. During the Greek colonial era hundreds of years ago, many Greek city-states were established in southern Italy, but on this heel of the peninsula, there was always only one Tarentum. While other colonial city-states were attacking and assimilating the nearby indigenous people to expand their territory, the Tarentum people, who were in a unique position, were lamenting their misfortune. Their neighbors to the east, the Masapi people, were not only fierce and numerous, but also not completely barbaric indigenous people. According to their own claims, they were Illyrians from northern Greece near the Adriatic Sea. They had cultural traditions similar to the Greeks never recognized them and still regarded them as barbarians, which made Tarentum unable to advance inland for hundreds of years. Especially decades ago, Tarentum supported its mother state, Sparta, in the War of Peloponnesus, which aroused hostility from Athens. So Athens supported the Masapi people to fight against Tarentum. Since then, the Masapi attacks on Tarentum began to increase, causing the people to suffer. This time, if it weren't for the stimulation of the rapid rise of Dionia, the Senate of Tarentum might not have made up its mind to attack the Masapi people. However, Archita knew that although the city-state had won temporarily, the Masapi people would never give up. The war with them would probably continue for a long time. The wailing of the wounded soldiers outside the city and the triumphant cries of the crows pecking at the corpses were intertwined, making one's heart tremble. Archita stood on the low wall of Brindisi, staring blankly at the western horizon dyed scarlet by the setting sun. His heart was filled with worry for the future. In April, Syracuse's army continued to advance westward. Eryx, Helucia, and other city-states opened their cities and surrendered. Salensda, the only one who remained loyal to Carthage, was besieged. In mid-April, Dionysius's army arrived at the westernmost point of Sicily, facing the island city in the bay, which was also Carthage's important base in Sicily, Moscha. Moscha destroyed the causeway connecting the land and prepared to defend by sea. Dionysius commanded the army to rebuild the causeway. At the same time, he led the army to conquer nearby areas. However, Xianxia repelled Syracuse's attack, forcing Syracuse to continue to besiege it. In May, the causeway was completed, and Dionysius led the army back to prepare to attack Moscha. At this time, Carthage was also preparing to send troops to rescue this precarious sea city. They first adopted the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. They sent warships to Syracuse, broke into the port, and destroyed the port ships in an attempt to lure Dionysius back to support them. However, Dionysius was unmoved. The Carthaginian general, Hamilcar, had no choice but to lead his army to rescue Moscha. A large number of Carthaginian warships went around the Cape of Palermo and sailed into the bay aggressively, attempting to destroy the Syracuse warships that were on the beach. Dionysius had been waiting for a long time. He set up dozens of new weapons on the beach of this circular peninsula, ballistae. With an order, round stones the size of bowls flew out and smashed into the Carthage warships in the bay. Devers carefully looked at the silver-white coin in his hand. It weighed 4 grams and was very close to a standard circle. On one side was the head of Hades with a thick beard and long hair, with the letters Dionia Alliance engraved below. On the other side was a leafy poplar, Pluto's holy tree, with the letters 95 Olympia Games, 3rd year engraved below. The images on both sides were in the middle. The engravings were subtle, the bumps were obvious, and the letters were clear. Devers tossed the coin up and caught it. He weighed it in his hand and asked, "How much silver does it contain?" Tritodemus stepped forward and said, "According to your proposal and through the Senate's coin bill, we have produced a silver drachma with a purity of more than 95%, which is equivalent to the purity of the al in Athens, the famous silver lorion coin in Greece, but," Tritodemus said worriedly, "we don't have a large silver mine like Athens, and the treasury's income is mainly from trade and taxes. Issuing such a high-purity silver coin will not be a small loss." The currency used for trade in the Mediterranean in this era was gold and silver. The people of Persia mainly used gold coins, while the Greek city-states did not have that many gold mines, so they mainly used silver coins. Since each city-state had the right to mint their own silver coins, the currency market in the entire Mediterranean Sea was quite chaotic. The weight and silver purity of the coins issued by different city-states were not uniform, which brought difficulties to trade. That was why the currency exchange was born. When it came to exchange, Tritodemus complained in his heart. In the Greek city-states, exchange business was mainly handled by banks. The more prosperous the city-state was, the more developed the banking industry was. However, although there were many banks in the various cities of Dionia, they all belonged to one person, Chrystoia, the wife of the consul Devers of Dionia. Of course, this was not the result of any administrative interference by the Devers. Since its establishment, the Chrystoia Bank had adopted an average loan yield that was far lower than the 15% interest rate of the Greek city-states at that time, that is, 5%. Although the Chrystoia Bank broke the tacit rules of the banking industry in the Greek city-states, Amendolara and Turin at that time were in dire straits. No rich merchants came out to stop them. On the contrary, because of its low-interest loans, countless families and small workshops were supported, and they got out of the initial predicament. Thus, the Chrystoia Bank gained a reputation. Today's trade in Dionia was not comparable to the past. Some merchants had the idea of opening banks, and they were forced to implement low-interest loans in the Union. However, the Chrystoia Bank had made its brand deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Dionia. People trusted and appreciated it, so there was often a long queue in front of the Chrystoia Bank, while there were few customers in other banks. Normal competition was not possible, and it was even more impossible to play other tricks. Don't forget that the Chrystoia Bank was backed by the only consul Devers of Dionia. Therefore, since it was not profitable to open a bank in Dionia, merchants had to invest in other industries. With the expansion of the Union of Dionia, there were more profitable industries, and the competition became fierce, but there was always only one bank. Tritodemus looked at the man in front of him. At such a young age, he was already the most powerful man in Dionia, and he had a smart and beautiful wife who made a lot of money for him. How enviable, the Devers did not notice Tritodemus's strange gaze. He focused all his attention on the coins. He picked up 2 silver coins and looked at them carefully. They were almost the same. He asked with concern, "What do you think about the style and pattern of this Dionia silver coin compared to the Athens silver coin?" The L of Athens was not only of high silver purity, but also had exquisite patterns. Even after the Dionia of Athens was disbanded and could not to other city-state to use, the Dionia-Athens alliance. The merchants and people of the Dionia to exchange for the like coins. Into their own. Of Athens to Dionia coins. And kept. As. Therefore, the like coins of Athens to Dionia coins were the most widely circulated and used hard currency in the Greek city-states. I've repeatedly compared more than a dozen like coins minted in different years with the other members of the Coinage Committee. We all agree that our Dionia coins are not inferior to the like coins in terms of purity and engraving. And Tritodemus picked up the silver coin and rubbed the raised ring on the edge. He said excitedly, "Consul Devers, your suggestion was wonderful. We did not use the traditional method of making complicated and rough serrations. Instead, we used a simple inlay. Not only did it improve efficiency, but it also did not wear out easily. Everyone thought that it was as heavy and dignified as the pillars of a temple. I believe that once the Dionia coins are released, they will soon be loved by the people," Tritodemus said excitedly. The Devers looked calm. The previous design was a suggestion he made based on the characteristics of ancient coins in China. There was nothing to be proud of. He was more concerned about whether the Dionia coins could circulate quickly and become the main currency used by the southern Italian city-states. This was not only to expand the influence of Dionia, but also to dominate the currency distribution rights of Greece and control the economy and trade of the southern city-states. Just like in Athens, even after the Peloponnesus War, trade shrank, financial difficulties, and the silver ore produced by the Lye silver mine did not reduce the purity of the L coins. The people of Athens to Dionia's insistence on the credibility of the city-state's currency was rewarded. Just a few years after the end of the war, there were more and more foreign merchants coming to the port of Airhofs. Now, the trade in Athens was gradually returning to its former prosperity. Sir Tritodemus, in the past few months, your Mint Committee has put in a lot of effort for this small silver coin. Thank you for your hard work. I believe that when it is successfully released and the day the people of Greece accept it, your name will be left in the Temple of the Wise. Hearing the Devers' praise, Tritodemus suddenly became excited. As the Temple of Hades was about to be built, some special architectural structures in the temple were also circulated among the people. For example, there were 2 side halls in the temple. One was called the Hall of Valhalla, dedicated to the warriors who sacrificed themselves to protect the safety of the alliance. The other was called the Temple of the Wise, where the names of the citizens who made outstanding contributions to the alliance would be engraved in the temple for people to worship. It was said that this was the design of the Devers. As a citizen of the alliance, especially the elders, who did not want to leave their names in history, it was inevitable that Tritodemus could not control his emotions and was overjoyed. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice sounded, "Since it's all the credit of the Mint Committee, it has nothing to do with our Mathematical Research Institute. Next, if you want to make the medal of primitive citizens of Amendarara, and other things, don't look for us again." Tritodemus looked back and saw Martocores. He quickly said to the Devers, "It's all thanks to the Mathematical Research Institute of Martocores and Mentodicus that we can make such a beautiful coin. If it weren't for their design of the coin mold, and that hydraulic power, it's the hydraulic press." Martocores added impatiently. Tritodemus coughed awkwardly and said, "It's because they designed these wonderful tools that we can make such beautiful coins. Not to mention that it's better than the coins designed by Pythagoras for Metapontum, it's even comparable to the famous coins of Athens and Greece. It's not all our credit." Mentodicus, who had always been steady, said humbly, "If it weren't for your design of the water wheel that inspired us, Master Devers, we wouldn't have thought of using hydraulic power instead of manpower. Unfortunately, the force generated by the water flow of the Kolati River is not strong enough to fully drive the large hydraulic hammer that you mentioned last time that can continuously hammer large iron castings." "Then let's go to the dam," the Devers blurted out. "Dam?" Martocores' eyes lit up. We'll talk about this later. Currently, there was construction everywhere in Dionia. There was the resettlement of the immigrants of Asperstum and Kermissa, the construction of the Temple of Hades, the construction of roads, the transformation of the Kermissa swamp, the construction of the Turii hot springs. There was no more labor to build the more demanding and complex design of the dam. So, the Devers changed the topic and said to Tritodemus, Martachores, and the others won't compete with you for this credit, because they are destined to become famous mathematicians in the future. There will definitely be statues of them in the Temple of the Sage. Faced with such high praise, Martachores was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his head and laughed. Mentodicus, who was beside him, was more composed, but he could not hide the excitement on his face. After sending off Tritodemus, only Martachores and Mentodicus were left in the living room. Now, they were no longer ordinary disciples of the Pythagorean school of thought. As early as last year, because of their achievements in the manufacture of the water wheel and the free popularization of mathematics among the people, the Devers proposed the introduction of Foreign Scholars Bill in the Senate. It was passed, together with the Doctor's Bill and the Teacher's Bill. They were known as the three major bills of Dionia to transform the quality of citizens. As time went on, the cultural center of the Mediterranean gradually moved westward, but this is a story to be told later, making them official citizens of Dionia. Although the two of them studied mathematics in Tarentum, they were not citizens of Tarentum. Instead, they were from the city of Sicily, Leontini. It was only because they loved mathematics since childhood and admired Pythagoras that they stayed in Tarentum for a long time. Because their homeland was occupied by Syracuse, they actually became homeless. This was the main reason why the Pythagorean school of thought sent them to Amendolar, because they were insignificant to the school. However, in the Dionia Union, their status had changed dramatically. Not only did they have land and a house, but they were also respected. The Devers even privately funded the construction of a mathematics research institute for them. They provided assistants, slaves, and various materials and funds for free, so that they would not be disturbed by the outside world and could devote themselves to theoretical research and practical application of mathematics. What have the two of you been researching recently? Devers asked with a smile. Other than helping the Senate's Mint Committee design molds and tools for silver coins, we've been mainly researching pulleys, Mentodicus said truthfully. Pulleys? Devers's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Last year, when you defeated Crotone and annexed Turii, didn't Archita come to Amendolara? Martachores said casually. Devers didn't mind and nodded. He saw our newly built water wheel and was very interested in it. So, he discussed the principle of its operation with us. At the same time, he also mentioned that he had recently become interested in mathematical mechanics and began to study the application of pulleys. Martachores said with some embarrassment. So. He glanced at Mentodicus. We began to study pulleys, Devers understood. Although Archita was an important figure of the Pythagorean school of thought and a mathematical genius, the two in front of him were just ordinary disciples. But in terms of academics, they were not inferior to anyone, especially Martachores. He had exuberant energy, strong curiosity, and a desire to explore. Now that he was living a good life, he put all his energy into research. And wanted to compete with Archita in academics. How's the research going? Devers softly interrupted Martachores' stammering words. Although he had returned a lot of science knowledge to his teacher in his previous life, it was not to the point where he didn't even know what a pulley was. It was just basic physics knowledge in junior high school. We've already created the mathematical formula for the reason why pulleys can save effort, and we've verified its correctness many times. Of course, using the numerical symbols you've invented has saved us a lot of time and energy. Now we're further experimenting with multiple pulley combinations to perfect its theory. By then, this discovery will change the entire Mediterranean world. Can you imagine a person using a pulley to pull a boulder more than 10 meters high by himself? Can you imagine a person using a pulley to pull a small boat by himself? Martachores' eyes lit up when he talked about mathematics, and he danced with joy. Devers wasn't as surprised as they expected. Instead, he smiled and said, I believe your research and invention will bring great convenience to the lives of the people of the Alliance. The two looked at each other, a little dejected. As Hades's favored ones, Devers seemed to have long seen the future development of mathematical research. Every time they stood in front of him, they never had the superiority of a scholar. Matacoris could only complain. If you hadn't asked us to help them mint coins, our research would have progressed faster. Isn't minting coins just to prove your ability to the Pythagorean school? Divers smiled. Back then, when he handed over the task of minting coins to Tritogmos, he did not consider the two disciples of the Pythagorean school of thought. However, his high request put Tritogmos in a difficult position. In the end, it was Tritogmos who took the initiative to look for Divers and asked for Matiris' help. After Pythagoras was banished by the Crotone a few decades ago, he stayed in Metapontum and designed an exquisite coin mold for Metapontum, causing the coins of this unknown Greek city-state to be extremely popular. That was why Divers thought of asking Matiris and the other two disciples of the Pythagorean school of thought for help. Compared to Pythagoras's era, the Academy's research on the design of coin molds is much more complete, so, Mentodicus said humbly. But they don't have a hydraulic press, so our silver coins are indeed better than theirs. Martyri scoffed. But they don't have a hydraulic press, so our silver coins are indeed better than theirs. After spending so much time together, Devers had a basic understanding of the two young men in front of him. Back then, most of the people of the Pythagorean school were unwilling to come to the remote town of Amendalara, so they were forced to send these two unknown foreign disciples. This was a huge blow to the sensitive Leontini. Under Devers's long-term guidance, the two, who used to be lowly in the school, had gradually deviated from and disagreed with some of the school's ideals. They wanted to compete with their former teachers and classmates. Devers smiled and took out a piece of papyrus. I have a blueprint here. It shows a machine that involves the use of pulleys. I wonder if you can make it. Let me see. As soon as Devers's voice fell, Matacoris snatched it from Devers's hands. Mentodicus moved closer and looked at the blueprint. What is this machine called? The people of Syracuse call it a ballista. It is said that it can shoot a stone weighing more than 10 kilograms a few hundred meters away. 10 days ago, Syracuse used it to repel Carthage's reinforcements, Devers said calmly, but his heart was not calm. When Aristyrus reported to Devers about the naval battle of Moria, he was very surprised. Dionia's catapults were still in the trial stage, but Syracuse's ballista and bow had appeared in large quantities in Moria and successfully sank many Carthage warships. Its power and accuracy were not comparable to Dionia's crude catapults. This showed the gap in military engineering technology between Syracuse and Dionia. This made Devers feel pressured. He immediately ordered Aristyrus to obtain the blueprint of Syracuse's ballista at all costs. Aristyrus, who hated Syracuse, could not ask for more. After paying a huge price, he finally obtained the rough blueprint of Syracuse's ballista. Hearing the name Syracuse, the two scholars who had also lost their motherland looked at it even more seriously. They wished they could crawl into the blueprint. Mentodicus, else. At this time, Devers asked, last time, I told you about attracting and recruiting more of your classmates to Dionia to expand the scale of the research institute and further promote the research of mathematical theory and application. How is the progress? Mentodicus reluctantly moved his eyes away from the blueprint and said helplessly, Sir Consul, since the School of Mathematics condemned us for violating the rules and teaching in public, many students have cut off correspondence with me. Only a few foreign students who I have a good relationship with are willing to come to Dionia after listening to my introduction of the good environment in Dionia. As long as they are willing to come, Dionia will fulfill its promise. In addition, if they have any other needs, you can tell me directly. I will try my best to satisfy them. Dionia will create the best environment and conditions for you to study, discuss, and research. Even though you have fewer people, I believe that you will be able to produce results that are no less fruitful than those in Tarentum. Devers showed their full support for the Mathematics Research Institute without reservation. Mentodicus was grateful, but at the same time, it also aroused his ambition. He said solemnly, we will not let you down. About the matter of sending teachers to the newly built school to teach, how is your discussion going? Devers asked again. Initially, we were a little hesitant because of the lack of manpower. Now that some new students are coming, after discussing it with Matacoris, we think that you are right. Teaching at the school can help us sort out the mathematical theories we have mastered and consolidate our basic knowledge. At the same time, it can also expand the influence of the research institute. Maybe we can get new inspiration from the exchange with the students. We are very willing to send people, but we have a request. What is it? If we find a student in the school who is talented in mathematics, we hope that he can be specially trained to join the research institute in the future, Mentodicus said carefully. Mentodicus said carefully, because this was his and Martychores's selfishness. Since they had fallen out with the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, they also wanted to develop their own academic group to compete with the Pythagorean school. Of course, that's not a problem, but you have to ask for the consent of the students. Devers agreed without hesitation. In fact, he was very happy to see this. Martychores and Mentodicus could consider the problem from the perspective of their own interests, which showed that they were getting farther and farther away from the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, both emotionally and in action. In addition, I am also planning to let the engineers in the various legions come to the Mathematics Research Institute to be your assistants. This will not only solve the problem of your lack of manpower, but it will also allow you to closely combine theory and practical application. Of course, the Research Institute welcomes their help. Mentodicus was better at dealing with things than Martychores. He said tactfully, but we don't have enough money to pay them. Martychles was completely obsessed with mathematics and did not care about worldly affairs. Mentodicus, on the other hand, was different. He was not averse to spending time dealing with various matters. Moreover, mathematics had given him a meticulous mind, allowing him to manage the research institute, arrange personnel, and formulate plans with ease. This was why Devers appointed him as the dean of the research institute. Martychles raised both hands in agreement. I'll think about it, Mentodicus replied cautiously. I understand the principle of this ballista. At this time, Martychles came in front of Devers excitedly, pointed at the blueprint, and said excitedly, "Look at this. Look at this. The most important parts of this ballista are the string made of strong animal tendons, and the pulley that can save effort in pulling the string. Also, look at the longer the chute, the farther the range will be. This is because the string will be pulled as far as possible, and the rebound force will be greater. I think the people of Syracuse are stupid. They only used one pulley, which is too simple and very laborious to use. In fact, if we make a set of pulleys and fix them at the end of the chute, it will be easy to pull the string to the end of the chute. Give me the best carpenters and materials, and I will soon be able to make a better ballista than them." Martychles' confident expression satisfied Devers. He smiled and said, "I have just told Mentodicus that I will let the mechanics of the Army's engineering battalion go to the Mathematics Institute to be your assistant. Also, Dionia has the best cattle in the entire Western Mediterranean, the Lucanian cattle. They can provide you with a large amount of high-quality beef tendons at any time." "That's great," Martychles said and walked out with the blueprint. "Martychles, I have an idea." Devers hurriedly stopped him. "If the ballista can accurately know the landing point of the stone before it is shot, it will be very helpful for the operator to accurately hit the target." This. Martychores and Mentodicus did not feel that Devers' suggestion was an extra burden. Instead, they fell into deep thought. "I have another idea," Devers said seriously. "I think that no matter how much force we use or how much angle we use to throw an object, the trajectory of the object in the air should be like this." Devers stretched out his finger and drew different arcs in the air. Martychores and Mentodicus stared at the Devers' fingers as if they were deep in thought. "If there's no wind and the ground is at the same level, with the highest point of the thrown object's trajectory as the center, the trajectories of the two sides should be able to overlap," Devers said in a calm tone. However, the two of them seemed to have been struck by lightning, and their expressions suddenly became extremely excited. Lord Consul, is this another revelation from Hades?" Mentodicus stammered. Similar situations had occurred several times in the past. When Devers talked with them, he would occasionally come up with some new ideas. After being verified, they were all correct. Every time, they would achieve breakthroughs in the research of mathematical theory, and it would greatly expand their knowledge. "You can think of it that way." Devers smiled mysteriously. Come. Show me the trajectory now." Madicles grabbed Devers's hand excitedly and walked out without saying anything. Devers understood what he meant. The floor of the living room was paved with marble, so of course, it could only be drawn on the mud in the courtyard. Therefore, they followed him out of the living room. "Mother, come over and look. What is father doing in the garden with his people? They trampled on your flowers." Cynthia pointed at the three Devers in the courtyard and shouted from the window of the bedroom on the second floor. "Shoo!" Kristoya made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Don't wake your brother up." She came to the window and looked down. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, then she turned around and smiled. "Nothing, it's just your father and a few uncles discussing mathematical problems." Although Kristoya loved flowers, she was a sensible woman and would never embarrass her husband in public. "What is mathematics?" Adoris asked curiously. "It's a very interesting knowledge. Your sister will soon learn it," Kristoya said softly with a smile. "Can I go to school too?" Adoris asked longingly. "Of course." Kristoya caressed his head. "But you're still young. You have to wait for another year." "I don't want to. I want to go to school with my sister now," Adoris said unhappily. "Brother, stop it. Listen to mother, or I won't let father read you stories at night." Hearing this, although Adoris pouted, he quieted down. "Mother, is it really okay for me to go to school and study with other boys?" Cynthia said hesitantly to Kristoya. Cynthia was 7 years old now. According to Greek tradition, girls could be married at 16. She already knew a lot. Her biological mother had taught her how to be a good woman in a Greek family since she was young. In her memory, her mother had never left the house. Now, she had to study with many boys in public, day after day, year after year. This made her a little uneasy. Kristoya pulled Cynthia in front of her and combed her slightly messy hair. She said gently, "Child, do you know how lucky you are? Other than Dionia, there are girls like you in other Greek city-states. They spend most of their lives in their houses, busy raising children and managing the house. They don't know what the outside world is like. They haven't watched sports, they haven't enjoyed plays, they haven't even seen the sea. Do you want your life to be like theirs?" Cynthia shook her head with a look of fear. Kristoya continued with emotion, "Your father is a great man. He spent a lot of effort to convince the Senate to let you girls have the same opportunities as boys. At that time, you won't be the only one going to school. There will be girls from other citizen families. Cynthia, you won't be alone in school. You have to study hard and prove that we women are not worse than men. Don't let your father's efforts go to waste." Cynthia nodded, not really understanding. In fact, although the social customs of the newly rising Dionia Union were different from other Greek city-states, and they were more open to women, when the Devers proposed to the Senate to let girls and boys go to school together, many senators opposed it. The Devers were able to convince them. There was a paragraph that resonated with everyone: let Dionia citizen girls also enter school. Let them learn more knowledge and skills, learn how to live in harmony with boys. Knowledge will make them more cultured, more elegant, and more intelligent. When they grow up and get married, they will have more common topics and hobbies with their husbands. This will reduce the possibility of their husbands going out to seek pleasure in brothels and ensure the stability of the family. They will be more intelligent in managing family affairs and will not be deceived by cunning slaves. They will be able to raise their children better. It is crucial for the future citizens of Dionia to develop good habits at an early age. Since there were no electric lights in this era, most people went to bed when it was dark, except for a few rich people who used candles to continue working. Since they went to bed early, they got up early in the morning. Usually, people would get up after the rooster crowed. But for the hard-working people of Dionia, most of them got up even earlier. They would get up before the sun rose and the stars were still shining in the night sky to prepare for work after sunrise. Only children did not like to get up early. They would only wash up when their parents urged them. But today, 13-year-old Patroclus got up very early. He hurriedly washed up and helped his mother bake bread. This made her very happy. Her naughty son had really grown up after experiencing the invasion of Crotone. At the dining table, his mother asked with concern again, "Cross, you really don't want me to send you to school?" Patroclus shook his head like a rattle. No. When the bad guys of Crotone came, I was alone sending letters to the nearby villages to report to the police. Even Uncle Aguilas praised me as a warrior. I'm already so old, and the school is in the city. How embarrassing it would be if I still need you to send me. But, as soon as his slightly worried mother said this, she was interrupted by Patroclus's father, Paliandalus. Let him go alone. Paliandalus looked at Patroclus with a serious expression. When you get to school, listen to the teacher. Do whatever you're told. If you don't perform well, I'll beat you up. An illiterate father certainly hoped that his son could write and calculate, so that he would have a better future. But he was too vulgar to say any better words of encouragement, so he could only use his usual tone to scare the child. Patroclus, who often talked back, answered obediently today, "Got it, Dad." Just when Paliandalus was surprised, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. It's Uncle Aguilas. Patroclus cheered and immediately rushed to open the door. This era could not be compared to the future. The price of papyrus was still relatively expensive for civilians, and it was usually used for formal writing. Children often used sand to learn to write, so Patroclus prepared a wooden frame for storing sand. The waxed writing board could be stored for a long time, and it was easy to carry around. It was also cheap, but Patroclus's parents were reluctant to spend the money. As for the folding wooden chair, it was a masterpiece of the newly built Kristoia school supply store. It was cheap, and it was popular among the people as soon as it was introduced. It was much better than the simple wooden chair Patroclus's parents made themselves. Therefore, when Patroclus received Aguilas's gift, he jumped in excitement. Village chief, this. Paliandalus, who had just fiercely reprimanded his son, looked grateful and a little timid in front of Aguilas, who was once a veteran and now had great prestige. He did not know what to say. What is this? Aguilas's eyes widened. Young Patroclus saved a few villages. This is the reward he deserves. I have high hopes for this child. He is brave, smart, and calm. When he can read and count, he will be better than you in the future. Hearing Aguilas's evaluation of his son, the father was so excited that he repeatedly agreed. The mother covered her face, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. She remembered the hard days she had spent with her husband all these years. Her husband worked as a porter at the port, and she and her child were hired to watch the stalls of the merchants in the market. Every day, they were busy from morning to night. Not only did they have to endure the discrimination and difficulties of customers, but they also had to endure the extreme heat and cold. There were several times when they fainted from heatstroke, and they had to pay for lost goods. She really did not know how they survived those hard days. Fortunately, the city alliance of Dionia was established, and the great consul Devers took power. Poor foreign vagrants like them had the opportunity to become citizens of the city, own land, and live a stable and prosperous life. Therefore, she hoped that her child would not follow in her husband's footsteps. He wanted to learn well, and in the future, become a civil servant of the city, and live a decent life. After breakfast, Patroclus put his school supplies into a brand new linen bag, and his mother led him to the shrine at home. In the past, only the simple statues of the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, and the god of war, Ares, were worshipped here. One was to hope for a good harvest in the fields, and the other was to bless the husbands of the legions during the war to be safe and obtain military merits. It wasn't until the children had to go to school that the statue of Apollo, the god of the sun, was added, because this god was also in charge of literature and art. With his mother leading the way, Patroclus finished praying to Apollo. The mother gave her son 4 drachmas, which was for 1 school year. After her repeated reminders, Patroclus finally set off. At this time, the sky had just brightened and he could vaguely see the crescent moon on the horizon. Fortunately, it was summer and he was wearing a linen shirt with his calves bare. Otherwise, the dew on the weeds by the roadside would definitely wet his clothes. The cool and fresh morning breeze mixed with the smell of the earth and some herbs blew on Patroclus's body, making him feel relaxed and happy. Unable to suppress his excitement, he roared twice, and then he heard the sound of gulp, coming from the ditch beside the dirt road. That was the sound of a frightened little fish making trouble. In the past, Patroclus would have taken off his leather sandals and jumped into the ditch to make a scene, but today, his mind had already flown to school. He carried his bag, a wooden chair and a wooden frame, humming an unknown tune as he strode forward. On the main road, there was a noticeable increase in the number of pedestrians. There were travelers in carriages, caravans loaded with goods, farmers carrying poles. Of course, there were also many parents who brought their children to school to register. The bustling crowd poured into the city of Turii, the port, and the market. In the original plan of the Devers, the Dionia school should be built on the slope of the northern bank of the Tyro River to the west of the city of Turii. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and there was a large wasteland, which was conducive to the further expansion of the school. In the future, the Dionia Academy would be built near the school, and it would be the largest education base of the Dionia Alliance. However, after discussing with Cunigurata and the others, the Devers temporarily cancelled this plan. After all, most of the students were children, and building the school on the northern bank of the Tyro River was not only a long distance, but also a little desolate. Not only would the children exhaust too much energy, but there was also no guarantee of safety. Therefore, the school was finally located in the delta in the middle of the confluence of the Crati River and the Cosini River. It was not only part of the main city of Turii, but it was also located in the middle of the Sabari plain. It would be more convenient for the children of the citizens of Dionia to arrive at school on time. None of the senators objected because they knew that it was for the children of the citizens of Dionia, including their own children. Therefore, the construction efficiency was very high. In less than half a year, the walls, classrooms, school buildings, and a playground were built. It was impossible to make it beautiful in such a short time, but the playground for the children to play and train was large enough to accommodate all the parents and children who came to register today. Thousands of people crowded on the playground, and to prevent accidents, Ansitanos even called in the patrol team to maintain order. Patroclus stood in the middle of the procession, looking around. He realized that there were not many children like him who came to register alone, and there were also very few children his age. Therefore, when many curious eyes were cast on him, he felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, there was a commotion in the line behind him, and the noise was getting louder and louder. The people around him all looked back, which made Patroclus very curious. It's Lord Devers's wife, Christoia, and his daughter. Lord Devers is very young. How did his daughter get so old? That's his adopted daughter. It's said that she's the daughter of the former consul of Amendolara, Marcellus, Lord Devers's daughter? Patroclus became even more curious as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. He squatted down and looked up through the gaps in the crowd. What he saw was a tall adult woman with an elegant temperament and a beautiful face. Just like the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, in his imagination when he was young, she had an indescribable beauty. Beside her was a cute girl. Although she was a little shy in the face of the onlookers, she was also quietly and curiously looking around. When she noticed a pair of young eyes through the gap, she did not avoid it. Instead, she opened her bright eyes and looked at him. Patroclus quickly avoided her shyly. "Madam, please come to the front." Not only out of respect for the Devers, but also out of gratitude for Christoia. Because her bank helped many families, many people were willing to give up their seats. Christoia expressed her gratitude and politely declined. As the wife of the most powerful person in the Dionia Alliance, the intelligent Christoia always demanded herself as an ordinary citizen in public, not giving the Devers any reason to object. If it wasn't for the importance of today's registration, she would have asked Asuna to accompany her daughter. For this reason, she specially wore a simple dress and accompanied her daughter to school as inconspicuously as possible. In the end, it still caused some chaos. With great difficulty, order was restored and the registration continued. It was Patroclus's turn. Under the gaze of the staff, he said his and his parents' names and handed over the certificate issued by Aguilas. According to the enrollment rules of Dionia, only children of official Dionia citizens could enroll. On the one hand, it was to reduce the pressure on the school and control the number of students. On the other hand, it was to let the foreigners and slaves working in Dionia know that only official Dionia citizens could enjoy these rights. This made the status of official Dionia citizens even more precious and motivated them to work harder to achieve this goal. Patroklos's parents were only preparatory citizens, so he was not eligible to enroll. However, Augulus applied to the Senate for his outstanding performance in the war. In view of the child's contribution in the war, the Senate finally made him an exception and gave him the green light. Therefore, Patroklos was actually the only student in the school whose parents were not official Dionia citizens. He did not know that he was special. After the staff found his name in the student register and confirmed his identity, he looked at him with interest. He took the tuition he had paid, ticked his name, and encouraged him, "You will study in classroom 1 from now on. Go and study hard, little fellow." Patroklos hurried out of the crowd and came to the edge of the field. There were rows of buildings here, each with a large wooden sign with Greek letters on it. Patroklos was dumbfounded because he couldn't read a word, so he had to ask someone else. "Hello, where is classroom 1? At this time, a clear voice came from behind, "Classroom 1 is right beside you, idiot." Patroklos hurriedly turned around and saw the daughter of Consul Dvers standing behind him. She was looking at him with her big bright eyes and a teasing smile on her round face. "Cynthia, it's very rude of you to say that. Apologize to this brother," Christoia scolded her softly. Cynthia usually listened to Christoia, but when faced with a boy who was only a few years older than her, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Her little face suddenly turned red and she quickly turned her head away. Christoia could only apologize to Patroklos in person. Dionia's classroom was a cube with a height of 3.5 meters. It had a colonnaded structure. Other than the brick wall in the north, which was paved with cement and plaster to keep the wall smooth and painted black, the other 3 sides were transparent. The roof was supported by numerous stone pillars to ensure sufficient light, so it was an open building. Before Patroklos entered the classroom, he saw that there were already many children sitting inside. If Patroklos didn't want to sit outside the stone pillars and be exposed to the sun for a long time, he could only sit in the back row. He wasn't very willing. When he saw that all the students were boys, although the Senate had agreed to the proposal that girls could also study in the school, years of tradition still made it so that boys and girls couldn't be in the same classroom. His usual mischievous temperament began to show. He carried the folding wooden chair, squeezed straight forward, and shouted, "Move back. Make way for me." Most of the boys in the classroom were only 7 or 8 years old, so the 13-year-old Patroklos seemed tall and strong. Everyone was afraid and had no choice but to move back, but a child stood up and accused Patroklos. The two refused to give in to each other, and because of the conflict of words, they developed into a fight. When the teacher arrived, he saw that Patroklos had thrown the boy to the ground. He hurried forward to stop them, and after asking about the cause of the fight, he immediately asked the culprit to stand outside the classroom. Patroklos refused to accept it. The teacher said sternly, "If you don't want to accept the punishment, then you don't have to come to school anymore." Although Patroklos was mischievous, he knew the severity of the situation, so he obediently walked out of the classroom. Who knew that the boy who was being beaten would take the opportunity to kick his butt, and the teacher was so angry that he shouted, "You also get out and stand outside." After dealing with the fight, the teacher placed a large hourglass on the wooden table, then sat on the wooden chair, took out the student roster, and said to the children sitting around him, "From today onwards, I will be the teacher in this classroom number 1 who will teach you how to read Greek. My name is Onatas. Hey, big guy, I'm Aminta's adopted son, Stephos. What's your name?" The grudges between the boys came and went quickly. Standing outside the classroom, the helpless boy couldn't help but ask his opponent. "Patroklos, son of Paliandrus," he replied casually. Then he thought of something and asked, "Your father is Amintas." "Which Amintas?" "Of course it's the brave Amintas of the First Legion," Stephos said proudly. "My father, Paliandrus, was a soldier under your father, Amintas," Patroklos said in surprise. Because of this, the two boys became close. In the past 2 years, one of the consequences of Dionysius's military operations to unify the southeastern part of Sicily was that many people in the southeastern city-states of Sicily were forced to flee their homes. Most of them were attracted by the Dionia Immigration Act and chose to come to Thurii, which was not too far from Sicily. As the first place that the Greeks colonized in the western Mediterranean, Sicily was not only developed in agriculture and commerce, but also had a closer cultural exchange with the Greek mainland. Its cultural heritage was deeper than that of the city-states of the Italian peninsula. Therefore, some Sicilians successfully passed the test organized by Ansitanos and became teachers of the Dionia Union. Onatas was one of them. He chose to become a teacher of the newly established Dionia school. Although the salary was not as high as that of a private teacher, he could immediately become a citizen of Dionia and be given land. The school did not have a unified teaching material. The content and progress of the teaching were decided by the teachers themselves. However, the school required that after 3 years, students in primary education must be able to recognize and write at least 1,000 Greek words, read letters with accurate pronunciation, and write short and clear articles in fluent language so that the students could successfully pass the test and enter the secondary education. Every year, every teacher's teaching performance would be assessed. A teacher with poor performance for 3 consecutive years would be disqualified, which meant that he would be deprived of all the rights granted to teachers by the Dionia Union. Therefore, Onatas felt a sense of urgency. As a highly educated and cultured person, he could not allow himself to lose to other teachers. However, when he first learned his knowledge, his parents hired a teacher to teach him one-on-one. Now, he had to face more than 30 students in school. How could he ensure the effectiveness of his teaching? Onatas had thought about it carefully beforehand. As soon as he came in, he first punished the 2 children who were fighting. After taking roll call, he sternly emphasized the need to abide by the classroom's discipline. Students who violated the rules would be criticized and punished. In serious cases, they might even be expelled from school. As a result, the noisy classroom became quiet. Onatas was very satisfied with the result. He stood up and picked up a white pen from the wooden table. It was said that it was made by boiling limestone, mixing some animal fat and other substances, and then drying it in the sun. Onatas had tested it beforehand. The writing on the black wall was very clear. Even those standing at the back of the classroom could see it clearly. Facing more than 30 pairs of curious eyes, Onatas could not help but sigh in his heart. A new city-state alliance actually placed so much importance on the education of its citizens. Not only did they establish a teaching system that was unprecedented in the Greek city-states, but they also used various favorable conditions to attract high-quality foreigners to be teachers. Even the teaching supplies were carefully researched and produced. The children living in this alliance were so lucky. At this moment, he, who was already a citizen of Dionia, felt a sense of pride. He placed his left hand on the flat wall, and with his right hand, he wrote a string of letters on the wall. Before I teach you the Greek alphabet, I want you to recognize the word Dionia. It doesn't matter if you're a Greek or a Lucanian, you live in Dionia, grew up in Dionia, and will be a citizen of Dionia in the future. So, read it out loud with me, Dionia. Dionia. For most of the children of citizens of the city-state, under the guidance of their parents, they began to learn to read at the age of 6 or 7. Therefore, compared to his classmates who eagerly answered the questions, Patroclus's learning progress was much more difficult. However, when it came to arithmetic class, he showed a strong sensitivity to numbers. Even the teachers from the Institute of Mathematics paid attention to his performance. At noon, the class ended. Originally, the Greeks ate 2 meals a day in the morning and in the morning. Influenced by the devers and military training, the citizens of Dionia had begun to get used to having 3 meals a day. Children living in Turiae could go home for meals. Those who lived far away, like Patroclus, had been informed by the school in advance and prepared some dry food for lunch at noon. Some children had their lunch bought by domestic slaves in the city. In the afternoon, it was mainly outdoor classes. Girls were taught dance and music, which was taught by the priests of the Temple of Hera. Boys were taught sports training, such as running, long jump, and some of the simplest military exercises, such as queuing, formation, marching as a whole, and so on. They were taught by disabled veterans, so that the children could cultivate a martial spirit from an early age. From an early age, they began to gradually understand and familiarize themselves with the formation changes and some basic tactics of the light and heavy infantry of Dionia. They also knew how to unite and cooperate. When they reached adulthood, they could easily integrate into the legion once they were recruited. In this regard, the Devers and the Senate learned some of the practices of Sparta. After the military training, the children's favorite was a ball game invented by the Archon Devers, football, because it was not as intense and easy to get hurt as rugby. The children chased after each other and used their feet to control a near-circular ball that was sewn from cowhide and stuffed with inflatable tripe. They passed the ball to each other and passed it until the ball was kicked into the goal. The trees were too close to the road in our original design. After a long time, the roots would easily drill out of the road and damage the roadbed. This has happened many times on the Turai, Amendola Avenue. Now, pedestrians, carts, and carriages are all on the avenue. During the day, when it is busy, the avenue is crowded with people and livestock. Not only is it easy to cause long-term traffic jams, but there have also been many accidents. My suggestion is to cut down the trees on both sides of the avenue and build a road for pedestrians outside the drainage ditch. This way, people and livestock can go their own way without interfering with each other, and the avenue will become smoother. The Devers read the avenue reconstruction plan written by Heraclide Jr., while listening to his explanation. When he heard this, he could not help but be shocked. He had to admit that when he first built the avenue, there were some flaws in his design, such as the problem of the trees on the street, and he did not expect the rapid development of Dionia. After just over a year, the avenue that was 4 horses wide was not enough, but he did not expect Heraclide Jr. to think of paving the sidewalk so quickly. Of course, he knew that sidewalks were not a new thing that only appeared in the era of technology. In the middle and later period of the Republic of Rome, there was already a complete road system with avenues, sidewalks, drainage ditches, and other complete roads. He exhaled lightly and asked with a gentle expression, "Is there anything else that needs to be improved?" "That's great." Devers finally could not help but stand up excitedly. "Young Heraclide, it's amazing that you can think of this." "Sir, this is not my idea alone. It's a proposal after discussion with other staff of the Highway Bureau," young Heraclide said truthfully. Little Heraclide said honestly. He was a little confused. How could the young, wise, and seemingly God-given consul be so excited about some road reconstruction ideas? Of course, he would not understand that at this moment, Devers was thinking about the national characteristics of the Greeks. Through the historical materials of his previous life and his personal experience in this era, he felt that the Greeks were indeed an excellent race. They had created a brilliant civilization in science, technology, culture, military, politics, sports, and so on. But why was it Rome and not Greece that later unified the Mediterranean? Dreyfus believed that there were some fatal flaws in the Greek national characteristics. They were too self-centered and could not form unity. They were too passionate and unrestrained but lacked practical tenacity. The Greek city-states had built countless magnificent temples, arenas, and theaters, but they could not keep their cities clean and tidy. So, ever since Dreyfus became the leader of the mercenary group, he had used strict military law to restrain the undisciplined mercenaries. He had been trying to slowly guide and change the Greek people under his rule. Young Heraclide's Highway Bureau could notice these details and make changes. This kind of serious, practical, and considerate approach certainly made Devers feel gratified. He praised, "My judgment was not wrong. You are not only an excellent road and bridge builder, but also a good road bureau chief, managing the road system in the Dionia Alliance." Young Heraclide was a little embarrassed in the face of praise, but he still continued to say, "The reconstruction of the road will cost a lot. I am worried that the Senate." "Don't worry, the Senate will pass your proposal." Devers guaranteed, "The road has brought great benefits to Dionia. The reconstruction of the road will only make it more convenient for people to travel and transport goods. This is a good thing. It's worth it no matter how much it costs." "Then I'm relieved." Young Heraclide was sincerely grateful to Devers. It was this young man who stopped him and his father from wandering. It was also this young man who helped him find his own career. And it was this young man's support that made him stand out in the politics of Dionia. "How is your father's health?" The Devers' words brought him back to his senses. "Not too good. Recently, he often wakes up at night and coughs nonstop. I can even see blood in his phlegm. I told him to rest more at home. Piascos is watching the temple, so there won't be any problems, but he just won't listen." Heraclide Jr. said worriedly. Devers sighed inwardly. In fact, Herpes, who had treated Heracrid, had already told him that this stubborn old man did not have much time left. Devers comforted him softly. Your father sees the newly built city of Turin as his own child, he is worried about it. Don't worry, I'll ask Herpes to send a doctor to look after your father at all times. After sending young Heracrid Jr. away, Devers stretched and prepared to go back to the backyard to accompany his wife and son who were sleeping soundly. At this time, the slave supervisor, Ribazot, came in and reported, Master, Felicius, Bagul, Vespa, and Hemont, the 4 senators, are here to see you. Of course, Devers knew why these 4 people were here. This was a major event related to whether the arrangements of Dionia would finally be effective. He had to pull himself together and said, invite the 4 senators in. Speaking of which, Devers was a little helpless. The public officials of several cities in the Dionia alliance, such as city governors, judges, tax officers, and so on, all had offices in the city hall. As for the senators who controlled the highest power in the alliance, they had no personal office except to discuss state affairs, discuss and enact bills in the Senate's Grand Hall. The same was true for the only senator in the alliance, the chief senator Devers. Therefore, the living room of his own mansion had become the usual office of the Devers, and most of the other senators were the same. The Senate had several times discussed building a magnificent office building for the senators of the entire alliance, but due to various factors such as funds and manpower, the proposal remained on paper. After the 4 of them took their seats, Felicius, the military officer, was the first to speak. Master Devers, we are here to ask you if it is time to start the plan to seize the Grimentum. What is the current situation of the Grimentum? Devers asked with a serious expression. In fact, he had already learned about the situation in the Lucaria region through Aristides. Master Senator. Hemont bowed and said, not long after Potentia defeated Xian and occupied the Grimentum, their great leader, Poimet, led the main army back to the city of Potentia, leaving only his brother, Borit, to lead 2,000 tribal warriors to guard the city of Grimentum. It turns out that Luzo, the son of the great leader of the Grimentum, Acapyrus, also stayed in the city to assist Borit in managing the Grimentum. Devers smiled. Luzo, who was betrayed by his own people? The people of Potentia really dared to use him? Master, you are right. It was a mistake for Poimet to leave Luzo behind. Vespa took over the conversation and sneered. I have dealt with Luzo before. He bullies the weak and fears the strong, and he is extremely vengeful. It was he who led the army to drive my tribe into the mountains. It is said that when he was in Potentia, he flattered Poimet like a dog. Perhaps it was because of this that Poimet mistakenly thought that he would help Potentia stabilize the governance of the Grimentum. However, after Luzo returned to the Grimentum and gained the support of several tribes, his strength increased, and he began to act arrogantly. Although the leaders of the tribes who had betrayed him had been killed by Sinsing, Luzo did not let his people off. He often sent new tribes to stir up trouble, and then punished them for disobedience. He took the opportunity to annex their settlements and pastures. He often agreed to Porit's orders verbally, but did not carry them out behind his back, and even went against him. The warriors from Potentia also bullied the people of the Grimentum in the city because they were the victors. It is said that Porit treated the tribes inside and outside the Grimentum city mildly, but he could not control his men, let alone make Luzo listen to his orders. Now, the people of Grimentum hate Luzo, hate the people of Potentia. As Wespa spoke, he glanced at Hemang. That's why the emissary that Hemang and I sent to the city secretly made contact with them, and we were warmly welcomed by them. They are eager for us to chase away the Bortians. The people of Grimentum hate Luzo, but we should thank him. The Devers joked, and everyone laughed. The Devers asked again, what are their demands? They are willing to join Dionia, but they hope that after we take over the Grimentum, we will allow them to move to Nudum and give them land no smaller than their current settlements and pastures. Like the tribes in Nudum, Dionia will not interfere with their management of the people. For this, they are willing to provide the greatest help for Dionia to take over the city of Grimentum. After listening to Hemont, the Devers was slightly surprised. Their demands are that simple? At first, their demands were far more than that, but our people made them realize that they have betrayed Luzo and Sinsing. Now, they want to drive away the people of Potentia, so their only hope is the alliance of Dionia. Making things difficult for the master who will protect them in the future is not a smart thing to do. Hegemon said with some pride. The peaceful life of the Lucanians in Dionia and the good reputation of the alliance of keeping its promises made them finally choose to cooperate with us. If that's the case, why didn't they stay in the Grimentum after we took over the Grimentum? After all, that is their homeland. The Devers was a little confused. Sir, that's because they are afraid. Bagul said disdainfully. Because they think that Potentia and Picassus will come again to fight for the Grimentum city in the future. They don't dare to face their wrath again. These guys are smart people, the Devers muttered. To be honest, he was worried about leaving these capricious tribes in the Grimentum. Since they were smart enough to leave voluntarily, of course, the Devers would return the favor. Is there any spare pastures in Nidhum to accommodate them? Not at the moment, Vespa said hesitantly. However, I have negotiated with all the tribal leaders in Nidhum. Some of the tribes are willing to move to the Grimentum and exchange with these Grimentum tribe settlements, but they want to be compensated with the mining rights of the Grimentum's iron mines. The Devers shook his head gently. The iron mines of the Grimentum had long been coveted by some of the senators in the Senate. Senators like Masasaku's had looked for him several times, hoping to contract the iron mines of the Grimentum. He pondered for a moment and said, it's impossible to have the mining rights, but they can get a part of the profits from the iron mines. As for the specific amount, Hegemon, you go and negotiate with them, but it can't exceed 20%, provided that they provide manpower to participate in the mining and transportation. Okay, I will go to Nidhum tomorrow to discuss with them. Hegemon nodded. Hearing that, Bagul stood up and walked to the map prepared by the Devers. He pointed at the narrow path between the Ra River and the upper reaches of the Sini River and said, the people of Picassus once built a camp here, mainly to guard against us. After the people of Potentia occupied the Grimentum, they did not give up on it. Instead, they fortified it. According to the report from the reconnaissance team, there are about 200 warriors of Potentia guarding the camp. Although there are not many of them, the narrow path is not conducive for the deployment of troops. It is impossible for us to take it in a short period of time. Instead, it will alert the people of Potentia in the Grimentum. If they come to reinforce us quickly, it will be a big problem for us. After careful consideration, Master Sesta and I have decided not to take the narrow path. Instead, we will follow your previous suggestion and cross the Ra River directly to the north bank. We will march from the mountain path in the south and attack the Grimentum. Although the Ra River is not wide, there are steep cliffs on both sides. Even the people of Lucania, who are good at climbing, will have to spend a lot of effort to climb over. How are you going to cross the river with thousands of people? Hegemon questioned. Bagul looked at the Devers. The Devers smiled and nodded. So, Bagul said, Master Devers asked little Heracrid to send his men to follow us for a few days. They carefully surveyed both sides of the Ra River. They believe that they have the ability to build a rope bridge on both sides in 1 or 2 days. It will not be a problem for them to cross 6,000 warriors. Now, the materials for building the bridge, such as the ropes and wooden planks, have been made. We are just waiting for your order, Master Devers. Hegemon and Vespa looked at each other. They had not heard anything about this matter. They had been thinking of ways to mobilize and plan the tribes outside the Grimentum to attack the camp guarding the narrow path, opening up a path for the attacking troops. The Devers saw that their expressions were not right, so he quickly said with a solemn expression, according to the military law of Dionia, military plans must be kept confidential. If they are leaked, they will be punished, and the more serious ones will even be executed. But because you are participants in this operation, Bagul has told you the military operation plan. I hope you can keep it a secret when you go back and don't leak it out. When Vespa and Hegemon heard this, the unhappiness in their hearts dissipated and they immediately made a promise. It will take more than a day to travel from Nidhum to the Grimentum. No matter how well hidden an army of 6,000 people is, they will be easily discovered, Felicius reminded. Before Bagul could reply, Hegemon said, if Bagul leads the troops to cross the river and take the mountain path in the south, there is no need to worry. Hegemon pointed at the Ra River on the map and said confidently, because of our efforts, the tribes in the southern settlements outside the Grimentum are basically willing to follow Dionia. When the time comes, I will follow Bagul's troops. I believe that the tribes there will not leak our whereabouts, and they will help us reach the Grimentum faster. If Master Hegemon can go, it will be the greatest help to attack the Grimentum. The Devers smiled and expressed his welcome. At the same time, he said, to prevent any accidents, I will send Izam's scouting team to infiltrate the Grimentum area and try to block the mountain paths leading to the city from the south. They will intercept the Lucanians who may report back to the city. This will ensure that when you launch a surprise attack on the Grimentum city, the enemy will not know about it. The few tribes in the city have promised us that as long as we launch the attack, they will gather about 500 tribesmen and attack the southern gate guarded by Lizo. Hegemon seemed even more excited after receiving the Devers' praise. With the joint efforts of the few sirs, we are well prepared for this operation. The Devers spread his hands and smiled relaxedly. He looked at Bagul and said earnestly, Bagul, you are the frontline commander. The specific battle deployment and cooperation with the allies in the city are up to you. I will not interfere from far away in Turai. I just hope that you will think about the difficulties as much as possible. If there is an accident, you must have the corresponding measures. Bagul nodded solemnly. He felt the pressure. Vespa, who was sitting next to him, patted him on the shoulder and gave him encouragement. There was excitement and envy in Hegemon's eyes. This was the first time that the Lucanians led an army independently in the Dionia alliance. Bagul had a bright future. It was a pity that he was married. Otherwise, Hegemon would have married one of his daughters to him. Do you have any other requests? The Devers asked again. Bagul hesitated for a moment and said, I have taken all the warriors in Nidham with me. The defense there is a little weak. I hope that some soldiers from Turai can be sent to temporarily protect the safety of Nidham. The Devers were still considering it. Felicius immediately said, Sir, I think we can let Xantaparis and the others go to Nidham to guard it, and these mercenaries who came back from Persia with me have rich experience in fighting in the mountains. The Devers only remembered that there was an elite force in Turai who did not have to farm and did odd jobs at the port. They can also help you seize the Grimentum. With their help, I am more confident in seizing the Grimentum. Bagul said excitedly. The Devers stood up and looked around at the four of them. Tomorrow, I will propose to the Senate that we attack the Grimentum. I hope that you will work together and bring news of victory as soon as possible. After more than 2 days of trekking, the 1,000 mercenaries led by Xantaparis finally walked out of the mountains and arrived at Rahi Fortress. For the sake of confidentiality, Rahi Fortress had sealed off the passage to the north. It was announced that there was a group of Lucanians who had escaped from the Grimentum and were hiding in the mountains. They had repeatedly robbed the people and merchants of Nidham, and Nidham had sent out troops to search for them. Therefore, there were few pedestrians on the road to Nidham, and no merchants who usually came and went to trade could be seen. Now that we're here, we can finally see the flat road. The rest of the journey should be easier. Tormod complained. I heard that the road from Nidham to Turai has been under construction for more than a year, and it's still only this far. After all, this is a mountainous area, not a road on flat land. It's not like you don't know how difficult the mountain road we just passed through was. The Devers actually wanted to make it a flat road. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's normal for the road to be built slowly here, as long as it can be fixed in the end. Xantaparis comforted him. Xantaparis, you've only been in Dionia for half a year, and you're already speaking up for the Devers. Tormod teased. Xantaparis glanced at him. Aren't you? The two laughed. I hope this expedition goes well, and we can all become citizens of Dionia. Tormod said expectantly. Previously, when they followed the First Legion to Caronia, Rockley sued for peace without fighting, causing the mercenaries' attempt to gain credit to fall through. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that our brothers will change their weapons and equipment. Will it affect their battle and increase the casualties? Xantaparis said worriedly as he looked back at the bare-chested, sweaty soldiers. Because they had to march and fight in the mountains, the Devers suggested that Xantaparis let the mercenaries not wear Corinth helmets, thick and airtight linen breastplates, bronze gauntlets, and heavy round shields for the time being. Instead, they should change into the Lucanian warrior's attire, a leather hat, a short robe, and a wooden shield. During the battle with the Lucaria Tribal Alliance and the battle to capture Nidham, Dionia seized a large number of Lucanian weapons and equipment and threw them into the Turias arsenal. No one had used them. Xanthoparis, who had experience fighting in the mountains, finally accepted the Dever's suggestion after careful consideration. Don't worry. Our attacking force is much greater than the enemy's. Besides, we have spies. It won't be a problem to take Nudum. Also, our brothers have changed into the Lucanian equipment, so the march will be much easier. Otherwise, just climbing a mountain would be enough to tire us out. But here, Tormid pointed to the flat but ever-increasing terrain in front of them and said, "We've been climbing the mountain all this time." Xanthoparis knew that Tormid was right. He was just old and not used to this new change, so he remained silent. Tormid leaned close to him and whispered, "Recently, I heard from Agathia that the Devers, Felicius, and the 3 legion commanders have had several discussions. They are preparing to modify the weapons and equipment of the Dionia soldiers to make them lighter and more suitable for long-term long-distance and mountainous operations." Xanthoparis was stunned and said with slight worry, "Is this news true? If they don't have bronze shields and heavy armor, are they still the Greek heavy infantry?" Xanthoparis, don't forget that the Greek heavy infantry still used bronze breastplates a few decades ago. It was because it was too heavy and not conducive to combat that they finally changed to the current linen breastplates. Tormid reminded him, "This is not the point you should be concerned about. What you should consider is why the Devers want to improve the soldiers' equipment." Thinking of the Devers' possible strategic plans in the future, Xanthoparis took a deep breath. "Tormid, it looks like I won't be able to leave the battlefield for the rest of my life. At least you don't have to worry about not having the chance to be a commander, or even a senator in the Senate," Tormid said excitedly. Grimentum was a mountain city. Unlike the hill occupied by Amendalara, which was less than 200 meters high, the hill occupied by Grimentum was about 300 meters high. At first, the wooden walls of Grimentum were built at the foot of the hill. Later, during Akapiru's tenure as chief, the city expanded on a large scale, annexing and incorporating the surrounding small tribes and moving into Grimentum. But because it could not accommodate them, the city had to expand outwards, doubling the area of Grimentum. The entire city was divided into 3 parts. Most of the outer city was inhabited by the newly incorporated tribes, the inner city was inhabited by the tribes that originally belonged to Grimentum, and the core area was the hilltop, also built with wooden walls, where the chief's tribe lived. At the peak of Grimentum, there were nearly 30,000 residents in the city. However, after the Devers mercenary army defeated the Lucaria tribe's allied forces and Akapiru was seriously injured, Luzo lacked prestige and found it difficult to unify the tribes of Grimentum. And because of the outbreak of war with Picassus, some tribes in Grimentum's territory began to flee. When Sinsing seized Grimentum, in order to control the entire city, he used a scheme to kill the leaders of the tribes in the city and those who disobeyed him. This caused the people to feel insecure and divided. There were constantly people from the city who quietly fled the city, so the population of the city was greatly reduced, and the number of people was not enough to defend the city. So after Potentia declared war, Sinsing moved all the residents into the inner city and burned the outer walls and houses. After Potentia became the new master of Grimentum, they did not rebuild the outer city. At this time, the inner city had 3 gates, the east, west, and south, and the north was a cliff. Borat's initial deployment was to send 500 Potentia warriors to each of the 3 city gates. Behind them would be the scattered tribes of the original Grimentum, and above them would be the tribes of Luzo. Not only would they act as a reserve force in the event of a war, they would also monitor the movements of these tribes. Once there were signs of a riot, they would attack from above and below, easily quelling the war. Meanwhile, the core region at the top of the mountain would be commanded by Borat, leading 500 elite Potentia warriors. However, not long after this deployment was implemented, it was destroyed, and the saboteur was Luzo. After his strength increased, he no longer wanted to listen to Borat's orders, especially after he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Sinsing and was almost trapped in the city and captured alive. Therefore, he strongly requested to guard a city gate area. In the end, Borat was forced to station Luzo at the south gate. Moreover, because of Luzo's oppression of the people in the city, the tribes in the city were unwilling to live in the south city area. Instead, they were more concentrated in the east gate area. Borat was actually very clear about the current situation in the city, and he was deeply uneasy. However, his prestige and strength were not enough to deter the increasingly arrogant Luzhou. At the same time, because of Luzhou's reckless behavior, the people of Potentia were also dissatisfied. They followed suit, causing him to gradually lose control of this group of warriors from the various tribes of Potentia. The anger of the people in Grimentum grew day by day. Borat felt as if he was sitting on the crater of a volcano. This sense of crisis made him finally decide to send someone back to Potentia to complain to his elder brother, Plomouth, about his current predicament. He also requested that Luzhou be transferred away, and at the same time, more Potentia warriors be sent to stabilize the situation in Grimentum. After finally making this decision, Borat seemed to be much more relaxed. These 2 days, he actively patrolled the entire city, and even reprimanded the leader for the careless security at the East Gate. On this day, it was almost dusk when Borat returned to his residence at the top of the mountain. He felt hungry, so he asked the guards to roast a leg of lamb and brought over a pot of wine, ready to eat and drink at the same time. At this moment, he could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting coming from the bottom of the mountain. After all, this mountain city was a few hundred meters high. To be able to hear the sounds from the top of the mountain, it was obvious that the commotion was not small. Borat's expression changed. He immediately ran out of his residence and met the sentinel who had rushed over to report the news. "Chief, there's an enemy attacking the city. The people of Grimentum and the city have attacked our warriors." "What?" The sentinel's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Borat to turn pale with fright. Dusk was the time for the warriors to eat. The people of Potentia ate cheese, beef, and mutton while venting their dissatisfaction with Chief Borat. Borat had tormented them for the past 2 days. When they were full and in a good mood, the bugle suddenly sounded. When the leaders and officers of all clans anxiously drove the warriors out of the camps, many of them still couldn't believe that the war had suddenly come without any sign. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and reorganized their ranks. However, the enemy's attack was very swift. Just as they rushed out of the dense forest and exposed themselves to the sentinels in the city, they quickly approached the east, west, and south sides of Grimentum. The sentinel on the wooden wall of the east gate watched helplessly as the enemies, limited by the uneven hills, dense wooden fences, and deer abatis, were forced to gather into a few narrow mountain paths that led to each gate. If a large number of arrows and javelins were thrown, the densely packed enemies would definitely suffer serious casualties. However, there were only a few dozen arrows that landed in the midst of the enemy's formation. They could not even cause a ripple. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry! The enemy is closing in." The warrior on top of the city wall anxiously turned around to urge his teammates who were still dawdling at the foot of the city wall. Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. Above the Potentia camp, a team of a few hundred people, armed with spears, lined up in a column, rushed down. It was the reinforcements sent by the people of Grimentum. The warrior on top of the city wall felt a little relieved, but what happened next left him dumbfounded. This team crashed straight into the rear of the Potentia soldiers who were hurriedly preparing to go up the city wall. They shouted, "Go to hell! Damn Potentia pigs!" They stabbed the spears in their hands at the bewildered warriors of Potentia. Screams and shouts of killing filled the air. The city was in a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos in the city, the enemies outside the city had already arrived at the foot of the city wall. They threw the sacks filled with soil on their backs into the trench and quickly filled up a path. Then, they rushed to the wooden wall and built long ladders. The warriors of Potentia resisted tenaciously, but most of them were fighting fiercely with the tribal warriors of Grimentum inside the city. There were not many warriors on the city wall, but the enemy did not care about their lives and continued to attack fiercely. Not long after, the enemy charged up the city wall. From the lookout at the top of the mountain, Borat saw the enemies constantly pouring in from the eastern city wall at the foot of the mountain. The line of defense was in imminent danger. He was extremely anxious. "Take my wolf Fong and immediately tell Luzhou that the eastern gate is in danger. Ask him to send some warriors to help defend the eastern gate. Otherwise, if the enemy charges into the city, no one will be able to escape." "Yes, Chief." The guard received the token with a nervous expression. Watching the guard rush down the mountain, Borat was still worried. He sent someone to order the 500 warriors of Potentia stationed on the mountainside to rush to the eastern gate. After giving the order, Borat took a breather and had time to calm down and think. Where did the enemy come from? Were they Picassus's men? Could they still send such a large number of warriors after just suffering a great defeat? Were they from Dionia? When he thought of the powerful Greek city-state alliance in the south, Borat felt his breath tighten. Even though Potentia was not adjacent to Dionia, they had felt pressure from the south from time to time over the past year. It was not only because of their strength, but more importantly, the Lucanians did not reject this alliance that was dominated by Greeks. That was the most terrifying thing. This terrifying situation made it impossible for the Lucanians to unite and fight against this outsider. This was also why the steady Poimet had finally made up his mind to take down Grimentum. Only by strengthening themselves could they contend with this force that was expanding at an alarming rate. Therefore, when Poimet left, he repeatedly reminded Borat to pay attention to the movements of the Dionia alliance. Of course, Borat attached great importance to it. He sent 200 warriors from his tribe to guard the pass and sent scouts south to monitor Nidam's movements. However, Nidam was heavily guarded, with many checkpoints set up to block the northern passage, so the scouts returned without success. Now, there was no abnormal news from the camp guarding the pass, and the enemies attacking the city were all dressed in Lucanian attire. This made Borat's suspicion stop on Dionia for a while before he moved on to the last suspect, Galaguso. As a group of tribes that upheld the most ancient traditions in Lucania municipality, they preferred to live in the mountains rather than on flat land. They were far away from the center of Lucania municipality and built the city of Galaguso in the mountains in the northeast. For decades, they rarely participated in the disputes between other tribes and refused to ally with other tribes. They only allied with a few Lucanian tribes. When Asopyrus unified southern Lucania, he did not have any intentions of attacking it. Could it be that the conservative Galaguso had changed their tradition this time? At this time, the eastern city wall had been occupied by the Dionia soldiers. They did not rest and continued to advance into the city. At the forefront were the 500 mercenaries led by Xanthoparis. Another 500 mercenaries were led by Tormid to guard Nidam. A portion of the mercenaries at the east gate, armed with spears and shields, rushed down the wooden wall to attack the Potentia warriors in the city to support the Grimentum, who were on the verge of collapse. The rest of the mercenaries ran to the top of the gate and turned the locked winch. The east gate was opened, and the soldiers at the back swarmed in. The Potentia soldiers defending the east gate were attacked from both the front and back, and were struggling to hold on. When Lizzo received Pollitt's order, he was shocked. He did not expect the tribes in Grimentum to rebel again. His first reaction was not to worry about the situation at the east gate, but to fear that something would happen to the soldiers under his command. More than half of the more than 1,000 soldiers were tribal warriors who had pledged allegiance to him after entering the city. In addition, the enemy at the south gate was attacking fiercely. He did not dare to disperse his forces, so he refused to send reinforcements. However, the Potentia warriors stationed on the mountainside immediately went down the mountain to provide reinforcements when they received the order. When they arrived, their companions at the east gate were in a difficult situation. The leader of the team did not hesitate and took the lead to kill the enemy. The reinforcements from Potentia complicated the situation in the east. The mercenaries and the warriors of the Grimentum tribes attacked the soldiers at the east gate from the front and back, while the warriors of the Grimentum were attacked from the front and back by the people of Potentia. The four forces fought each other in the city and in the narrow area in front of the entrance to the mountain road. The first to react was Xanthoparis. Thanks to the Dionia military law, Xanthoparis had been instructed many times during this period of training to not fight on the front lines unless it was a special situation. Therefore, in this siege, he followed from the rear. Faced with such a chaotic situation, he, who had rich battlefield experience, quickly made a decision. He ordered the mercenaries to slowly retreat to the city wall, and at the same time, informed Chalcima to lead his soldiers to go around the houses on both sides and surround the enemy. The retreat of the mercenaries gave the Potentia warriors a glimmer of hope. They believed that the enemy could not hold on any longer, so their morale was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the Grimentum people felt despair. They were originally a motley crew, and their fighting spirit had almost collapsed. However, as the Potentia warriors advanced, they gradually surrounded them from all sides. Unable to escape, they had no choice but to fight desperately for their survival. However, Polit, who was at the top of the hill, was terrified. He saw that the enemies were retreating in an orderly formation, while the enemies who were rushing into the city gate circled around the houses on both sides, gradually forming a large encirclement around the Portentia garrison and reinforcements, as well as the Grimentums. Some of the enemies were standing on top of the city walls, holding javelins in their hands. From such a high vantage point and such a close distance, it was almost certain that every javelin would hit its target. Polit closed his eyes in pain. Now, he was certain that the enemy was from the terrifying Dionia alliance. The Lucanian warriors were full of fighting spirit, but their formation had always been loose. They were not as organized and tight as this one. Polit scolded Luzo for disobeying orders while hesitating on whether to send the last of his troops to this hopeless eastern battlefield. The deadly rain of javelins and the ferocious attacks of the mercenaries finally led to the defeat of the garrison at the east gate. The encirclement shrank like a noose around the neck of the Potentia reinforcements. Feeling hopeless, they finally chose to surrender. In the end, Polit, who was worried about his gains and losses, did not send out his remaining 500 warriors. Instead, he defended the top of the mountain. Following that, Xanthoparis and Sima led their troops to attack the south. Luzo, who was already struggling to hold on, was no match for them. As they retreated to the west, they were killed by the Grimentum warriors who had lost control. When it was dark, the Dionysian army defeated the defenders in the east, west, and south. The entire army entered the Grimentum city, leaving only the 500 warriors led by Polit at the top of the mountain. They were terrified when the army approached. At this moment, Hegemon raised his torch and went up the mountain alone, ready to persuade Polit to surrender. In order to save the lives of his people, Polit finally agreed to surrender. The warriors had no choice but to put down their weapons, open the mountain gate, and follow Hegemon down the mountain empty-handed. Polit said to Hegemon resentfully, "You helped the Greeks kill their own people and seize their land. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the god Asinu?" Hegemon turned around and said meaningfully, "You're wrong. I'm not helping the Greeks, but the Lucanians. The god Asinu will only be happy about this." With 600 casualties, Dionia seized the Grimentum. Luzo and its henchmen were all slaughtered. A few days later, Potentia and Dionia signed a truce agreement. More than 1,000 captured Potentia warriors were safely sent back to the city of Potentia. Unlike the fall of Nudum, the news of the change in ownership of the Grimentum quickly spread throughout the Lucaria region. It caused great waves among many small tribes and even many factions. But Dionia did not take further military action. Instead, they followed the plan that had been drawn up in advance and carried it out step by step. Bagul was appointed as the city's governor of the Grimentum, Hegemon was appointed as the city's intermediate judge, Assists was transferred to the Grimentum as an intermediate inspector, and Sima was appointed as the captain of the patrol team. The first thing that Bagul did when he took office was to take over the camp along the passageway between Nudum and the Grimentum. Next, only 2,000 warriors were left in the Grimentum. The remaining 3,000 warriors and the mercenaries led by Xanthoparis returned to their own cities, Nudum, Turiai, and Aspurudum, to reduce the pressure on the army's food supply. Several tribes in the city of Grimentum also went south with them. The next thing to do was to fulfill the promise that Vespa and Hegemon had made to the small tribes around the Grimentum. They were to accept them into the Dionia alliance, divide their settlements and pastures, and abolish the many exploits that the Grimentum and Potentia had done to them. When Sinsing learned that the Dionia alliance had taken over the Grimentum, he cursed them for being sinister and cunning. However, on the surface, the heavily injured Picassus had to send an emissary to Turiai to express their goodwill and peace. Even Galaguso, who rarely participated in the disputes of the Lucanian tribes, sent an emissary to find out the intentions of their powerful new neighbor. Because of the captives, Potentia was forced to sign a truce agreement with Dionia. However, as the dominant Lucanian tribal alliance in the north of Lucania, Dionia's surprise attack hurt their dignity and angered the tribal leaders of Potentia. However, they were suppressed by the steady leader, Puamath, who chose to endure. The strong Greek aura of the Dionia alliance was so unique in Lucania that it immediately attracted the attention of another Greek city-state in the area, Aelia. Aelia was also one of the many Greek colonial cities that were built on the Italian peninsula during the Greek Great Colonization era. It was a few decades later than Cumae, which was the first city to be built. 3 neighboring coastal cities, Aelia, Picassus, and Poseidonia, were built one after another. Compared to the other 2 cities, Aelia, which was sandwiched in the middle, was a little unknown. During the process of the Lucanians' migration to the south 100 years ago, Poseidonia and Picassus fell one after another. Aelia, which was slightly weaker, managed to survive. However, Aelia, which was surrounded by the Lucanians, was in danger of being destroyed at any time. If it wasn't for the conflicts between the tribes of Lucania, such as Potentia and Picassus, and Potentia and Grimentum, which made Aelia a buffer zone, the Lucanians would not attack it with all their might. But for the past few decades, Aelia's life had not been easy. Parts of the land outside the city were occupied by foreign tribes, and they were attacked from time to time. It was extremely dangerous for the people to leave the city, and they could easily be captured by the Lucanians and turned into slaves. Therefore, the people of Aelia relied on the production and processing of handicrafts, as well as the development of maritime trade, cargo transshipment, port services, to barely maintain the operation of the city and the lives of the people. Now that Dionia appeared, the people of Aelia saw the light of hope. Therefore, after a discussion, all the citizens decided to send an envoy to Dionia, the new Greek city-state alliance, to express their willingness to form an alliance. Khanios, a member of the council, gladly accepted this glorious mission. However, it was obviously impossible to go to Dionia by land. Potentia and Picassus would not allow him to pass through their land, so he could only go by sea. The passenger ship did not need to go around the Strait of Messina, because the people of Aelia knew that Laos was an ally of Dionia. The passenger ship carrying Khanios, with the strong south wind, sped south like an arrow. Khanios stood at the bow of the ship, thinking about the mission. His Etruscan slave, Eno, pointed to the east and suddenly shouted, "Picassus." Khanios looked up. In his vision, the distant land in the east was nothing but a small green strip, dotted with a small white dot. That was Picassus. It was once the sister city of Aelia, but now it had become the nest of the foreign tribes, the nightmare of Aelia. While Khanios mourned for the people of Picassus, he also secretly made up his mind, "I will not let Aelia repeat the same mistake." Because the wind was right, the ship sailed for 2 hours and arrived at Laos. Khanios had been to Laos before, so he knew the situation of the port better. Although Laos was occupied by the Lucanians at that time, it did not prohibit trade with the Greeks. It was just that the Lucanians' habit of looting and discrimination between races made their reputation not too good, so there was not much direct trade between the Greeks and Laos. It had only been a year since Laos joined Dionia, but the port had changed so much that Khanios was shocked. He had to wait for a while before there was a free dock for him to dock at. The officials sent by the city hall of Laos were already waiting at the dock. Khanios gladly accepted the official's invitation and went to meet the lord of the city, Governor Avanogus. "Is this port always so busy?" Khanios asked in the crowded crowd. "Yes." The official said proudly, "The merchants of Dionia like to rent ships here to trade with Gaul in the north or the Iberian Peninsula in the west. They will then come ashore here with their goods and transport them back to Thurii. A few months ago, after the establishment of the Southern Alliance, we became even busier here. Merchant ships from Trine, Corunna, Crotone, and Silatina also come to Laos from time to time. As long as it is a member of the Dionia Alliance, we, Laos, will provide the best service and discount for the ship's anchorage, accommodation, and food supply. Now, after Grimentum became a member of the Dionia Alliance, there are more merchants coming here. Most of them are here for the fine iron ore of Grimentum. Laos welcomes the merchants of Aelia to trade here." Khanios smiled and was about to reply when an angry voice came from the front, "Damn idiots, don't block the way." Then there was a scream. Khanios saw 2 naked men lying on the side of the road in front of him. Their bodies were covered with bloody whip marks, and a few heavy sacks were lying on the side. "These slaves are Lucanians." To avoid leaving a bad impression, the official quickly explained, "Their ancestors took over Laos by force and turned the Greeks of Laos into slaves, making us live a life worse than death for generations. Now, Lord Avanogus has led us to take back Laos. A year ago, they were still the masters of this city, ordering us around like cattle and sheep. Now, we, the Greeks, have become the masters of Laos again. Let them have a taste of being slaves." Kanos looked at the emotional official and thought, "You don't look like a pure Greek at all. You turned the Lucanians of this city into slaves?" he asked. "Not all. Some of them were relatives of the Lucanians of the Dionia alliance, but they were later released by Lord Avanogus and went to Nidum. I guess they are now citizens of Dionia. I don't know why the Dionians are so tolerant of these barbarians who believe in foreign gods," the official mumbled softly. Although he was resentful, he did not vent it out as loudly as before. Kanos's heart skipped a beat. This showed the influence of Dionia on the people of its affiliated city-states. The city of Laos, located near the estuary of the Lao River, was not too big, with a population of less than 5,000. It was mainly composed of two parts. One was the tribe that the Avanogus family had always led. This was also the core force of his lifelong Council of Laos, so after these tribesmen were converted into citizens, Avanogus gave them land. The other part was the original Greek slaves. Avanogus liberated them and gave them citizenship, but they did not have land. In order to make a living, they worked as low-level officials in the city, or as employees and dock laborers. Fortunately, the tax burden of Laos was not too heavy. As long as they were diligent and willing to work, they should have some savings. Although Avanogus claimed to be a descendant of Greeks, he always knew in his heart that he and most of the citizens of this city were mixed race, so the citizens of Laos had a similar sense of inferiority, exclusion, and ethnic identity. Moreover, he rescued them from slavery. As long as he treated the people well, then they would support him. So even though he learned from the Devers and appointed himself as a lifelong consul, in fact, the Council of Laos was just for show. There was no general assembly, and all matters, big or small, were decided by Avanogus. He was the real tyrant. Kanios met Avanogus in the so-called City Hall, which was actually the mansion of the Castellan. The burly, fat, and slightly ferocious-looking consul of Laos had even prepared a banquet. He warmly welcomed Kanios and invited him to take a seat. This put Kanios, who was a little on guard, at ease. After he took his seat, he also raised his wine glass and expressed his sincere gratitude to Avanogus for his hospitality. He then said, 3 years ago, I came to Laos, but this time, I found that Laos has changed a lot, especially the port trade is very prosperous. Laos has only been free for a little more than a year, and he has already achieved such great achievements. You must have put in a lot of effort for this, Lord Consul. Kanios' compliments made Avanogus very comfortable. He laughed and said, Of course I have put in a lot of effort, but I should be more grateful to the allies of Laos. In this alliance, Laos has enjoyed a lot of convenience. Kanios listened with a thoughtful expression on his face. At this time Avanogus asked, Did Elias send you this time to join the Dionia alliance? Kanios was stunned. With Elias' situation and his visit to Dionia at this time, anyone with a discerning eye could roughly guess the purpose of their visit. But Kanios did not expect Avanogus to ask so directly. He put down the wine glass in his hand, thought for a moment, and said vaguely, whether to join the alliance or adopt other forms of alliance depends on the results of the discussion with Dionia. Avanogus looked at him and grinned, Please forgive me for being direct. Based on my understanding of Dionia, with Elias' current strength, I'm afraid Dionia will not accept other forms of alliance. This was obviously saying that Elia was not strong enough, so he should not dream of getting better treatment in the talks with Dionia. Kanios was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and drank without saying a word. Avanogus then said, I heard that Elia has close contacts with the Greek city-states of Campania. If Elia has any kind of alliance with them, I'm afraid Dionia will not necessarily accept Elia into the alliance because it does not allow the city-states of the alliance to have any diplomatic relations with other city-states. Kanios was a little surprised. He did not know that there was such a rule between Dionia and the alliance. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Consul. The city-states of Campania did give some help to Elia, but Elia did not have an alliance agreement with any city-state, Kanios answered without hesitation. In fact, the Campania alliance, led by Naples and Capua, had never agreed to accept Elia. This was because Campania and Lucania, two powerful races, were between Campania and Elia. Elia was not strong. Once Elia became an alliance, only Campania would continue to help Elia, but it would be difficult for Elia to contribute much to the Campania alliance. The Greeks, who had always been smart, would not make such a losing deal. Elia could trade with Campania, but both sides had mutual needs. To recruit mercenaries from Campania to defend against the Lucanians, they had to pay. That's great. Let Elia join the Daionia alliance. With Daonia's reputation and strength, the Lucanians will no longer be a problem for you. Furthermore, Elia and Laos, as the only two port cities on the Tyrrhenian Sea in the Daionia alliance, can cooperate with each other in the future and strengthen trade. Avenojus smiled excitedly, as if he had no ulterior motives when he made his suggestion. Kanios was silent for a moment. How could he express his opinion without meeting the person in question? So, he changed the topic. Lord Consul, you must have met the Consul Devers of the Daionia alliance, right? What kind of person is he? I've met him many times. I've even fought alongside him. Avenojus looked proud. He wiped the wine stains from his mouth and said solemnly, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's a great man. Since Elia had to deal with Daionia, he had naturally done some research on Daionia. Naturally, the focus of his investigation was the Devers. The members of Elia's council had different opinions about him. They admired his outstanding ability. The rise of Daionia in such a short time was definitely inseparable from his hard work. They were uneasy about his identity as the only lifelong consul. How was this different from the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse? Would Elias' cooperation with Daionia be inviting a wolf into the house? Kanios needed to judge based on what he saw and heard. The prosperity of Laos reduced his worries, while Avenojus' words increased his curiosity. Was this the admiration of the tyrant towards the tyrant? By the way, I can send you to Turiai tomorrow, Avenojus suddenly said. Lord Consul, I'm already very grateful for your hospitality. How would I dare to let you send me personally again? This will make me feel uneasy. Kanios was both moved and tactfully declined. Ha ha ha. Avenojus laughed loudly. You don't have to thank me. It's just along the way. The Temple of Hades in the city of Turiai has been completed. Daionia has invited me to attend the ceremony. Avenojus' teasing made Kanios a little embarrassed, but he was even more surprised by what he said. The Temple of Hades? Hearing that Heraclide fainted during the completion of the Temple of Hades and was unconscious, the Devers immediately pushed away all their affairs and quickly rushed to his home. Herpes stood beside the bed and shook his head at Devers with a solemn expression. Devers walked to the bedside with heavy steps and stared at the skinny old man. Heraclid did not react to the arrival of the Devers. The Devers held his right hand, which was only skin and bones and was still covered with dust. The Devers did not mind it at all and said in a deep and sincere voice, Heraclid, thank you for your contribution to Daionia. Your name will be forever remembered by the people of Daionia. Devers' words seemed to have worked. Heraclid slowly closed his eyes, and as breathing gradually disappeared, Herpes hurried over and pressed his head against Lidou's chest. He listened carefully and reached out his hand to feel Lidou's breath. Finally, he shook his head and said softly, he went. Soon, the courtyard, which was filled to the brim with people, was filled with cries. All the architects, craftsmen, engravers, slaves, all fell into grief. The Devers murmured in a low voice, Elysium welcomes you. Hades will shelter you. You will be a guest of Hades. You will build a splendid palace for his residence. Whether it is on earth or in heaven, the great name of Hades will be sung. Little Heraclid, who was crying beside him, listened to the Devers' eulogy. He wiped away his tears and thanked the Archon. The Devers patted him on the shoulder to comfort him and said, the inauguration ceremony of the Hades Holy Temple will be held the day after tomorrow. I need you to find the best sculptor to make a bust of your father in 2 days. He will be the first person to enter the Holy Temple for the people to worship. This was a glorious event. Little Heraclid immediately stopped crying out of excitement. After thinking for a while, he turned around and said a few words to another grieving man. The man came over and bowed respectfully to the Devers. At the same time, he said excitedly, Mr. Devers, it's an honor for my teacher to receive such respect from you. It is also the glory of all architects and craftsmen. I'll immediately look for the best sculptor. I'll definitely complete the sculpture within 2 days. Piasecos, I've heard Heraclid mention you many times. Devers nodded and encouraged him. Heraclid is gone. As his most outstanding disciple, not only do you have to continue to pass on his skills, but you also have to delve into new construction techniques and bring out more outstanding students. Amandolera, Nudum, Grumentum, Cremissa, Asprustum, and so on. In the future, there will be more cities waiting for you to redesign them and make them as clean, functional, and beautiful as Turii. I hope that when you grow old, you can also enter the virtuous temple like your teacher. The Devers' words caused Piasecos' heart to surge with emotion. On the way back to the city, the Devers called for Plesinas and listened to his arrangements for the inauguration ceremony of the Temple of Hades. Finally, Plesinas said, all the celebrations now, including your lighting of the sacred fire, have been rehearsed many times to ensure that there will be no major mistakes. There's only one problem that needs to be solved. We still lack a priest to manage the temple. According to the tradition of the aristocratic era, the consul had the right to worship, so he also served as the high priest. Now, with the power and prestige of the Devers, not to mention the fact that he was Hades' favored one, it had always been reasonable for him to serve as the high priest. However, the choice of the priest who presided over the daily affairs of the temple was difficult for the Senate. As one of the 12 main gods of Greece, although Hades was also worshipped, because of his death and dark characteristics, almost no city had built a special temple for him. Therefore, he did not have a public priest. There was once a Turii senator who proposed to invite the believers of the Eleusis ritual, which was once popular in Athens, but it was opposed by everyone. This was because the Eleusis ritual worshipped Persephone, the wife of Pluto, and Demeter, the goddess of fertility, not Hades himself. However, it was not appropriate to let the priests of other gods take over, so the Senate had been arguing about it. Of course, this also had to do with the Devers' refusal to take a stand. At this time, the Devers did not seem to realize that he was the culprit of this problem. He did not directly respond to Plesinas' words, but looked at the Senate senator in front of him with great interest. From an enemy when they first met, to a political helper who cooperated well with him, Plesinas' loyalty and unique talent made him admire him very much. Plesinas, you have done a good job in presiding over the construction of the Temple of Hades. What do you plan to do next? Plesinas was excited, thinking that the Devers were going to reward him according to his contributions. He immediately said, I want to run for the Supreme Supervisor next year. The Devers nodded his head. Because he was walking with only a team of guards behind him, when the tourists saw him, they saluted him respectfully. Of course, he also nodded to the people from time to time. He took the opportunity to say, the woman who saluted just now is from Lucaria, and she should believe in Asinu. This one is from Thrace, and the gods they believe in the most should be Dionysus and Ares. As for that one, you see, the citizens of Dionia come from all over the Mediterranean Sea, and they believe in hundreds and thousands of gods. In the future, as the territory of Dionia continues to expand, the number of races that become citizens of Dionia will also increase, and the number of gods in the Dionia alliance will also increase. Although the strong military power of Dionia protects the lives of the citizens, and the advanced and elegant culture will increase the citizens' sense of belonging, here. The Devers pointed to his head and said solemnly, it is chaotic. Once Dionia encounters a major disaster, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the people to unite and overcome the difficulties together. In that case, all our efforts will be in vain. Since ancient times, the Greeks had always believed in polytheism, so they rarely cared about the beliefs of other races. Plesinas didn't expect that the Devers would make this religious issue sound so serious, and he wondered what the Devers' intention was. Have you heard of the Jews? The Devers suddenly asked. I think someone said that they were a race that was good at business in Persia. Plesinas tried hard to recall. The Jews at this time were not like the Jews under the peaceful rule of the Roman Empire hundreds of years later. They could freely do business and settle everywhere, and thus frequently had conflicts with the Greeks. Because at this time, the Western Mediterranean Sea was controlled by two races that were good at business, the Greeks and the Carthage. The Jews had no foothold in the Western Mediterranean Sea at all, so they were less known. The Jews are not only good at business, they are also a monotheistic religion, and only believe in one God. One and only God? Plesinas couldn't believe his ears. Among the many kingdoms, city-states, and races in the Mediterranean Sea, there was actually a race that only believed in one God. Yes, the Jews only believe in one God. The Devers gave him an affirmative answer and said seriously, the Jews are a weak race. They first lived in Egypt and were enslaved by the Egyptian pharaoh. Their life was difficult until a Jewish hero, Moses, appeared and led the Jews to escape from Egypt after many hardships. After decades of wandering and bloody killings, they finally seized the land of Canaan and established their own country. But the good times didn't last long. The Assyrians of Mesopotamia destroyed the Jewish kingdom and sent all the Jews to Babylon as slaves. It wasn't until King Cyrus of Persia destroyed Assyria that the Jews were released. They returned to their homeland and rebuilt their country and religion. During the hundreds of years of turmoil in Asia, many other races that once lived with the Jews had perished. But the Jews endured hardships and survived tenaciously. Why? The Devers paused and gave Plesinas time to think, then said in a deep voice, because their faith is firm and they worship one and only God, so they always remain united. In the face of other more brilliant races and civilizations, they didn't lose themselves and forget the roots of their race. Plesinas thought about what the Devers said. He understood what the Devers wanted to express, and said hesitantly, Sir, the Greeks believe in many gods, and the people of Dionia believe in even more gods. This is a tradition that has been passed down and rooted in our blood. If we force them to believe in one God, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Seeing the worried look on Plesina's face, the Devers smiled and said, Of course I won't make such a stupid proposal, but we can take the initiative to guide the people to believe in Hades, so that the people of Dionia from all places and races can be as close to each other as possible. Am I right? Sir, even if we build the temple of Hades, the habits of the Greeks won't change easily. They pray to Poseidon when they go out to sea, Hermes when they do business, and Demeter when they are farmers. The Greeks are very realistic. If they need anything, they will pray to the gods. It's impossible to only pray to Hades. Plesinas shook his head and said. The temples of the traditional Greek city-states are like high and mighty nobles, waiting for the people to donate gold and silver to build a sacred treasury, but they rarely take the initiative to help the citizens of the city-states who are in trouble. The priests and saintesses of the Temple of Hades should use the gold and silver donated by the people to help the poor people, help the patients who can't afford to see a doctor, listen to the doubts and troubles of the people of the Alliance, and use words to enlighten and dispel their confusion. Also, the annual slave liberation ceremony should be hosted by the temple. Plesinas, the Temple of Hades can provide so much help to the people of Dionia, how can the people not be grateful to the temple and believe in it? The words of the Devers seemed to have opened a window for Plesinas. The method that the Devers proposed was different from the traditional temples, but it made him vaguely see the bright future of the Temple of Hades. He was excited for a moment, but he did not know what to say. The Elysee is the paradise built by the Hades in hell, and his temple should be the paradise of the world, the home of the people's souls. When the time comes, we will build a temple of Hades in every city of Dionia, and unite people from all places and races around it. Then, the Dionia Alliance will have nothing to fear. Devers' tempting voice rang clearly in Plesina's ears. Plesinas, are you willing to help me complete this great cause and become the senior priest of the Temple of Hades? Plesinas looked at the Devers' expectant eyes, weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and then nodded heavily, I am willing. Kanios followed Avanogus to Turiai and stayed in the hotel on the south side of the Victory Square. This large hotel was built by the Senate of the Alliance, and was specially used to receive foreign guests. Usually, there were many rooms, but now it was overcrowded. The generals of Corunna, Trine, Cirium, and Crotone were invited to attend the ceremony, as well as the famous councillors and citizens of the city-states of the Southern Alliance. If it were not for the fact that Amicus and others of Castellan were temporarily staying at the homes of Cunigurata and Cornelis, the leaders of the Lucaria tribes of Nudum and Grimentum were staying at the homes of Vespa and Hemont, and the Avanogus of Laus were even staying at the home of the Devers, thus reducing the task of the officials in charge. The hotels in Turiai were definitely not enough. At this time, the lobby of the hotel was very lively. The distinguished guests were from different cities, but they belonged to the same alliance. It was rare for them to gather together, so they took this opportunity to visit each other, bond, and discuss their views on current affairs. As an outsider, Kanos was received politely by the Dionysians, but his request to visit Dace immediately was not well received. The person in charge told him, "The Consul Devers is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony. He will only have time to meet him after tomorrow." Although he envied the chatter and laughter of others, Canios and his men stayed quietly in the room, because he heard that the envoy of Picasus had also arrived in Turii, and he wanted to avoid conflict when they met. It was not until he tasted the unique cuisine of Turii that Canios' anxiety was temporarily alleviated. On the morning of the 25th of July, 398 BC, the citizens, families, freedmen, and even slaves of Dionia gathered from all directions in the city of Turii. With the help of thousands of Dionia militia to maintain order, they entered the center of Turii. In a short period of time, all the courtyards, houses, and even the roofs were filled with people. At a glance, it was a sea of people. It was a spectacular sight. Only the large empty space in the Victory Square was left untouched. Canios was arranged to sit on the left step of the platform in front of the square. It was said that the envoy of Picasus was arranged to sit on the right. The attentiveness of the Dionia staff allowed him to avoid the awkwardness of a sudden meeting, and allowed him to calm down and enjoy the ceremony. "Oh, there are so many people. Dionia is really bold. Aren't they afraid that if there is a riot, it will be a disaster here?" Someone beside Canios said worriedly. "It's better if there is a riot. If that happens, Dionia will be finished." Another person said loudly, taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Like the others, Canios turned around to look at him. "Euthydemus, why would the Crotone let you into the council? If there is a riot here, do you think we can escape?" Someone recognized the speaker and retorted loudly. "Why should we escape? Isn't this the celebration of the completion of the Temple of Hades? Isn't it better for us to meet the Temple of Hades together?" Euthydemus said fearlessly. The proud Crotone are actually using words to satiate their disappointment after their defeat. Someone immediately mocked. Euthydemus' expression changed immediately. Canios was not in the mood to care about the verbal conflict between the people around him. He only carefully observed the surroundings of the square. With so many people here, it should be very noisy. But the people were either sitting or standing, trying to be as quiet as possible. They rarely moved around. Perhaps they had been warned by the alliance in advance. But for the Greeks who valued freedom, this was quite a shocking performance. Yesterday, when Canios entered the city of Turii, he noticed this. Now, his impression of the Greeks was strengthened once again. At this time, a loud bugle sounded, announcing that the ceremony was about to begin. The people consciously stopped talking and focused their curious eyes on the Victory Square. Hundreds of men in Greek armor entered the square. Plazinas led 10 male messengers and 50 women, all dressed in white robes, onto the platform with solemn steps. The culture of Dionia was relatively open. Many people outside the square had brought their wives and daughters to watch the ceremony. But for dozens of women to appear in public at the same time, especially on such a sacred occasion, even the priestesses of Hera or the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, did not have so many. So not only the people, but even the distinguished guests from the alliance in front of the square began to whisper among themselves. The uniform bugle sounded again throughout the city, and the square was quiet again. Plazinas' loud and long voice sounded, "In the first year of the 95th Olympia, in the kingdom of Persia thousands of miles away from us, a group of Greek warriors were recruited by Cyrus the Little, the prince of Persia, who loved Greece, to overthrow the cruel king of Persia. However, after a war, their employer died in battle, and the leaders of the mercenaries were deceived and captured by the Persia. The whole mercenary team fell into despair, but the great Hades did not abandon them." As soon as Plazinas' voice trailed off, a dozen harpists under the platform began to pluck the strings. The 50 women in white robes on the stage opened their mouths at the same time, and their ethereal singing swept through the audience like a breeze. Canios shivered, and he felt the hairs on his skin stand up. The traditional hymns of the Greek temples were obviously incomparable to the harmony trained by modern bel canto. Bathed in the beautiful and harmonious singing, even his soul seemed to be cleansed. Like Canios, the other people in the audience were completely intoxicated by the singing. In the weeping hymns, they were also affected by the heaviness. The soldiers on the field used exaggerated body movements to show their weeping, helplessness, and despair. Only the person in the center was lying on the ground, motionless. At this time, the singing gradually weakened to silence, and the soldiers on the field also began to fall asleep. Just when the people were feeling lost, a high-pitched singing sounded again, like lightning cutting through the night sky, lifting the spirits of the audience. A man walked out of the tunnel. He was tall and strong, with long black hair and a thick black beard. He was wearing a black robe, holding a double fork in his hands, and walked to the center of the square with a dignified expression. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "Hades? I know he is Hades." There was a small commotion in the crowd, and more people stared at the field. They had begun to be attracted by this unique performance. They saw Hades come to the center of the field, standing next to the man who had been lying motionless, waving his double fork as if he was using divine power. The singing disappeared again. Hades left the field, and the people turned to look at him. Dong! Dong! The crisp sound of drums rang out in the silent square. The man who was lying turned over and sat up. He began to wake the others up, waving his arms to encourage them. Finally, the crowd gathered around him. Someone put on a helmet with a red crown, and then they lined up in front of him and moved forward with difficulty under his leadership. Seeing this, the people who had heard of the legend of the Archon Devers vaguely understood that the dazzling leader on the field should be playing the role of the Devers who had once conquered Persia. Devers seems to have forgotten that he was not the only mercenary leader in Persia. Tormid, who was also watching the celebration from the side, complained. "Yesterday, Devers came to me and told me about this. He said that it was necessary for the performance, and he hoped that I could understand." Xantaparas shrugged, looking calm. "Well, this is Dionia, he has the final say," Tormid said helplessly. "But this kind of performance is quite interesting." The sound of drums grew louder and louder, mixed with the bugle call. "Wow!" Accompanied by the exclamations of the audience, groups of soldiers appeared in the tunnel. There were cavalry, infantry, and archers. They wore long robes and held long shields in their hands. They were in a loose formation, and under the command of a general in shining golden scale armor, they approached the Greek mercenaries in the square. The Greek soldiers on the field seemed to have heard the cheers. They immediately put on their helmets, picked up their shields, and put on their red cloaks. They formed a tight phalanx to resist the enemy's attack. However, there were too many Persia. They swarmed forward and surrounded the warriors. The cavalry galloped back and forth on the periphery. The archers kept shooting arrows into the sky. All of them had their arrowheads shaved off. The infantrymen let out strange laughter. The audience could only see the dazzling red and the roars of the warriors through the gaps between the Persia encirclement. The drumbeats became denser and louder. Under the attack of the Persia, the Greek phalanx retreated step by step. They were about to retreat to the edge of the square. The attention of the ordinary people was completely attracted by the tense scene on the field. Someone shouted anxiously, "Fight! Greeks!" The shout resonated with the audience. "Fight! Greeks!" The audience also began to shout loudly. At this moment, the sonorous singing sounded again. Hades was standing at the forefront of the platform. He slowly waved his trident. The surrounded Greek soldiers suddenly roared in unison, "Hey! Ho! Hades! Ho!" Dozens of bugles sounded at the same time. The Persia began to retreat and finally collapsed. The red phalanx of the Greek mercenaries was fully displayed in front of the audience. Under the strong rhythm of the drumbeats, they marched in a uniform and powerful pace, charging forward like an iron wall. The audience felt their blood boiling. Those who had not seen or participated in the military training of Dionia and the VIPs were captivated by the strength and beauty of the soldiers on the field. They cheered loudly. The general of Persia fell behind. He was dragged off his horse by the Devers who charged in front. He stepped on the body of the general of Persia, raised his spear, and pierced the chest of the enemy with an exaggerated and infectious movement. "Devers! Devers! Devers!" The audience could not help but burst into thunderous cheers. Previously, Lord Consul said that he would let us see a completely different temple celebration, and he really did it. Marigi, who was standing behind the platform, glanced at his Senate colleagues with different expressions and sighed loudly. "Yeah, it's a very different kind of celebration. Lord Devers is afraid that the people will forget his heroic deeds in the past, so he didn't forget to promote himself on such a sacred occasion. Polixus said in a strange tone. Cunegurata and Cornelius looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but they were a little uneasy. He really did it. Haven't you noticed? This would be a new kind of drama, one that would not be performed by one or two people. Instead, it would be performed by hundreds and thousands of people, recreating the spectacular scenes of history. On the other hand, Ansitanos was so excited that he was almost incoherent. The Devers had enlightened him. The beautiful chorus, the musical accompaniment, the hundreds of people fighting and performing that were close to a real battle. It really shocked the audience, even the Senate elders. I'm looking forward to the next performance. Mirza exclaimed sincerely. This reminded him of the difficult times in Persia. His words were also the common voice of the former mercenaries. However, Amyntas curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, the battle scene is too fake. Didn't you hear Ansitanos? This is just acting, not a real battle. Look at the excited people, the Devers are using this kind of performance to tell them about our heroic deeds. Antonios, who was next to him, criticized Amyntas in a low voice. The one playing the Devers should be Oliver's, right? He's really good. Led's Persia general is not good enough, he's like a block of wood. Epicthenos's rather interesting comments attracted the former mercenary elders to join in. Next, Hades led the mercenaries to Greece, the Lucarians invaded Thurii, and the mercenaries defeated the Lucanian alliance, Vespa, Hemont, and the rest of the Lucarians watched the square anxiously. Obviously, the Devers had taken their feelings into consideration. They only skimmed over the harm the Lucanians had done to the Thurii, and instead focused on the last scene. Under the cheerful accompaniment of songs and drums, Hades asked the Devers to lead the Greeks and Lucanians to reconcile. They wrestled, fought goats, drank, and laughed merrily. In the end, they held hands and formed a large circle, with Hades standing in the center. The crowd sang the song of Hades loudly, swinging their arms and kicking their legs, and kept expanding and shrinking the circle. The atmosphere was very lively, attracting the people outside the square to join in. The song of Hades resounded throughout the city. As the lord of the underworld, Hades was said to be dark, cruel, and feared. Therefore, among the Greeks, he was far less popular than the main gods such as Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo. Canios liked and disliked Hades as much as the rest of the Greeks, so when he heard that Dionia wanted to make Hades the patron god of the city-state alliance, he was shocked. But now, he was attracted by the wonderful performance in the square and had a good impression of Hades. He could not help but join the crowd in singing the song of Hades. Not only him, but the leaders of Lucaria who only worshipped the god of Asinus asked the people around them the meaning of the song in strange and stiff Greek. Some of them even hummed along. Compared to the majority of the people of Dionia, the VIPs of the Southern Alliance who were invited to the ceremony had their own thoughts. Some of them even hoped that Dionia would make a fool of itself in the ceremony, such as the people of Crotone. But at this moment, the chief general of Crotone, Lucius, who was also shocked by the unprecedented worshipping ceremony in Greece, sighed, "It seems that the faith of Hades will really take root among the people of Dionia. We, the Greeks of the Western Mediterranean, believe in Hera and Apollo the most, and believe in the dark Hades. Only the barbaric outsiders of Dionia would do this." Ascamas said indignantly. His good friend Myron was expelled because he was defeated by Dionia, so he had some resentment in his heart. Moreover, Crotone had the most magnificent temple of Apollo in Great Greece. Greeks from other city-states often went there to worship. So although the performance in the square amazed him, he still complained confidently, "Look, it's almost noon, and the weather is so hot. When can we go see the Temple of Hades? Yeah, my legs are going numb from standing." Another general of Crotone said in a seemingly joking manner, causing a commotion among the VIPs. Dong. The loud and long bell suddenly rang, causing the hearts of the people who were disappointed because of the end of the performance to tremble. "Look, it's the Temple of Hades!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. In the northwest of Victory Square on the hill behind the Senate Hall, the building, which was half covered by scaffolding and large pieces of linen in the morning, had completely revealed its true appearance when the people were concentrating on the performance in the square, a towering, magnificent white building shining under the hot sun. Plesinas took the lead, followed by the 50 saintesses in white robes, The senators of the Senate, the VIPs of various city-states, the people on the north side of the square, and the people on the south side of the square. Under the orderly guidance of the soldiers, the people slowly moved towards the Temple of Hades in an orderly manner. The bronze bell was still being rung at a steady pace, and each sound was clearer and deeper than the previous one, soothing the people's anxious mood. The Temple of Hades was getting closer, and it became clearer in the eyes of the people. It was a very unique temple. Its height was no different from other temples, but its length was twice as long as the Temple of Crotone Apollo, the largest of all the city-states in Greece. More importantly, as the location of the guardian temple of a city-state, according to tradition, it was also the center of a city-state. It had to be surrounded by walls to protect it, and become the Acropolis of Turin, just like the Temple of Apollo in Turin. But not only was there no wall on the hillside ahead, there were stone steps from the east, west, south, and north, which made it very convenient to go straight to the temple. Antares, who had just joined the Senate not long ago, curiously asked Cornelis, who had been getting along well with him, "Why doesn't this new temple have walls?" Cornelis answered seriously, "This is the suggestion of Lord Devers. He thinks that without walls, the people can freely go to the temple to offer sacrifices and pray, to show the love of Hades for the people of Dionia." The Devers were the favored ones of Hades, and the high priests of the temple. Usually, no one would object to the suggestion of the Temple of Hades. Antares looked at the temple in front of him. The century-old tradition still puzzled him, but this way, Turin will have no Acropolis. Cornelis sighed, and his expression became a little strange. He said, "Lord Devers insisted that no more Acropolis be built in Turin," he said. At this point, the usually gentle governor of Amendolar's tone became a little more firm. "The cities in the Alliance of Dionia are the walls of the Alliance, and Turin is the Acropolis of the Alliance. Dionia does not need any more Acropolis." When Antares heard this, he was stunned. Using the city as a wall? Treating the whole region as a city? A sense of heroism rose in his heart, and the figure of the young governor appeared in his mind. He could not help but be fascinated. What a broad-mindedness and boldness! No wonder he could build a powerful city-state alliance. The bell stopped ringing, and Plasinas led the saintesses out of the crowd. They stood on both sides of the entrance of the temple and began to sing in unison. This time, it was not just pure singing, but also lyrics. "God Hades is just and strict, your light shines on the earth, our hearts are full of passion, come to your holy temple, your light shines on us." Is this a new ode to Hades? The people were full of surprise. The unique melody was so beautiful and magnificent. As the song continued, they were deeply moved by the holiness and ideals of the song. Countless people knelt on the ground devoutly, silently chanting the ode to Hades, and tears of excitement flowed from their eyes. When the song ended, some people still couldn't get away from it until the people around them cheered, "Devers." Only then did they realize that the Archon of Dionia, the high priest of the Alliance, was wearing a white robe and a white scarf on his head. He was holding a torch in his hand as he appeared on a circular altar in front of the temple. Beside him, Plasinas and another priest were carrying a large, smooth, concave bronze mirror. The people widened their eyes in curiosity, because it was rumored that the elders of the Senate had a heated discussion about the sacred fire of the Temple of Hades. Because the sacred fire was not only the spirit of the Greek city-states, but also the inheritance of civilization, especially the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea. They were all colonial cities, and the sacred fire of the Acropolis couldn't be ignited by any random fire source. The colonists had always taken a little fire source from the temple of their mother state and kept it until the new city built a new temple. Only then would they use the fire source to ignite the sacred fire, and it would burn for generations to remember their homeland and pass on the fire. Therefore, the Turin-born elders, led by Polixus, proposed to bring the fire source from Athens again, but it was strongly opposed by Antonios, Amintas, and the others. The reason was that the old Turin no longer existed, and the new Turin was not a state of Athens. As for Cornelis's proposal to draw the fire seed from the temple of Zeus in Amendolar, it was also rejected. The Turii elders believed that the small city of Amendolar was not enough to represent the entire Dionia alliance. In the end, the Devers made the decision and said, since Dionia is a newly established city-state alliance, there is no mother state, and the Temple of Hades is almost the only guardian temple of a city-state in the Mediterranean Sea. In that case, I believe that Hades will bestow upon us the holy flame on the day of the celebration in the temple, to show his favor to Dionia. These words were spread throughout the city and quickly spread throughout the entire alliance. Now, be it the common people, the senators of the Senate, or the VIPs who had just received the news, they were all staring at the unlit torch in the hands of the high priest with curiosity and excitement. They were waiting for a miracle to happen, or perhaps they were looking forward to the biggest joke in Greece. Facing the entrance of the temple, the Devers half knelt on the altar with a solemn expression, holding the torch high in their hands. Plesinas and the high priest took a few steps back and raised the bronze mirror with difficulty. They slowly rotated it, adjusted the angle, and focused the hot sunlight on a cluster of papyrus extending from the top of the torch. The familiar song of Hades was sung by the adoratress once again, their voices echoing through the clouds. The noon sun was scorching everyone, but the sweaty people were completely unaware of it. Their attention was always focused on the motionless Devers. Time passed minute by minute. The bronze mirror was dazzling, but the torch was still the same, saying that Hades will bestow the holy flame. I think he is just being arrogant. Does he really think he can do anything? Polixus sneered in a low voice. He had contributed a lot to the speech of the Devers at the meeting being spread so widely and so quickly. He hoped to see the Devers make a fool of themselves at this moment, which would be a great blow to the prestige of this young consul. Berks nudged him with his hand, kindly reminding him to keep quiet. Polixus rolled his eyes back at him. Berks used to be his good friend, and now he was one of the strongest supporters of the Devers among the Turii senators in the Senate. If it weren't for certain reasons, Polixus wouldn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Suddenly, he saw that the top of the torch seemed to be emitting green smoke. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he blinked hard. Exclamations came from all directions one after another. Soon, the green smoke turned into a small cluster of red and yellow flames, quickly igniting the linen soaked in olive oil. The flames were burning fiercely. "Oh, Hades!" The people who witnessed this miracle burst into a tsunami of cheers, and the whole hill seemed to be shaking. Even the VIPs looked at each other in disbelief. Is Dionia really blessed by Hades? Are the Devers really blessed by Hades? The senators looked at the Devers in front of them in awe, and Polixus' body was trembling slightly. He seemed to see the majestic eyes of Hades staring straight at him from the torch held high by the Devers. The Devers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had practiced several times before, and even specially chose a sunny day to perform in the square, he was still a little nervous. After all, this was in front of tens of thousands of people. If he messed it up, his meticulous plan and the prestige of the God-favored would be ruined. Fortunately, with the blessing of Hades, he succeeded. The Devers slowly stood up, held the torch high, and slowly walked around, solemnly enjoying the cheers of the people, like the waves in a storm, pushing him to the peak again and again. Then, accompanied by the priests, he walked into the temple and lit the dark bronze braziers in front of the statue of Hades one by one. From now on, the holy fire of the temple of Hades would burn day and night, blessing the prosperity of Dionia. When the Devers walked out of the temple, a loud bugle sounded, accompanied by a low drum beat. The 3 legion commanders, Capys, Drax, and Hieronymus, led by 8 captains in full military uniform, each carrying 3 stone tablets. Under the escort of 40 captains, they arrived in front of the temple. When most of the people looked at the 3 stone tablets in confusion, the words of the high priest, with the help of the voice transmitter, were transmitted to the ears of the people. The establishment and development of the city-state alliance of Dionia cannot be separated from the blessing of Hades. It cannot be separated from the efforts of the people. Today, when we are enjoying peace and prosperity, please do not forget the brave warriors who sacrificed their lives to protect Dionia. Their names are engraved on these 3 stone tablets. Hades appreciates their loyalty and bravery to the alliance, allowing their souls to enter the temple and turn into heroic spirits to continue to protect Dionia, and to accept the worship of the descendants of Dionia. After that, the Devers knelt in front of the stone tablets with a solemn expression. Then, the legion commander, the captains, and all the soldiers present knelt in front of the stone tablets with a solemn expression. In the eyes of the people, the stone tablets that were engraved with words were no longer cold stones, but vivid figures with names, sob. Other than the distinguished guests, the mountains and plains were filled with kneeling Dionia citizens. In this solemn atmosphere, there was an uncontrollable cry. Those who were crying were the families of the soldiers who died in the battle. The brave warriors do not die, the heroic spirits live forever. The brave warriors do not die, the heroic spirits live forever. The Devers led the people to kowtow to the stone tablets. At this moment, the grass and trees were sentimental, and the heavens and the earth mourned together. A strong wind blew at the right time, even the sun was blocked by the clouds, which made the people believe that their cries were answered. For a time, the people's prayers lasted for a long time. The bugle and war drums were played in unison. The generals and captains walked in neat steps, carrying the stone tablets into the temple under the watchful eyes of thousands of people. I can't believe the people of Dionia revere the warriors to such an extent. Lysias had heard that Dionia held a triumphal ceremony for the victorious returning army. At this moment, he could not help but be moved when he saw the stone tablets of the dead being sent into the temple. With such a sacred act, how can the citizens of Dionia not be willing to fight to the death? Escamas, the commander of the Crotone navy, was no longer in the mood to mock them. Instead, he looked solemn. He and Lysias looked at each other, thinking about the same question: if there was another war with Dionia in the future, could the Crotone defeat the people of Dionia with such high morale? The VIPs from the Southern Alliance more or less felt the same way. For Conos of Elia, he was happy to see the strength of Dionia. After the drums and horns stopped, the harp sounded again. Amidst the melodious sound of the harp, Heraclide Jr. and Pia VI carried a stone bust to the front of the temple. People of Dionia, please tell me, who designed the new city of Turii? Who led us in building it? The Devers asked loudly. It was Heraclide. The reply was intermittent. Who designed and built the temple of Hades? The Devers asked again. Heraclide. This time, the reply was much more orderly. Whether it was the construction of the new city or the temple, who was the first to arrive and the last to leave every day? Who was gravely ill, but still devoted all his energy to the construction of the city that he loved so much, and finally sacrificed his life for it? The Devers asked loudly again, who is he? Heraclide. The orderly and powerful reply echoed in the hills. In view of the contribution of Heraclide, the master architect, to Dionia, his statue will be placed in the sage hall of the temple, and he will be favored by Hades. He will continue to use his talents to contribute to the Elysium. At the same time, in the future, as long as there are people of Dionia who have made great contributions to the prosperity and development of Dionia, their statues will also be placed in the temple of the sage, and their souls will coexist with the Alliance. Due to the miracle of the holy flame, the Devers were like Hades at this moment, and his words were naturally more motivating to the people. When the Devers bowed respectfully to the bust of Heraclides, the people also saluted and prayed, hoping that they would receive the same blessing when they died. When the statue was carried into the temple, it was already afternoon. Although the people were a little tired, they were still in high spirits because of the new rituals that they had never held before. Today, there was only the last one left, which was also the most important one, visiting the temple and praying. Under the command of the Devers, the soldiers maintained order, and the people consciously obeyed the order, entering the temple in batches. After experiencing the previous ritual, Cania's impression of Hades had greatly improved. At this moment, he was eager to enter the temple and find out what was going on. Following the crowd, he walked up the steps and stepped onto the pedestal of the temple. There was a statue on each side of the main entrance of the temple. On the left side was a handsome young man playing the harp attentively, on the right side was a beautiful woman twirling her clothes. With a smile on her face, she looked at the young man gently. The two milky white marble statues had smooth lines and were lifelike. The affectionate gaze between the two created a pleasant and beautiful mood. Canios's eyes wandered back and forth between the two statues until someone exclaimed, "Is this the hero Orpheus and his beautiful wife Eurydice?" After being reminded, Canios took a closer look and found that it was indeed the case, because their names were engraved on the pedestal of the statues. Orpheus was the son of Apollo, the god of the sun, and Calliope, the goddess of literature and art. He was a hero in ancient Greek legend, and no one could compete with him in singing and playing the harp. His wife Eurydice passed away after being bitten by a poisonous snake. Orpheus, who loved her deeply, ventured into the underworld and moved Hades and Queen Hades with his beautiful singing. They allowed him to take away Eurydice's soul, but before leaving the underworld, he was not allowed to look at Eurydice, or she would stay in the underworld forever. Orpheus kept his promise and trekked with his wife. When he was about to leave the underworld, he accidentally looked at his wife, causing Eurydice to be captured and sent back to the underworld. Orpheus fell into remorse and died of depression. But at this moment, what the two statues showed was not sadness or resentment, but happiness and warmth. Affected by this emotion, Khanios entered the temple with a calm mind. What he saw were the 3 stone tablets that were carried into the temple. This was the Valhalla. Khanios saw the letters engraved on the eaves. The martyr's palace was only a side hall of the divine temple. It wasn't very big, and the 4 walls were decorated with colorful paintings. Khanios looked at it carefully. The main drawing on it was a magnificent war scene of the former mercenaries crossing the sea to save the people, fighting the barbarians, building a new city, and creating an alliance. Even as an outsider, Khanios could not help but sigh at the hardships of Dionia. But unlike the Dionia people, he did not kowtow devoutly. Instead, he walked to the brazier and bowed before leaving from the side door. There was another side hall on the right. That must be the sage temple that the people had been talking about. It seemed that there were already many people inside. Khanios went straight ahead, crossed the middle gate, and entered the main hall of the temple. The main hall was more than 20 meters high. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt how small he was. In front of the main hall stood a bronze statue that was more than 10 meters tall. Its huge figure also gave off a strong sense of oppression. Fortunately, this statue of Hades did not show the ferocious face of the legends. Instead, it was the image of a benevolent and amiable elder. Beside him was another statue of the beautiful queen of the underworld, Persephone. She held her husband's arm and smiled at all living beings. The most feared of the Greek gods, Hades, was now in harmony with the queen, giving people a sense of closeness. Looking at the floor, it was made of carefully selected marbles that were as smooth as a mirror. The 4 walls were still painted with colorful paintings of dense forests, verdant mountains, and green grasslands. There were also all kinds of rare beasts, celestial couples, and celestial envoys. Humans were also laughing and playing among them, happy and contented, getting along very harmoniously. It was a fascinating sight. Sunlight shone in from the atrium in the middle of the temple and from the windows on both sides of the temple, complementing the bright colors in the temple, making the main hall even more magnificent, as if one was in a fairyland. Many of the Dionians were mesmerized by it, and they murmured, "Élysée? This is Élysée paradise." They actually knelt in front of the holy fire and did not want to get up for a long time. The soldiers who maintained the order could only urge them again and again. Seeing this scene, Khanios could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia were bold and ingenious. They turned hell into a paradise, and the evil gods into good gods. In such a warm place, there was no need to worry that there would not be people coming to worship. Khanios walked out of the temple and could not help but recall the beautiful scene in the temple. The temple on the other side is so scary. Many people dare not go in. No way. It's nice inside. If it weren't for the soldiers, I would still want to stay in there. Over there. That side is completely different from this side. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. Khanios heard the voices of the people, and he was stunned. There was another temple? No, there was only one here. Could it be? Impossible. Many people were as shocked as Khanios. It was normal to be surprised. After all, the temples of the ancient Greek city-states had always been dedicated to one god. The statue of Persephone, the queen of Hades, appeared in this temple, which was already a bold breakthrough. Fortunately, people regarded Persephone as a subordinate of Hades, so they were not too surprised. But they never expected that the designers would have an even bolder way to divide the temple into 2 parts, 1 temple, 2 gods. No wonder the length of the temple of Hades was twice the length of an ordinary temple. Driven by doubts and curiosity, Khanios quickly passed through the corridor outside the temple, which was supported by a dozen huge Dorian stone pillars, and came to the other side of the temple. Sure enough, there was another entrance to the temple, and it was also crowded with people. There were also 2 stone statues on both sides of the main entrance, but they were black. They were the ferryman of the underworld river, Cologne, and the guardian of the gate of hell, the three-headed dog, Cerberus. Their ferocious appearance made Cainius's heart skip a beat. Walking into the entrance, there was a side hall with the words "Prison of the Wicked" engraved on it. In the middle was a ferocious statue of Thanatos, the god of death, holding a sharp sword, and on both sides were engraved black letters: "Traitors must go to this prison. Murderers must go to this prison. Rapists must go to this prison." At the end of every sentence, there was a bloody skull, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. The four walls were all kinds of horrible pictures of ghosts torturing souls, which was even more creepy. Cainius staggered out, and the horrible scene made him hesitate. Should he still go in? At this time, he saw the words "confessional" engraved on the side hall on the right, and next to it was a string of eye-catching words: "Repent, God will forgive." Cainius calmed himself down and continued forward. He passed through the confessional and entered the main hall. It was a dark world. The floor was made of black marble, and the walls were black. There was no patio or window, so there was no sunlight. Only the brazier in front of the statue brought some light to the temple, but it did not add much warmth to the temple. Instead, the flickering flame cast a haze on everyone's face. There was more than one statue in front of him. The statue of Hades, which was more than 10 meters tall, no longer had the beautiful and gentle queen of Hades beside him. He was wearing a black robe and holding a double fork. He looked majestic, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's good and evil intentions. There were 3 8-meter-tall statues in front of him. They were the 3 judges of hell, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iagos. All of them looked solemn. One was holding a paper scroll, and the other was shouting. The one in the middle was holding a scale, with weights on one side and a bright red heart on the other. This was the only red color in the entire temple, but it made all the believers in the temple nervous and sweaty. It was so eye-catching, as if it was asking, "How is your conscience?" Cainius walked out of the temple in a daze. Even the fresh air could not make him feel relaxed. This was simply a test of the soul. Kanos walked down the hill and couldn't help but look back at the majestic temple. The people who came out from one side of the temple were smiling and happy. The people who came out from the other side looked solemn and thoughtful. Heaven and hell were polar opposites, but they were perfectly contained in a temple. The genius of the people of Dionia had built this strange temple. He did not know how it would affect the people of Dionia in the future. At dusk, the hustle and bustle of the city of Turii had not dissipated. The people on the streets were still talking about the temple celebration in the day. Of course, this included the famous Kristoia restaurant. Cainius chewed his bread and drank his mutton soup as he listened to their conversation. He knew that the strange design of the Temple of Hades was originally suggested by the consul Devers. Even every unprecedented ceremony in the celebration was arranged by him. This made him even more curious. What kind of person was the consul of Dionia? During the celebration, Cainius only saw the Devers in front of the temple from afar. He looked young but had an extraordinary presence. When he remembered that he had not been received by the ruler of Dionia, Cainius could not help but feel a little depressed. "Can I sit here?" A man came to the wooden table and asked politely. Cainius nodded. "A big plate of tripe," the man shouted. Not long after he sat down, the piping hot food was served. He quickly scooped a big spoonful of sauce from the clay pot on the table with a wooden spoon and put it on the plate. It was a sauce made from shellfish from the sea. It tasted strange and Cainius was not used to it. But the man dipped the tripe in the sauce and ate it with relish. This is still the best. I haven't eaten it for a few months. I've been thinking about it every day. I'm dying of hunger." The man's intoxicated look made Cainius smile. The man glanced at Cainius and said, "Did you know that when the Greek mercenaries were in Persia, the Devers was just an ordinary soldier? He used the tripe to conquer the other soldiers' mouths and attracted everyone's attention. He later became the leader of the mercenaries." "Oh, that's interesting." Kano smiled and subconsciously sized up the man in front of him. He had a slender figure, a small face, and a hooked nose. He exuded a lively temperament amidst his gentleness. Noticing that Cainius was looking at him, the man raised his head and smiled. "I've seen you in the VIP hotel in Turii. My name is Cypros, and I'm from Trine." Kanios hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. I'm from Elia. Oh, Elia. Cypros did not seem too surprised. He looked at Kanios and said seriously, I've been to Elia a few times. Speaking of which, our Trine and Elia are in the same predicament. Trine's territory is often attacked by the Brudi, while Elia is always surrounded by the Lucanians. The difference is that we have the support of our allies, while you can only fight alone most of the time. Cypros's words struck a chord in Kanios' heart. This feeling of empathy for Cypros made him feel good about Cypros, and he unconsciously leaned forward. You're here to ask for help from Dionia on behalf of Elia, right? Cypros said again. Kanios hesitated again, and then said, Elia is here to seek an alliance with Dionia. Cypros saw his concern and comforted him. Don't worry, Dionia will definitely ally with you. Cypros's words shocked Kanios. In the past 2 days in Turii, he had seen the power and prosperity of the Dionia, and he began to worry. The weak Elia would not be able to attract the interest of Dionia, and they would not want to provoke the ferocious Lucanians. At this moment, he dropped his guard and asked, Why are you so sure? Because Elia's position is very important. Cypros picked up a piece of tripe with a wooden skewer and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it carefully, he said, It will help Dionia unify the Lucanian region. Dionia wants to take over the entire Lucanian region? How is that possible? Kanios was shocked. Of course it's possible. Dionia's political system determines its ambition to expand, Cypros said with certainty with a complicated expression on his face. You mean? Kanios suddenly understood. He looked around, lowered his head and whispered, Dionia has a tyrant. A city-state with a tyrant was always cruel, greedy, and aggressive. Whether it was the tyrant of Syracuse, Gelon and his successor, Chiron, the former tyrant of Lygum, Anaxilas, or the current Dionysius, they all proved this point one after another. Cypros shook his head. He was a man who was good at thinking. Ever since his last trip to Dionia, out of curiosity, he had been analyzing the reasons for its rapid rise. Not exactly. I don't know if the consul Devers of Dionia is a tyrant. Although he is the highest commander of the Dionysian army, has the right to worship, and is also the highest administrator of the city-state alliance, but as the chief senator of the Senate, he has great influence, but he can't do whatever he wants. His proposals also require a majority of the Senate senators to pass. The appointment of high-ranking civil servants of the alliance must also be approved by the Senate, although he has the power of veto. The important matters of waging war and achieving peace are also decided collectively by the Senate. Unlike the tyrant who can easily decide the life and death of the citizens, his actions are still bound by the laws of the alliance. However, compared to the king of Sparta and the generals of the democratic city-states, there is no doubt that the consul has more power. Kanios listened carefully and thought, no wonder I heard that the consul often doesn't need the protection of the guards in Turin, and often goes in and out of the streets of Turin alone, unlike Dionysius who lives in a palace and has thousands of mercenary guards to protect him. If that's the case, he is more like a, democratic king. A democratic king? Cypros heard this and slammed the table in excitement. That's the right word. It perfectly illustrates the position of the Devers in the Dionia alliance. It's because of the unique consul system of Dionia that Dionia's rapid rise to power. You're saying that Dionia's power is due to Devers alone? Kanios asked in surprise. Of course the Devers are very capable consul, but the political system of Dionia is also very unusual. Cypros finally found someone he could get along with, and Kanios's question was the perfect opportunity for him to elaborate on his thoughts. However, his throat was a little dry after eating too much sauce. He swallowed his saliva and said, Kanios, do you drink beer? The beer in this shop tastes very good. I heard that the Devers specially instructed their slaves to brew it after many experiments. This person is not only very capable in military and political affairs, but also in business. No wonder he's called the Blessed. Beer was only a beverage for the people at the bottom of the city-state, but after hearing Cypros's words, Kanios was a little tempted. 2 big cans of beer. Cypros shouted. A long bottle with a slender neck was placed in front of Kanios. Kanios picked it up, and a faint sweet aroma wafted into his nostrils. He quickly took a sip, and the cool golden liquid flowed smoothly into his stomach, dispelling most of the heat in his body. He could not help but take another big gulp. Not bad, right? Cypros saw this and said proudly. Kanios nodded and burped. He could not wait to ask, what's different about the system of Dionia that you mentioned? Cypros did not keep Kanios in suspense anymore. He took a sip of beer and said slowly, whether it's Crotone or Astrine, the highest authority is the Assembly of Citizens, which decides everything in the city-state. The second is the Council of Citizens, which has a reduced number of people, usually attended by at least 300 to 400 people, who discuss and resolve the general affairs of the city-state. The general elected by the Assembly of Citizens is only the highest executor of the decisions made by the Assembly and the Council, right? That's right. It's the same for Elia. The system of the democratic city-states in Greece is more or less the same. The system of Dionia comes from Armendalara, and Armendalara, I guess, after it broke away from Sybaris, like Heraclea and Metapontum, it was influenced by Tarentum. Since Tarentum is a subgroup of Sparta, its dual kings became dual archons, and the Council of Elders became the Senate. However, the archons are elected by the Assembly of Citizens. But after the Devers led the mercenaries to join Armendalara, not only did the Assembly of Citizens become the only archon for life, but the Assembly of Citizens has never been held. Cypros said in a deep voice. Dionia cancelled the Assembly of Citizens? Kanios almost cried out in surprise. Before talking to Cypros, based on his past understanding that the Devers were tyrants, Kanios would not be surprised if Dionia did not have an Assembly of Citizens. But Cypros had already told him that the Devers are not tyrants, and are also subject to the restrictions of the Senate. His understanding of Dionia was that it was a relatively normal city-state alliance, and that was why he overreacted when he heard what Cypros said. The Assembly of Citizens of Dionia has not been officially cancelled, but it has never been held. Cypros said slowly, I think that perhaps the situation of the Union of Dionia is unique, and that's why they did not hold it. After all, the citizens of Dionia are scattered across several cities, and their origins are complicated. There are Greeks, and a considerable number of foreigners, such as Turii, Armendalarans, Kermessa. Holding an assembly of citizens is time-consuming, and it is easy for the citizens to quarrel over interests, and nothing can be decided. Kanios thought carefully, and had to admit, perhaps, this may be an important reason. Just like Elia, even though we do not have many citizens, and all of them have lived in the city for generations, many important issues could not be agreed upon in every assembly, not to mention a new alliance like Dionia, where the citizens come from many different origins. Cypros patted the beer can with his hand, hesitated for a while, and then raised his head to take a sip of beer, and said, in fact, when the assembly deals with affairs, any issue, the citizens can easily express their opinions based on their own preferences and interests, rather than the interests of the city-state, and exercise the right of veto, which often leads to a problem that cannot be solved for a long time, especially in times of crisis. If the assembly cannot reach a consensus quickly, it will put the city-state in great danger. Because of this, Trine has been facing the invasion of the Briti for a long time, so we have a system different from the southern city-states such as Crotone and Silatina. That is, once the enemy invades, Trine will immediately elect a general with the highest authority to decide all the affairs of the city-state during the war. In this way, endless discussions and disputes can be avoided. Kanios was delighted. Elia will also elect a dictator during the most difficult times of war, who will have the highest authority in the city-state, very similar to the general you mentioned. Oh, which two? Karinos leaned forward curiously. The first, Cypros placed a wooden stick on the table unhurriedly and said, anyone can apply for citizenship of Dionia. Be it foreign vagrants, captured citizens of enemy states, or even freed slaves, as long as they meet the requirements of the bill, they can become citizens of Dionia. Karinos sucked in a breath of cold air. Elia did grant citizenship to some freedmen, but that was because of the war and the shortage of soldiers and labor. It was hard to imagine that Dionia would grant citizenship to the freedmen all the time like this. This? Does this mean that the citizenship of Dionia is not that important? Does it mean that the freedmen will not be able to enjoy so many rights in the alliance? And what kind of people can become citizens of the alliance? How can the order of the city be maintained? The citizenship of Dionia is very attractive. Cypros shook his head in the face of Carino's many questions. Other rights aside, just the right of every new citizen to be given 5 acres of land is enough to make the freedmen go crazy. Not to mention, according to the achievements of the citizens, they can also be given new land. Is this true? Carinos could not believe it. He could not help but gulp. For the citizens of Elia who had been trapped in the city for a long time, land was a great temptation to them. Of course it's true. Otherwise, in the decisive battle between Dionia and Crotone, how could Dionia easily recruit 7,000 freedmen without spending any money, and how did the freedmen bravely help Dionia defeat Crotone? It's all because of the temptation of the citizenship of Dionia. Cypros looked around at the diners who were talking animatedly, and turned back to continue. As for whether the order of the city will be disrupted, there should be at least 20 to 30,000 people in Dionia at the ceremony today, right? It's the first time I've seen so many people attend a celebration or festival of the Alliance, and there's no big trouble. I'm afraid it's not just because there are a lot of patrolling soldiers there to maintain order, said Kanos. Cypros replied in a low voice, of course, this has a lot to do with the laws of the Union of Dionia on the citizens and even the slaves. Turin not only had more patrols than other city-states, but it also had courts. Not only did these courts judge cases and disputes, but they also recorded the names of those who broke the law. If they are freedmen, it will affect whether they can obtain citizenship on time. If they are citizens, it will affect their land distribution. Therefore, for a better future, most people living in Dionia will consciously obey the laws here. That's a really good idea. Over time, the people of Dionia naturally developed the habit of obeying the law. No wonder. Kanios could not help but praise. This solution can fundamentally solve the chaos that may be caused by the people of Dionia from a complicated background. I wonder who came up with this. He saw a smile on Cypros's face, and he immediately came to a realization. Could it be the Devers again? Cypros nodded. Kanios shrugged helplessly. He had nothing else to say to the consul of Dionia. What's the second law? Cypros's familiarity with Dionia and his unique views had deepened Kanios' understanding of Dionia, and he was eager to know more. Substate. Cypros spat out 2 words, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The way Dionia deals with substates and territories is very different from most Greek city-states. What's the difference? Kanios was once again attracted by Cypros's words and asked anxiously. Do you know about Asprestum? I've heard of it. It used to be a town of the Briti, and later became a substate of Crotone. I heard that it has now joined the Dionia alliance. Take Asprestum as an example. Back then, what did the Crotone people do after occupying it? They killed all the Briti in the city, moved the landless Crotone citizens to Asprestum, and implemented the same system as Crotone. Cypros ate a piece of tripe and threw it into his mouth. With a sarcastic smile, he said, the residents of Asprestum are Crotone citizens, and their government is Crotone's government. Logically speaking, Asprestum has completely become a part of Crotone, but why did Asprestum have 2 riots in the past few decades, and they demanded to leave Crotone? There were 2 riots in Asprestum? Kanios was slightly surprised. In his memory, Asprestum was a town of Crotone. Yes, 2 times. Cypros stretched out 2 fingers and slowly said, because Crotone quickly quelled the riot and deliberately blocked the news, it's normal that Elia doesn't know about it since you're far away in the north. Although Asprestum was indeed a subsidiary of Crotone in the beginning, the situation has changed after 20 years. According to the law of Crotone, only men from Asprestum whose father was a citizen of Crotone could become a citizen of Crotone. As time passed, some foreigners came to Asprestum and married women in the city, but their children could not become citizens of Crotone, and could only become citizens of Asprestum. There were also some people who were born in this small city and grew up here. Their feelings for Asprestum surpassed that of Crotone, and they were unwilling to apply to become citizens of Crotone. As a result, there were more and more citizens of Asprestum in this small city than there were citizens of Crotone, and their willingness to protect the interests of Asprestum naturally surpassed the interests of Crotone. As for the people of Crotone, because of the distance between them and their bloodline, they treated the people of Asprestum more and more like slaves, not their own people. When there was a war, the people of Asprestum were at the forefront. when there was a land dispute, they sided with the people of Crotone. As a result, the people of Esprustum hated the people of Crotone more and more. How could they not demand independence? Hearing this, Canios nodded and took a big gulp of beer. The measures that Crotone took against Esprustum after the riots were to kill the people who were determined to resist the Crotone, and then move a large number of Crotone citizens to this small city. At the same time, they supported the people of Esprustum who were close to the people of Crotone, and let the people of Crotone hold the highest power in Esprustum. But after another 10 years, Esprustum was again rioted, and the situation was the same as the last time. As far as I know, the Greek city-states dealt with their colonies and occupied territories in the same way. Esprustum was very close to Crotone, and Crotone was a powerful city-state in Greater Greece. It had enough power to control a small town like Esprustum, but this still happened. Those states that were far away from the mother state, or the mother state was not strong enough, could not join forces with the mother state to strengthen their own power. This situation is very common, but it is still not bad. What is more terrible is that the mother state and the mother state become enemies. There are many such examples. Cypros sighed. His words reminded Canios of the mother state of Elia. Elia had sent messengers to the mother state for help, but the mother state turned a blind eye to Elia's plight and refused to provide any help. The two sides had become strangers. Canios was a little sad. You are right. As he said this, he raised his bottle and invited Cypros to drink. Wiping the foam from the corner of his mouth, he asked with interest, how did Dionia treat the occupied territories? Cypros picked up another wooden stick and placed it on the wooden table. He said slowly, after Dionia occupied Esprustum, the first law they implemented was to declare that all the people of Esprustum who are willing to stay will become citizens of Dionia. Huh? Canios was surprised. Although there are only a few Esprustums who chose to stay, I think they made the right choice. Cypros emphasized and continued, the second law that Dionia quickly implemented is that the Senate of Dionia will appoint public officials to govern Esprustum, and the highest governor of the city will be the city governor, who must be a senator of the Senate. I remember that the current governor of Esprustum is Helos of the Senate of Dionia, a senator who has a close relationship with the Devers. You see, the people of Esprustum are now citizens of Dionia, and the law of Dionia states that as long as either parent is a citizen of Dionia, their children will be citizens of Dionia when they are born. Furthermore, the ruler of Esprustum is directly appointed by the Senate, and any citizen of Dionia can apply for public office in the city. After a certain number of years of public office, those with rich experience and outstanding performance can become a senator of the Senate of Dionia. Cypros continued, now Nudum and Grimentum, the two towns that once belonged to the Lucanians, are now part of the Dionia alliance, and many Lucanians have become citizens of Dionia. Then why would the other Lucanians really hate Dionia? On the contrary, with the help of Elia, Dionia can take advantage of the weakness of the Lucaria tribe to occupy the entire Lucania municipality, and increase the power of Dionia even more. So how could Dionia not form an alliance with Elia? Canios was silent, thinking about every word that Cypros said. After a long time, he said, if Dionia becomes stronger, won't the other city-states of the Southern Alliance be afraid? Cypros had not completely recovered from his excitement. He took a big gulp of wine and said without hesitation, no matter what the other city-states think, I think the strength of Dionia is a good thing for Elia. We are tired of the frequent wars between the city-states and the invasion of the Briti. The stronger Dionia is, the more peace it can bring to this land. After all, from the past practice of Dionia, it has always been friendly to its allies, unless you take the initiative to invade it. It is far less brutal than Syracuse in the south. Canios understood what Cypros meant by brutal. After Dionysius conquered the Greek city-states of Sicily, he sometimes slaughtered the local residents and turned the remaining captives into slaves. This had never been done in the history of the Western Mediterranean, and it greatly shocked the Greeks of Sicily and Magna Graecia. So even though Canios was far away in Elia, he had heard of it. He looked at Cypros across the table, and thought maliciously, is Dionysius's brutality also one of the main reasons why the southern city-states are willing to form an alliance with Dionia? He asked curiously. The regime of Dionia is so special that I'm sure all the southern city-states, including Trine, should have noticed it. Have any city-states tried to implement these laws of Dionia that are beneficial to the expansion of the city-states? Cypros was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. During today's celebration, I had a brief conversation with a few members of the Crotone Council that I know about this topic. It's basically impossible. Do you think the citizens of the city would agree to it? Kanio suddenly realized that the conservative and xenophobic citizens of the Greek city-state would never allow outsiders to share the wealth and power of the city. And the highest authority of the city-state, the Citizens' Assembly, was made up of most of the citizens of the city-state. They would never allow these unfavorable proposals to pass. Why can Dionia do it? Kanios asked. Well. Cypros gently tapped the table and said thoughtfully, I don't know the details, but the great power and prestige of the archons and endeavors of Dionia is undoubtedly the most important reason. Kanios agreed with this point, but it was impossible for an archon like the Devers to appear in Elia. But. Cypros looked at Kanios and said hesitantly, there are still some problems with a new city-state alliance like Dionia. What problems? Kanios asked anxiously. Cypros looked back, and the waiter was already standing behind him. He shook his head and said no more. The next morning, the ceremony for the completion of the Temple of Hades was still going on. This time, it was hosted by the High Priest of the Devers and the Devers in the name of Hades, granting freedom to the slaves of the Alliance. As this was the first time the ceremony was held, not many slaves were released. Most of them were the Devers who had performed well in the past year, while the private slaves were mostly from the Devers families. As the territory of the Dionia Alliance expanded, the bank and restaurant opened by Christoia were also expanding rapidly. At the same time, she was constantly opening up new business channels, such as Christoia's shop, which mainly sold school supplies for the newly built schools of Dionia, as well as rugby and soccer equipment. For this reason, she bought a large number of slaves to ensure sufficient labor, and at the same time, granted freedom to the slaves who performed well. On the one hand, she wanted to use them as an example to give hope to other slaves and encourage them to work harder. On the other hand, the Devers, as the archons, led the people to treat their slaves kindly, in order to ease the conflict between the slaves and their masters in the Dionia Alliance and the society as a whole. Among the slaves released by the Devers was Christoia's personal maid, Asuna. Asuna had previously told Christoia that even if she was free, she was still willing to continue to serve Christoia as an employee. Christoia, of course, welcomed her very much. In fact, apart from the change in her identity, Asuna's lifestyle was not much different from before, including her salary. That was because Christoia had long given her close slave money. Because the domestic slaves spent a long time with their masters, they often developed a family-like relationship. So it was not uncommon for the slaves to be released before their masters died, or for the slaves to continue to serve their masters after they were freed. However, for the freed slaves of Dionia, there was one more thing they had to do as soon as possible, and that was to immediately apply to the Alliance's household registration officer for probationary citizenship. After the slave liberation ceremony, it was the beginning of a joyous celebration. The play, paid for by the Alliance and free for the people to watch, would be performed non-stop for 3 consecutive days in a newly built theater in the city of Turin. If it was in Athens, there would be countless people lining up to grab the number plate and rush to get in to watch the show. But in Dionia, especially in Turin, the people were more interested in the Dionia rugby tournament. Last year, only the 4 cities of Amendolara, Turin, Nudum, and Laus participated in the tournament, attracting the attention of countless people. This year, Cremissa, Castellan, Espusdum, and even Grimentum, which had just joined the alliance, had formed a team to participate, mainly composed of soldiers who had migrated from Legio III to Grimentum. The expansion of the participating teams made the competition more intense, and at the same time, the opening ceremony was more formal. The VIPs from the various city-states of the Ionian Alliance and the Southern Alliance had all received invitations. When the entire arena was filled to the brim, a loud bronze horn sounded in the arena, and the players from each city entered the arena one by one and circled around the arena. The people cheered enthusiastically, especially when they saw the players from their own city. When Omicris saw the Castellan players line up and pass the main stand, he applauded and said loudly to the people around him, "Look, those are our Castellan players. At the front is Gorky's, look at them, they are as strong as a herd of Lucanian bulls." The people around him laughed good-naturedly. The three Cremissa senators, Antalis, Euripus, and Priades, who had just entered the Senate, did not understand why the chief general of Castellan was so excited. Hegemon smiled and explained to them in a low voice, "During the rugby match last year, we also invited Castellan, but Laos participated, while Castellan did not. So many people made fun of them and said, 'The people of Castellan are timid and weak by nature, and they dare not participate in this kind of intense men's game.' It seems that these words really provoked them, and this year, they specially formed a team to prove themselves. Even their general, Gorkys, has personally participated. For the three of them who had never watched a game, they could not understand the enthusiasm and madness shown by the people of Dionia, but they were also infected by the fanatical atmosphere around them. Like the other VIPs of the city, they applauded the players who were marching on the field. Then, they saw the team representing Cremissa. Because the wooden sign held up by the leading player was engraved with the dazzling red letters Cremissa, most of the team of more than 50 people were unfamiliar faces. Antalis knew that for the past few months, there had been citizens and prospective citizens of Dionia moving to Cremissa because of the distribution of land. Therefore, even if they had only joined the Dionia Federation for a short period of time, the skills of this team would not be too bad. Antalis also saw a few familiar faces in the team. Like the other players, their faces were full of excitement. They chatted cordially with their teammates and kept waving to the audience outside the field. These former citizens of Cremissa had now become citizens of Dionia. It had only been a few months, but they had already naturally integrated into this team. Antalis had mixed feelings for a moment. "Sir Antalis, I'm looking forward to seeing the performance of the Cremissa players." Hegemon's meaningful words brought Antalis back to his senses. "Don't worry, they will definitely perform better than Castellan," Antalis said, pretending to be relaxed. The few of them laughed. The 8 teams finally stood in the middle of the field. At this time, the Devers stood up from the spectators' stand, and the originally bustling arena gradually quietened down. The VIPs of the Southern Alliance were shocked and envious. The great prestige of the Devers among the people of Dionia was evident. The Devers' speech was met with thunderous applause. The passionate players and the audience outside the stadium sang Hades' song. After that, the teams hurriedly exited the field, and the rugby match officially began. According to the new rules of the tournament, the 8 teams were divided into 2 groups, A and B. Last year's champion and runner-up, Turin and Armandalara, were seeded into 2 groups, and the rest of the teams would draw lots to decide where to go. In the end, the members of Group A were Turin, Nudum, Cremissa, and Grimentum, and the members of Group B were Armandalara, Laos, Castellan, and Esprustum. The 2 groups were played in a single round robin. A win was worth 1 point, and a loss was worth 0 points. There were no draws. Teams with the same number of points would see who won and lost. The top 2 teams in each group would advance and enter the knockout round to determine the champion. In order to get off to a good start, the Devers deliberately chose Turin and Nudum, a match of similar strength, as the opening game to attract the audience's attention. When the 2 teams, Turin and Nudum, re-entered the field, the crowd cheered thunderously. The audience was mostly Turin. Of course, they cheered for their city's team, while most of the Lucanians cheered for Nudum. In their cheers, the names of Tigertelos and Lazaru were mentioned the most, because one was a strong and powerful running forward, and the other was a flexible and fast running forward. Both were famous scorers on their respective teams. In the audience, Bagul watched enviously. He shouted loudly and stamped his feet, completely lacking the steadiness of a powerful Senate elder. If it weren't for the fact that he had just become the governor of the Grimentum and was busy with work and had no time to train with the team, he would never have been a spectator outside the field. Next to him, Assist saw through his thoughts and teased him, "Now that you are the governor of the Grimentum, you should support the Grimentum team. Nudum is the main opponent for the Grimentum to enter the knockout round. You should hope that they lose." Bagul glared at him, and then really fell into a dilemma. The referee blew the piccolo and the match officially began. As a strong country in Greece, even though Dionia's rugby competition was already well known in Greece, the Crotone people still disdained it. As the game progressed, the invited Crotone VIPs began to be attracted by the ferocious collisions and confrontations. Even the Crotone General Escamas, the navy commander who had been gossiping about the game, stopped mocking them. The strict organization, reasonable rules, the unique ball game of this era, and the exciting sports scene had shocked the general who had represented Crotone in the 4 major tournaments many times in his younger days. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect rugby to be such a sport. It's much more interesting than the stone ball tossing game that the Sparta people play. It's very interesting. It's very suitable for us Crotone people to participate in." "Why?" someone beside him asked. "Look, there are a lot of people on the field. Although the scene looks chaotic, it's basically 2 types of sports, offense and defense." Escamas pointed to the field and analyzed with reason. To do these 2 things, the players who participate in the game must have great strength, speed, and not be afraid of collisions. These are exactly what we Crotone athletes are good at. Escamas's proud words attracted the nods of the Crotone people around him. Crotone's athletes have been dominating in wrestling and boxing for a long time, and they have a wealth of experience in training athletes' strength and explosive power. When we go back, we should persuade the Citizens' Assembly to let the Crotone people start practicing rugby too. Next year, we'll also participate in this competition and defeat these Dionia teams. Escamas looked around at the cheering Dionia crowd around him, a hint of anger hidden in his eyes. At this moment, Turin's Tiger Tilo scored a touchdown with the ball. The crowd cheered thunderously, which made Escamas's heart itch even more. Sir Escamas is right. Next year, we'll also participate and defeat the Dionia people. Some of the Crotone people said in unison. Being defeated by the Dionia people made these proud Crotone people feel aggrieved. Like Escamas, they wanted to win back their dignity on the field to prove the strength of the Crotone people. Lysias listened to the discussion of his companions and frowned. His mind was not completely attracted by the game, but he was thinking about some deeper issues. The whole of Greece had 4 traditional games and a famous Pan-Athens festival. Athletes from all the city-states of Greece were very enthusiastic to participate. They were much more active than the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor. In every Olympia, Greek athletes performed well. However, Greece itself did not have an influential sports event. The sports-loving Crotone people once tried to organize a sports event even if only the city-states of Greece participated, but it failed. On the one hand, Crotone's influence was not enough, and the Greeks did not agree with it. On the other hand, many city-states had long-term conflicts of interest and could not reach an agreement. As a result, this became a regret for the Crotone people. Now, although the Dionia Rugby Union was only a single competition, it included so many cities in Greece, and it seemed to attract more city-states to participate. This made Lysias vaguely see the shadow of a regional competition. Was this a coincidence? Or was it intentional by the Dionia people? Lysias looked at the figures of the Devers in the front row. Through the past 2 days of contact, the seemingly gentle young consul gave him an unfathomable feeling. In just a few months, Dionia not only stabilized the situation in the newly occupied Asplustum and Cremissa, but also recently occupied a large city in Lucania municipality, Grimentum. The Citizens' Assembly of Crotone was still arguing over a series of issues such as whether the new residents of Asplustum would be granted full citizenship and the redivision of the war-damaged land of the Croton Plain. At first, Lysias wanted to get through this difficult period and let Crotone rise again. However, after more and more contact with Dionia, every time he compared the fast-developing Dionia with the stagnant Crotone, Lysias almost lost confidence. If this continued, Crotone would be left far behind by Dionia, but he could do nothing but worry, unable to do anything. Crotone's democracy had always been like this. He had studied why Dioria's governance was so efficient, but these methods could not be implemented in Crotone. Sometimes he also thought that joining the Southern Alliance might be the best thing that Crotone did. Hearing Escamas's words, Lysias laughed at their childishness in his heart. Even if Crotone really did send a team next year, so what if they beat Dionia? Whether they won or lost, Dionia would be the big winner. On the 3rd day, when the rugby match was still in full swing, the messenger of Elia, Canios, was received by the Devers. The young Archon received him cordially, while Canhos, who had gained a deeper understanding of the Dionian alliance over the last 2 days, had cast aside his initial restraint and reserve, and the two had a friendly conversation. The Devers listened carefully to Canios talk about Elia's current predicament, and learned from Canios about the situation in the Campania region and the Simonians. The conversation was pleasant, and in the end, an alliance agreement was reached. Elia joined the Dionia alliance. After signing the alliance agreement, Kanios could finally relax because the Devers solemnly promised that if any force dared to invade Elia, Dionia would immediately send troops to help the Elia alliance and repel the enemy. At the same time, the Devers also hinted that when Dionia took action in Lucania municipality in the future, they hoped that Elia could actively cooperate with them. Kanios happily realized that he finally saw the hope of solving the nightmare that had plagued Elia for decades. The feeling of having a strong force behind him was really reassuring. When Kanios walked out of the living room, he was in a good mood. Then, he saw a man walking towards him, smiling and waving at him. "Why is Cypros here?" Kanios returned the greeting, but he was puzzled. "Sir, since we have formed an alliance with Elia, do we still need to talk to the messengers of Picassus, Potentia, and Galaguso?" Aristocrates asked curiously. "What do you think?" The Devers looked at Kanios' back as he left, feeling very relaxed. Elia joining the alliance made him feel that he was one step closer to his goal of unifying Lucania. "I think we should take advantage of the fact that Picassus and Portentia's strength is weakened and that they still don't know that Elia has joined the alliance to launch a sudden attack. We should be able to easily take down either Picassus or Portentia." Aristocrates had followed the Devers for a long time, and he had more or less learned how to reap the most benefits with the least casualties. But the Devers gently shook his head and did not agree with him. "Your ambush strategy is indeed good. But it is not suitable to carry it out at this time." "Why, my lord?" Aristocrati anxiously asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Aristotle knew that the Devers were referring to the Turii tragedy. 2 years ago, the Turii fought back against the Lucarians and entered the mountains. In the end, all of them perished at the banks of the Ari River. He thought about it and felt a little reluctant. "But, it's such a pity to miss such a good opportunity." Aristotle. The Devers smiled. "Let me ask you. Is Dionia stronger, or is Picassus and Potentia stronger?" "Of course it's Dionia. Even if Picassus and Potentia join forces, they won't be a match for us." Aristotle answered without hesitation. "If that's the case, what we need to do is to chew it slowly like eating bread," Divers explained patiently. "Once we take a bite, we need to chew it slowly until we're full. Instead of eating bite after bite and not swallowing it, we might choke in the end." "That's right. I understand, my lord," Aristotle said sincerely. He was smart enough to understand what the Devers meant. They should first spend time and effort to establish a foothold in the center of Lucania municipality. Then, with the strength of Dionia, they could crush Picassus and Potentia. That's why we still need to negotiate with the emissaries of Picassus and Potentia. We need to sign a peace treaty with them to appease them and prevent them from causing trouble around the Grimentum. However, the duration of the treaty cannot be too long. The Devers' gentle tone revealed a hint of murderous intent. As for Galaguso, it's said that it's located deep in the mountains and rarely communicates with the outside world. Its living environment is rather harsh. We can consider forming an alliance with it and strengthen our trade." The Devers stopped talking when he heard a voice outside the living room. He smiled and said, "An interesting guest has arrived." "An interesting guest?" It was rare for Aristotle to hear the Devers give such an evaluation. He looked outside the door curiously. When the slave butler, Ribazot, let a person in, he suddenly realized that it was him, Cypros, a Trine. When the emissaries from the southern states came to ask for help from Dionia, his lanky body was rather eye-catching. His actions were also noteworthy. Not only was he the emissary of the Crotone alliance that was proposed by Dionysia to form the Southern Alliance, he was the first to fully support it. Furthermore, Capys, the commander of the First Legion who was sent to reinforce Dionysia, mentioned in his report that Cypros, the emissary of Trenna, strongly requested to march with Dionysia's army and eat and sleep with the soldiers. It was said that during the Trine Citizens' Assembly, he also praised the Dionysian army's combat effectiveness and suggested that Trine and Dionia should strengthen their cooperation. Aristotle Cradle remembered that Divers had commented on Cypros after hearing about his performance. Cypros is a smart, observant, and adaptable man. Therefore, he was one of the guests specially invited by the Devers for the inauguration of the Temple of Hades. At this moment, the Devers stared at Cypros, thinking about the conversation between Cypros and the emissary from Christoa's restaurant last night. The Devers knew that after Dionia defeated the Crotone alliance and gradually became the most powerful force in southern Italy, it would naturally attract a lot of attention. And the unique political system of Dionia naturally could not escape the eyes of those who were observant, but there were not many who could analyze it as incisively as Cypros. Cypros, Dionia's best friend, welcome, said the Devers happily in a loud voice. I've been busy with the celebration for the past few days. I was thinking of inviting you after the celebration to express my gratitude, but I didn't expect. Cypros bowed respectfully and said, Lord Consul, I insisted on visiting you because I had no other choice. The city has urgently asked me to convey a proposal to you. Oh, what proposal? The Devers gestured for Cypros to sit down. Cypros glanced at Aristotle, wanting to say something but hesitated. Let me introduce you to Aristotle Clade, a very talented young man. He's my personal clerk. Actually, he's just a clerk, because he hasn't obtained the qualifications to become a probationary citizen. You can rest assured. Aristotle Clade was quite moved by Divers' words. Cypros nodded at him and sat on the wooden chair. He then asked, Do you know about the Briti, Lord Consul? As soon as the Devers said that, they roughly understood the purpose of Cypros' visit. I know a little about our neighbor to the west of the Dionia alliance. The Briti are the indigenous people of Italy. They also live in the form of tribes, but compared to the Lucaria, they are smaller in number and less of a threat to Dionia. I heard that they often attack the Trine. The Devers looked at Cypros with a faint smile and said. Not only the Trine, they also attack Aspusdom and southern Turii from time to time, Cypros reminded. But after all, it's rare, and since the establishment of the Dionia alliance, the Briti have completely stopped harassing us, the Devers said with a relaxed expression. In fact, since last year, the Briti suddenly stopped attacking all the Greek city-states. This is not just because the Crotone, the Silitans, and our Trine alliance had dealt a heavy blow to the Briti. Cypros paused for a moment. He felt the Devers' eyes focusing on him. He deliberately raised his voice and said, It's because there's been a major change within the Briti. What change? The Devers' heart skipped a beat, but he still said calmly. The Trine alliance borders the British town of Xianxia. They have been fighting with the Briti for years, so they are relatively familiar with them and have some sources of information. Cypros' expression became solemn. Last year, we received news that the leaders of the Briti tribes have gathered in the city of Xianxia and have been discussing the formation of a tribal alliance. Is this true? The Devers was shocked and could not help but lean forward. It was no wonder that he was a little impatient. The reason why he pretended to be indifferent before was because when he knew that Cypros' visit this time was related to the Briti, he did not want to appear too enthusiastic and lose too much leverage in the discussion of the future attack on the Briti. After all, the Briti could not pose a huge threat to Dionia like the Lucanians. As far as he knew, in the small mountainous area occupied by the Briti, their tribe had always been divided. The northern tribe centered around the city of Vigo, because it bordered Laos, so they used to have a close relationship with the Lucanians, and they were present when the Lucanian tribal coalition invaded Turii. The central tribe centered around the big city of Xianxia, which was the most powerful. In the east, along the upper reaches of the Kratai River, lived some other Briti tribes. They built the small city of Abyssinia, and they used to cross the mountains to plunder the southern part of the Zbari plain. In the southeast of Xianxia, there was another small city called Albania, which was said to have been built by the tribes who escaped from the first city of Aspustium when it fell to the Crotone, and in the south of Xianxia, there was the city of Nepetia, which bordered Trine and was also the culprit of the invasion of Trine. The Briti mountains had high mountains, dense forests, rugged roads, and the only plateau in southern Italy. The city of Vigo and the city of Nepetia guarded the narrow road to the north and south of the west coast by the sea. Abyssinia and Albania blocked the only mountain road to the east coast, making this area a barricade. Since they claimed to be the habitat of the Briti, it had always been the Briti who rushed out of the mountains and harassed others. They had almost never been invaded, but there were more internal tribal wars. Most of the wars were provoked by Xianxia. The most powerful one wanted to annex other tribes. Except for Cultivation, which had a close relationship with Xianxia and remained neutral, Vigo, Abyssinia, and Albania often joined forces to fight against Xianxia. It was because the frequent intertribal wars had consumed the strength of the Briti, so they were not too much of a threat to the Greek city-states. Now, the Briti, who had always been in dispute, wanted to establish a tribal alliance, which greatly increased the threat to the Greeks, especially Daionia, whose territory bordered the Briti Mountains. Of course it's true. Cypros said affirmatively, because in May of this year, the Briti tribal alliance has been established. It is reported that the Briti tribes elected Pinlan, the great chief of Xianxia, as the great chief of the new alliance. The great chief of Vigo, Sidorum, the great chief of Abyssinia, Bergam, the great chief of Albania, and Pangam, the great chief of Cultivation, will be the elders of the alliance. With Xianxia as the center of the tribal alliance, all the Briti tribes will be governed. After listening to Cypros's words, Devers could no longer sit still. He involuntarily stood up, and while pacing slowly, he asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this information from?" Seeing the Devers' reaction, Cypros knew that this matter had attracted the attention of the highest authority in Daionia, and he immediately felt relieved. But he did not know that the reason why the Devers cared so much about this matter was not only because the formation of a tribal alliance by the Briti may pose a danger to the territory of the Daionia alliance, but more importantly, the Devers had long considered the problem of the Briti. The other powerful state of Greater Greece, Lygium, was far away on the toes of Italy. It remained neutral in the disputes of Greater Greece and cared more about the shipping trade than the hegemony. Locri had a grudge against Daionia, but Daionia was separated by the southern Italian alliance. A single Crotone was more than enough for Locri to handle. Daionia only needed a little reinforcement, and Locri would not be able to handle it. As for his backer, Syracuse, it was still entangled with Carthage for a short period of time and had no spare energy to pay attention to the land north of Sicily. Therefore, if the Devers wanted to turn southern Italy into the most stable stronghold of the Daionia alliance, the only thing they had to consider was the Briti. The area where the Briti lived was high, not fertile, and not close to the sea. It was not coveted by the people, but because of its existence, the territory of Daionia, from Asprustum to Grimentum, had become a slender S-shape. Especially in the east, Asprustum, Cremissa, Castellan, Thurii, and Amendola, cities were lined up along the coast, forming a long and narrow corridor. To the Greeks who loved the sea, this was nothing out of the ordinary. But to divers who had been nurtured for more than 2,000 years, he felt deeply uneasy. Such a territory was too flat without any depth and the coastline was too long. If a powerful enemy were to invade, any place would become a target for the enemy. Furthermore, Daioia's army would have to march through the narrow territory to provide reinforcements. This would also lengthen the army's supply line, making it an easy target for the enemy to attack. This had already shown its disadvantages in the war with Crotone. Therefore, when the Daionia navy was formed, the Devers set their sights on the Briti Mountains. Although the transportation between the Briti Mountains and Daonia's territory was not very convenient, if they had it, Daonia's territory in southern Italy would become a piece of land. The valley trail north of Asprustum, the mountain trail north of Thurii, and the mountain trail south of the Crati River could all be converted into a passage between Daionia and Briti. Needless to say, the soldiers of Grimentum and Nudum could directly cross the west coast of the Briti Mountains and reach Trine. Besides, the Briti were weak and disunited, so they were easier to conquer. The Devers originally planned to wait for the three territories of Asprustum, Cremissa, and Grimentum to stabilize before launching the plan against the Briti people. Some time ago, the Devers also asked Isam to send someone to Briti to inquire about the news, but they did not expect the Briti people to be so heavily guarded, and Isam's mountain scouts basically did not know the Briti language. Not only did they not get any news, but they also lost a few men. The Devers had to suspend the reconnaissance, but they did not expect the Trine messenger, Cypros, to bring them shocking news. The Briti region is different from Lucania, it is surrounded by Greek city-states, Cypros said seriously. So every year, some Greeks or slaves escape to Briti because of a series of reasons such as crime, persecution by political enemies, and so on, and gradually formed a unique tribe there. Many years ago, we, the Trine, had a close relationship with this tribe. We secretly sold them some goods that they urgently needed, and they passed us some news in the mountains. With this tribe, the Trine had many times prevented the attacks of the Briti people in advance. And this time, they have been contacting us very anxiously for a few days, Because the alliance of the Briti tribes threatens their survival, so there is no doubt that this news is true. Cypros emphasized again. The Devers was quite surprised. What is the name of this tribe? Shilua, which means Helen. The Devers nodded. There was no need to ask Cypros, he could also guess that such a tribe of Greeks could survive in that mountainous area. They must have taken advantage of the disputes between the tribes, or even acted as mercenaries or black market traders. Now that the Briti people had completed the integration, this tribe of foreigners would lose the soil to survive. There was still a question in the Devers' mind. Why did the Briti people not form an alliance like the Lucania, but centralize the power? Won't the other tribes object? After listening, Cypros showed a trace of a bitter smile, looked at the Devers, and said, I don't know the specific reason. Maybe, it secretly learned from its neighbors. At least so far, there has not been any major unrest in the Briti region. The Devers heard the mockery in Cypros' words, and he was shocked. The previous Lucania tribal alliance was a loose organization, each tribe had their own interests, and it was impossible for them to really centralize their power, so the danger to Dionia was much less. But if they were to be like Dionia, able to highly centralize their power, then it would be worth Dionia's vigilance. The Devers sat back in his chair, looked at Cypros, and said seriously, the Trine Council sent you to tell me this news, do you have any suggestions? Cypros had experienced the Devers' style of speaking the last time, so he did not beat around the bush, and said frankly, the Trine Council hopes that Dionia can take the lead and lead the Southern Alliance to take the initiative to attack the Briti, and before the Briti tribal alliance becomes a real threat, destroy it, and restore peace to the people of Greece. The Southern Alliance. The Devers whispered, touched his chin, and pondered for a while before saying, starting a war is a big deal, especially against a big force like the Briti. What's more, Dionia just ended the war not long ago, so I'm afraid it will take some time for the Senate to make a decision on this issue. Cypros nodded in understanding. In that case, Cypros, you should stay in Turiai for a while, and get a good feel of the life of the Dionia people. At the same time, it will be convenient for us to discuss the issue of attacking the Briti with you at any time. The Devers invited Cypros, and he immediately agreed. He smiled and said, Turiai is a city completely different from other Greek city-states. I like the architecture, the tidiness, and more importantly, the food here is not available anywhere else. The Devers laughed, and until Cypros left, he did not ask Cypros what he said in Christoia's restaurant, what is the flaw of the political system of Dionia? Because he did not want others to know that the Devers had eyes and ears everywhere in Turiai, because no one liked the feeling of being watched all the time. In fact, this practice of the Devers was not the first in this era. As early as 70 years ago, the successor of the tyrant Glen of Syracuse, Thyaron, had once implemented a secret agent system, which caused great resentment among the people. Of course, the Devers who cared about their reputation would not be stupid enough to expose these dark sides. In fact, there was no need to ask, he was very clear about the biggest problem of the current political system of Dionia. After the Senate of Dionia deliberately did not hold a citizens' assembly, ordinary citizens did not have the opportunity to participate in politics. If this was in Persia, this would not be a problem at all. But this was Greece, and the enthusiasm of the Greek citizens to participate in politics was well known among the Mediterranean countries and city-states. Even the most conservative oligarchy, Sparta, allowed its citizens to express their opinions on the laws and proposals enacted. Of course, it was not through voting, but through the strength of their voices in support of yes or no. The reason why the political situation in Dionia was stable now was that the Greek cities in the Union of Dionia had suffered a sharp decline in population after the war. The remaining people were still busy repairing their homes, and the fear of war made them yearn for strong protection. The army under the command of the Devers gave them a great sense of security. On the other hand, the native freedmen, who made up the majority of the population, had always been on the periphery of the city-states. They were busy making a living and had no right to participate in the affairs of the city-states, so they did not develop the habit of participating in politics, nor were they enthusiastic about politics. Not to mention the citizens of Lucaria, who used to be under the control of the elders and chiefs in their tribes, but now in the Union of Dionia, the Senate decided everything, so they did not feel any discomfort. The Devers knew that this stable situation would not last forever. When the Union of Dionia became stronger and the people became wealthier, they would probably have higher expectations. But the Devers were not worried about this. He had already taken the corresponding measures to deal with it. Now, it was better to let the people of Dionia continue to familiarize themselves with the existing system until they got used to it. At the end of July, Dionysius led the Syracuse army to launch a full-scale attack on Motia, the core town of Carthage in Sicily. The causeway they built from the coast had already connected to the small island where Motia was located in the bay. The siege weapons could be directly transported to the city, so the fierce siege began. The Motians used bows, arrows, javelins, and threw burning tar to kill and injure the soldiers of Syracuse. The Syracuse used dozens of ballistae to bombard the walls of Motia, forcing the defenders to stand on the walls. After a few days of fierce fighting, the siege hammers used by the Syracuse people smashed a big hole in the walls of Motia. The army of Syracuse rushed in, and the walls of Motia fell. Dionysius was very excited. He thought that victory was already in his hands, but who knew that the bloody battle had just begun. End of chapter 270. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.